Year 10086 of the Lord's calendar, September 1st. Morning light spilled over the Jitian square of Pinggan City, the bluestone paved ground glistening with a faint moist sheen. Tens of thousands of senior high school students in uniforms stood in orderly rows on the square, arranged by school and class. The square buzzed with noise. The students, filled with excitement, chatted and anticipated. Some prayed on the spot, bowing to gods and Buddhas, hoping to awaken a better Lord's heart. Zhou Li stood in the center of the crowd. He was not very tall, perhaps, because he had lived 2 lives. Although his heart raced with excitement, he managed to maintain a basic composure. He did not join the discussions, only occasionally looked up to check the time. He had gotten out of bed at 6 in the morning and headed to the classroom. When he arrived, he found that some classmates were already, perhaps some students had stayed up all night, and came to the classroom early. Then, together with all the senior students of Pinggan No. 2 High School, they gathered and proceeded to Jitian Square. We are about to undergo awakening. Are you all ready? Don't run around on the field. When your name is called, step forward for awakening. If the quality of your awakened Lord's heart is not high, do not be discouraged. Talent does not decide everything. With hard work, anything is possible. In history, there are not a few who became immortals and ancestors as ordinary lords. For example, that one from the Zhou Ming dynasty started with a white-quality territory and ultimately forged a martial god kingdom. So do not give up. Persistence is victory. Zhou Li listened to the teacher's words and calmed down a little, but inwardly, he couldn't help rolling his eyes. In his previous life, he was already an adult. He knew that some are born in Rome, some are born as beasts of burden. He took these chicken soup pep talks with a grain of salt. Naturally, the higher the quality of the awakened Lord's heart, the better, as it builds a considerable advantage in the early stage, allowing faster growth and greater future achievements. That founding ancestor of the Zhou Ming dynasty was certainly formidable, but from ancient times to the present, how many have achieved that? Even that ancestor had carved his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The hardships and dangers he endured along the way were countless. So Zhou Li couldn't help but pray inwardly. Respected ancestral spirits of humanity, please bless me and let me awaken a better Lord's heart. Yes, Zhou Li was a transmigrator. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary IT coder. One night, while working overtime, everything went black and he arrived in this world. He had transmigrated as a fetus. Because his body was too young and his brain not fully developed, his past life memories did not awaken. He grew up slowly like an ordinary baby. Luckily, his fortune was not bad. Both his parents were lords and they had developed reasonably well. Young Zhou Li lived a happy life. But perhaps the transmigrator's buff was too overpowering. When he was 6 years old, his parents went missing during a descent into the Chaos Sea. Official investigations lasted months, and eventually, they were declared dead. Thus, he gloriously became an orphan. Fortunately, there was an inheritance and a house left behind, and the state took care of him, so he didn't have to worry about his livelihood. But as the saying goes, when parents ascend to heaven, one's power knows no bounds. Stimulated by this incident, he recalled his past life memories. This was an era of universal lordship. Every person on earth could become a lord, enter the Chaos Sea, build a territory, and then continuously develop it, growing stronger, ultimately becoming immortals and gods. At first, Zhou Li still expected a golden finger. After all, it was a standard issue for transmigrators. But he waited 10 years, no golden finger appeared, no system chimed, not even a hint. He finally understood that he was no favored son of heaven, but just an ordinary person among the masses. He had no astonishing talent, no divine bloodline, and there was not even a trace of spontaneous awakening. As his past life memories awakened, Zhou Li became mature and more hardworking. He actively studied and trained desperately, trying to become better. After all, heaven had given him another chance, he had to fight for it. Who doesn't have a wish to become an immortal and an ancestor? He got up at 5 every day, ran 10 kilometers, meditated for 2 hours, and diligently studied various academic subjects. But compared to those geniuses, he was still ordinary. His grades were average, his physical fitness test was average, and his spiritual power, due to having lived 2 lives, was slightly higher, but still inferior to true geniuses. Zhou Li had given up. Now he only hoped to awaken a decent lord's heart, so he could go a little further. The path of lords in this world had developed for over 10,000 years and was very mature. Research had found that only when one's soul strength reached a certain standard could awakening be performed, otherwise it would easily fail. That standard was the age of 16. For an ordinary person, as their body grew, their soul would also grow to the required strength by age 16. Of course, there were many descendants of immortals and gods whose souls were immensely powerful at birth, allowing early awakening. Some favored sons of heaven, blessed by the world, even awakened spontaneously without a ceremony. Needless to say. Additionally, one must have no internal energy during awakening, otherwise it would conflict with the unique energy of the Lord awakening, causing failure and forcing one to awaken into another class. Although other classes could also improve, their speed was far slower than that of lords, and their strength was far weaker. Unless there was no alternative, everyone wanted to awaken as a lord. Therefore, education before age 16 was similar to his previous life: basic literacy and mathematics plus physical exercise, combat training, and basic meditation. After all, in a supernatural world, children needed a strong body and mind from the start to deal with various monsters and trials. However, to ensure successful Lord awakening, they did not practice cultivation techniques to avoid prematurely unlocking a class, which would prevent them from becoming lords. They also learned basic history and geography. This world's history and geography were far vaster, with countless powerful immortals and gods in history. For example, the Jade Emperor Zhang Byron, who established the supreme heavenly court, resides above the 36 heavens and is the supreme deity ruling over all beings and commanding the cosmos. Another is Grand Supreme Elderly Lord Lier, who resides in the great Luo heaven above the 33 heavens, the source of all laws and the ancestor of all immortals. Tathagata Buddha Sakyamuni, whose palm contains a Buddha land that can hold 3,000 great thousand worlds, evolving the universe and creating pure lands. God Yahweh, Lord of the 9 heavens, surrounded by angels, shepherding all beings, eternal and immortal. The geography was also immense. After all, it was a mythical world. Not only was the area of the home planet millions of times larger than in his previous life, but humanity's footsteps had already left the home plane, occupying numerous great thousand worlds, medium thousand worlds, small thousand worlds, and even special planes such as the Jade Emperor's heavenly court realm and Grand Supreme Elderly Lord's great Luo heaven. Fortunately, they only studied these superficially, and in this world of immortals and gods filled with abundant energy and strong spirits, everyone had excellent memory, so they could basically remember these. Zhou Li was just an ordinary person, so he could only obediently wait until age 16, when his soul strength met the requirement, and then signed up for this year's awakening ceremony. It was a national annual awakening ceremony held at a special altar. It consumed extremely precious world essence and a vast amount of energy to allow each new life to receive the blessing of humanity awakening and obtaining their own Lord's heart. Although Zhou Li still didn't know the function of world essence, he understood it was a very precious treasure, hard to obtain even for immortals and gods. The country's stockpile was limited, so the awakening could only be done centrally once a year. And now Zhou Li stood on the Jitian Square of Pinggan City together with tens of thousands of senior students from all over the city ready to undergo awakening. The heart of the Lord is the core of a lord and the very foundation upon which a territory develops. A superior heart of the Lord can support a wider expanse of land, and the initial buildings within that territory will be of higher quality. Some territories even come with innate special structures, making such hearts incomparably precious. Although the Chaos Sea holds infinite possibilities, and even the most ordinary heart of the Lord carries a sliver of hope, to ascend to immortality or godhood, the path is unimaginably arduous. Over the span of tens of thousands of years of recorded history, those who truly relied on a common heart of the Lord to climb to the supreme heights have been as rare as phoenix feathers, and each of them endured endless tribulations. Thus, under ordinary circumstances, the stronger the heart of the Lord, the better, for no one wishes to suffer hardship in vain. The bell rang. 3 peals of an ancient bell reverberated between heaven and earth. Upon the altar, the grand priest stepped forward with measured gait, white robes as pure as snow, staff in hand. His voice was aged yet clear as he proclaimed, "Today you shall receive the blessing of humanity and awaken your hearts of the Lord. Success or failure rests in fate, yet the flame of our human race shall never be extinguished. Even in death we harbor no regrets." As his words fell, the light array flared to life. One student after another stepped forward and entered the altar. Wang Hao, white mid-grade. Li Wan, green low-grade. Zhang Tao, white high-grade. Cheers and sighs intertwined. Yet the majority displayed white quality hearts. Perhaps only one green quality heart of the Lord would appear among every 100 candidates. Hearts of the Lord manifested different colors according to their grade. Inferior quality hearts of the Lord appeared as gray. Ordinary quality hearts of the Lord shone white. Fine quality hearts of the Lord radiated green. Rare quality hearts of the Lord glimmered blue. Excellent quality hearts of the Lord glowed purple. Epic quality hearts of the Lord burned with orange light. Legendary quality hearts of the Lord blazed gold. A white ordinary heart of the Lord was the truest reflection of most common folk, as its evaluation suggested such a person's achievements in life would be limited and unremarkable. Those with green fine quality or blue excellent quality hearts of the Lord, so long as they labored diligently, could still carve out significant achievements. If fortune favored them further, there was even a certain chance for them to attain immortality. Yet this remained exceedingly difficult, perhaps 1 in 10,000. Should one obtain a purple quality or higher heart of the Lord then, so long as fate did not deal them a disastrous hand, and they did not perish midway, their chances of becoming an immortal would be greatly increased. As for the highest golden legendary quality heart of the Lord, so long as its bearer did not fall along the way, they were almost destined to achieve both immortality and divinity, and to rise as a powerhouse even among immortals and gods. After tens of thousands of years of development, the awakening of hearts of the Lord had become highly refined. Most people awakened white quality hearts of the Lord above that were green, blue, and so on, with each higher grade having only 1% the probability of the grade below. By the time it came to golden quality, only one among tens of billions would appear. Across the entire human world, dozens of star systems and countless trillions upon trillions of humans, fewer than 100 individuals awakened golden quality hearts of the Lord each year. As for gray inferior quality hearts of the Lord, with the continual perfection of awakening protocols, they now almost never appeared and had perhaps become even rarer than golden legendary quality hearts of the Lord. At last it was Zhou Li's turn to awaken. He stepped onto the altar, and the altar immediately emitted a burst of radiance that enveloped him completely. Zhou Li's eyes widened, yet within the dazzling light, he could see nothing at all. He only felt an indescribable transformation occurring within his body, not only in his flesh, but in his very soul, as though both were being sublimated, profound and wondrous beyond words. To Zhou Li it felt as though a century had passed, yet in reality only a few brief seconds slipped by. As the radiance faded, a white cluster of light appeared within his mind. This was his heart of the Lord. Feeling the white heart of the Lord within his mind, Zhou Li's expression grew gloomy and his thoughts tangled chaotically. Years of anticipation had culminated in such a cruel outcome. It was merely the most ordinary white heart of the Lord without any special traits and certainly no accompanying structures. Its grade was only mid among the white tier. It did not even reach high-grade white. A teacher responsible for maintaining the altar noticed Zhou Li's bleak expression and the look of someone struck a heavy blow. He sighed inwardly. He had seen far too many youths crushed by poor quality hearts of the Lord, and comforted, do not lose heart. The chaos sea holds endless possibilities. If fortune smiles on you, if you chance upon immortal or divine treasures upon your very first descent, and find your way cleared each time, gaining countless treasures, then so long as you persevere, there will still be a chance to become immortal or divine. Hearing this, Zhou Li gradually calmed. After all, he had lived 2 lifetimes, he understood that throwing a tantrum now would change nothing. In his previous life, he had been nothing more than an ordinary person. In this life, merely becoming a lord and grasping extraordinary power already placed him far above his former self. Moreover, the teacher's words carried some truth. So long as he strove onward, there would still be a sliver of hope. If he gave up now, that sliver would vanish entirely. With that thought, a measure of relief rose within his heart. He cupped his hands toward the teacher in thanks and said, "Thank you, I understand." Then he announced in a loud voice, "Lord Zhou Li, white mid-grade." Without any further words, he strode briskly down from the altar. Upon the altar, the light array continued to shimmer as new students stepped into it one after another. In earlier times, the radiance of one's heart of the Lord was displayed openly. This, however, led to many talented commoners being suppressed by great clans. Some sinister families even devised methods to strip hearts of the Lord from their original bearers and graft those hearts onto their own descendants. Moreover, humanity's realm was not entirely at peace. As human territory expanded, numerous external enemies emerged. Even on the ancestral homeworld, spies of other races inevitably appeared, to say nothing of Ping'an City, where Zhou Li resided. For a time, alien races launched frenzied assassinations targeting humanity's gifted lords. Every golden, orange, and even purple quality heart of the Lord fell within their sights, and many gifted students were slain. In response, human powerhouses added new regulations to the awakening ceremony. The heart of the Lord would manifest directly within the Lord's mind, making it impossible for others to discern the awakened territory's talent. This rule, combined with the numerous protective formations inscribed around the awakening altar, as well as the presence of large contingents of soldiers, police, teachers, honored guests in the stands, and guardians of the altar, formed a solid defensive line that virtually eliminated alien assassinations. Now each student's territory grade could only be reported by the student themselves, to be recorded by the nation and the school. Later, their reports would be compared against the development of their territories after descending into the chaos to verify accuracy. All of this depended on each student's own understanding and preferences. Some enjoyed the spotlight and might report a territory grade higher than their true level, thereby drawing greater attention and securing more resources. Yet if their subsequent performance failed to meet expectations, they might suffer backlash. Others chose to conceal their true territory grade, reporting only the most ordinary heart of the Lord, then quietly developing in the shadows until they were strong enough to astonish the world in a single stroke. However, some blinded by pride and arrogance misjudged themselves, venturing aggressively through the chaos and stumbling into irresistible dangers, ultimately being gravely injured or even losing their lives. Such cautionary tales were all too common. For this reason, in this era, students devoted themselves to continuous study before the age of 16, learning every aspect of being a lord so they could attain a clearer understanding of their own abilities. Teachers also repeatedly emphasized key lessons to new lords, tirelessly laying a solid foundation for their students. After the awakening, Zhou Li left the square and returned home. In his past life as an IT coder, Zhou Li was a taciturn person, and this life was no different. Thus, he had no truly close friends in class. Even his desk mate was merely an acquaintance. With average grades, Zhou Li was hardly noticed, and there were no mocking remarks directed at him. He quickly, since many students had awakened, those who had completed their awakening could return home on their own to familiarize themselves with the nature of the Lord's heart without waiting on site. Now that he had successfully awakened, he needed to prepare the supplies for the trial. Different qualities of the Lord's heart could carry different supplies, and with Zhou Li's limited resources, he certainly could not afford to waste anything beforehand, only preparing after the awakening. After successfully awakening the Lord's heart, there is generally a 3-day preparation period. At the same time, 3 days later, regardless of whether one is prepared, they will immediately be transported to the Chaos Sea. Of course, if one is prepared, they can also arrive earlier. Initially, he hoped to awaken a better quality Lord's heart that could carry more supplies or even take out a loan from the bank to buy some treasures. Now that he had a white quality Lord's heart, there was no need to prepare. Once everyone had completed their awakening, upon returning to school tomorrow, the homeroom teachers from each class would naturally explain the trial details and distribute starter gift packs. The items in the starter gift pack were already at the carrying limit of a white Lord's heart. Zhou Li then checked the information of the Lord's heart. Lord, territory, arrival. Arrival is both a skill and a portal, allowing random transportation to the chaos. In the early stages, due to weak strength, one can only arrive at broken plains. As the territory grows stronger, one can arrive in the real worlds of the chaos, from small worlds to medium worlds and even large worlds. If there are world coordinates or contact treasures, one can also specify the world to arrive in. However, this requires passing the Lord's assessment. After obtaining the Lord's heart, the assessment must begin within 3 days, also using the arrival skill, transporting one to a dedicated assessment plane for a 30-day chaos trial. If one successfully endures for 30 days, the world will reward the assessor. One can exit at any time during these 30 days, but exiting means failure in assessment, which incurs no punishment but forfeits the opportunity for rewards. This reward is a gift from the world's will to those who succeed. The rewarded items are extremely precious and the most suitable treasures for the Lord. Many lords with average talent have greatly improved thanks to the rewards from the initial assessment, gradually becoming powerful in the future. Zhou Li planned to go to school tomorrow to collect the initial resources for new lords, and then immediately begin the assessment. The territory is the detailed information that unfolds after the Lord's heart is activated. Since he had not yet arrived in the chaos, it could not be unfolded, but basic information could still be viewed. Even without opening it, Zhou Li could guess the basic information of the territory, as every ordinary Lord's heart unfolds the same buildings after activation. However, Zhou Li still resigned himself to opening the territory heart to check the information, hoping for something unusual. Territory, unnamed. Owner Zhou Li. Level 1. Area 1256 square meters. Buildings Lord's Mansion, Level 1 Fence, Level 1 Lord's Altar, Level 1. Residents 0. Troops none. Heroes none. Energy crystals 0. Source crystals 0. Territory characteristics none. Not yet arrived in the Chaos Sea. All ordinary territory attributes are the same, initially forming a circular territory with a radius of 20 meters with the Lord's Mansion at the center and a fence surrounding it. Though called a Lord's Mansion, it was merely a 2m x 2m thatched hut easily blown away by a slight breeze. The fence was just some thin branches simply intertwined with vines easily toppled with a push, serving no practical purpose. The altar is the most important building in the early stage, allowing the recruitment of resident soldiers and even heroes using summoned essence. It is key to defending the territory. Residents, troops, and heroes are all empty, requiring the appropriate resources to recruit after. As for the territory characteristics, they must wait until arriving in the Chaos Sea, then pass the initial test to obtain characteristics based on the results. Currently, it is all blank. Zhou Li wasn't too disappointed. After all, having a white ordinary Lord's heart, a blank slate was normal. Finally, he opened the Lord to check his personal information. Lord Zhou Li. Territory, unnamed. Race, Yinhuang human. Level 1. Physique, 1 standard for normal humans at age 16. Spirit, 2 standard for normal humans at age 16. Items none. Talent, hard work pays off, expand to view. A very ordinary panel with physique merely at the standard of an average person, while spirit attributes were slightly higher likely due to the reincarnation, but still only at 2, which is the standard for ordinary people. The item slot serves as a storage space for the Lord's items. Ordinary Lord's Hearts have only 6 slots, while higher grade Lord's Hearts have larger initial item slots, gaining 2 more slots for each increase in quality. The Gold and Legendary grade has a full 16 slots. Each slot can hold 1 treasure, and treasures placed in the item slot become effective. A few exceptionally talented lords may have accompanying spiritual treasures that directly appear in their item slots upon awakening, like the innate divine treasures in mythical legends. Zhou Li clearly did not have such fortune. The item slot can also store ordinary materials, with each slot having a cubic storage space that can change shape freely as long as the total volume does not exceed 1 cubic meter. Wait, I actually have a talent. Zhou Li was a bit dazed yet pleasantly surprised. Talent refers to the innate ability of the Lord, and in awakening the Lord's heart, only a very few talented individuals might awaken outstanding abilities. Every talent is incredibly powerful. There are no weak talents. Many lords, even after becoming celestial beings, have not awakened their talent abilities. Zhou Li's heart raced violently. Indeed, the heavens would not let him reincarnate into this world only to be an ordinary person. This talent would definitely be his golden finger. Otherwise, with all attributes being mediocre and daily performance also plain, it would be impossible to awaken a talent with such an ordinary White Lord's heart. Filled with excitement, he clicked on his talent. Hard work pays off. Quality unknown, a gift from Mother Earth. May you continue to strive and live well in this foreign world. Characteristic: you reap what you sow. The residents, troops, and heroes in the territory can continually improve their levels through training, defeating enemies, and even breaking their limits. They can learn various skills through self-study and continuously enhance their skill levels. Zhou Li looked at the introduction of his talent and unconsciously shrank his neck. It seems his identity as a reincarnator couldn't be hidden. It was clearly written on the panel. Fortunately, others couldn't see this panel, or celestial beings might immediately descend and drag him into a laboratory for dissection, extracting his soul and memories to study the world of his past life frame by frame. Zhou Li pondered whether there were any unusual aspects in the series of manifestations and actions he displayed during the awakening of the Lord's heart. This awakening ritual is also extremely important, attracting a lot of celestial attention. As far as he knew, the celestial beings in this world were exceedingly powerful. Who knows if a celestial being happens to be watching him and has the ability to see through personal panels, discovering information about his talent. However, considering the tight protection around the altar and the regulations set by the highest echelons of humanity to conceal the information of the Lord's heart, it should not be easily seen through. Fortunately, the personal panel can be hidden. Zhou Li immediately concealed the information about his talent, including the subsequent introduction, ensuring he would never show it to anyone. He still needed to find ways to obtain higher-grade concealment items to thoroughly hide his information. Turning his thoughts to Earth in his previous life, he realized that Mother Earth still loved him. It was truly impressive that she arranged such a powerful talent for him. Now he couldn't afford to be lazy, he must strive to stand up. Given such a great opportunity, if Zhou Li couldn't seize it, he could only be considered a failure. Regarding Zhou Li's talent, it allows his troops and heroes to continuously elevate the levels and experience of the troops in his territory, without any consumption. It seems simple, yet it is remarkably powerful. It is important to note that all heroes and troops require a treasure, known as the Origin Crystal, to level up. The reason it is called the Origin Crystal is that it contains the fundamental power of a world, much like the world Origin used during the awakening of a lord. Although a single Origin Crystal contains an extremely tiny amount of Origin power, it may take trillions of them to extract even a wisp of the world's essence. However, Origin Crystals are still very precious. Whether for the upgrading of the Lord, the territory, and its buildings, or the heroes and troops, it is necessary to consume Origin Crystals. Especially for the upgrading of heroes and troops, as the descent into chaos is fraught with danger, teeming with numerous enemies. Gathering information about the descent site and protecting one's territory requires the safeguarding of troops and heroes. Only sufficiently powerful troops and heroes can protect the safety of the territory. Battle against enemies in chaos acquires sufficient resources and continuously enhance themselves. As long as there is combat, casualties will occur, especially as the territory level increases. The enemies encountered will become increasingly perilous, necessitating a greater diversity, sufficient numbers, and higher-level troops to contend with them. Those high-level lords often command hundreds of thousands to millions of troops. Moreover, the higher the quality and level of the troops, the more Origin Crystals they require. If all these troops were to use Origin Crystals, the number required would be immense. Tens of millions to billions would be far from sufficient. In fact, the rewards from a single descent may not even be enough for all the troops in the territory to level up by one. This is the major problem most lords face. The greatest obstacle to territory upgrades is the level of the territory's troops. If not enough soldiers are recruited, the descent becomes too perilous, making it easy to be crushed by enemies on the battlefield or even to perish during the descent. However, recruiting a large number of soldiers requires leveling them up, otherwise their combat power will be inadequate, making them susceptible to being overwhelmed by enemies, as recruiting soldiers also incurs substantial consumption of origin crystals. Additionally, the upgrading of the territory also necessitates that the soldiers reach certain level requirements. Furthermore, since battles inherently involve casualties, each battle and crisis could lead to significant losses among the Lord's troops, rendering the substantial investment in origin crystals futile. At that point, to ensure combat efficacy, it becomes necessary to recruit new soldiers and train them again, which incurs yet another considerable expenditure of origin crystals. Moreover, the heroes of the territory, though far fewer in number than the soldiers, also require greater amounts of origin crystals for each upgrade, and the consumption is not a trivial sum. If a hero falls in battle, they must also be recruited and trained anew, which requires consuming a significant amount of origin crystals. Unless there exists a building capable of reviving heroes and troops, any casualties will lead to a decrease in strength. Some lords have even faced powerful enemies that resulted in the near total loss of their troops and heroes, but without sufficient origin crystals, they find themselves unable to recover. Additionally, various buildings within the territory, especially defensive towers, number quite a few, and upgrading them also requires consuming a substantial amount of origin crystals. When facing enemy sieges, defensive towers are often the first targets of attack, frequently suffering heavy damage, necessitating reconstruction and upgrades. Thus, origin crystals are perpetually insufficient. Without origin crystals, even the most abundant other treasures cannot elevate the level of the territory. In the early stages before becoming an immortal god, ordinary individuals cannot directly harvest the world's origin. The only way to obtain origin crystals is through descents, defeating enemies, obtaining treasure chests, and during the final settlement at the end of each descent. Moreover, these origin crystals are completely bound to the individual. Others cannot seize them and can only be used by oneself. This ensures the basic interests of every lord. As long as they are willing to strive, there will always be a chance for success. Otherwise, ordinary civilians will have no hope of advancement, merely treated as livestock to be periodically harvested, and all treasures obtained from descents will be seized by those in power. It is precisely for this reason that the great powers of humanity establish various rules to safeguard the basic rights of every lord, preventing powerful families and authorities from oppressing ordinary lords. After all, only with a sufficient number of lords can many experts emerge, maintaining the overall interests of humanity. Returning to the matter of origin crystals. Due to the crucial role of origin crystals, any treasure that can produce them or reduce their consumption has become the most important treasure in the world of lords. Specifically relating to troops and heroes, treasures that can increase troop experience have become the most vital. Moreover, most of these treasures can only partially mitigate the consumption of origin crystals, such as those that provide fixed experience increases per troop level, or those that reduce origin crystal consumption by a certain percentage. Some even have various restrictions, such as limiting beast-type troops, specific cultivation types, or even gender restrictions. Despite these limitations, the quantities of such treasures are exceedingly rare. These treasures are regarded by various lords as strategic-level items, rarely sold outside, typically exchanged only for corresponding treasures that reduce origin crystal consumption. Every appearance of such treasures attracts the covetous eyes of numerous lords, with prices soaring to astronomical heights. Some lords, upon acquiring such a treasure with various restrictions, specifically collect the corresponding troop buildings, altering their previous development paths, illustrating the preciousness of such treasures. Zhou Li's talent directly eclipses those top-tier treasures. After all, it is an immensely powerful talent that allows troops and heroes to level up without consuming any origin crystals. In the future, he can allocate all origin crystals toward upgrading his territory and buildings, accelerating the advancement of his territory's level far beyond that of other lords, rapidly growing stronger. As for the breakthrough of limits mentioned in the talent description, Zhou Li is yet to fully grasp its meaning. Could it mean surpassing the level cap of the territory? It is essential to understand that under normal circumstances, the level cap of the territory's troops cannot exceed that of the territory itself. This is a rule of chaos. Could his talent truly transcend the constraints of these rules? Zhou Li finds it hard to believe. Only once he establishes his territory and cultivates his troops can he truly comprehend the significance of this statement. Moreover, Zhou Li's talent does not stop there. It also provides an exceedingly powerful boost to learning skills. It is well known that skills greatly enhance the combat power of troops, and some powerful skills can even allow troops and heroes to challenge above their level. Even in later stages, the leveling up of troops may require that skill levels meet certain prerequisites. A profound understanding of skills is necessary for advancement. If his troops can learn a multitude of skills, even ordinary troops will have the opportunity to compete with golden quality troops. A new day at Ping'an No. 2 High School. Zhou Li arrived early at his class, senior year, 1 class. At this moment, the homeroom teacher, who was also the martial arts teacher for senior year, 1, was already seated at the podium waiting for the arrival of the new lord. Good morning, teacher. The homeroom teacher nodded slightly and said, please take a seat. I will address everyone once all the students have arrived. Zhou Li nodded in response and then walked to his seat, sitting down. Looking around, most of the students had already arrived. Having just become lords, each one wore an excited expression, either engaging in discussions with others or talking to themselves, with those possessing better lord hearts displaying more confident demeanor. On the other hand, some students with weaker lord hearts expressed sentiments like, my destiny is determined by me, not heaven, while others flatteringly clung to the powerful, and some formed alliances preparing to trade resources and share information. Zhou Li, possessing a white ordinary quality lord heart, was already considered among the lower tier among the crowd. Additionally, as Zhou Li was generally reclusive, no one approached him to greet. After a while, when everyone had arrived, the homeroom teacher stood up. Silence. Instantly, everyone settled down. Since all are here, it's time to collect your rewards. As the homeroom teacher's words fell, he waved his hand, and dozens of beams of light swept across, landing in front of each student. With a poof, the light dissipated, revealing several items inside. One was a model of a residential building, another was a model of an arrow tower, along with 100 energy crystals and 5 ordinary soldier recruitment essences random. Zhou Li cast a glance and then stored all the items in his inventory. The residential building model, once placed, would transform into a residential building for the residents, while the system's residential buildings also carried some special effects. Of course, one could also build houses using materials within the territory, but it wouldn't be recognized by the system, nor could it be upgraded, and it wouldn't have special effects. The arrow tower model could directly generate a basic wooden arrow tower within the territory, consuming energy crystals to produce arrows that would automatically attack enemies. Although its attack power was not high, it was sufficient to ensure the safety of the territory in the early stages. Further development would depend on each territory's progress. As for the energy crystals and recruitment essences, there's no need to elaborate. They are materials for recruiting residents at the Lord's altar, divided into exclusive and random types. For example, the Militia recruitment essence allows for specifying the recruitment of militia units. The random soldier recruitment essence, however, can only recruit randomly, all being of ordinary quality. It might recruit weak militia, or it could summon powerful heavy-armored soldiers, or even soldiers from other races such as skeletons, goblins, gremlins, and other common species. However, it is impossible to recruit strong races like elves, dwarves, or orcs, as their soldiers are of elite quality at the very least. Fortunately, the restrictions only apply to soldier recruitment essences, ensuring that the recruits are all soldiers. If it were a completely random recruitment essence, it might yield ordinary civilians such as beggars, farmers, or cooks who have no combat capability and would require the Lord's protection, making them utterly useless in the early trial. Fortunately, this is the country's reward for new lords, which certainly won't be too harsh. Although these are just basic resources, they can significantly reduce the difficulties faced by new lords in the early stages. After all, some individuals may possess decent talent, but their luck in the beginning might be truly poor, possibly encountering units that counter their strengths. With an arrow tower at the very least, they can ensure safety in the early stages, preventing elimination before their talents have a chance to manifest. As for the residential building, although it is quite ordinary, it is also a very important structure. After all, one cannot allow the recruited units to sleep outdoors, as that would reduce loyalty. Once loyalty drops to 0, the soldiers will defect. Some individuals with truly terrible luck may find themselves unable to obtain blueprints for residential buildings after many days in the trials. Though their soldiers might be strong, the constant decrease in loyalty could ultimately lead to defection, resulting in trial failure. That would be quite unjust. After countless years of bloody lessons, the country carefully selected these 2 buildings, ensuring at the very least that new lords would not face undue misfortune and could progress further. Of course, aside from these 2 buildings, there are other better buildings and treasures. However, those treasures are extremely valuable and would never be given to newcomers, especially since they possess an ordinary quality lord heart and might not even pass the trials. The freely distributed resources are already quite good, and one cannot demand too much. The new lord's trial is extremely unique. Not only are the rewards better and the drop rates higher, but if one can endure for 30 days and complete the trial, they may receive very precious treasures based on their performance during the trial, including rare building types, precious heroes, or even treasures that enhance territory quality, and innate spiritual treasures could also be given as rewards. Every year there are those who rely on the treasures obtained from the new Lord's trial to change their fate and become even stronger. Of course, with such generous rewards in the new Lord's trial, the restrictions are also quite severe. Aside from being a new Lord, those who are reincarnated gods or similar cannot participate. Moreover, new Lords are restricted from utilizing external forces. Each Lord's items brought into the trial are strictly limited. Aside from the self-provided Lord's cabin and fence, a white ordinary quality Lord Heart can only bring in 2 territory buildings. A green quality Lord Heart can bring in 3. Then blue allows for 4, purple for 5, orange for 6, and gold for 7. The restrictions cover a wide range of items, including, but not limited to, heroes, troop types, buildings, and treasures, even including one-time luck enhancements and life blessings, which all count as 1 item. Furthermore, the strength of the items brought in is also limited. For instance, a white Lord Heart can only bring in white quality items, while a green Lord Heart can only bring in the strongest green quality items. Moreover, based on the strength of the items brought in, the difficulty of the new Lord's trial will automatically adjust. The more and stronger treasures brought in, the tougher the challenges faced will be. It is not guaranteed that a white Lord Heart will fail, nor that a gold Lord Heart will definitely succeed in the trial. Of course, while the difficulty will increase, it will definitely not surpass the increase in the power of the items brought in. Therefore, if high-quality Lord Hearts can manage, they will certainly bring in the best treasures, making it easier to pass the trial, and the evaluation afterwards will also be higher. Energy crystals and recruitment essences do not count towards the item limit, but also have carrying restrictions. An ordinary white quality heart can carry up to 100 energy crystals and 5 ordinary recruitment essences. The green quality allows for 20010, and with each increase in quality, the number of energy crystals doubles. This also explains why high-quality Lord Hearts are so sought after, as they can establish a significant advantage from the outset. However, none of this relates to Zhou Li. He is merely the most ordinary white Lord Heart capable of bringing in only 2 white quality items. He cannot afford better buildings and treasures, so he naturally opts for the combination of the state's issued residential building arrow tower essences, which is the most suitable combination for ordinary lords after years of research by the state. As long as luck is not too poor, he can recruit a few soldiers, and with the arrow tower guarding the home soldiers exploring this way, he can sustain himself through battle, continuously rolling the snowball of strength. Even with the most ordinary white quality Lord Heart, good luck can still lead to passing the new Lord's trial, and the evaluation can be quite favorable. As for the future, it will depend on each Lord's own efforts. Of course, there are those who attempt to find loopholes, but the chaotic rules are extremely powerful. If too many items are brought in, one will face even more brutal trials and stronger enemies. In fact, none of those who sought loopholes managed to pass the trial. Some couldn't even survive to exit the trial space. In conclusion, after countless attempts in the initial stages and the loss of many talented descendants from large families, everyone has given up on the idea of finding loopholes. The risks are simply too great, and the rewards remain unseen. After everyone received their rewards, the homeroom teacher spoke up. First of all, congratulations on becoming a lord and officially stepping onto the path of the extraordinary. This was a blessing, and all the students smiled, their faces filled with excitement, eagerly anticipating their future developments. In the era of universal lords, only by becoming a lord could one truly feel the charm of this age. Although during your previous studies you have learned enough knowledge to handle the novice trials, and the teachers have repeatedly emphasized this. However, to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, I must reiterate this one last time before you enter the novice trials. You all come from ordinary families and must wish to seize opportunities in the novice trials to achieve better results, gain greater rewards, leap over the dragon gate, and become powerful. But during the trials you must know your limits and avoid taking unnecessary risks. The novice trials, although thoroughly studied over thousands of years, are not absolutely safe. There are still risks involved, and each year some novice lords meet their demise. Therefore, should you find yourselves in a situation where you cannot hold on any longer, you must return at the first opportunity to ensure your safety. Even if your early performance is lacking, it does not matter. The Sea of Chaos holds all possibilities. Only by staying alive can you have a future. If you die, you will have nothing. The students discussed among themselves, some filled with excitement and fighting spirit, wanting to soar high during the novice trials. Others showed hesitation, preferring to play it safe and not daring to take risks. There were also those who appeared proud and indifferent to the teacher's words. Observing the varied expressions of the crowd, Zhou Li's lips curled into a smile. For someone like him, endowed with the talent of diligent rewards from the heavens, there was naturally nothing to fear as he prepared to achieve the highest evaluation possible. After saying this, the homeroom teacher hesitated for a moment before continuing. If there are any lords with good talents, you might want to take a look at the investment contracts outside the school gate. This is your last chance before the novice trials. If you have any thoughts, come find me. The school will help you vet it and strive to secure the most suitable contract for you. Do not casually sign contracts with others. Although the government is very friendly to ordinary citizens and has established various measures to protect the rights of ordinary lords, high-quality resources have always been extremely scarce, and ordinary lords find it difficult to obtain those rare resources. Only the strong can more easily acquire some rare resources. And even if you have great talent when you are weak in the early stages without extraordinary luck, it is still difficult to obtain sufficient resources and treasures. Without adequate resources and treasures, growth will be much slower, and one might encounter insurmountable dangers upon arrival, leading to immediate disappearance. The country's resources and treasures are naturally the most abundant, but the consumption is also great. For instance, the novice rewards issued once a year are vast resources. The remaining resources are used to cultivate personnel within the government, as well as for the military and police. After all, these are the military and lords who fought hard to obtain them, and they will not be given to novice lords. As for other major families and interstellar enterprises, they also control vast amounts of resources. But if you are not one of their own, why would they simply give you precious resources? Thus, the investment contract came into being. Investment contracts are a means for various powers to recruit. After all, there are numerous civilians, and each year some true geniuses emerge, while not every newcomer within the major powers can become a genius. There are also enemies from other races, resulting in casualties every year, necessitating the infusion of fresh blood from outside. Geniuses also need precious resources to grow faster. They can also exchange for rare resources. You see, many precious resources are not circulated in the market, they are internally digested. For example, treasures that reduce the consumption of source crystals and high-quality heroes, rare troop buildings, and so on. To prevent investors from obtaining resources and then turning against them, investment contracts were established. Contracts are drafted by entities that are above celestial beings and have comprehended the rules of contracts. They possess strong binding power, making it impossible for either party to violate them, or else they will face severe consequences, including, but not limited to, the deprivation of territory, physical death, or soul annihilation. As long as one is willing to sign an investment contract, they can obtain a large amount of initial resources, achieve better performance in the novice trials, acquire precious treasures, and even directly access the path to great power. However, signing a contract also means relinquishing certain rights to your territory to the other party. Regardless of how much profit you gain in the future, you must share a portion with the investor. This is still a relatively formal contract. Some unscrupulous enterprises and families may set traps within the contract to continuously siphon off the profits from the territory of the investor until they completely undermine the lord and monopolize all the benefits. Some powers may even kill the investor directly for profit and swallow the entire territory. Of course, these targets are also geniuses among the commoners, as without sufficient resources such as the golden quality lord's heart, which allows for carrying 7 golden quality items during the novice trials, this is impossible for most commoners to obtain. The novice rewards issued by the government are also meant to provide basic security for those geniuses, ensuring that even without signing contracts, they can stand firm during the novice trials with reliance on initial resources. However, everyone's thoughts are different. Some, self-aware of their exceptional talents, still hope to obtain better resources to achieve better results and evaluations in the novice trials, which cannot be satisfied by the novice rewards issued by the government. They are willing to sacrifice the future of their territory for this. The government cannot force everyone to follow arrangements. It merely restricts these powers from entering the campus, allowing students to act willingly. The school and teachers will also help vet and seek reliable powers so that students do not fall prey to unscrupulous forces. Every year, some lords with inferior quality hearts are blinded by profit, wanting to rely on various means, or thinking themselves exceptionally clever, trying to find lenient contracts that can provide resources without selling out their territory. Unfortunately, these novice lords do not realize that the participating investment powers are far more astute than they are. Formal investment contracts have already outlined various loopholes, ensuring that you cannot gain any advantage. As for those relatively lenient investment contracts, the traps within them are often much larger, employing various insidious means. Their schemes are not for momentary profit, but for your entire territory and the lord themselves. Among them, the lords on the side of evil gods and abyssal beings are the most rampant, as their minds are problematic, making them more reckless and indifferent to the laws of the state. Moreover, they employ very strange tactics, with various methods of pollution emerging endlessly. A novice lord might unwittingly be enchanted or even polluted just by handling the contract. This is also why the school's teachers must monitor. These teachers are high-level professionals with extensive experience, capable of discerning the various traps and hidden powers within contracts, ensuring the safety of the students. Soon, some students made their decisions, leaving the classroom ready to showcase their talents and obtain better resources. Some students scoffed at this and remained unmoved. Naturally, Zhou Li would not sign those investment contracts. If it were in the past, without his golden finger, he might have been tempted, as leaning against a big tree provides shade. Signing with a major power, especially with a more lenient contract, would be far better than toiling alone. But with the golden finger, things are different. Not to mention, the two foundational buildings provided by the state already satisfy the initial development of his territory. Even if he signed contracts to obtain resources, there wouldn't be much, and even rare buildings wouldn't be of great help to him. With his talent, even the most ordinary troops would grow at a reasonable pace. There is absolutely no need to seek out a powerful benefactor. Ignoring the contracts signed by other students, Zhou Li left the school directly. The novice rewards from the country had been received, and he could begin preparations for the rookie trial. After leaving the school, Zhou Li first went to the mall to purchase some food and drinking water. Due to limited funds, he couldn't buy high-quality supplies like nutritious liquids or spirit rice, so he mainly bought long-lasting compressed biscuits and some essential items like salt and sugar sufficient to meet the needs of 100 people for a month. He then packed everything into a single bundle, which was less than 1 cubic meter, and placed it in one of the item slots. In another item slot, he stored 1 cubic meter of drinking water. In the remaining slot, he placed some ordinary clothing, mainly for the soldiers and subjects recruited in the territory to change into. After all, the trial lasted a full month, and they would have to kill monsters. Clothes could easily get dirty or damaged, and they couldn't fight while bare. Additionally, he carried some healing medicine and bandages, as injuries were inevitable in combat. Without medical units in the early stages, he could only rely on ordinary medication for treatment. Food, water, clothing, and medicine were the 4 essentials summarized by the school for the early phase of the trial. Unfortunately, Zhou Li was financially constrained, otherwise he would have liked to purchase more supplies. After returning home, Zhou Li washed up, filled his stomach, then put on a full suit of armor. He secured an alloy war knife at his waist, carried an alloy bow and 50 alloy arrows on his back, and had an alloy spear in hand. These were weapons he had trained with at school, and he was quite adept at using them against the low-level monsters from a few days ago. Of course, these were merely ordinary items, not true equipment or treasures. If they were equipment or treasures, they would be counted as trial items and could not be brought into the rookie trial. In the living room, he opened the Lord panel in his mind and directly clicked on the descent option. Detected the first descent into the chaos. See entering the novice trial. Please confirm the supplies you are carrying. Will you descend? Yes, no, yes. Beginning descent. Zhou Li's vision went dark, and when it returned, he was already in the Chaos Sea. According to what he learned in school, the Chaos Sea is the beginning and end of all worlds and universes. Countless world seeds are nurtured in the Chaos Sea, continuously developing and growing into individual planes, worlds, or even universes. Countless world seeds are nurtured in the Chaos Sea, continuously developing and growing into individual. Thus, the Chaos Sea is buried with billions of worlds. Countless beings within these worlds turn into nothingness by chaos. Yet there still exist some items that have not fully turned into chaos, endless chaotic monsters, and numerous treasures buried within the Chaos Sea. The rules governing all of this are known as the Chaos Laws, which imply that everything is chaotic and anything is possible. It is possible that a high-level lord might encounter monsters surpassing the immortal level during a descent into chaos, resulting in the shattering of the territory and the complete erasure of the lord's existence. Conversely, an ordinary rookie lord might encounter remnants of worlds that have not been completely assimilated by chaos, receiving the last gifts of these worlds and drastically changing their fate, achieving immortality, or even ascending to greater heights. A descend means randomly dropping one's territory into a random location, environment, or even a random time flow within random world fragments, half-planes, planes, mature worlds, or dead worlds. Of course, the Chaos Sea is not absolutely random. There is another rule known as the balance rule. The stronger the territory, the more populous it is, and the greater the gains after descent. The longer the descent lasts, the greater the dangers encountered. Generally, one will not immediately encounter lethal areas upon descending, rather with greater gains and longer time elapsed, the risks will increase. Therefore, sometimes being overly fortunate in the Chaos Sea is not a good thing. One might acquire a miraculous treasure one moment only to attract the attack of an evil god the next, resulting in direct death. These are real-life examples from the school's textbooks. Before possessing sufficient strength, even if there are miraculous opportunities, it is best not to seize them. Or after obtaining some precious treasures, do not be greedy. I'll return immediately, or else you may attract calamity in the next moment. For instance, in the rookie trial, one generally will not descend into lethal areas. Zhou Li awakened from his unconsciousness, standing up as the heart of the Lord had already unfolded, generating a piece of territory. Looking at his Lord's cabin, it was actually a dilapidated thatched hut covering an area of 2m, surrounded by a crude wooden fence, enclosing over 1,200 square meters of barren land. The fence was only half a person high, carelessly constructed with thin branches stuck into the ground and connected with thatch, as if it would collapse with a gust of wind. This is the core of the territory, the Lord's Mansion. Core building, Lord's Mansion. Durability 100,100. Effect: the Lord's Mansion covers a circular area with a radius of 20 meters, dispersing chaos erosion within the range, protecting the beings in the territory from chaos pollution. Description: the core of the territory, key to resisting chaos erosion. If the Lord's Mansion is destroyed, the territory will be ruined, and the Lord will lose their Lord profession. Outside the territory, one could see some trees and bushes from afar. Welcome, newborn Lord, to your first descent into the Chaos Sea. The rookie trial begins. The rookie trial lasts for 30 days, with waves of monsters appearing every day, growing stronger as time goes on. After killing all the monsters, you can receive the rewards left by the chaotic monsters through that day's wave. If not all are killed, the remaining monsters will persist and attack alongside the next day's wave. Within 30 days, even while under monster attack, you can exit at any time, but if you exit midway, the rookie trial will directly fail with no penalties and no rewards. Successfully passing 30 waves of monster tides will result in rewards from chaos based on the intensity of monsters killed, territory level territory buildings, troops, heroes, and performance during the trial. Although Zhou Li had already learned these things in class, hearing them now made him feel excited. The Chaos Sea seeks to turn everything into chaos. Those monsters that have been eroded by chaos but have not fully turned into chaos are part of chaos, yet they are not truly protected by it. If the Lord kills these chaotic monsters, they will turn into chaos, and some of their biological remnants will be transformed into resources by chaos, rewarding the one who killed them, akin to monsters dropping equipment. As for passing the 30-day trial, it means passing the test of chaos. Chaos will grant you rewards to make you stronger, enabling you to kill more monsters and turn more beings into chaos. Therefore, the more monsters killed and the stronger they are, the greater the territory's enhancement will be at the end of the assessment, and better performance during the assessment indicates greater potential, leading to better rewards from chaos. The ancestors of the human race were also puzzled as to why such rules existed. Clearly, chaos intended to return everything to chaos, yet why were there such rules? They even questioned whether chaos had its own consciousness, encouraging worlds to slaughter one another. However, after all these years, no one discovered the truth behind these questions, nor whether chaos truly possessed consciousness. They were merely speculations. Chaos might just be an instinct, perhaps, because they belong to the beings of a complete world being weaker in perception within the Chaos Sea. Or it could be that these chaotic monsters originated from worlds that had already collapsed and were supposed to turn into chaos, yet they still lingered, marked by chaos. Eliminating these monsters could accelerate the assimilation of worlds by the Chaos Sea, hence the rewards. It might also be because beings from normal worlds cannot utilize the power of chaos, posing less of a threat to the Chaos Sea compared to those beings that have been eroded by chaos, yet have not disappeared and can still exploit chaotic power. Moreover, these might be completely unrelated to the Chaos Sea. The rewards could simply be the last remnants left behind when beings are assimilated. Various speculations that no one can prove. Yet all of this is meaningless to the vast Chaos Sea. Humanity is but a drop in the ocean. For humanity, the most important thing now is to enhance their strength, continually growing stronger using the rules of chaos. Only by becoming powerful enough can one truly comprehend the rules of chaos and transcend it, achieving the eternal existence of the human race. Zhou Li took a deep breath, wasting no time. The thoughts that had just flashed through his mind were now irrelevant. What mattered most was to build his territory and prepare for the impending monster tide. He arrived at the Lord's altar, located on the left side of the Lord's manor, ready to recruit soldiers. The Lord's altar was a circular high platform covering an area of 10 square meters, standing 5 meters tall with steps leading up to it, and a large tripod cauldron on top, symbolizing a prayer to the heavens. It could consume spiritual essence to recruit powerful beings from all realms to fight for the Lord. The higher the level of the altar, the faster the recruitment speed. Random recruitment could also increase the probability of obtaining high-quality soldiers and heroes. Lord's altar. Race human. Quality ordinary. Level 1. Function recruitment. Investing spiritual essence allows for the recruitment of subjects with a 50 chance to recruit ordinary subjects, 49. 99 chance to recruit ordinary soldiers, a 1 in 10,000 chance to recruit elite soldiers, and a 1 in a trillion chance to recruit hero units. Heroes none. Looking at the introduction of the Lord's altar, Zhou Li felt speechless. As expected for a building of ordinary quality, the probability of recruiting elite soldiers was indeed very low. As for hero units with a 1 in a trillion chance, it was practically impossible to recruit one, yet it still gave the Lord a glimmer of hope, which was truly frustrating. It would be better to earnestly fight monsters hoping to obtain hero recruitment spiritual essence, as this would at least be much higher than the probability of recruiting heroes using ordinary recruitment essence at the hero altar. Zhou Li did not hesitate and directly stepped onto the high platform, consuming 50 energy crystals and 5 random soldier recruitment essences, opting for a 5 consecutive draw. If he drew one by one each time, he would randomly recruit a unit, and with such high randomness, he might end up with 5 completely different soldiers from different races, even enemies, who might start fighting as soon as they were summoned. Zhou Li had no confidence in his luck and did not want his soldiers to fight each other right after recruitment. Using a consecutive draw was better. With a consecutive draw, all 5 recruitment essences would be drawn together, ensuring they were of the same type. Although the probability of randomly obtaining a powerful unit would be significantly lower, having the same type of soldiers would lead to better synergy. Moreover, as the Lord of the Humans, the probability of recruiting human soldiers would be comparatively higher. The teacher had emphasized this knowledge in school. Having too many races in a territory was not advantageous for management and could impact future development and advancement. Unless one had confidence in their luck or relevant treasures, it was best to develop a mainstream race without diversifying too much. Zhou Li naturally followed the teacher's advice, which was the essence of thousands of years of human development. He did not believe he was some humanoid succubus capable of handling such matters well. It was better to avoid randomness. Consuming 50 energy crystals, 5 random soldier recruitment essences, the draw began. Draw successful. Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining 5 spear soldiers. As a flash of white light passed, a white portal appeared beside the tripod cauldron, and then 5 figures of not so robust stature emerged. They were all around 1.7 meters tall, with ordinary features, dressed in plain leather armor, holding wooden long spears, looking utterly unremarkable. We greet the Lord. The 5 spear soldiers knelt on one knee, saluting Zhou Li. Zhou Li felt somewhat disappointed. His luck was indeed ordinary. The heart of the Lord was ordinary. The place of descent was ordinary, just a desolate land with no creatures or mysterious buildings, and now even the recruited soldiers were plain. However, it was fortunate that he did not recruit weak militia. 5 spear soldiers were sufficient to deal with the first wave of monsters, providing Zhou Li with a slight sense of security. He then had the 5 spear soldiers stand up. Ordinary soldiers had low intelligence and were somewhat rigid, possessing only basic combat instincts and common knowledge, such as combat patrolling and standing by. Any complex operations required the Lord's command. According to what he learned in school, these recruited soldiers were once dead soldiers from history. Under the great power of the Lord, relying on the recruitment essence and the energy from the energy crystals, they were revived and brought into this world. However, the essence used for recruitment contained only remnants of their souls, leading to these low-level soldiers having incomplete souls, which made them seem rather dull. But as the soldiers' levels increased, their souls would gradually become complete, becoming more lively, much like ordinary humans, and some even smarter than the average person. High-quality soldier types would have even higher intelligence. Although they were somewhat dull, these soldiers were already living beings, not puppets, and had a certain degree of perception and moral distinction. If treated poorly, their loyalty could decrease. However, the rate of decrease was relatively slow, and as long as they were not constantly abused, they generally would not. In contrast, those high-quality soldier types, although powerful in combat, had richer emotions. Treating them poorly could easily reduce their loyalty, and some top-tier soldiers were even pampered by their lords like masters. Some soldier types might even be picky. If they were summoned by a territory they disdained, they might rebel immediately. For example, some top-tier mage soldier types would look down on those with low intelligence, while elves might have cleanliness issues, scornful of dirty goblins. Thus, if a rude, filthy goblin summoned a top-tier elven mage, that elven mage would rebel and attack the Lord at the first opportunity. This is why territories should not recruit too many different races. One never knows when 2 completely opposing races might emerge, constantly fighting and affecting the development of the territory. Looking at the 5 spear soldiers crowded at the altar, Zhou Li led them down from the altar and began to check their attributes. Although he had already learned about these ordinary soldier types in school, he couldn't help but take a look now that he had truly recruited soldiers for the first time. Spear soldier. Name Zhang San. Quality ordinary. Race human. Level 1010. Talent none. Skills basic spear technique. Attributes physique 2, spirit 0. 5. Equipment none. Loyalty 60. Basic spear technique. Spear soldiers can proficiently use long spears for attacks, increasing piercing damage by 20. As soldiers, their physique attributes were indeed stronger than the average person, but their spirit was only 0. 5, indicating that the spear soldiers had low intelligence. They had only a basic spear technique skill, providing a slight boost to their attack power. The leather armor and wooden spear they wielded were also merely ordinary items, not considered equipment, with no attribute bonuses. As for the iron armor and broadsword worn by Zhang San, they were just ordinary iron armor and broadswords the same as Zhou Li's, and could not be considered equipment, providing only basic defense and damage. They even lacked the strength of the equipment Zhou Li wore, making them quite shabby. These soldiers could only be used in the early stages of trials. In the later stages of trials, they might not even be able to defeat an elite-level monster. It would then depend on their talent and the speed at which these soldiers could level up. Hopefully the luck in the upcoming trials would not be too poor, allowing him to obtain more recruitment essences to ensure the safety of the territory. It would be best to obtain barracks-type buildings, enabling a large-scale recruitment of soldiers. Although each barracks had a limit on the number of soldier types, by constructing several barracks, a large-scale surge of soldiers could be realized. Other lords might worry about the nurturing of soldier types. After all, even high-quality soldiers, if at low levels, could only serve as cannon fodder. The consumption of primordial crystals for upgrading a large number of soldiers was indeed substantial, and higher-quality soldiers consumed more primordial crystals for level-ups. Thus, in the early stages, especially when new lords had not yet obtained treasures that could reduce the consumption of primordial crystals, they truly could not afford to raise a large number of soldier types. Only in the later stages, when those advanced lords had obtained treasures that reduced consumption, could they afford to produce soldiers in large quantities. However, Zhou Li had no such issues. With his talent, even if he had numerous heroes and soldiers, it would not consume primordial crystals, allowing him to produce soldiers in large quantities. Now, what limited his soldier production was his own luck. If he did not obtain Barak buildings in the subsequent trials, relying solely on the small amount of essences obtained from killing enemies would not guarantee passing the assessment. Subsequently, Zhou Li took out the architectural model of a civilian dwelling and spent 10 energy spirit stones to build a wooden house on the left side of the territory altar, providing accommodation for 5 spearmen. The wooden house occupies an area of 20 square meters and contains 4 wooden beds, allowing 4 people to reside within. As for how the 5 spearmen would manage in a room with only 4 beds, it was because some would be assigned to patrol, allowing for alternating rest. Civilian dwelling. Quality: ordinary. Area: 20 square meters. Level 1. Durability: 1010. Occupancy: 04. Upgrade requirement: 10 origin crystals, 20 energy spirit stones. Function: a resting place for territory residents, accelerating energy recovery speed and life recovery speed by 10. An average civilian dwelling with no special functions. Zhou Li glanced at it and lost interest. He then placed a wooden arrow tower, spending 40 energy spirit stones to position it directly in front of the Lord's Mansion to protect the territory's most important building, the Lord's Mansion. Wooden arrow tower. Quality: ordinary. Building type: defensive tower. Level 1040. Attack range: 50 meters. Fire rate: 1 shot second. Damage: 50 points. Ammunition: ordinary arrows 100,100 each. Energy spirit stone can replenish 100 arrows. Durability: 100,100. Effect: a primary defensive structure capable of aerial defense. Upgrade requirement: 40 origin crystals, 80 energy spirit stones. Both the wooden arrow tower and civilian dwelling are mature buildings and can be used immediately after placement, so the energy spirit stones consumed are relatively low, but upgrading will require the consumption of origin crystals and energy spirit stones. Of course, since they are mature buildings, there are no blueprints, and thus further construction is not possible. If there were blueprints, all buildings constructed by the system would require the consumption of origin crystals, but as long as resources are available later, new buildings can be constructed continuously. As for why the country does not issue blueprints, it is because even the most basic civilian dwelling and wooden arrow tower as permanent blueprints have a very low drop rate. Not every lord can obtain them. More often, they are one-time use building models, resulting in all blueprints being extremely expensive, making it impossible to distribute them to all novice lords. On the other hand, as system buildings, they have special functions. For example, the civilian dwelling accelerates energy and life recovery, while the wooden arrow tower can attack autonomously. Their construction is far from simple. It requires the consumption of origin crystals, and only buildings that consume origin crystals can utilize their special abilities. Buildings constructed using random materials would merely be ordinary structures without any special capabilities. New lords lack origin crystals and cannot build even if they have blueprints. Moreover, the uses of origin crystals are numerous, such as upgrading territory and units, making them insufficient. In the early stages, a mature arrow tower model that can be used immediately without consuming origin crystals is far more economical. Soon the patrolling spearmen discovered the approach of enemies, and Zhou Li immediately rushed over with several others. Before long, he spotted a group of small green creatures approaching the territory from a distance. This group consisted of approximately 100 creatures standing a meter tall, with an ugly appearance resembling goblins, wearing tattered cloth and wielding small wooden sticks. In the chaotic sea of worlds, there are countless similar monsters. Although Zhou Li had never seen them before, judging by their appearance, their combat power should be similar to that of goblins, so he felt no fear. However, they were still unknown monsters, and he had no knowledge of their abilities. Caution led him to command the 5 spearmen to approach first. From behind the fence, Zhou Li ordered the 5 spearmen to attack the rushing goblin-like creatures. The spearmen each pierced the chests of 5 goblins, resulting in their immediate deaths. As the 5 goblins fell, the remaining goblins hesitated, clearly similar in nature to goblins who tend to bully the weak and fear the strong. Seeing the 5 fallen goblins, Zhou Li understood that these goblins were quite weak, merely numerous and significantly weaker than ordinary soldiers, at best comparable to low-quality units. No longer afraid, he led the spearmen over the fence and charged at the goblin horde. He did not want this group of goblins to attack the territory's fence. After all, the fence appeared quite dilapidated and could not withstand the goblins' assault. It was a structure of the territory, and if damaged, resources would be needed for repairs. Zhou Li was quite poor, so every bit saved was vital. Thus he took the lead, swinging his long knife and swiftly severing a goblin's neck. Then with a twist of his wrist, he raised the long knife and aimed at another goblin. His combat lessons in school were not in vain. Using the long knife with impressive skill and wearing iron armor, he clearly was not something these goblins with wooden sticks could damage. Thus, focusing solely on attack, he quickly dispatched several goblins. The 5 spearmen coordinated with each other, following closely behind Zhou Li and continually clearing any goblins that slipped past, thrusting their long spears and using their reach to prevent the goblins from closing in. The challenge of the first day was the simplest. Unless encountering ranged attackers, flying creatures, poisonous ones, or other special monsters, most lords could pass the first day's test. These goblins clearly did not fall into that category. Their combat power was weak and posed no challenge to Zhou Li. Within minutes, he and the spearmen had wiped them all out. Aside from being covered in the goblins' green blood, which was somewhat disgusting, there were no other losses. The 5 spearmen were well protected by Zhou Li, with only 2 sustaining minor injuries from the goblins' counter. After all, the goblins were in large numbers, attacking from all directions, and the spearmen could not defend against all of them. It was only because Zhou Li came over to protect them that they only sustained minor injuries. After the battle, looking at the pile of corpses on the ground, Zhou Li did not feel the discomfort described online, and nausea or vomiting upon seeing corpses was non-existent. Instead, he felt quite calm, only sensing that he was somewhat dirty. End of day 1 attack. Settlement reward. First day attack, 100 level 1 goblins. Defense results, minor injuries. Result rating A. Basic reward, 10 origin crystals, 30 energy spirit stones. Additional reward, 10 origin crystals, 30 energy spirit stones, civilian, dwelling 1, farmland 1. Each day after a successful defense, rewards are settled based on the results. Ratings are classified as D, C, B, A, and S levels. Only with a perfect victory, where the territory's buildings sustain no damage and no units or heroes die, can S-level rewards be obtained. S-level rewards grant 200 of the basic resources, along with special rewards such as treasures, building models, or even blueprints. However, the enemies on the first day were very simple, so treasures like blueprints were out of the question. Rewards typically consist of building models, which are generally better than level ones, and usually include defensive structures. Due to the 2 spearmen sustaining minor injuries and some damage to the fence, Zhou Li did not achieve a no-damage completion and thus only received level rewards, but he did gain 100 additional resources and 2 building models. If buildings are damaged and unit losses do not exceed 10, the rating can only reach level, granting only 50 of the additional resource reward and 1 blueprint. If casualties reach 10-20, the rating can only be level, awarding only 20 of the additional resource reward with no other rewards. If casualties exceed 20, the rating will only be level, granting only the basic rewards with no additional rewards. For an ordinary lord, losing even one of the 5 soldiers on the first day would result in casualties exceeding 20, leading to a basic level rating. After reviewing the rewards given by the system, it was time to clean up the battlefield. Once these monsters corroded by chaos are killed, they will be assimilated by the chaos and turn to nothingness within half an hour. However, after the monster corpses are assimilated, some residual resources will remain at the site, which is essentially the loot from the kills. At this moment, the goblin corpses on the battlefield had not yet disappeared, and specks of white light flickered around the bodies. Looking at the dropped items, Zhou Li was not bothered by the gruesome sight and bent down to pick them up. Acquired Energy Crystal X1. Acquired Energy Crystal X1, Origin Crystal X1. Acquired Random Soldier Recruitment, Soul, X1. Acquired Wooden Stick, X1. Acquired Food X10. A pile of notifications popped up on Zhou Li's panel. Subsequently, a large number of resources appeared in Zhou Li's inventory. Each goblin dropped 12 energy crystals, totaling 113 energy crystals. The drop rate for the origin crystals was quite low, yielding only 5 pieces. Then the wooden sticks from the goblins dropped 8, and Zhou Li took a brief look at their attributes. Wooden stick quality gray inferior. Attributes none. Description: a sturdy wooden stick made from wood can only be said to be slightly better than bare hands, and can also be used for starting a fire. These were all useless trash, temporarily stored in the inventory to be dealt with later. As for the wooden sticks held by the goblins, they were also items corroded by chaos. After a period, they would vanish along with the goblin corpses, and taking them back could potentially pollute the territory, so they were of no use. Then there were 5 random soldier recruitment souls, all of ordinary quality. Fortunately, the drops were not goblin recruitment souls, as he truly disliked these creatures, timid, lewd, filthy, and with low combat power. However, in the early stages, without soldiers, they still represented some combat strength. If he actually received them, he would have to ponder whether to recruit them, but thankfully that was not the case. Next, there were also 100 portions of food, indicating that each goblin dropped 1 portion. These foods were basic items. 1 portion could satisfy the daily needs of an ordinary soldier, offering only basic foods like bread and biscuits, which were not as tasty as the compressed biscuits he carried. For now, he could only store them and wait until a canteen was established to let the chefs process them into more delicious food before use. For now, it was better to eat the supplies he brought. There was nothing else. Zhou Li's luck was quite ordinary with no precious treasures, but he still managed to acquire some souls and origin crystals, which wasn't too bad. After inspecting the resources, Zhou Li immediately returned to the territory and promptly approached the altar to use the random soldier recruitment souls. In the early stages, soldiers were of utmost importance. With enough soldiers, he could protect the territory, undergo trials, and gain rewards, continually growing like a snowball. Zhou Li was not like those second-generation celestial beings who could bring a barracks into the rookie trials and continuously recruit soldiers. For him, recruitment souls were still very important, being the only means of acquiring soldiers in the early phases. Even if the types of soldiers recruited by the random souls were not fixed, potentially affecting the future development of the territory, he could not afford to think about that now. If he failed the assessment, there would be no future. With the consumption of 5 recruitment souls and 50 energy crystals, a white teleportation portal reappeared beside the altar. Consumed 50 energy crystals, random soldier recruitment souls, X5, starting extraction. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining 5 skeleton soldiers. Seeing the notification, Zhou Li let out a sigh of relief and looked at the 5 skeleton soldiers standing on the Lord's altar. Although they were skeleton soldiers with poor combat power, their low intelligence meant they would not cause violent clashes with humans in the early stages. While the spearmen did not particularly like skeleton soldiers, they were not afraid of them, just unwilling to engage with. As for the skeleton soldiers, although they hated all living beings and wanted to kill all life, their low intelligence meant that as long as Zhou Li gave orders, they would not conflict with the spearmen and could coexist peacefully with any race. These skeleton soldiers stood about 1.56 meters tall, resembling thin skeleton frames wrapped in tattered cloth, wielding white bone knives that looked quite shabby. Zhou Li had also seen skeleton soldiers during his school days. Although they looked weaker, they were indeed very weak, as Zhou Li's spearmen could easily take on 5 of them. Skeleton soldier name, to be named quality ordinary. Race, undead skeleton. Level 10, talent none. Skills none. Attributes constitution 1, spirit 0. Equipment none. Loyalty 100. Their constitution is about the same as an ordinary person, but their mental power is weak, possessing only basic combat instincts, making them likely to be easily defeated by normal humans. With no skills or talents, the only commendable feature was their full loyalty. However, the maintenance cost of skeleton soldiers is very low. They require no food or housing and can just lie down anywhere. Moreover, they are tireless and can remain vigilant 24 hours a day, allowing the spearmen more time to train and improve their strength. Additionally, as undead creatures, skeleton soldiers possess night vision. They are the best guards during the night in the early stages. In contrast, ordinary human soldiers like spearmen are essentially blind at night, when their levels are low, unable to detect enemies outside the territory. Only high-quality, high-level troops can see normally at night. With skeleton soldiers, Zhou Li no longer had to worry about enemy attacks at night. Skeleton soldiers also have another role, which is to deal with ethereal enemies. Although they are weak, undead creatures inherently possess death energy. This minor death energy may not be significant against spearmen, only slightly, slowing down wound healing. However, it can deal normal damage to ghosts and similar entities, which spearmen cannot do. Ordinary troops rely solely on physical strength and cannot harm spirits. Only at higher levels can they use energy to attack and inflict damage on ethereal beings. In this regard, the role of skeleton soldiers is quite significant. After all, no one knows what enemies they might encounter during trials, and skeleton soldiers effectively enhance the diversity and offensive capability of the territory's troops. Moreover, the low intelligence of skeleton soldiers makes them fearless. Even if given orders to sacrifice themselves, it poses no issue. In this aspect, living soldiers are far inferior. While humans are acceptable, races like goblins and gremlins are very cowardly and might flee in fear before even engaging a strong enemy. At the very least, skeleton soldiers are very qualified as cannon fodder, far superior to weaker races like goblins and gremlins. The upcoming patrol tasks will all be assigned to the skeleton soldiers. Subsequently, Zhou Li consumed 10 energy crystals to establish a dwelling on the left side of the Lord's altar for the gunmen to reside in. With skeleton soldiers patrolling at night, the gunmen's living arrangements needed to be addressed. There are still 2 dwellings remaining for the gunmen, and Zhou Li himself can also reside in one of them. As for the Lord's mansion, the thatched house appears much more dilapidated than the dwellings, so Zhou Li would prefer to stay in the dwellings. Zhou Li then positioned the skeleton soldiers on the right side of the territory, separated from the gunmen, and arranged for them to patrol. Although the first day's trial has concluded, it does not mean that there are no monsters in the wild. The novice trials also take place in a real broken dimension, and occasionally some monsters corrupted by chaos may wander near the territory and launch attacks, making it not entirely safe. However, the areas where novice trials occur are generally safer. Even the wandering monsters are usually weak creatures like goblins, and strong monsters are unlikely to appear. If truly powerful monsters discover the territory, it can only mean that your luck is exceedingly poor and you are genuinely an unfortunate one. As for the farmland building model, it is not yet ready to be placed. On one hand, food is currently sufficient, and killing monsters can also yield food, so farmland is not an urgent need. On the other hand, the territory currently lacks farmers, making it impossible to cultivate land. Placing it would be a waste, and it is better to conserve some resources. After handling the farm matters, Zhou Li began to check his own changes. First, regarding himself. Lord Zhou Li. Territory, unnamed. Race, Yinhuang human. Level 167,100. Physique 1. 1. Spirit 2. Items, Source Crystal 25, A Energy Crystal 113, Wooden Stick Inferior 8. Talent, Hard Work is rewarded, expand to view. Skills, Basic Swordsmanship, 73100 Basic Gunmanship, 3100 Basic Archery, 2100 Basic Body Refining Technique, 1100 Basic Meditation Technique, 1100. Behind the level, a progress bar appeared with 67, indicating that he had killed 67 goblins. This is the effect of talent. He does not need to consume source crystals, as he can level up solely by killing enemies. He wondered if reaching 100 would allow for an immediate level up, or if he would be stuck, as according to the rules of the chaos, the Lord's level cannot exceed that of the territory. However, he did not dare to experiment with himself. What if he killed more tomorrow and broke through level 2, but the territory remained at level 1, making him an anomaly according to the rules? That would not be good. To upgrade the territory to level 2 requires 100 source crystals and 200 energy crystals, and the source crystals are far from sufficient, making it impossible to level up in the short term. Thus, he must pay attention to the changes in experience tomorrow, ensuring that the territory soldiers kill enemies, while he himself should refrain from doing so. In fact, just a few days ago, the Lord himself needed to kill enemies. As the enemies grew stronger, the Lord participating in battles could easily encounter danger. Moreover, as the territory soldiers increased, the Lord would not need to intervene, allowing the soldiers to handle those monsters. Then there were the skills. He had just felt a little sensation while using the long sword to kill enemies. As he swung the long sword, insights about swordsmanship continuously surged within Zhou Li's mind, making his movements smoother and enabling him to slay goblins more swiftly. Otherwise, with his physique of 1, he wouldn't have been able to kill so many goblins and pass the trial in just a few minutes. Now Zhou Li wielded the large sword with greater fluidity, its edge sharp with a feeling of direct control. Even while training with the large sword, he felt insights continuously rising in his heart. After several minutes of practice, the progress bar for basic swordsmanship increased, slightly reaching 74. Zhou Li felt that the insights gained while killing enemies were the most substantial. Essentially, every goblin he killed would grant him some skill experience. Even during battles, insights would continuously arise faster than merely training. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gained 6 points of insight in just a few minutes of battle. Now, the training time was not shorter than the battle time, but only resulted in a slight increase in experience. Of course, it might also be due to the experience bar growing slower as it progresses, which still requires further experimentation. As for gunmanship and archery, they appeared on the panel after he obtained the talent, but since he hadn't trained much yet, their experience values remained very low. Additionally, there were the basic body refining technique and meditation technique. After learning about his talent, Zhou Li searched online for basic cultivation techniques, including those for body refining and meditation. The basic techniques were free to read online, and he learned them right away, but he had not yet trained, so the experience value was still 0. before becoming a lord to prevent students from accidentally learning these techniques and accumulating energy that could hinder their awakening. These techniques were prohibited from being learned. Only after becoming a lord were the restrictions on learning lifted. For more advanced techniques, reading them would require spending money which Zhou Li could not afford, so he decided against purchasing them. Having basic techniques was sufficient for now, and he would decide what to buy based on the trial results after it concluded. Zhou Li then checked on the situation of several gunmen. Gunmen, namely C. Quality, ordinary. Race, human. Level 1, 810. Talent, none. Skills, basic gunmanship, 10,100. Attributes, physique, 2. Spirit, 1. Equipment, none. Loyalty, 70. The levels of the 5 gunmen also displayed varying degrees of experience bars, with Li Si having the most, indicating that he had killed 8 goblins and only needed to defeat 2 more enemies to level up. Zhou Li felt a bit regretful. During the recent battle, his focus was on the goblins and the insights about swordsmanship that continuously surged within him, and he did not pay much attention to each gunman's panel. Otherwise, if he had been slightly more attentive and let Li Si kill a couple more goblins, he could have verified the situation of breaking through limits. He could only wait for the next wave of enemies to arrive tomorrow to conduct the verification. He then experimented with the experience gained of basic gunmanship. The best performer was also Li Si, whose accuracy and steadiness improved, and in battle, he would seek out weak points on the enemy, learning to feint with his shots instead of just thrusting blindly as he did at first. Zhou Li had Li Si fight against Sun Ba, who had only killed 4 enemies and had just 5 points of experience in basic gunmanship. Sun Ba was no match for Li Si and was defeated in just a minute. This demonstrates that while both have basic gunmanship, the one with higher experience has richer combat experience and stronger combat capability. Zhou Li also wished to teach these soldiers the basic body refining technique, but unfortunately these gunmen are all ordinary troops with relatively low intelligence. After several attempts at teaching, the 5 gunmen just stared blankly at him, showing no reaction, which left Zhou Li somewhat disheartened, and he decided to abandon further instruction. If only these gunmen could practice the techniques. On one hand, it would allow him to observe their training speed, and on the other hand, the trial period lasts for 30 days, which would surely lead to significant improvements for these soldiers. It seems that one can only hope for the emergence of cultivation techniques later on. Such system-certified techniques are the kind that can be learned instantly by soldiers with just a tap, allowing for immediate training. However, these techniques are considered system items referred to as skill books and must be counted among the items carried, which Zhou Li certainly cannot manage. Moreover, each copy of such a technique can only be learned by one soldier, and the price is quite steep. Unless one can acquire a precious library building, placing the techniques within the library would prevent them from being one-time use items, allowing for repeated study. Other similar buildings include martial arts halls, academies, and so forth, while magical units might have structures like mage towers where specialized instructors can teach specific skills, which is one of the main methods for soldiers to learn. Alternatively, there are special treasures or high-ranking units and heroes capable of teaching soldiers skills. There are indeed various methods available. Most high-ranking lords possess similar buildings or treasures. Otherwise, with tens of thousands of soldiers under their command, there wouldn't be enough skill books available for them to learn, and the market wouldn't even have basic skill books for sale. As for loyalty, basically any sentient being has this attribute with an initial loyalty of 60. The higher the loyalty, the greater the compliance with orders. If loyalty is very low, they may disobey commands. For instance, if commanded to go to battle, they might resort to trickery, and when facing a formidable enemy, may even flee outright. When loyalty drops to 0, they will directly betray and may even attack their lord. Especially high-quality units endowed with intelligence will lower their loyalty at the slightest dissatisfaction. Then there are the soldiers of chaotic factions, such as those aligned with evil gods or the abyss, who generally have low loyalty to their lords. They are most inclined to betray their lords, with tales of chaotic lords being backstabbed by their own soldiers or heroes, leading to the collapse of their territories every year. However, those who choose to lead chaotic factions are usually not very sound of mind. One could say it's a mutual descent into madness. Additionally, soldiers from different races can also have an impact. Some more amicable races like humans and elves work well together in combat. Some human soldiers, upon seeing beautiful elven maidens, may find their morale significantly boosted, increasing their loyalty. However, elves prefer clean and tidy territories with a natural ambience. If the lord and the territory do not meet their standards, such as being overly technological with skyscrapers, their loyalty may decrease, leading them to be unwilling to cooperate in the development of the territory. If matters become severe extreme, elves might even destroy machines and tall buildings to plant their preferred trees, severely impacting the territory's development. Similarly, orcs tend to be quite barbaric, valuing strength and strongly disliking the rules of orderly territories. If a group of orcs appears in such a territory, they will create chaos and disrupt the existing rules affecting the territory's development. There are also dwarves who love fine wine and proud-winged folk, each race possessing unique traits. If these traits do not align with the territory, it will also affect its development. In some extremes like the common elves and drow elves, they are outright enemies wishing to bash each other's brains out upon sight and cannot coexist in the same territory. Relatively speaking, humans are more accommodating, as long as other races are aesthetically pleasing according to their standards, they can generally accept them without impacting the development of the territory. If they happen to find a race that aligns perfectly, it can significantly benefit the territory's growth. For example, dwarves are suited for forging territories, gnomes for technological territories, and elves for natural territories. Hence, once a lord decides on the direction of their territory's development, they will recruit troops accordingly rather than randomly. Returning to the issue of loyalty for low-quality soldiers due to their lower intelligence, as long as they are not mistreated and basic respect is maintained, their loyalty generally does not decrease. If they can lead the soldiers to a few victories with minimal casualties, their loyalty will rise steadily. For instance, riflemen are such a case. After one battle, their loyalty increased by 10 points. As long as they endure a few more days of combat without significant losses, they can quickly reach a loyalty level of 100. High-quality soldiers, although they have higher demands, as long as no major mistakes are made and they are not sent to their deaths, their loyalty generally will not decrease. After a few more battles, their loyalty will gradually rise. Moreover, offering rewards that meet their expectations, such as delicious food, a good living environment, or items that enhance their strength, can also rapidly boost loyalty. These high-quality soldiers, although demanding, will quickly grow loyal if satisfied. Zhou Li's talent significantly enhances strength, and high-quality soldiers will undoubtedly be astonished upon arriving in the territory. In this regard, beings with low intelligence are far inferior to those with high intelligence. Low-intelligence soldiers are somewhat oblivious to the improvements in strength, they only care about survival, and do not have much awareness of better living conditions. For example, in the previous battle, aided by talent, the skills of the riflemen improved to some extent and their strength increased, yet the riflemen did not feel much difference, and their loyalty did not significantly increase, far less than the intuitive experiences gained during combat. Here we must mention skeleton soldiers. With even lower intelligence, their demands for life are minimal, they only enjoy killing and feel nothing else. However, precisely because skeleton soldiers possess such low intelligence, their loyalty is always at maximum. Even when sent to their deaths, they will not hesitate. This is a common advantage among low-level undead soldiers. They possess little intelligence, yet their loyalty is always full, allowing them to perform any task. However, this changes at higher levels. High-level undead soldiers gain intelligence and develop their own thoughts, becoming very cunning, and they harbor deep hatred for the living, which significantly reduces their loyalty. Historically, there have been numerous instances of lords raising undead soldiers to high levels only to be backstabbed by these advanced undead soldiers. Thus, unless they are specialized undead lords, regular lords, even when recruiting undead soldiers, generally prefer to recruit low-quality ones and do not train them to high levels, all learned from bloody lessons. With Zhou Li's talent, even without expending resources for training, his level will still continuously rise, which will inevitably lead to conflicts with other units in the territory. However, that time is still early. Zhou Li has ample time to contemplate solutions. If all else fails, these soldiers can still be used as cannon fodder, as they are merely summoned with spirit fragments and are not expensive. If it were a necromancer's barack, Zhou Li would have to think twice, as such buildings are not easy to acquire, and there are no places to purchase them. Now, with just a few scattered soldiers, he feels no remorse. The next day, Zhou Li woke up early in the morning. Last night, the territory was very quiet, and the novice trial was not as inhumane as expected, allowing Zhou Li to have a peaceful night's sleep. After a simple breakfast, Zhou Li arranged for the riflemen to undergo training and practice basic shooting skill. As for the skeleton soldiers, since they lacked basic swordsmanship skills, they needed to first follow Zhou Li to learn the fundamentals and only practice on their own after the basic swordsmanship appeared on their panels. Otherwise, if Zhou Li simply instructed the skeleton soldiers to train in swordsmanship, they wouldn't know how to. However, Zhou Li's talent was indeed impressive. After just over 10 minutes of training, he practiced the basic moves of slashing, hacking, thrusting, and blocking several times, and soon discovered that the basic swordsmanship skill had appeared on the skeleton soldiers' panels, allowing them to practice on their own. Now, Zhou Li somewhat regretted not having taught the skeleton soldiers the skills right after recruiting them yesterday. After all, they didn't need to rest, and a night's time could have significantly improved their proficiency. Zhou Li only thought of this when he woke up to train this morning. His talent indeed mentioned a faster learning speed, which proved useful for learning basic skills. The main issue was that the riflemen who were recruited first could train on their own, while the skeleton soldiers were assigned to patrol, so he hadn't thought of it. The initial period of time was still very useful, Yet it was a waste to let a whole night go by. He realized he needed to be more meticulous and work harder. The soldiers had not trained for long when today's assessment arrived. In the distance, a large group of goblins was seen charging toward the territory shouting. Zhou Li noticed there were even more goblins today, over 200 of them, including several large goblins about 1.5 meters tall. The number of enemies arriving this time was overwhelming and their strength had significantly increased. While the goblins were relatively weak, and even the skeleton soldiers could handle them easily, the large goblins were much stronger with a physique exceeding 1 point. Even riflemen would face dire consequences if surrounded by several large goblins. Therefore today he could not take the initiative to attack. Zhou Li could only defend, relying on the arrow tower backing against the fence launching attacks at the goblins. Fortunately, the riflemen's shooting skills had improved, and even the skeleton soldiers had learned basic swordsmanship, making them much stronger than the goblins. Defending behind the fence, the situation was manageable. Several troublesome large goblins were cleared out using the wooden arrow tower for targeted attacks. Although there were many other goblins, the riflemen and skeleton soldiers clustered together, each defending one direction, while Zhou Li supported as needed, and the wooden arrow tower could fill in the gaps, so everything was still under control. To allow the riflemen and skeleton soldiers to accumulate experience, the wooden arrow tower was not fully activated. It only attacked when goblins attempted to bypass the soldiers and the fence to attack the buildings within the territory, while the rest relied on the riflemen and skeleton soldiers to engage. The soldiers only sustained minor injuries and the fence had suffered some damage. After a dozen minutes of battle, they easily passed the assessment. Second day attack concluded. Reward settlement. Second day attack, enemies 190 level 1 goblins, 10 level 1 large goblins. Defense result, minor damage. Result rating A. Basic reward 30 origin crystals, 100 energy crystals. Additional reward 30 origin crystals, 100 energy crystals, 1 wooden arrow tower. However, this was not the main point. The important thing was to check the effects of the talent. During the battle, Zhou Li was careful to control his attacks, primarily injuring the goblins and allowing other soldiers to finish them off, especially Li Si, who quickly reached 10 kills. Then the system notification sounded. Attention, soldier Li Si's experience points are full. Since the territory's level has not yet increased, the soldier's level cannot exceed the territory's level. Continuing to kill enemies will not yield experience. Heaven's reward for diligence talent activated. This soldier begins to break through his limits. Please pay attention. At that moment, while in battle, Zhou Li had to keep a close watch on the status of every soldier to ensure they would not be overwhelmed and perish, leaving him no time to check system messages. Now that he had some free time, Zhou Li immediately checked. Rifleman. Namely C. Quality normal, 2510. Race human. Level 1, 1010. Talent none. Skills basic shooting 42,100. Attributes physique 2, spirit 1. Equipment none. Loyalty 80. Loyalty increased and shooting experience also improved significantly. The level remained level 1, but the experience was full, waiting for the territory level to rise before upgrading. The most significant change was that a progress bar appeared after the quality normal. Upon seeing this progress bar, Zhou Li immediately understood its purpose. When a soldier's level reached the territory's limit, the excess experience would be stored to help the soldier break through their limits, which meant improving the soldier's quality. Knowing this, Zhou Li was extremely excited, as it meant that even the most ordinary soldier could be trained by him into a top-tier soldier like a golden legend. Furthermore, gaining experience was not limited to killing enemies. Daily training could also continuously increase experience. So as long as the soldiers lived long enough, they could all become top-tier soldiers. Previously, Zhou Li had somewhat viewed soldiers as cannon fodder, but now during the novice trial period, he focused on protecting the soldiers' lives in order to boost ratings. It seemed he needed to pay more attention to the lives of the soldiers in the future, especially the veterans who required more careful protection. With this thought, Zhou Li glanced worriedly at the nearby skeleton soldiers. After all, undead soldiers tended to have low loyalty to the living once they reached higher levels. However, that was not something to worry about at the moment. The most important task now was to enhance combat power through this novice trial. Among the 200 goblins and large goblins, apart from a few shot down by the wooden arrow tower, the rest were all killed by the soldiers present, with the riflemen achieving more kills due to their greater strength. The 5 riflemen killed 26, 24, 23, 23, and 21 enemies respectively. Adding the previous kills, each not only reached full experience, but also met the requirements for quality improvement. As for why Li Si's experience bar showed 35, level 10 quality 25, it was due to Zhou Li's talent. A day had passed, and these soldiers' experience had automatically increased a bit. Zhou Li did not hesitate. He called the 5 riflemen over, and without further ado directly clicked the plus sign on their panels. Then, surrounded by white light, the riflemen began to grow taller and broader, their bodies becoming more robust. Prompt Rifleman Normal 5 evolved into Elite Rifleman Elite 5. As the white light faded, the riflemen had completed their evolution, reaching a height of about 1.8 meters, their builds even more muscular, and any injuries they had sustained healed. Their leather armor transformed into iron armor, and the wooden long spears in their hands became iron long spears reaching 2 meters in length, glinting in the sunlight. The riflemen first examined their own changes, feeling the long spears in their hands and the armor on their bodies. Then, upon seeing Zhou Li in front of them, they stammered, "Thank you, Lord. Lord." Upon hearing the words of the riflemen, Zhou Li also looked at the 5 riflemen with surprise. Indeed, the higher the quality of the troops, the greater their intelligence, and now they had become capable of speech. Then Zhou Li conducted a careful test. Although the elite gunmen can now speak, their intelligence is still somewhat low, equivalent to that of a 5 or 6-year-old child with limited vocabulary, and their speech is still somewhat stuttered, making it difficult to describe complex matters clearly. However, Zhou Li was already very pleased. He believed that as their quality continued to improve, these soldiers' intelligence would gradually enhance, eventually transforming them into normal humans. Moreover, he believed this transformation would happen quickly, as there were plenty of monsters in the novice trial, and as long as they kept fighting, improvement was guaranteed. Zhou Li then checked the attributes of the elite gunmen. Elite gunmen, namely C. Quality Elite, 5100. Race Human. Level 1 2020. Talent none. Skills Proficient Marksmanship, 421,000. Formation. Attributes Physique, 5. Spirit 2. Equipment none. Loyalty 100. With the evolution of the gunmen, their attributes greatly improved, now reaching 5 times that of a normal human, alleviating worries for the first few days of the trial. Additionally, a new skill was acquired. Formation. Multiple gunmen can form a simple military formation, increasing impact resistance by 10 and boosting attack power and speed by 5. While the increase might seem modest, that's how basic formations work. The improvement may be small, but every soldier benefits, leading to significant overall enhancement as the number of soldiers grows. Furthermore, once heroes are available, they can form formal military formations under the hero's command, which not only amplifies attributes, but also works harmoniously with skills for greater synergy. As for loyalty, due to the impact of evolution, the loyalty of the 5 soldiers was maximized, making them Zhou Li's staunch devotees. Even if commanded to sacrifice themselves, they would do so without hesitation. Next was the enhancement of quality. The experience required for leveling up had also increased. Fortunately, the experience for quality and level was interchangeable. When the level was insufficient, experience could be directly transferred from quality. Additionally, promoting from elite to rare required 100 experience points, a 10-fold increase. Fortunately, through the panel, he learned that if higher quality or level enemies were defeated, one could yield experience equivalent to multiple foes, depending on the current quality and level of the soldiers. The higher the level and quality of the enemy compared to Zhou Li's soldiers, the greater the experience gained. A level 1 common soldier defeating a high-level, high-quality enemy could directly elevate its quality to legendary. This would allow soldiers to significantly reduce their kill counts. Otherwise, if every enemy only yielded 1 experience point, the number of kills would be excessive. Conversely, if the monsters defeated had lower levels and quality, the experience gained would decrease, but they would still earn a minimum of 1 experience point as a safeguard. This also enabled high-quality soldiers to seek out powerful enemies for a rapid accumulation of experience, while still utilizing weaker monsters to farm experience in the absence of formidable foes. In summary, this allows for continuous growth and strengthening. Efforts yield rewards. Additionally, Zhou Li noticed that during evolution, the injuries on the soldiers healed. Perhaps he could exploit this in battle, enhancing quality while the soldiers were severely injured, thus restoring their health and saving on treatment. However, upon reflection, he decided against it. Mainly in intense battles, it would be challenging to accurately track each soldier's kill count and physical condition, and since quality evolution also required time, being attacked during this process could lead to failure. As for waiting to accumulate experience before evolving post-injury in battle, that was merely courting trouble. It would be more efficient to evolve directly before engaging, as evolution would enhance strength and enable quicker enemy kills, yielding higher evaluations and potentially avoiding injuries altogether. Thus, evolution as treatment was entirely unnecessary. However, later on, if some soldiers were already injured and the battlefield was secure, this tactic could be useful. Weaken the enemies, then farm experience for the injured soldiers, allowing them to evolve and recover simultaneously. Regarding weapons and armor, Zhou Li also planned to test whether removing the soldiers' weapons and armor would provide new ones during evolution. If so, this bug could be exploited to collect many weapons for the territory. The early wooden spears and shabby sabers weren't necessary, but as the soldiers' levels and quality improved, the weapons would become more valuable and could be strategically managed. His talent was indeed formidable. After a bout of daydreaming, Zhou Li shook his head. Now was not the time for such thoughts. He needed to focus on the task at hand. Thus, Zhou Li instructed the 5 elite gunmen to collect the dropped items while checking the attributes of the skeleton soldiers. The kill counts of the 5 skeleton soldiers were similar. Each had accumulated 10 basic kills, filling their upgrade experience, but they fell short in quality experience, having only gained 4 or 5 points each, and would have to wait until tomorrow to kill more enemies for evolution. Currently in the novice trial, the levels of arriving monsters were generally consistent with that of the territory, occasionally featuring a small number of monsters 1 level higher. However, if the territory's level did not increase, higher-level monsters would gradually appear, though the maximum would not exceed 5 levels. The territory is currently only level 1. And since it is the first 3 days for newcomers, the monsters refreshing every day are all level 1, though their numbers are increasing. This is a perfect opportunity to elevate the soldiers' quality and subsequently raise the territory's level to challenge higher-level monsters. However, a balance must be maintained. After all, lower-level monsters yield poorer rewards and drops, with level 1 monsters typically dropping only 1 source crystal after defeating 10. The rewards from the settlement are also basic building models, making rare rewards hard to come by. If the challenge levels remain low for the entire 30 days, the final rewards will be minimal, leading to a poor final score. Thus, Zhou Li did not plan to overly suppress the levels. If first he would check the dropped items. If they were good, he would level up early. If the drops were poor, he would wait to upgrade the soldiers' quality before increasing the territory's level. While the soldiers were busy collecting rewards, Zhou Li also utilized the rewards from the system settlement. The 2 items from this reward were quite good. Well is considered a basic reward, but it holds significant importance for the territory, as ordinary beings, apart from special soldiers like the undead, need to drink water daily. Although Zhou Li brought some drinking water, it was limited and needed to be conserved. After 2 days of battles against enemies, his clothes and armor were stained with blood, crusted over, and emitted a foul odor. While Zhou Li had many clothes, the assessment lasts 30 days, and without a solution to the water issue, he couldn't afford to soil all his garments in the early stages. He immediately consumed 50 energy crystals to construct the well. Now, with the well, water access was ensured. Not only was drinking water available, but arrangements for daily washing could also be made, eliminating the need to be overly frugal. As for the wooden arrow tower, Zhou Li built it on the opposite side of the Lord's mansion, corresponding with the original one, to enhance the safety of the Lord's mansion. The wooden arrow tower has an attack range of 50 meters, far exceeding the current territory boundary, allowing for unrestricted construction. In the future, as the territory expands, the positions of buildings can be relocated. Once the trial concludes, he could consult specialized defense experts to plan the placement of the defense towers for optimal protection of the entire territory. For now, it can be done freely. The issues regarding the territory's buildings have been resolved, and the spearmen have gathered all the loot. Zhou Li checked and found that this wave yielded a total of 17 source crystals, 252 energy crystals, along with 240 units of food and some gray-quality wooden sticks. Most importantly, he obtained 20 recruitment essences, with the ordinary goblins dropping only 10, while the big goblins dropped 1 recruitment essence each. However, among them, only 3 belonged to soldiers, while the other 7 were common random recruitment essences. Without much hesitation, Zhou Li took the recruitment essences and walked up to the altar. This time, with a larger quantity of essences, he prepared to conduct 3 draws to increase the diversity of his soldiers without overdoing it. Thus, he used 5 soldier recruitment essences for 1 draw, 8 soldier recruitment essences for another, and the remaining 7 were combined with random recruitment essences. Soon the recruitment was completed. The first batch of soldiers consisted of 5 spearmen. The second batch yielded 8 skeleton soldiers. After the 2 rounds of soldier recruitment, Zhou Li was somewhat stunned, unsure whether to consider himself lucky or unlucky. On one hand, it was fortunate that no strange races were recruited. The soldiers were the same as before, only 2 races, alleviating concerns over conflicts among the territory's soldiers. On the other hand, he wished to recruit more diverse soldiers, preferably ranged units, as the territory currently had a uniformity of melee fighters, making the army too simplistic. If enemies encountered ranged opponents later, it would be easy to be kite, and since ranged encounters could be anticipated, lacking corresponding units would be quite troublesome. However, now that the recruitment was done, he could only wait and see what tomorrow would bring. He then assigned the soldiers. The spearmen practiced their marksmanship alongside the elite spearmen. The skeleton soldiers trained with the original skeletons, and he would teach them basic sword techniques when he had the time. As for letting the original skeletons teach them, they themselves were not very proficient, having low intelligence, and could not adequately teach the newcomers basic sword techniques. Without complete mastery of practical skills, the system would not recognize them, thus preventing the formation of skills. Therefore, before high-intelligence soldiers appeared to take over teaching, Zhou Li as the Lord would have to personally. Then Zhou Li used the random essences for recruitment. Consuming 70 energy crystals, he randomly recruited 7 essences and began the draw. Draw successful. Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining 7 refugees. 7 ragged refugees emerged from the portal, and upon seeing Zhou Li they quickly knelt down and bowed to him. Hail, my Lord. As these refugees were recruited, information about the Lord had already been transmitted to them. Unlike soldiers, they were commoners, and the Lord was equivalent to the emperor managing their country. With the emperor standing before them, even though their intelligence was low, they felt deep respect and trepidation. Zhou Li helped a middle-aged man who was bowing before him to his feet and said to everyone, "Get up, my territory has no strict rules. There is no need for bowing and greeting. A simple salute will suffice." Zhou Li had no thoughts of looking down on others, so he did not like to see people kneeling before him though enemies were. He then examined the attributes of these 7 individuals. There were 5 men and 2 women, all in their 30s to 40s, with 3 of them being ordinary quality and 4 of them being inferior quality, which could be considered quite poor. The 3 ordinary quality individuals included 2 men named Zhang Shun and Zhang Wan, and the woman was called Zhuang Ernie. Their names were all quite ordinary. Due to long-term malnutrition, these residents were in poor health. The basic physical attributes of the 3 ordinary quality residents ranged from 0.7 to 0.8, with mental attributes around 0.5. However, they all possessed one skill. The 2 men had the basic farming skill, while Zhuang Ernie had basic culinary skills. As for the inferior quality individuals, their attributes were even worse, with physical attributes only around 0.5 and mental attributes around 0.4, lacking any skills, but having a condition of weak body. Zhou Li comforted himself considering that these were merely essences dropped by ordinary goblins, so it was normal for them to be subpar. After all, 3 of them were ordinary quality and could farm. With the continuous increase in residents, their growth rate far exceeded Zhou Li's expectations. By the next day, there were already 17 individuals needing food, not counting the 13 skeleton soldiers who did not require sustenance. The number of residents and soldiers would only increase, soon surpassing 100 people. He had only brought food for 100 individuals for a month, and even with daily drops, it was still far from sufficient for the territory's needs. Thus, he needed to start preparing for farming. Coincidentally, he had obtained a farmland blueprint yesterday which he could build and then assign them to cultivate. Although the system's farmland was not large, measuring just 10 by 10 or 100 square units, its effects were excellent, reducing the maturation time by 10 and increasing the yield by 10. Of course, farmland could also be developed within the territory, but it would not have these special effects. Furthermore, the area where the territory landed was wasteland devoid of any fertility, making farming quite challenging. With her culinary skills, Zhuang Ernie could assist in cooking. Although currently only a novice, her talent would allow her culinary skills to improve over time. Becoming a great chef was not a dream. As for the other 4 refugees, Zhou Li would not let them be idle. They were mainly to assist the other 3 residents and handle cleaning and other tasks within their capabilities. Zhou Li didn't pay much attention to these residents and appointed Zhang Shun the first person he helped up to manage them. He was a common-level farmer with a slightly higher intelligence, making it manageable to oversee the 7 residents. Seeing they looked hungry, he took out some food and asked the cook to prepare a meal. He also brought out some clothes for the residents to change into, while the original tattered garments were kept by the residents as they were used to saving and couldn't bear to throw them away. They could at least serve as rags. Next was accommodation. Currently, the territory's housing was insufficient. The 2 houses were reserved for the spearmen to rest, while the remaining spearmen and residents could only sleep in the tents Zhou Li had brought. However, for the residents who had always struggled with hunger, this was a life they had never dared to imagine, and they all bowed and thanked Zhou Li. They then began to busily carry out their tasks, fetching water, collecting firewood, and some were setting up tents. Once Zhou Li set up the farmland and handed them the seeds, they began digging holes, planting, and watering. The seeds were purchased by Zhou Li in the main world, thinking that in the future, if food was insufficient, he could also plant some crops. In addition to staple crops like rice and wheat, he also brought seeds for cabbage, beans, and peppers. Because food was currently sufficient and the farmland area was small, he chose to plant vegetable seeds to give the residents a change of taste. These vegetable seeds had been cultivated in the main world and had a short maturation period, requiring only 7 days to be ready for harvest. Moreover, with the farmland's bonuses, the maturation time would be even quicker. Previously, the soldiers could not farm, and he needed to enhance their combat ability through training, so he couldn't afford to be busy with these trivial matters. Now that he had recruited some residents, it was a good opportunity to give them tasks which would also improve his own food. The Rookie Trial Day 3. It is also the last day of the novice protection period. According to national statistics, the first 3 days of the rookie trial feature the weakest monsters, allowing the Lord time to develop and explore. Starting tomorrow, regardless of whether the territory's level has increased, the intensity of the rookie trial will gradually begin to rise, with monsters appearing that are above the territory's level. However, if upgrades are not made, the appearance of higher-level monsters will be slightly reduced. Yet with a lower territory level, the strength of the troops is also weak, making it even harder to deal with high-level monsters. Thus, the specific pace is up to the Lord. Today's monster attacks came relatively late. Zhou Li led the soldiers in training all morning without encountering any monster assaults. It was not until evening that the monster attack finally arrived. This time it was still goblins, but in even greater numbers, with a total of 400 goblins and 100 big goblins. Their weaponry had also changed from wooden sticks to iron weapons, and a few elite ones were even clad in leather armor. Although the number of goblins was large, their strength was quite limited. With the defense of elite spearmen, there was no need to rely on fences for defense like yesterday. Zhou Li instructed the other residents to take shelter in the houses to prevent injuries. Then he began to arrange the troops outside the fence. 5 elite spearmen were the absolute main force, positioned at the center front, facing the goblin attacks directly, while the newly recruited spearmen were in the second row, filling in any gaps and attacking any goblins that made it through. The 5 skeleton soldiers recruited on the first day were stronger and held their position on the flanks. The other skeleton soldiers followed closely behind to defend the sides. As for Zhou Li, he positioned himself in the back, ready to provide support at any moment. The goblins, with their low intelligence, charged directly at the sight of living beings, not even considering flanking maneuvers, and crashed into Zhou Li's defensive line, sustaining severe injuries. In front of the spearmen's long spear formation, the elite spearmen were formidable, and the assembled spear phalanx was incredibly efficient. Goblins were skewered before they even got close. Even the big goblins fell to a single thrust of the iron spear, lacking any ability to resist. The skeleton soldiers on the sides continued their relentless attacks, quickly filling their experience quotas. Zhou Li did not attack this time. He only used his spear to rescue soldiers in danger. The long spear's range meant he didn't have to run around. Extending the spear was enough to block goblin attacks. Thus, he kept a close watch on the soldiers' conditions. When he saw that the skeleton soldiers' experience was full, he moved them to a safe place in the back under the protection of the arrow tower to begin their evolution. After the evolution was complete, they returned to the battlefield, while another skeleton soldier left the battlefield to evolve. Soon, all 5 skeleton soldiers had evolved into skeleton warriors. Skeleton warrior. Name to be named. Quality elite, 0-100. Race, undead, level 1-10-20. Talent none. Skill basic swordsmanship, 35,100. Attributes constitution, 3, spirit 0. Equipped none. Loyalty 100. The evolved skeleton warriors were even more robust, their white bones reflecting light in the sun, rippling with movement. The skeleton soldiers' bone swords were replaced with iron greatswords, and their upper bodies were clad in leather armor with helmets to protect their most vital soul fires. The evolved skeleton soldiers quickly wreaked greater havoc on the battlefield, taking down 1 goblin with each swing, even pushing the front line back to where the elite spearmen were forming a crescent shape. However, under Zhou Li's command, they soon returned to their original formation, with the skeleton warriors withdrawing to defend, while the ordinary skeleton soldiers moved to the front. Only when the skeleton soldiers could no longer hold their ground would the skeleton warriors counterattack, pushing back the enemy before retreating again. Zhou Li was intentionally allowing the evolved soldiers to accumulate experience, enabling them to kill more goblins and evolve sooner. He also wanted the elite spearmen to gain more experience to evolve into rare quality troops. After all, there were only 500 goblins, and it was impossible for both the elite spearmen and skeleton warriors to evolve together. Compared to the skeleton soldiers, who would later resent the living and be more prone to rebellion, Zhou Li naturally prioritized evolving the human troops. Soon the 5 spearmen recruited the day before also met the requirement of 20 kills, and Zhou Li moved them back to a safe place one by one, evolving them into elite spearmen before returning to the battlefield. However, they remained in the second row, only getting a chance to attack the goblins that slipped past the first wave. Before long, the 8 skeleton soldiers recruited later had also filled their experience, and following the same process, they returned to the back to evolve into skeleton warriors. Once all soldiers had evolved into elite troops, Zhou Li was no longer satisfied with merely defending. He directly commanded the 5 elite spearmen he had recruited first to launch a counterattack. They surged forward against the oncoming horde of goblins, continuously harvesting experience. The other soldiers remained in the back, only stepping in to assist when these 5 spearmen were in danger. Thus the battle raged for a full hour, and all 600 goblins and big goblins were eliminated. End of the 3rd day's attack. Reward summary. 3rd day's attack on the enemy: 400 level 1 goblins, 100 level 1 big goblins. Defense result minimal damage. Result rating S. Base reward 150 source crystals, 500 energy crystals. Additional rewards 300 source crystals, 1000 energy crystals, 5 residential buildings, 2 wooden arrow towers, 1 refugee camp, 1 random hero recruitment essence. This defense surprisingly received an S rating, which greatly delighted Zhou Li. A brief reflection made him realize that the enemy was considerable this time, making the territory's losses trivial in comparison. Due to his adept command aside from minor injuries, to the 5 elite spearmen all other soldiers had fully recovered post-evolution. The main offensive was carried out by those 5 elite spearmen, while the others hardly engaged and thus sustained no injuries. Moreover, the battle took place outside the fence, so the territory's buildings were not damaged. Even the arrow towers hardly fired, which contributed to the high rating resulting in the S evaluation. The S rating was indeed quite high, providing not only the basic source crystals and energy crystals, but also 4 additional rewards, each significantly better than those of an A rating. The residential buildings alone were 5 models plus the original 2, totaling 7, sufficient to meet the housing needs of the current residents and soldiers in the territory. There were also 2 wooden arrow towers, bringing the total to 4, allowing for 1 to be built in each of the 4 directions, enhancing the territory's security. Additionally, there was a refugee camp, which serves to recruit refugees and is also one of the important sources of residents within the territory. Zhou Li wasted no time and constructed all 3 types of buildings. Costing 230 spirit stones, all buildings have been completed. Zhou Li built 5 houses around the Lord's Manor positioned centrally, so that in case of an invasion the monsters would attack the houses first, giving the manor a bit more time. The wooden arrow towers were constructed on both sides of the Lord's Manor, near the edge of the territory, allowing them to attack distant enemies. The refugee camp was placed behind the Lord's Manor, close to the core area. After all, it is an important building, and it must be closer to the core for increased safety. Refugee camp. Quality, ordinary. Level 10-100. Durability, 100,100. Function, recruit refugees. 1 source crystal, 10 spirit stones, each with a maximum recruitment of 10 per day. Description: by investing resources you can recruit citizens. Countless beings from all realms homeless and awaiting your rescue may hold surprises. The refugee camp plays a significant role recruiting beings struggling for survival in worlds being eroded by chaos. It encompasses various races, although most are ordinary or even inferior in quality. Occasionally high-quality beings will appear. If nurtured properly, some may prove to be as formidable as top-tier troops. Fortunate lords have even recruited top heroes from refugee camps, rising to power and achieving immortality. For others, refugees may seem useless early on as they require resources for training, while the most crucial aspect of novice trials is constant combat. Having resources to train more soldiers is beneficial. However, for Zhou Li it was much simpler. Thanks to his talents, providing some food daily was sufficient, allowing them to grow on their own, making earlier recruitment even better. Without hesitation, Zhou Li immediately spent 10 source crystals and 100 spirit stones to recruit 10 citizens. There were no surprises this time, as none of the recruits were elite. There were 2 ordinary and 8 inferior quality citizens, but among the 2 ordinary ones there was a pleasant surprise. One was a farmer and the other a carpenter. The carpenter, named Lu Air, possesses a basic woodworking skill, making him a suitable addition to the territory. Although he lacks special bonuses, he can at least improve the living conditions for the citizens. With the growing number of beings in the territory, even with the addition of 5 new houses, it was insufficient to accommodate all the citizens and soldiers, especially since new soldiers and citizens were to be recruited soon. Thus, Zhou Li promptly assigned Zhang Shan to lead Lu Air and the others to familiarize themselves with the territory, while Zhuang Air and I began to cook. After the newly recruited citizens were fed, they would start chopping trees to build houses. Meanwhile, the gunmen had already collected all the dropped items. Among them were 925 spirit stones, 95 source crystals, and some miscellaneous items such as wooden sticks, inferior iron tools, and 600 units of food. Additionally, the big goblin had dropped 4 pieces of leather armor, unfortunately of inferior quality, with almost 0 defense. They were sized for the big goblin, making them unusable by the territory's soldiers, so they had to be set aside for now. Most importantly, there were quite a few recruitment essence shards, this time totaling 60, but 30 of them were targeted recruitment essence shards for goblins and big goblins, allowing only the recruitment of goblins. With his talents, Zhou Li had higher standards for soldiers. Although the territory soldiers were few, he looked down on the essence shards for goblin and big goblin troops, not wanting them to disrupt the order of the territory. Thus he decided to forego them. Only in dire situations would Zhou Li consider using essence shards to recruit a batch of goblins as cannon fodder. For now he would save them. Fortunately, the other 30 essence shards were not for goblins. Among them were 12 random soldier recruitment essence shards and 18 random recruitment essence shards. Zhou Li immediately approached the Lord's altar using all these random recruitment essence shards. The soldier recruitment essence shards were used in 3 batches. The first batch resulted in 5 human shield bearers. Shield bearer. Name Lu Air. Quality ordinary. Race human. Level 1010. Talent none. Skill basic swordsmanship 1100. Attributes constitution 2, spirit 0. 5. Equipment none. Loyalty 60. The attributes of shield bearers are generally similar to those of gunmen, but their skill is changed to basic swordsmanship. He holds a wooden shield large enough to cover half his body and wields an iron broadsword. Shield bearers are better at defense, and they can form teams with gunmen, with shield bearers defending in the front and gunmen providing support from the back, at least capable of blocking common arrows and other ranged attacks. The second batch of soldier recruitment yielded 5 skeleton soldiers, bringing their numbers back up to 5. The third batch resulted in 2 hawks, surprising Zhou Li. Hawk. Name to be named. Quality ordinary. Race beast eagle. Level 1010. Talent none. Skill eagle eye 1100. Attributes constitution 1. 5 spirit 0. Equipment none. Loyalty 60. Eagle eye. The hawk's eyes are exceptionally sharp, allowing it to spot targets at greater distances. The hawk is quite large with a wingspan exceeding 2 meters and a height of 90 centimeters. Its talons are extremely sharp, capable of lifting an ordinary goblin into the air and dropping it to its death. Although its attributes are relatively low and its skills are merely supportive, they are flying troops and quite useful in the early stages. At least when facing flying monsters they can engage and buy time for the territory's arrow towers. As for the other 18 random recruitment essence shards, they resulted in 6 ordinary quality citizens and 12 inferior citizens. Among the 6 ordinary citizens there appeared an ordinary cook, 2 farmers, a novice blacksmith, a novice mason, and a novice lumberjack. The cook, along with Zhuang Ni, is responsible for preparing meals for the citizens in the territory. The blacksmith has basic forging skills. Zhou Li learned that this blacksmith can only craft simple farming tools and is unable to forge refined weapons. Currently, there is no blacksmith shop in the territory, so he can only assist others in building houses. The mason is also helping the carpenter with house construction. As for the lumberjack, he possesses basic logging skills, allowing him to chop trees faster, but he arrived empty-handed without the necessary tools, an axe, and can only join others in building houses. The wood required for constructing houses was tasked to the 13 skeleton warriors and 5 newly recruited skeleton soldiers. Especially the skeleton warriors, who after evolving possess greater strength, and their bone blades have transformed into fine iron broadswords. Although not as suitable as axes, they can still chop trees quickly, fully meeting the needs of the citizens for building houses. Lastly, and most importantly, is this hero recruitment essence. Although it is just an ordinary hero, heroes are still quite rare. This time it received in rank evaluation, otherwise it would not be so easy to obtain the hero recruitment essence. Of course, if a hero recruitment altar can be obtained in the future, then heroes will no longer be in short supply. However, this is clearly not something an ordinary commoner can aspire to at the beginning. Obtaining even 1 hero at this stage is already quite good. Consume 100 energy spirit stones, randomly recruit hero essence 1, beginning the draw. Success. Congratulations, Lord, you have obtained the ordinary level hero Kong Xiu. I am Kong Xiu, at your service, my lord. Please rise, General. Zhou Li hurriedly stepped forward to help Kong Xiu up. After all, he was his first hero. Although his quality was somewhat lacking, he still had his own talents and could definitely be trained. He must not show disappointment, as it would affect loyalty. He then checked Kong Xiu's attributes. Hero name Kong Xiu, quality ordinary 0-100. Level 1-0-100. Talent none. Skills mastery level spear technique 51,000, basic commander 50,100. Attributes physique 5, spirit 1, equipment none, loyalty 60. Introduction. Kong Xiu, a general stationed at Dongling Pass under Chao Wei during the Three Kingdoms, was killed by Guan Yu. Now resurrected through recruitment, he swears to keep his distance from enemies wielding the green dragon crescent blade type. However, if he can defeat them, he will certainly strive to kill them. After reviewing Kong Xiu's attributes, Zhou Li understood his background. He is a character from the novel Romance of the Three Kingdoms, a general stationed at Dongling Pass under Cao Cao. When Guan Yu was escorting Liu Bai's family through the 5 passes, Kong Xiu refused to let them pass due to the lack of a passage permit and demanded hostages, which angered Guan Yu, leading to his execution. The good news is that he is a historical figure. The bad news is that he is merely a background character who cannot survive even a round. Looking at his attributes, they are quite ordinary, similar to elite soldiers. Zhou Li began to doubt whether he became a hero due to Guan Yu's influence, as he was killed by Guan Yu, gaining some fame in history, which allowed him to become a hero. Otherwise, with such ordinary attributes and skills, he is just a slightly stronger soldier. However, he is still a hero with normal intelligence and possesses basic commanding skills, so there should be no issue in leading troops into battle. However, the costs for leveling up and improving quality are far greater than those for ordinary soldiers, basically a tenfold difference. As levels and quality increase, the disparity will become even more significant, requiring even more resources. Basic Commander can command soldiers in battle, normally boost their morale, and arrange simple formations such as circular formations, square formations, and fish-scale formations, enhancing soldiers' attack and defense attributes by 10 within the army. Currently, Basic Commander has 50 experience points, indicating the ability to command 500 soldiers. Although it is not many, it is sufficient for the current territory. This way, Zhou Li can be completely liberated. In the future, he will leave the battles to Kong Xiu while he focuses on developing the territory. The description of Kong Xiu in Romance of the Three Kingdoms is as follows. Guan Yu approached a pass named Dongling Pass. The guard at the pass is named Kong, with the surname Xiu, leading 500 troops to guard the mountain pass. On that day, Guan Yu was escorting a cart and came to the pass, and the soldiers reported Kong Xiu's arrival. Guan Yu dismounted and paid respects to Kong Xiu. Kong asked, "Where are you going, General?" Guan Yu replied, "I am leaving the Chancellor to seek my brother in Hebei." Kong said, "Yuan Shao in Hebei is precisely the Chancellor's adversary. You must have a letter of introduction from the Chancellor." Guan Yu replied, "Due to the urgency of my journey, I did not obtain one." Kong said, "Since there is no letter, I must send someone to inform the Chancellor before you can pass." Guan Yu replied, "If you delay to inform, it will impede my journey." Kong said, "The regulations must be adhered to, or I cannot act otherwise." Guan Yu asked, "Will you not allow me to pass?" Kong replied, "If you wish to pass, you must leave your family as hostages." Guan Yu was enraged and killed Kong Xiu with his blade. Kong retreated into the pass, beat the drums to gather his troops, donned armor, and rode out to confront Guan Yu, shouting, "Do you dare to pass?" Guan Yu, having retreated with his cart, spurred his horse and raised his knife, without exchanging words, directly charged at Kong Xiu. The two horses met, and in just one exchange, Kong Xiu's corpse lay beneath his horse. Moreover, from the description of Kong Xiu in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, it can be seen that he was initially quite polite to Guan Yu, only questioning because Guan Yu was heading to Cao Cao's adversary Yuan Shao, which shows his sense of responsibility. It was not stated that he must intercept Guan Yu, only that he needed a letter and to report to Cao Cao for confirmation. He also wanted to detain Guan Yu's family as hostages to prevent Guan Yu from betraying Cao Cao for Yuan Shao. Later, he also showed some self-awareness, knowing he was no match for Guan Yu, retreating into the pass to gather soldiers, hoping to rely on their numbers to deal with Guan Yu. Unfortunately, he overestimated his own strength. He was killed by Guan Yu in just one exchange, becoming a mere clown. Overall, he had loyalty and some ability, although his strength was ordinary, he still had some merit. One must realize that Guan Yu is known as the Saint of War, and in the world of lords, he is at least a golden legendary quality hero. The formidable Hua Xiong was also killed in just one exchange, so it cannot be said that Kong Xiu is truly weak. Otherwise, he would not have become a hero, which also signifies the world's recognition of him. The newly recruited Kong Xiu has no weapons, and Zhou Li, unable to do otherwise, handed his iron spear to Kong Xiu. "General Kong, the early stage of the territory is quite difficult. Use this iron spear for now, and we will replace it with better weapons later on." Understood. Kong Xiu did not refuse, taking the iron spear in hand, and then fell silent. Zhou Li did not mind. This is the downside of ordinary quality heroes. Their intelligence is somewhat low. While they can lead troops into battle, they completely fail in other aspects. Like those ordinary spear soldiers, they are taciturn and have lost most of their memories, apart from the basic common knowledge instilled by the territory, with only a small amount remaining. Otherwise, if they clearly remembered past events, Kong Xiu would now be loyal to Cao Cao, and it would not be possible for him to have a loyalty of 60 points right after recruitment. However, as the quality of heroes and troops increases, the memories retained also increase, and their personalities become more vibrant. This allows them to respond easily to various situations, and they become stronger in cultivation and combat. However, this also brings about a negative phenomenon: lower loyalty, with heroes having their own opinions about the lords they are recruited by. If they are dissatisfied, they may indeed become lazy. However, just because heroes look down on lords does not mean they will betray them. After all, these heroes are recruited by the lords and generally do not betray unless truly provoked. On one hand, there is the constraint of the lord's heart, and on the other hand, there are the rules of the Chaos Sea. It is as if they come with a filter. As long as they are recruited soldiers and heroes, they initially come with loyalty. In the future, if the treatment of heroes and troops is good, loyalty can increase, whereas poor treatment will not arbitrarily reduce loyalty. Zhou Li currently does not have such troubles. Kong Xiu is just an ordinary hero with few memories in his mind, only a slight obsession with the green dragon crescent blade. In the future, as he is trained, he will not retain past memories, only those from the territory. Combined with the effect of his talents, it is believed that he will soon become even stronger. Afterward, Zhou Li entrusted the human soldiers under his command to Kong Xiu for familiarization, and in total there were 10 elite human spear soldiers, 5 sword and shield soldiers, 13 skeleton warriors, and 5 skeleton soldiers from the undead race, along with 2 beastmen's hawks, all of whom were handed over to Kong Xiu to lead. After all, Kong Xiu had never commanded troops from different races before and needed to familiarize himself with the coordination issues among them. As for the 5 elite spear soldiers recruited first, although they were assigned to clear the subsequent goblins today, their accumulated experience still hadn't reached 100. With the addition of 5 spear soldiers and 13 skeleton soldiers, their evolution alone consumed 300 experience points. Moreover, they hadn't been completely idle after evolving. They had still killed some goblins, resulting in each of the 5 spear soldiers gaining less than 40 experience points. The highest was Li Si, who reached 61 experience points. It would depend on the number of monsters tomorrow hoping to evolve these 5 spear soldiers to rare quality. Having faced level 1 monsters for 3 consecutive days was already a privilege of the novice trial. Such fortune wouldn't last, and level 2 or higher monsters would surely appear tomorrow. For the safety of the territory, Zhou Li had no choice but to upgrade it. After 3 days, especially with today's level evaluation, Zhou Li had accumulated a total of 647 source crystals. The cost for recruiting at the refugee camp was 10 source crystals, leaving him with 637. These source crystals could upgrade the territory by 2 levels, but Zhou Li wouldn't do that. Besides upgrading the Lord's Mansion, other buildings also needed upgrades. The level of monsters is linked to the level of the territory. If only the territory is upgraded without upgrading other buildings, it would definitely not hold. Fortunately, upgrading the territory's soldiers did not require source crystals, otherwise they would have been far from sufficient. Source Crystal 100, Energy Crystal 200, territory upgraded to level 2. With the consumption of 100 source crystals, the territory was upgraded to level 2, increasing its radius by 20 meters, and the area directly increased fourfold, making the territory much more spacious. The Lord's Mansion was no longer that dilapidated straw hut. It had transformed into a small wooden house covering only 30 square meters, similar to a common dwelling, but it could only accommodate the Lord. Inside there was only a bed, a table, and a chair, making the living conditions much more spacious than those of common dwellings. Finally, he wouldn't have to live in the same house as the commoners. Zhou Li immediately decided to move, and he would reside in the Lord's Mansion from now on. With the territory's upgrade, the soldiers who were previously stuck at their levels also improved. Elite Spear Soldiers 10, LV1, LV2. Skeleton Warriors 13, LV1, LV2. After the upgrade, the basic attributes of these soldiers increased by 10, making them a bit stronger. The experience bar behind the level changed to 040, while the progress bar in the quality section remained unchanged. This means that these skeleton warriors and elite spear soldiers needed to fill their level experience before they could continue to accumulate experience for quality enhancement. However, after ordinary soldiers upgraded to level 2, the evolution experience in the quality section also increased, rising to 20. This seemed reasonable. The higher the level, the more experience required for evolution. This essentially transferred the experience demand of level upgrades to evolution. For instance, a spear soldier requires 10 points of experience to reach level 2, while an elite spear soldier requires 20 points. If a spear soldier evolves first, then levels up, the required experience would be the evolution experience of 10 plus the level experience of 20, totaling 30 points. If they level up first and then evolve without an increase in experience, they would only need the evolution experience of 10 plus the level experience of 10, totaling 20 points. This is evidently unreasonable, so after the level increase, the experience required for evolution will correspondingly rise. Thus, after each evolution experience would be redistributed because the experience needed for evolution would increase based on the level. When the level increases without a change in quality, this issue does not arise and experience is not redistributed. The utilization of experience by talents is still very rigorous with no loopholes. Zhou Li initially thought he could exploit some loopholes, but it seems that is not possible. However, the ability to gain experience to enhance levels and quality is already quite excellent. Not having any loopholes to exploit is acceptable. Zhou Li no longer dwelled on it and began to upgrade other buildings. First was the Lord's Altar, which also consumed 100 source crystals and 200 energy crystals, upgrading to level 2. However, the upgraded Lord's Altar didn't change much. It only slightly increased the probability of recruiting elites and heroes. Compared to the originally pitifully low probability, the overall change was minimal. Next, the 4 wooden arrow towers were also upgraded to level 2, increasing the attack range by 10 meters and the attack power by 10. Source Crystal 160, a Energy Crystal 320, wooden arrow towers upgraded to level 2-4. Then the 7 civilian houses were also upgraded to level 2, increasing the area from the original 20 square meters to 40 square meters. Each civilian house could accommodate 6 people, and the living space for each person increased slightly, improving the living environment. Source: Crystal 70, Energy Crystal 140, civilian houses upgraded to level 27. Now with soldiers and residents combined, there were a total of 61 people, excluding the 18 undead soldiers and 2 hawks who did not need housing, leaving 41 individuals, which was just enough to accommodate. However, after recruiting new commoners tomorrow, it would no longer be sufficient. Therefore, Zhou Li's current arrangement is for soldiers to live in the system-built civilian houses. As for the commoners, they would have to endure some hardship, initially sleeping in tents until their own houses were built and ready for them to move in. Zhou Li had also studied Lord Management courses, which mentioned that it is easy to transition from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. If he first arranged for the commoners to stay in civilian houses, they would enjoy the buff benefits of living there. Therefore, for the future peace of the territory, it would be better to establish rules from the start. These system-built civilian houses would only be for soldiers, and commoners could only live in their self-built houses. These ordinary commoners might not be significantly impacted due to their lower intelligence, and the loyalty reduction wouldn't be much. However, if high-quality commoners encountered such a situation, their loyalty would plummet. Therefore, for the future peace of the territory, it would be better to establish rules from the start. These system-built civilian houses would only be for soldiers, and commoners could only live in their self-built houses. This way, the pre-established rules would prevent such situations from occurring. After all, soldiers risk their lives on the front lines, and living in better conditions is something the commoners can understand. So unless they obtain the blueprints for civilian houses later, allowing unlimited construction, otherwise in the early stages soldiers would definitely be prioritized for housing. Then the refugee camp upgraded, consuming 100 source crystals and 200 energy crystals, upgrading to level 2 and allowing the recruitment of 20 commoners per day, increasing the numbers. Next, Zhou Li upgraded the well to increase its daily water output as the number of commoners in the territory increased, and so did the water usage. Source: Crystal 50, Energy Crystal 100, well upgraded to level 2. The farmland also cost 10 source crystals and 20 energy crystals to upgrade to level 2, with a 5 increase in output, which was better than nothing. Finally, there were the fences. Source: Crystal 100, Energy Crystal 200, fence upgraded to level 2. The upgraded fence finally appeared more decent, becoming thicker at 2 centimeters with the entwined vines turned into ropes, making it much sturdier and at least not easily destroyed by goblins. Including the resources consumed for constructing buildings, recruiting refugees and soldiers, a total of 600 source crystals and 1810 energy crystals were spent. Remaining source crystals 47, energy crystals 880. Indeed, source crystals are never enough. The accumulated source crystals over 3 days were quickly depleted, just enough to upgrade all the territory's buildings. This was still in the early stages when the territory buildings were few. In the later stages, the Lord would have a vast territory with thousands of buildings, and the amount of source crystals needed would be unimaginable. Not to mention that the significant consumption of source crystals comes from soldiers and heroes, which is even. Moreover, ordinary lords do not possess Zhou Li's talents. Relying solely on some ordinary troops may work for the first 2 days, but by the 3rd day, facing a massive number of monsters, avoiding casualties becomes difficult, resulting in lower evaluations and fewer source crystals. As the challenges become increasingly difficult, the situation of the territory does not improve correspondingly, leading to ultimate failure. It's no wonder so many people participate in the assessments each year, yet very few succeed. Of course, they cannot be compared to those top-tier second-generation lords and lords with high-quality lord hearts. Those top-tier second-generation lords and those with high-quality lord hearts face even more challenging assessments and gain more source crystals, perhaps being able to upgrade their territories on the first day. However, their territorial buildings are of higher quality and greater quantity, with the required source crystals also being a massive number, making it quite difficult to upgrade all the buildings in their territory. Zhou Li is not in a hurry. He is building strength for the later stages. The further he goes, the smaller the gap between him and those top-tier second-generation lords will become. As long as he is given time, he will acquire top-tier troops and legendary heroes. On the 4th day, early in the morning, another recruitment of 20 common quality and inferior citizens took place, which was nothing noteworthy, so I left it in the hands of Zhang Shun to manage. Kong Xiu also became familiar with the situation in the territory, especially the effect of the talent heaven rewards the diligent. A night of training increased his 2 skills experience by 1 point, making him slightly stronger. Then loyalty suddenly rose to 70. The newly recruited skeleton soldiers also learned basic sword techniques. Meanwhile, the monster invasion that Zhou Li had been thinking about did not keep him waiting for long as it arrived in the morning. This time it was not goblins, but a pack of wild wolves. The ordinary wild wolves stood about 1 meter tall and exceeded 2 meters in length, looking fierce and menacing. Each giant wolf was significantly stronger than the goblins from yesterday. In addition to these ordinary giant wolves, some elite-level monsters that stood 1.5 meters tall also appeared in the back, and there were quite a few of them. Although the total number was similar to yesterday, their strength had increased several times. If it were an ordinary lord without a team of elite troops relying solely on common troops and defense towers, even if they could defend, the losses would be devastating. Fortunately, the wolf pack did not charge at the territory all at once. Perhaps due to the slow respawn rate or a reduced difficulty in the trial, these wild wolves appeared in waves attacking the territory. The first wave consisted of one giant wolf leading 50 ordinary wild wolves charging from all sides towards the territory to test its firepower. However, this was exactly to Zhou Li's liking. If these giant wolves had charged all at once, the number of soldiers in the territory would have been limited, making it difficult to defend. But with only over 50 in the first wave, the soldiers in the territory faced no problem. To minimize the number of wolves and prevent these vanguard troops from merging with the following wolf pack, Zhou Li ordered the entire army to strike, killing the wolves as quickly as possible. Even Zhou Li himself joined the attack again, but he did not charge out of the territory. Instead, he picked up a bow and arrow to launch ranged attacks on the wild wolves on the left. Zhou Li's archery skills were decent, and his first arrow pierced the neck of a wild wolf, bringing it down. Then Kong Xiu led the soldiers to attack from multiple fronts where the most wild wolves were located, 25 in total. So Kong Xiu arranged 10 elite spearmen in formation to confront these wild wolves. On the left side there were 10 wild wolves, so Kong Xiu arranged 5 sword and shield soldiers for defense, with Zhou Li himself providing ranged support from the back. On the right side, 13 skeleton warriors and 5 skeleton soldiers were deployed, aiming to kill these wolves as quickly as possible. Behind them, only 5 wild wolves were drawing attention, which was left to 2 eagles. They swooped down from the sky, attacking the 2 wild wolves at the front, their sharp claws piercing deeply into the wolves' backs. Then they lifted the wolves into the air. Reaching a height of 100 meters, they released the wolves from the sky, causing a cloud of dust to rise as the 2 wolves died from internal injuries. Then the eagles swooped down again. Although the wild wolves were now on guard, they could not dodge the high-speed aerial attacks, and soon 2 more wild wolves were captured and lifted into the sky. The last wild wolf, seeing that it was the only one left, attempted to escape, but Zhou Li clearly would not let it go. He ordered the arrow tower to attack, killing the wild wolf on the spot. Meanwhile, when the wild wolves reached the territory, Zhou Li had already shot dead 3 wild wolves, while the remaining 7 were entangled by the sword and shield soldiers. Taking advantage of this, Zhou Li launched a sneak attack, quickly killing 2 more wild wolves. At this point, the wild wolves could no longer bypass the sword and shield soldiers. Each soldier's defense was very solid, firmly holding the wild wolves in front of them. Ultimately, none of these wild wolves managed to escape, all killed by him. Zhou Li's experience points directly increased to 96, originally 67, gaining 9 points in 3 days. Wild wolves are level 2 soldiers with 2 experience points each, and just 2 more kills would allow him to level up. On the right side, the number of skeleton soldiers was greater than the wild wolves, but the skeleton soldiers were still too weak. A single claw from a wild wolf could send their bones flying, unable to withstand many attacks. Mainly relying on the skeleton warriors, 10 wild wolves faced off against 1 skeleton warrior on Onion, while 3 wild wolves were attacked by 2 skeleton warriors, with the skeleton soldiers only able to assist from the side. Skeleton warriors are elite-level troops, significantly stronger than wild wolves, so the outcome was evident. The first to finish the battle were the wild wolves, surrounded by 2 skeleton warriors who were swiftly killed. The 6 freed skeleton warriors then rushed to 6 battlefields to help conclude the fights. The last wild wolf was beaten down by 1 skeleton warrior and 2 skeleton soldiers. There was no chance to escape, and it finally died at the hands of the skeleton warrior. As the battles on 3 fronts concluded, the fight at the front was also nearing its end. Kong Xiu charged forward, confronting the giant wolf. The strength of this hero was indeed formidable, and he quickly killed the giant wolf. On the other side, 10 elite spearmen formed a tight formation. When the wild wolves charged, they launched a series of thrusts, killing 4 wild wolves in the first wave and another 3 in the second. The remaining wild wolves attempted to flank, but they were blocked by the spear formation, resulting in another 4 deaths after several waves. At this moment, Kong Xiu finished his battle and launched an attack from the side. The spearmen quickly advanced, counterattacking the wolf pack, forcing them to retreat. However, at this moment, the distant giant wolves also sensed that something was amiss and rushed over. Ultimately, only 3 wild wolves managed to escape and join the main force. Then came the second wave and third wave, each with a limited number, allowing Zhou Li to concentrate his forces to outnumber the enemy. After a total of 10 waves, the final wave arrived with 50 elite giant wolves charging alongside some of the remaining wild wolves towards the territory. Zhou Li gathered all the soldiers to form a tight defensive formation. The sword and shield soldiers stood at the front to resist attacks while the spearmen were stationed at the back, continuously thrusting their spears. Skeleton soldiers and skeleton warriors stood on either side defending the flanks. The eagles circled in the air, constantly looking for opportunities. Whenever a wild wolf attempted to leap and attack the soldiers from above, they would swoop down and grasp them with their sharp claws, demonstrating that the sky was their domain. Although the eagles couldn't lift the giant wolves, disrupting their attacks or targeting the eyes of the giant wolves was quite easy. The giant wolves in the air were huge targets, unable to dodge. After several attempts, the wolf pack dared not use jumping tactics to attack anymore and could only launch direct assaults from the front. The wild wolves were manageable, but the elite giant wolves posed a significant challenge. With each pounce, the defending sword and shield soldiers bore immense pressure, their arms trembling. As for the skeleton soldiers, they were utterly ineffective. A single strike would severely injure them, and if a hit landed on their skull, it could extinguish their soul fire, while skeleton warriors could have several bones broken by a single blow. Fortunately, there was still the hero Kong Xiu, who constantly came to the rescue, aiding any soldier in danger. Zhou Li also continued to use his bow to attack. The defense towers in the back were firing at full force, prioritizing attacks on the giant wolves within the pack. After more than half an hour of fierce battle, the entire wolf pack was finally eliminated. The attack on the fourth day concluded. The total enemy defeated on the fourth day consisted of 500 level 2 wild wolves and 60 level 2 elite wild wolves. Defense results showed minor damage. Result rating A. Basic rewards included 300 source crystals and 1,000 energy crystals. Additional rewards included 300 source crystals, 1,000 energy crystals, 10 farmlands, and 1 fireball tower. The battle was arduous. The strength of the giant wolves was formidable. The wooden arrow towers could only kill a giant wolf with a precise shot to its vital spot, otherwise it would take an average of over a dozen arrows. Thus, the giant wolves inflicted significant damage on the soldiers. 5 shield bearers as the front line were of ordinary quality and struggled to withstand the attacks of the giant wolves, suffering severe injuries. Moreover, since their primary role was defense, the shield bearers did not kill many enemies, resulting in insufficient experience for advancement. The territory lacked medics, so they could only use the medicines carried by Zhou Li for temporary bandaging and treatment, meaning their injuries would not improve in the short term. However, with the protection of the shield bearers, the elite riflemen fared much better, with only 3 sustaining minor injuries. As the main force in battle, each rifleman killed many wild wolves, with each wolf providing some experience, and the giant wolves offering 4 points of experience, allowing each rifleman to gain a substantial amount of experience. The 5 elite riflemen had not only filled their experience bars to advance from level 2 to level 3, but had also met the experience requirements for further evolution. The other 5 elite riflemen lagged a bit, but had accumulated a considerable amount of experience for their advancement. Zhou Li wasted no time and immediately called the 5 elite riflemen ready for evolution to the front and began the process. Corps Commander Rifleman name Li Si, quality rare 01000. Race human. Level 2 58,100. Talent none. Skills mastery level marksmanship 210,000. Formation 20,100. Attributes constitution 11, spirit 4. Equipment none. Loyalty 100. The evolved riflemen were much taller, standing at nearly 1.9 meters, clad in iron armor, wielding steel spears that were about 3 meters long, emanating a cold glint, and their attack range had increased. Their attack power was also significantly enhanced, especially when forming a formation. Many Corps Commander riflemen attacking in unison performed excellently for both offense and defense, growing stronger with greater numbers. However, after evolution, the experience required for each level also increased. Originally, an exceptional level 2 required 40 points of experience, but now a rare level directly required 100 points. It seems that upgrading and advancing are somewhat different. Leveling up directly increases the level, clearing the experience on that level, but if experience is accumulated in terms of quality at that moment, it does not transfer to the level. In contrast, advancement resets the soldier's overall state, restoring injuries, changing weapons, and redistributing excess experience, prioritizing allocation to the level. Only when the level's experience is full will it start accumulating again in terms of quality. Next, a rare quality soldier requires 1,000 points of experience to advance again, which is impossible to accumulate in a short time, so it seems necessary to train other soldiers first. The skeleton warriors have also made some improvements, at least filling their level experience completely, and are now in the process of accumulating experience to enhance their quality. The newly recruited 5 skeleton soldiers, though battered by the wolf pack to the point where their bones were nearly dismantled, were at least kept alive under the protection of Zhou Li and Kong Xiu, with any severely injured ones taken to the rear for protection. Fortunately, the number of giant wolves was not too great. If there were more, the soldiers in the territory would inevitably suffer some casualties. After the battle, the shattered skeletons on the ground were pieced back together. Although their injuries were not healed, part of their bodies was reassembled, and at least they had 2 legs allowing them to move. Additionally, they had also killed several wild wolves with their levels raised to LV2. The 2 eagles also gained sufficient experience during the battle, advancing to level 2 and growing larger. Finally, it was Kong Xiu and Zhou Li's turn. Kong Xiu had also killed a considerable number of wolves, raising her level to the 2nd tier, but her experience for the 2nd tier was not yet full, so her quality could not be improved for the time being. However, the ability to rapidly increase levels and strength simply by killing enemies left Kong Xiu greatly impressed by Zhou Li's talent, raising her loyalty to a higher point, reaching 90. Zhou Li himself also gained ample experience, advancing to the 2nd level. Reaching level 2 also meant that Zhou Li had officially become a lord. He also learned a basic skill of a lord, detection. Detection allows viewing basic information about monsters. The stronger the lord's strength, the more detailed the information obtained, the greater the power disparity between the lord and the monster, the less information available. Monsters more than 5 levels above the lord cannot be viewed. Not bad, at least now he can check the basic information of approaching monsters rather than relying solely on visual judgment. When levels are low, it is manageable as the monsters are mostly level 1 or 2 with no special abilities. However, as levels increase, monsters will possess diverse abilities that cannot be observed with the naked eye, and a peculiar ability could cause significant losses to the soldiers. With this skill, at least he has basic intelligence to target opponents, which is very useful. After assessing the situation of the soldiers and himself, it was time to focus on the spoils of battle. Although the battle was tough, the rewards were abundant. With just a great evaluation, he obtained 600 source crystals, completely covering the costs of the previous day's upgrade, and even had some surplus after accounting for drops. Next were the items rewarded by the system. Although the farmland was ordinary, the quantity of 10 plots was substantial, bringing the total close to 2 mu, allowing for a considerable amount of grain to be planted. Energy Crystal 100 build farmland 10. Next was the Fireball Tower, which is of green exceptional quality, far superior to the Wooden Arrow Tower. Moreover, it is a type of magic tower capable of launching fireballs for attacks, serving as an area elemental attack that can harm spiritual entities and the like. Energy Crystal 100 build Fireball Tower 1. Without hesitation, he immediately constructed the Fireball Tower, placing it at the front of the Lord's Mansion beside the Wooden Arrow Tower. Fireball Tower quality, exceptional building type, defense tower, level 1 Duro 100 attack range 50 meters, fire rate, 3 second shot ammunition, fireball, 100100. Each energy crystal replenishes 1 shot damage, 100 points damage within 1 meter range of 3 meters, damage decreases by 50 for each meter, outward durability, 100100. Effect, primary defensive structure, can target air, upgrade requirement 100 source crystals, 200 energy crystals. The Fireball Tower is a particularly powerful defense tower in the early stages. Although the speed of the fireballs is not fast, the damage is high, and it deals area damage, making it very effective against large groups of weaker enemies. The difficulty of the novice trial is generally not too high. The monsters attacking daily are mainly normal flesh and blood creatures, with only a few undead beings, and spiritual entities or special form monsters are rare, mostly relying on numbers to win. This is precisely what the Fireball Tower excels at. A single fireball can clear a large area of enemies. With this defense tower in place, there is no need to worry about being overwhelmed by numerous enemies. To acquire such a magic tower on the 4th day, besides the increase in battle intensity, Zhou Li's luck was indeed quite good. However, upgrading an exceptional level defense tower requires a considerable amount of resources, but for the safety of the territory, Zhou Li promptly upgraded the Fireball Tower to level 2. Source Crystal 100 Energy Crystal 200 upgrade Fireball Tower to level 2. The upgraded Fireball Tower had all attributes enhanced by 20, with an attack range extended to 60 meters, central damage reaching 120 points, and fire rate increased to 2.5 seconds per shot. Looking at the towering Fireball Tower, Zhou Li felt a sense of reassurance. Soon the soldiers who collected the fallen items returned. There were 2134 energy crystals, 314 origin crystals, along with some ordinary food, wolf meat, wolf skins, and wolf fangs. Wolf skins can be made into clothes or leather armor, but they require a tailor and a tailor shop, so they can only be stored for now. Wolf fangs can be crafted into jewelry or arrowheads, but they also require a blacksmith and a blacksmith shop. Although there is a blacksmith available, there is no shop and his skills are inadequate, so they remain stored. Most importantly, the recruitment essence was a concern. Perhaps due to surpassing the initial 3-day novice period, the drop rate of recruitment essence had significantly decreased. The strength of the wolf pack far exceeded that of the goblins from yesterday, yet only 70 pieces of recruitment essence were obtained. Moreover, most of them were dropped by elite-level giant wolves, with ordinary wild wolves dropping very few, far below the drop rate of the previous 3 days. However, the school had prepared for this situation, and Zhou Li had anticipated it long ago. Otherwise, if large quantities of recruitment essence could be obtained every day, any lord could easily pass the tests, which would no longer be considered a test, but pure benefits. However, the difficulty of the assessment for ordinary lords on the fourth day was not as challenging as Zhou Li. On the fourth day, he encountered so many elite giant wolves not only because of the level increase, but also due to Zhou Li's high evaluations over the past 3 days, receiving 2 as and 1S, along with constructing over a dozen buildings, which raised Zhou Li's evaluation, thereby increasing the assessment difficulty. Fortunately, Zhou Li persevered, resulting in decent rewards. Among the 70 pieces of essence, 30 were directed recruitment essence from ordinary wild wolves, and the remaining 40 were random recruitment essence. Thankfully, the quantity made up for the quality. There were as many as 30 soldier recruitment essences along with 3 green elite-level recruitment essences, which was quite good. Zhou Li directly initiated a 10 consecutive recruitment, conducting 2 batches of random soldier recruitment essences grouped by 10. The third group consisted of 7 ordinary soldier recruitment essences, while the fourth group had 3 elite-level recruitment essences. Consuming 100 energy crystals and 10 random soldier recruitment essences, recruitment begins. Success. Congratulations, Lord, you have obtained 10 sword and shield soldiers. Consuming 100 energy crystals and 10 random soldier recruitment essences, recruitment begins. Success. Congratulations, Lord, you have obtained 10 archers. Consuming 70 energy crystals and 7 random soldier recruitment essences, recruitment begins. Success. Congratulations, Lord, you have obtained 7 skeleton soldiers. Consuming 70 energy crystals and 7 random soldier recruitment essences, recruitment begins. Success. Congratulations, Lord, you have obtained 7 skeleton soldiers. Consuming 60 energy crystals and 3 random elite soldier recruitment essences, recruitment begins. Success. Congratulations, Lord, you have obtained 3 light cavalry. Consuming 100 energy crystals and 10 random recruitment essences, recruitment begins. Success. Congratulations, Lord, you have obtained 10 refugees. Overall, the recruited soldiers are quite good. The sword and shield soldiers are formidable in defense. Had it not been for their presence in the front line today, some soldiers would undoubtedly have been casualties facing the giant wolves' attacks. With the addition of these 10 new sword and shield soldiers, their total number has reached 15, forming a solid shield wall that can better protect other soldiers. The archers recruited in the second round were even better as the territory finally had ranged attack units. Archer name Gong, equality, ordinary 010. Race human. Level 1010. Talent none. Skills basic archery, 11. Attributes constitution, 2, spirit 0. 5 equipment, none loyalty 60. Previously ranged attacks were only possible through arrow towers. Although their attack power was decent, they lacked flexibility and could only defend in place. Moreover, the quality of the arrow towers was limited, and they could only be used in the early stages as their attack power would not keep up with the monster's increasing strength. Not to mention, when exploring other planes in the future, soldiers would definitely be dispatched for exploration. The monsters then would not rush forward like during the novice assessments. At that time, tactics such as ambushes, kite tactics, and ranged attrition would be essential. Without ranged soldiers, a group of melee fighters could easily be exhausted and eliminated. Take today's battle, for example. Zhou Li's archery played a significant role, allowing him to diminish the opponents from afar, having already killed several enemies before engaging in melee. During later direct confrontations, he could also target and eliminate threatening foes, while providing assistance to other soldiers, proving to be very effective. The efficiency of ranged soldiers in killing enemies is far superior to that of melee fighters. With Zhou Li's talent, the speed of quality improvement will undoubtedly surpass that of melee soldiers. It seems that a batch of formidable ranged units will soon emerge in the territory, rendering arrow towers obsolete. However, the arrows for the archers are challenging to replenish. Each archer recruits with 30 arrows, and once used they are gone. Although they can be collected and reused, arrows do wear out, and these arrows are iron-tipped wooden shafts that can easily break during battles against increasingly powerful monsters. Even with Zhou Li carrying an additional 100 steel arrows, the total number is still limited. Now he hopes to obtain the blueprint for a blacksmith shop soon, so the territory's blacksmith can directly forge arrows. The third batch of recruited skeleton soldiers needs no further explanation. It is uncertain whether Zhou Li genuinely has a strong affinity with the undead, but it seems that the territory recruits a batch of skeleton soldiers every day since the first day. 5 on the first day, 8 on the second day, 5 on the third day, and 7 on the fourth day. The total number of skeleton soldiers has reached 25, making them the most numerous unit in the territory. Zhou Li no longer dwells on this, and will continue to observe the situation. If the numbers really increase, he will have to consider how to cultivate undead soldiers, at least thinking about the issues of loyalty when their levels rise. and how the living and the undead coexist in the territory. The 3 elite soldiers recruited in the 4th round are light cavalry riding tall steeds, wearing leather armor, wielding long spears, and carrying sabers and bows on their backs, looking quite elite. Light cavalry name Zhou Li, quality elite, 0-100. Race human. Level 1020. Talent none. Skills basic spear technique, 10100 basic saber technique, 5100 basic archery, 3100. Attributes Constitution 6, Spirit 2, Equipment none, Loyalty 60. Although this is a transcendent world where later units can fly and traverse the earth, it does not mean cavalry are obsolete. Powerful cavalry can also fly and traverse the earth, and they can share damage with their riders. Their speed is exceptional. Even in later stages, they will remain the absolute main force in charge. Anything that stands in the way of cavalry, whether living beings, buildings, or even mountains and towering arrays, will be shattered by the cavalry's charge. Cavalry can be considered a consistently powerful unit, as any cavalry unit will not be below elite quality. Only true elites can be selected to become cavalry. The attributes already indicate a starting constitution of 6, with 3 skills, and none of them have an experience point of just 1, showing that the skills are already quite proficient, not to mention the attributes of their mounts. Cavalry steeds are meticulously chosen, boasting a constitution of 5, capable of reaching speeds of 60 km per hour during a charge. When facing giant wolves, a single charge from light cavalry might be enough to slay them. Even among elite units, cavalry are considered among the best. To recruit elite cavalry in the 1st round is a stroke of luck indeed. Finally, there were the refugees. Although no elite quality refugees appeared, there were still plenty of ordinary ones. A carpenter, a farmer, a mason, and a weaver for collecting hemp and spinning silk emerged, further completing the various basic professions in the territory. These subjects were entrusted to Zhang Shun for management. He performed well and managed them effectively. Moreover, due to Zhou Li's innate talent, Zhang Shun also learned management skills. Every day was spent leading the subjects in continuous logging and house building. Rows of wooden houses were constructed at the back of the territory, serving as homes for these subjects. As for recruiting wild wolves, Zhou Li decided against it. After all, wolf packs are wild and difficult to tame, and wolves require meat, which would pose a nuisance by attacking the subjects and other soldiers. Not only would this fail to enhance combat power, but it could also result in losses for the territory. For such troops, specialized beast tamers and training grounds are required to tame the wildness of these wolves before they can be commanded normally. Therefore, Zhou Li would not recruit them for now. On the 5th day, the attack came from the wolf pack, once again totaling 600 wild wolves and 100. This time the monsters did not test the waters, they launched a direct assault from all sides. Zhou Li split 10 sword and shield soldiers. 5 others were still recovering from injuries into 2 groups, 1 group of 5 sword and shield soldiers along with 5 legion spear soldiers in the front, and another group of 5 sword and shield soldiers plus 5 elite spear soldiers on the left, while Kong Xiu led 3 light cavalry on the right. The last line of defense was left entirely to the skeleton warriors and skeleton soldiers, while the archers and the hawks provided support from the center. The hawks continuously attacked from the sky, and Zhou Li directed the archers to provide long-range fire. Wherever danger appeared, a volley would follow. The left side focused on defense. When it became overwhelming, Zhou Li would operate the arrow towers and fireball towers to provide support. On the right side, Kong Xiu charged with 3 light cavalry, showcasing the devastating power of cavalry. With the archers' cooperation, they swiftly wiped out the wolf pack on the right. Then they supported the front line, eliminating all enemies there before joining forces to attack the foes on the right. In the end, they assisted the skeleton soldiers at the back of the territory in eradicating the remaining wolves. This time, they did not achieve a flawless victory. The primary issue was at the back, where the newly recruited skeleton soldiers were still too weak and easily fell to the attacks of the giant wolves. As the battle unfolded on all sides, Zhou Li focused more on the left side, resulting in 5 out of 7 skeleton soldiers sustaining injuries, with 2 of them severely wounded, leaving them in a pitiful state. If they were living beings, they would surely have perished. However, the advantage of skeleton soldiers is that as long as the soul fire in their heads does not extinguish, they will not die. The wisdom of the wolf pack is limited. They do not specifically target the heads of the skeleton soldiers, which is key to their survival. Fortunately, with a greater variety of troops, the number of soldiers and subjects far exceeded 50, so the loss of a few soldiers did not surpass 10, allowing for an A rating. Otherwise, the rewards would have been significantly reduced. End of Day 5 attack. Rewards calculation. On the 5th day, the attacking enemies 600 level 2 wild wolves, 100 level 2 elite wild wolves. Defense result minor damage. Result rating A. Basic rewards 500 origin crystals, 1,500 energy crystals. Additional rewards 500 origin crystals, 1,500 energy crystals. Blacksmith shop 1, tailor shop 1. The rewards included valuable buildings. The blacksmith shop is essential for crafting weapons. The archers had debuted today and had already damaged many arrows, necessitating reconstruction. Additionally, the shields of the spear and sword and shield soldiers were quite damaged and required repairs. The timing of the blacksmith shop's arrival was perfect. Zhou Li immediately placed it and arranged for a blacksmith to enter crafting arrows and repairing equipment. Energy crystals 50 U construction of blacksmith shop 1. The blacksmith shop is considered a core building, thus it was located on the left side of the territory, close to the Lord's altar. Blacksmith shop. Quality ordinary. Level 1050. Durability 100,100. Description: requires a blacksmith to operate, can craft, and maintain basic arrows and weapons. Function: forge arrows. Iron-tipped wooden arrows cost 1 energy crystal for 30 units. Pure iron arrows cost 1 energy crystal for 10 units, and basic weapons such as swords, knives, spears, and hammers, 1 energy crystal per item. Upgrade requirement: 50 origin crystals, 100 energy crystals. Forging weapons in the blacksmith shop does not mean directly purchasing them with energy crystals. Rather, energy crystals are converted into iron, ore, and other materials, which are given to the blacksmith, who then assists in forging. Of course, this method of directly using energy crystals to convert into iron, ore, and other materials is wasteful. In the main world, one could buy 10 times the amount of iron ore for a unit of energy crystals. However, for now, there is no other option. The novice trial cannot connect to the main world, and no iron ore has been discovered around the territory, so this will have to suffice for now. Zhou Li directly spent 50 origin crystals and 100 energy crystals to upgrade the blacksmith shop to level 2, significantly increasing the speed of weapon crafting, and the blacksmith also gained much more experience while forging in the shop. Zhou Li's assigned tasks included repairing shields and other weapons first, then focusing on forging arrows. Within half a day, the weapons could be repaired and 200 arrows could be crafted. Energy crystals 50 U construction of tailor shop 1. The other building was the tailor shop, which can produce basic clothing, and Zhou Li built it as well. Tailor shop. Quality ordinary. Level 1050. Durability 100,100. Description: requires a tailor to operate, can create and repair basic clothing. Function: make clothing, 1 energy crystal per set, including tops, pants, and shoes. Upgrade requirement: 50 origin crystals, 100 energy crystals. Currently, the territory has enough clothing, but Zhou Li spent over 100 energy crystals to provide every subject and soldier with a set of clothes as a reward, gaining a wave of loyalty from the subjects. Next was the improvement of soldiers in battle. The 10 spear soldiers showed no changes. They were all level 2 troops with their experience nearly full, but they were still some distance from upgrading their quality. Then there were the skeleton soldiers. The strength of the skeleton warriors was still somewhat lacking. They had killed few enemies and had yet to accumulate enough experience for quality improvement. The skeleton soldiers recruited on the 3rd and 4th days faced the wild wolves and were directly battered. Now only 7 remained, all nursing injuries, and they hadn't accumulated enough experience to level up, making quality improvement impossible. The sword and shield soldiers primarily focused on defense. The earliest 5 that were injured yesterday did not participate in today's battle, naturally earning no experience. Of the other 10 sword and shield soldiers, 6 were severely injured, while the remaining 4 followed the archers and light cavalry, managing to gain some experience and leveling up to level 2. The Hawks, being a flying troop, were almost invincible against ground attacks, easily maxing out their experience and also reaching the experience required for quality improvement today. Zhou Li decided to upgrade their quality. Hawk. Name to be named. Quality Elite 0110. Race Beastman Hawk Clan. Level 2 2040. Talent none. Skills: Eagle Eye 21,100, Sharp Claws 5,100. Attributes: Constitution 4, Spirit 0. Equipped: none. Loyalty 100. The evolved hawk has grown larger, standing 2 meters tall with a wingspan of over 5 meters, a true large raptor. At this moment, the hawk was capable of lifting a giant wolf and soaring into the sky. The evolved hawk excitedly flew around in the air, then gently rubbed its beak against Zhou Li's palm, expressing its happiness and loyalty. As for the archers, they also had quite a number of kills and had all risen to level 2. However, drawing a bow is not so simple. It requires significant strength, and as the arrows were used up, the archers contributed little in the later stages of battle, so they had not yet accumulated enough experience for quality improvement. Kong Xiu had also reached level 2. His marksmanship improved greatly during these 2 days of training and battle, making him much stronger. Then came the supplies collected by the soldiers, including 3324 energy crystals and 425 source crystals, along with some ordinary food: wolf meat, wolf skin, and wolf teeth, which were not examined in detail. Finally, there was the recruitment of spiritual essences. Today's drop rate decreased again, totaling 80 spiritual essences, mainly dropped by the giant wolves, and it was uncertain if there were even 5 from the ordinary wild wolves. The giant wolves are considered elite-level units, and the quality of the dropped spiritual essences is quite good. Among them, there are 40 recruitment essences for the wolf tribe, 38 of which are for the ordinary wild wolves and 2 are for the elite giant wolves. Among the 40 random recruitment essences, 35 are for random soldiers, with only 5 being randomly recruited essences, and among those there are 5 elite-level essences, 4 for soldiers and 1 random. Recruitment was still conducted in groups of 10, with the last group consisting of 4 elite-level and 1 ordinary-level soldier recruitment essences. The first recruitment yielded 10 spearmen, the second 10 sword and shield soldiers to replenish the injured, and the third recruited 10 archers to reinforce the ranged unit of the territory. The final recruitment of 4 elite-level essences resulted in 4 skeleton warriors and 1 skeleton. Zhou Li originally thought that after the first 3 recruitments produced human soldiers, he would be free from the curse of the undead, but unexpectedly a major setback awaited him at the end. This left Zhou Li extremely disappointed. He would have preferred the first 3 recruitments to yield skeleton soldiers rather than the elite units being from the undead tribe, as the undead tribe is notoriously weak in the early stages and skeleton warriors are no match for elite spearmen. However, now that the recruitment was done, he had no choice but to accept it, assigning the soldiers to their respective teams and handing them over to Kong Xiu for training, then starting to recruit civilians. The other 4 civilians were quite ordinary, but this time the elite-level recruitment essence surprised Zhou Li. Doctor name Li Shigui, quality elite, 0-100. Race human. Level 1040. Talent benevolent healer. Skills proficient medical skills, 421,000 basic alchemy, 88,100. Attributes constitution 2, spirit 3. Equipment none. Loyalty 60. Benevolent healer, full of compassion for patients, responsible and diligent healing effect, increased by 20. Proficient medical skills, can treat common ailments, quickly diagnose, treat, and rehabilitate. Basic alchemy recognizes basic herbs, can gather herbs to produce medicines, accelerating healing. The arrival of Dr. Li Shigui was like a timely rain. There are many wounded in the territory, and what is most needed is a doctor. Zhou Li only knows how to perform simple bandaging and applying medicine. He lacks understanding of other treatments. Currently, there are over 10 injured sword and shield soldiers in the territory relying on their slow recovery, but with the doctor, they can heal much faster. Moreover, Li Shigui has a talent. Any being with a talent is extremely precious, especially one that enhances healing effectiveness. Zhou Li immediately arranged a house for Li Shigui as a temporary clinic and assigned several clever civilians to assist him, while entrusting all the injured soldiers to Li Shigui for treatment. All the medicines brought by Zhou Li were also handed over to Li Shigui. He had already acquired some basic information upon recruitment, and these medicines were also described, so Zhou Li need not worry about the medication. With Li Shigui's talent and the restorative effects of the house, these soldiers will recover even faster. After finishing his immediate tasks, Zhou Li found himself at leisure. He had originally planned to elevate the territory by another level on the 5th day, but today's battle taught him a harsh lesson: the loss of 5 skeleton soldiers. This indicated that he was still not strong enough. The number of soldiers was too few and their strength was weak. Currently, the territory has only 20 spearmen, 25 sword and shield soldiers, 20 archers, 25 skeleton soldiers, 2 hawks, 3 light cavalry, and 1 ordinary hero Kong Xiu, totaling merely 96 individuals. Moreover, over 10 sword and shield soldiers are severely injured, and among the skeleton soldiers, more than 10 have broken bones, with some skeletons unable to find their remains to piece together their bodies, remaining in a fragmented state. Also among them, only 5 are rare. Level 23 are elite level, while the rest are all ordinary level soldiers, with only 39 having reached level 2. The others are still at level 1. To be honest, this strength is not strong. While it is somewhat better than ordinary lords, it falls far behind those second generation and top lords. Those top lords start with golden legendary quality defensive towers and barracks. On the first day, they may recruit hundreds of golden legendary level units, led by golden legendary heroes, gaining thousands of source crystals daily. By now, their territory could already be at level 5 or 6. Thus, he must continue to develop and not let his own talent cloud his judgment. His talent is indeed powerful, but it is a late-game talent growing stronger over time. In the early stages, when he is not developed, he remains quite weak. This battle also awakened Zhou Li's impatient heart. After acquiring his talent, he was too eager to prove himself, wishing to continually level up and catch up with those top lords, but the trial taught him a lesson. If he continues to elevate the territory's level, tomorrow's challenges will be even more daunting, with monsters potentially numbering in the thousands, including many level 3 and elite level monsters. Even if he manages to defend the territory, he will suffer significant losses. The rewards at that time might not even match what he is now, and he may not even be able to recover the losses, ultimately falling into a vicious cycle and failing the assessment. Every year, many lords fail to recognize their own limitations. For the sake of minor rewards, they hastily elevate their levels early on, leading to a lack of strength to keep up with the intensity of the trials, ultimately resulting in failure. Now that Zhou Li has come to his senses, he will of course refrain from further elevating his level. He plans to first raise all the territory soldiers to level 2 at full experience, then upgrade the earliest recruited soldiers to elite and rare level units so they can cope with the increasingly challenging trials ahead. Ordinary level soldiers are still too weak, unable to contend with the progressively stronger monsters. Moreover, the soldiers currently have no cultivation methods, relying solely on daily training, with only 1 or 2 points of experience gained each day, and the injured sword and shield soldiers lying in bed take 2 days to gain just 1 point of experience. The main source of experience relies entirely on killing monsters, and weak units like skeleton soldiers might not even be able to defeat a wild wolf, making it impossible to gain experience. It is no longer the first 3 days of the novice period when monsters are all weak goblins. Wild wolves are already considered weak monsters, and the monsters that follow will only grow stronger. By then, skeleton soldiers might even be one-shotted, rendering them unable to fight. The territory cannot rely solely on a small number of elite units and defensive towers for defense. On one hand, losses will be significant, and on the other, if numerous monsters are killed by defensive towers in the early stages, the experience will be wasted, slowing down the soldiers' upgrades and evolutions, which is truly regrettable. Since the level of the territory cannot be upgraded for the time being, the accumulated source crystals cannot be left unused. They must be utilized to enhance combat strength, and there is only one method to do so: upgrading the soldiers' levels. Although the upgrade is not significant, any increase in strength is beneficial. Furthermore, without the need to accumulate upgrade experience, all experience can be used to enhance quality, allowing for earlier evolution. The source crystals spent on the soldiers recruited over the past 4 days were not substantial. The spearmen have reached their maximum upgrade experience and are now accumulating experience for evolution. Zhou Li has tested it. Source crystals cannot be used to enhance quality at this moment, which is due to the influence of talent. The name of that talent is called Heaven Rewards Diligence, which encourages hard work rather than relying on resources. Thus, one must rely on monster slaying and personal training for enhancement, making it impossible to directly improve the soldier's quality using source crystals. The skeleton warriors recruited 2 days ago have also accumulated enough upgrade experience and do not require source crystals for enhancement. Although the skeleton soldiers from the 3rd and 4th days were severely injured, they have recovered somewhat in the last 2 days and can continue to fight. Therefore, they will be upgraded to level 2 at full experience, costing over 170 source crystals. Apart from 10 injured sword and shield soldiers, all others have been upgraded to level 2 at full experience, costing over 110 source crystals. The remaining injured sword and shield soldiers did not use source crystals to upgrade, mainly because injured soldiers cannot recover from their wounds even if they level up and cannot participate in combat. Hence, priority is given to those who can fight. The archers are already at level 2, and their ranged attacks accumulate experience quickly, so they did not use source crystals. The falcon and light cavalry, one being an aerial unit and the other relatively strong, can gather experience on their own, so they refrained from using source crystals to save resources. The largest expenditure comes from the newly recruited 40 soldiers. Leveling them to maximum will cost a total of 2,631,010,460,1120 source crystals. Among them, 10 archers only upgraded to level 2 and did not max out their experience, since archers can quickly farm monsters from a distance, allowing for some savings on source crystals and maximizing resource utilization. Finally, Kong Xiu also spent over 100 source crystals to enhance his level to 2, thus enabling him to accumulate experience for quality enhancement sooner. At this point, the source crystals have been nearly exhausted, leaving a remaining quantity of 500. This also highlights the significant cost of upgrading soldiers with source crystals. There are still many high-level soldiers unutilized here. Just these dozens of ordinary soldiers cost over 1,000 to level up twice, which is something an ordinary lord cannot achieve. On the 6th day, the trial arrived early in the morning, and it was a wolf pack totaling 800 wild wolves and 150 giant wolves. The wolf pack charged towards the territory from all directions. The soldiers were unable to defend an area with a radius of 40 meters and a perimeter of over 200 meters, and could only shrink their defensive line and hold their ground in the core area. The civilians hid in their houses while the 4 arrow towers and fireball towers fired at full strength. The rare great spear soldiers and other elite soldiers, along with intact sword and shield soldiers, formed an external defense to repel the wolf pack's attack. Other ordinary soldiers stayed inside, constantly dealing finishing blows, while the 20 ranged archers kept firing arrows. Kong Xiu led 3 light cavalry, rushing to any area of danger for support. After repelling a wave of wolves, he returned to the rear to rest. As the battle progressed, the ranged archers quickly filled their experience. The 10 newly arrived archers upgraded to level 2, while the original 10 archers satisfied the experience needed for evolution. Zhou Li kept a close watch, as soon as the experience was full he would immediately allow their evolution. Elite Archer. Name Gong Yi. Quality Elite 0110. Race Human. Level 2 2040. Talent None. Skill Proficient Archery 51,000. Attributes Physique 5. Equipped None. Loyalty 100. Zhou Li also took a moment to check the Elite Archer's attributes. The evolved Elite Archer appeared taller, and the bow was replaced with an iron bow, increasing the attack range to 100 meters, and the arrows were also fully stocked, all made of iron. The evolved Elite Archers continued to engage the enemy, their attacks becoming stronger and more precise, capable of killing an ordinary wild wolf with a single arrow and a giant wolf with 34 arrows. However, Zhou Li commanded these archers to prioritize attacking the wild wolves, as the greatest threat from the wolf pack was their numbers. The giant wolves could be handled by the rare-grade spear soldiers like cavalry and Kong Xiao. Then the newly recruited archers also filled their experience and all upgraded to elite archers. With a total of 20 elite archers, the territory's firepower was significantly enhanced, and a large number of wild wolves were shot down, greatly relieving the pressure on the soldiers at the front line. Waves of wolves charged in, only to be met with waves of deaths. Zhou Li even shut down the automatic attacking arrow towers, allowing the soldiers to farm more experience. The spearman skeleton soldiers and sword and shield soldiers at the back seized the opportunity to take down some of the injured wolves, continuously accumulating experience. However, the one who accumulated experience the fastest was Kong Xiao, being a hero. His efficiency in killing enemies far surpassed that of other soldiers. Once the wolf pack's assault slowed down, Kong Xiao finally unleashed his powerful abilities, wreaking havoc among the wolves, and eventually filled his experience for evolution. Zhou Li immediately instructed him to retreat and upgrade Kong Xiao's quality. Hero. Name Kong Xiao. Quality Elite 01100. Race Human. Level 2 200,500. Talent None. Skill Intermediate Gunmanship 651,0000. Intermediate Commander 100,1000. Training 961,000. Attributes Physique 11, Spirit 3. Equipped None. Loyalty 100. Intermediate Commander can effectively command soldiers in battle, boosting their morale, and can arrange simple formations such as circular, square, and scale formations, enhancing the soldier's attributes by 20 in the military formation. Training. When leading soldiers in training, he can help them adapt to the army more quickly, becoming more elite. The efficiency of training is enhanced. The attributes of the evolved Kong Xiao have greatly improved, and his gunmanship has become even more powerful. However, Kong Xiao is not a hero of the fierce warrior type. In terms of individual combat power, his greatest enhancement is in his commanding ability, which has risen to intermediate level. Now Kong Xiao can command 2,000 soldiers and is continuously progressing toward becoming a great commander. He has also acquired a training skill. Although there are no specific values yet, and it hasn't been tested, the description suggests some insights. Being able to train elite soldiers and enhance training efficiency means that with Zhou Li's talent, Kong Xiao can help soldiers improve their skills faster, gaining more experience each day. Zhou Li is highly suspicious that this skill emerged because of his own talent, as it aligns too closely with his abilities, enabling soldiers to become stronger and evolve more quickly. The skill description is somewhat vague, and the specific effects will need to be tested after combat. As the battle intensifies, the evolved Kong Xiao immediately returns to the battlefield to continue participating in the fight. Not long after, 3 light cavalrymen reached their maximum experience and were evolved by Zhou Li. Race Human. Level 2 4080. Talent None. Skills Proficient Level Spear Technique 101,000. Basic Sword Technique 75,100. Basic Archery 53,100. Attributes Constitution 13. 2 Spirit 5. Equipment None. Loyalty 100. After evolution, the heavy cavalry grew even taller, clad in heavy armor, becoming a lethal weapon on the battlefield, charging into the fray, beheading enemies, and capturing flags, invincible in their advance. The re-entering heavy cavalry quickly demonstrated their tremendous power. The 3 of them exuded the might of 1,000 troops. All the wolf packs blocking their charge, whether wild wolves or giant wolves, were knocked away dead before they even hit the ground. Under the heavy cavalry's charge, the wolf packs couldn't maintain even the most basic formation. The frontline soldiers began to fight back, and soon this wave of wolves was completely annihilated. This time there were no casualties aside from some damage to the surrounding farmland and constructed wooden houses. The other soldiers were fine. Skeleton soldiers, spearmen, and sword and shield soldiers took advantage of the last opportunity to finish off some of the injured wild wolves. These were all ordinary quality soldiers, and just 5 wild wolves could elevate their quality, so it wasn't much. Zhou Li also created opportunities for them, directing the archers to deliberately inflict severe injuries on some wild wolves, while allowing the ordinary troops to deal the finishing blows during the last moments when the wolves were few and defense was easy. In the end, all ordinary soldiers evolved to elite quality. Even the injured sword and shield soldiers and skeleton soldiers were brought to the battlefield at the last moment to finish off the heavily injured wolves and then evolve. After evolution, their injuries were fully healed, and they could continue to participate in battle. Especially the newly evolved elite sword and shield soldiers whose defenses were truly formidable, Zhou Li felt even more confident about the test the next day. Elite sword and shield soldier. Name Luer. Quality Elite 0110. Race Human. Level 2 2040. Talent None. Skills Proficient Level Sword Technique 530 1000 Basic Shield Mastery 35,100. Attributes Constitution 5. 5 Spirit 2. Equipment None. Loyalty 100. The evolved elite sword and shield soldier stands 2 meters tall, clad in iron armor, holding a 1 meter tall iron shield in his left hand and a large sword in his right, with enhanced defenses better able to protect other soldiers. At this moment, the system's voice also rang out. Day 6 attack ended. Reward Summary. Day 6 attack on enemies 800 Level 2 Wild Wolves 150 Level 2 Elite Wild Wolves. Defense result minor damage. Rating A. Base reward 800 Source Crystals 2000 Energy Stones. Additional rewards 800 Source Crystals 2000 Energy Stones 10 Houses 1 Lightning Tower. The reward of Source Crystals allowed Zhou Li's previously depleted wallet to recover. However, Zhou Li was even happier about the building rewards. The houses were necessary as the number of soldiers in the territory increased and the existing houses were insufficient. Some soldiers had to stay in ordinary wooden houses built by the civilians, while the system's houses could only accommodate the injured soldiers. Acquiring 10 houses this time significantly alleviated the housing issue in the territory. Energy Stones 100 Construct 10 houses. Source Crystals 100 Energy Stones 200 Upgrade houses to level 2 x 10. These houses were concentrated in the front of the territory as enemies generally approached from that direction, allowing soldiers to assemble more quickly. Moreover, in case the soldiers could not hold the line, these houses could also hinder monsters for a while, buying time for the territory's defense towers to deal damage. As for the final lightning tower, it was a high-quality magical attack structure primarily employing single-target lightning strikes with higher attack power and a paralyzing effect. Energy Stones 100 Construct Lightning Tower x1. Source Crystals 100 Energy Stones 200 Upgrade Lightning Tower to level 2. The Lightning Tower had a considerable attack range of up to 100 meters, so it was built in the core area of the territory to protect the Lord's Manor while also covering the entire territory. Lightning Tower. Quality Excellent. Building Type Defense Tower. Level 2 0200. Attack range 110 meters. Fire rate 1. 8 seconds per shot. Ammunition Lightning 100100. Each energy stone can replenish 1 shot. Damage 220 points. Durability 100,100. Effect Primary Defense Structure can attack air targets. Upgrade Conditions 200 Source Crystals 400 Energy Stones. With 220 points of damage based on 1 point of Constitution, equaling 10 points of life, most elite level beings have around 5 points of Constitution, while rare levels might have only about 10 points. However, most monsters have tough hides and additional life skills, yet they still cannot withstand the Lightning Tower's attacks. Basically, monsters at elite level and below will be instantly killed by a single shot, and even a rare level, no matter how resilient, will likely be heavily injured. This is a weapon specifically designed to target boss monsters. Thus, with single-target Lightning Towers, area attack Fireball Towers, and Wooden Arrow Towers for dealing with small fry, the territory's defensive structures became even more comprehensive. Next, it was time to sort through the wolf pack spoils, totaling 5,029 energy stones and 612 source crystals, along with some ordinary food wolf meat, wolf skins, and wolf teeth, which were not examined in detail. The drop rate for recruiting essence crystals was lower, yielding only 80 essence crystals, among which were 30 wolf tribe recruitment essence crystals, 25 ordinary level wild wolf directional recruitment essence crystals, and 5 elite level giant wolf recruitment essence crystals. Among the 50 random recruitment essence crystals, 40 were for random soldiers, and 10 were random recruitment essence crystals, with 10 elite level essence crystals, 8 for soldiers, and 2 for civilians. The ordinary random soldier recruitment essence crystals yielded 10 spearmen, 10 sword and shield soldiers, and 12 skeleton soldiers. The 8 elite level soldier recruitment essence crystals brought forth 5 hawks and 3 tree spirits. Hawks need no introduction. They are the evolved form of eagles, and the territory already has 7 hawks, significantly enhancing its aerial power. As for the tree spirits, they belong to the nature class. Tree spirit. Name unnamed. Quality elite, 0-100. Race tree spirit clan. Level 1020. Talent none. Skills wooden armor vine whip. Attributes constitution, 10, spirit 0. Equipment none. Loyalty 100. Wooden armor increases the tree spirit's defense by 10 points and enhances its resistance to flames. Vine whip swings the vine whip to strike or entangle targets. The tree spirit's height reaches 5 meters with exceptionally high constitution, being of excellent quality, yet possessing a constitution level approaching that of rare quality, complemented by armor provided by its skills, making it a true meat shield. With the vine whip skill, it can attack and control. Although it only has one whip at level 1, the number will increase with level advancement. It can be said that tree spirits are powerful units that integrate attack, defense, and control. However, they also have significant drawbacks, namely their speed and intelligence. Being a plant, their low intelligence is understandable, and it has its benefits. Their loyalty is maxed out, and they will unconditionally obey Zhou Li's every command. The key issue is speed. Generally, tree spirits root themselves in the ground and are completely immobile. Zhou Li also tried to have the tree spirit uproot itself to move, and simply pulling out the roots took 3 minutes, while its movement speed was a mere 10 meters per minute, which was painfully slow. Zhou Li temporarily abandoned the idea of having the tree spirit follow the troops and could only use it like a defensive tower. After all, it is tough and resilient and can effectively serve as a frontline defense where ordinary attacks can't harm it. Moreover, Zhou Li learned about tree spirits in school. Many lords have researched various methods to make trees. The simplest method is, of course, to create a gigantic pod and place it on a cart for movement. However, the novice trials do not allow for this. The current best solution is for soldiers to carry the tree spirit. Although tree spirits are very heavy, with the omnipotent tool skeleton soldiers, they are tireless and entirely capable of handling this task. The arrival of the tree demon bolstered Zhou Li's confidence for the challenges awaiting him tomorrow, yet he still did not elevate the level of his territory. He planned to develop further tomorrow, accumulating more source crystals, and then raise the territory's level directly when the soldiers and buildings could be upgraded to level 3. Otherwise, simply increasing the territory's level would raise the difficulty, but without upgrading the buildings and troop types, it would lead to a high chance of failure in the assessment. During the novice trial, the first 3 days serve as the rookie period where the monsters are at their weakest and the drop rates are highest. Ordinary lords can generally pass the trials in these initial days. On the 4th day, the second phase begins, and the difficulty of the lord's assessment starts to differentiate based on the territory's level, troop types, and scoring becoming increasingly challenging. However, with the assistance of defensive towers, most lords can still hold their ground. By the 7th day, or 1 week in, the assessment's difficulty intensifies further, with soldiers exceeding the territory level appearing, various special monsters manifesting, and boss monsters also starting to emerge, while the drop rates decrease. Later on the 10th, 15th, and 20th days, the difficulty will increase dramatically again, and due to this rise in difficulty, the rewards on the 3rd, 7th, 10th, 15th, and 20th assessment points will also improve. As long as he passes the assessment, the rewards will be quite substantial. Thus, he must seize tomorrow's final opportunity in this second phase to gather more resources. To achieve this, he must earn a higher evaluation, preferably an intact level rating, in order to obtain more blueprints. If he rashly increases the level leading to greater assessment difficulty, a lower rating could result in fewer rewards and a significant decrease in the rarity of those rewards. After all, the actual value of a higher level ordinary reward is far inferior to that of a lower level premium. Next came the recruitment of ordinary subjects. The common subjects yielded no surprises, but the elite level recruits brought forth a scholar and a hunter. There was nothing much to say about the hunter. He possessed basic archery skills, yet his attributes were somewhat weaker than those of soldiers, making him a less effective archer compared to elite archers. Zhou Li assigned him to the archer formation, as subjects could also benefit from his innate abilities. After several battles, he might potentially become a legendary hunter. His main focus was on the scholar. Scholar. Name Xiao Kuang. Quality elite, 0-100. Race human. Level 1040. Talent none. Skills proficient, level document handling 4-2100, basic strategy 38,100. Attributes constitution 1, spirit 5. Equipment none. Loyalty 60. Basic document handling mastery of common characters and fundamental poetry, capable of handling general clerical work within the territory and teaching other subjects. Basic strategy mastery of fundamental strategies, able to provide tactical advice for generals during campaigns to improve success rates. Upon reviewing Xiao Kuang's attributes, Zhou Li was quite satisfied. The basic document handling skill was incredibly useful, assisting Zhou Li in managing the affairs of the territory. Previously, the intelligence of the territory's subjects, including soldiers, was quite low, and he had to manage the resources gained from battles daily. Later, Kong Xiu came mainly to lead the troops, while Zhou Li had to handle all other affairs. Now that Xiao Kuang had arrived, he could assist Zhang Shan in managing the subjects, starting by recording each subject's information into a household registry for easier management. Currently, the primary task of the territory is combat, which is through the novice trial, so those ordinary and inferior subjects are not Zhou Li's primary concern. They are generally only reviewed during recruitment and then handed over to Zhang Shan for management, so he hardly pays attention. However, these are still living beings and despite their low intelligence, they still require food, clothing, shelter. With the current small population, Zhang Shan can still manage them, but as the number of subjects increases, they cannot be left to fend for themselves. Proper arrangements must be made. This is where the role of an internal affairs hero comes into play. In a world where everyone aspires to be a lord and pursue extraordinary power, internal affairs heroes may not possess the world-destroying might of mages or the ability to fight thousands alone like legendary troops, but they are the indispensable cornerstones of the territory. Their role lies in managing a large number of subjects to maintain the efficient operation of the territory, ensuring that every resource is utilized effectively. An excellent internal affairs hero can organize the territory's inner workings as precisely as a skilled. Through efficient management, they significantly reduce unnecessary consumption by subjects during production, eliminate resource wastage during the flow of goods, and transform a chaotic territory into a well-oiled machine, enhancing productivity. They can also soothe subjects' emotions, maintain strict discipline, thereby minimizing crime rates and preventing internal turmoil that would deplete precious manpower and resources. More importantly, they can stimulate subjects' productivity, enhancing overall work efficiency, allowing the same manpower to produce greater value within the same time frame. If powerful troops are the blade with which the Lord expands outward, then internal affairs heroes are the shield and lubricant that stabilize the Lord's rear. A lord who can manage internal affairs in an orderly manner and make near-perfect use of resources, even without extraordinary abilities, can steadily surpass those who only know how to squander and wage war over the years, ultimately establishing an immortal foundation of their own. Thus, internal affairs heroes are extremely important. Although the territory currently lacks an internal affairs hero, the population is still relatively small, and one scholar can manage the affairs adequately. Moreover, under his innate abilities, he believes that Xiao Kuang will eventually grow into an outstanding internal affairs hero. As for Xiao Kuang's other skill, it is of little use for now, as this is the novice trial, and facing monsters involves direct confrontation, making any strategy unnecessary. Furthermore, the effectiveness of basic strategies is quite limited, involving flanking maneuvers, testing with troops, and attacking weak points. For ordinary people who lack education, these may seem profound, but it's merely due to their lack of knowledge, and they have no real understanding. However, for students in the Lord's world who have received higher education, these tactics are basic maneuvers that hardly catch the eye. Regardless, being able to recruit Xiao Kuang, who can assist in managing the territory, makes Zhou Li very pleased. Although Zhou Li studied some management at school, it was clearly not the focus. On one hand, he was young and lacked experience at that time. No matter how much was taught, the students could hardly absorb it. On the other hand, managing the mundane affairs within the territory was never the primary concern of a lord. Ordinary lords tend to focus more on combat and their own prowess. Unless absolutely necessary or genuinely interested, very few would wish to distract themselves with the trivial matters of their territory. Most would recruit specialized internal affairs talents and heroes to handle such matters. Zhou Li was no exception. His mind was solely focused on building the territory and leading troops to battle, slaughtering across various worlds with only a basic understanding of management knowledge, hardly paying attention to it. Especially with the awakening of his talent, practicing the basic body refinement technique and basic meditation technique daily led to rapid improvement in his strength, making him yearn to cast aside tedious affairs and concentrate on cultivation. Lord Zhou Li. Territory unnamed. Race Yinhuang human. Level 2 35,200. Constitution 4. 1. Spirit 5. Items: Source Crystals 4068. Energy Crystals 18. Talent: The Heavenly Path rewards diligence. Expand to view. Skills: Basic Swordsmanship 85100. Basic Spear Skills 43,100. Proficient Level Archery 341,000. Basic Body Refinement Technique 31100. Basic Meditation Technique 31,100. He had been using the bow and arrow quite a bit in recent days, so he improved rapidly and had already reached the proficient level with significant advancements in swordsmanship and spear skills as well. Most importantly, the practice of the body refinement technique and meditation technique allowed him to gain 5 experience points daily, enhancing one attribute approximately every 2 days, thus increasing Zhou Li's constitution and spirit by 3 points. Once his cultivation reaches perfection, he will be comparable to an elite-level hero. In the future, with continuous cultivation, achieving immortality or divinity without relying on external forces will be entirely possible. On the seventh day, early in the morning, the assessment had arrived. In the distance, a large group of monstrous birds gathered at the edge of the territory. Due to the distance, Zhou Li could not see the attributes of these creatures, so he could only gather his soldiers around the Lord's manor preparing to face the impending aerial assault. Uncertain of whether the monstrous birds had ranged attacks, Zhou Li arranged the sword and shield soldiers, spear soldiers, and archers together. The sword and shield soldiers were responsible for defending against the monstrous birds' attacks, while the archers provided ranged support, and the spear soldiers stood beside the archers to deal with any close-range attacks from the monstrous birds. The tree demons positioned directly in front of Zhou Li's territory could not return to the Lord's manor in time, but fortunately Zhou Li had already devised a plan. He instructed the tree spirits to swiftly uproot their roots, and then sent a squad of skeleton warriors to carry them after they were uprooted to plant them on the left, right, and rear of the Lord's manor. The tall tree crowns were sufficient to shield the entire Lord's manor, and the spear soldiers climbed the crowns to assist the tree demons in defense. As long as the monstrous birds dared to attack, close range they would face the thrusts of the spears. The skeleton soldiers stood beside the tree demons, always ready to support from all sides. With 8 hawks, the overwhelming number of monstrous birds in the sky made it suicidal to confront them directly, so they could only operate at low altitude under the protection of the territory's defense towers preparing to support the front line. The other inhabitants had taken refuge in several houses at the center of the territory. Zhou Li dared not let these inhabitants hide in the small wooden houses he had built. This time they faced aerial units, which would not be intercepted like the previous ground units. Given the number of monstrous birds, only a part could attack the Lord's manor first. The rest would undoubtedly target other buildings in the territory. Moreover, the uncertified wooden houses lacked durability attributes. These monstrous birds appeared formidable and could easily destroy the wooden houses, leading to the death of the inhabitants. Thus, they were all arranged in several certified houses beside the Lord's manor. As long as the durability of the system's houses did not reach 0, they could not be entered, and Zhou Li could expend energy crystals to repair them at any time. With soldiers nearby and defense towers in place, safety was assured. Although each house could only accommodate 6 people, it was fine for a temporary influx of inhabitants seeking refuge. Quickly, the monstrous birds gathered and swooped down towards the territory. A dark mass of monstrous birds approached like a moving storm cloud, numbering in the thousands. These monstrous birds resembled vultures, but were covered in jet-black scales with claws glowing green. Their wings spanned nearly 2 meters, emitting a spine-chilling screech as they bore down on the Lord's manor. Formation. Sword and shield soldiers hold the front. Archers prepare to fire. Stay steady. Zhou Li stood on the stone steps of the Lord's manor, his gaze fixed on the sky, his voice calm and resolute as he issued the commands. With the command given, over 100 soldiers previously assembled in the square sprang into action, demonstrating the results of their training over the past few days. 25 elite sword and shield soldiers clad in armor and wielding iron shields stood at the front alongside 10 newly added sword and shield soldiers. They quickly raised their iron shields, interlocking them closely to form a small, yet sturdy wall, effectively protecting the gunmen and archers behind them. Behind the sword and shield soldiers stood 15 elite spear soldiers and 10 regular spear soldiers, their sharp spears poking through the gaps in the shields pointing skyward. 5 of the elite spear soldiers, along with Kong Xiu, climbed atop the tree demon's canopies, with each tree demon supporting 2 soldiers back-to-back for mutual defense. Their spears raised, though not forming a solid military formation, their rare level strength combined with the tree demons was sufficient to ensure the safety of the Lord's manor. Bang, bang, bang. The monstrous birds had reached overhead, their sharp claws scratching against the iron shields, producing a grating sound that made one's teeth ache, sparks flying. The spears behind the shield wall continuously thrust out, piercing the monstrous birds, blood splattering. Archers fire. Free shooting. The 20 archers armed with iron bows had already drawn their strings taut. Upon hearing the command, they released in unison. 20 iron arrows sliced through the air, embedding themselves into the flock of birds. Caw! Cries of agony erupted. These elite archers were of elite-level troops, having also advanced to level 2, and with the principle of heaven rewards the diligent, their archery skills were exceptional, paired with the iron arrows delivering substantial damage. Most were one-shot kills, and the monstrous birds that were struck by arrows lost their balance in midair, plummeting to the ground like dumplings. Though the number of monstrous birds was vast, the soldiers of the territory formed a dense formation, and only a limited number of monstrous birds could converge to attack at the same time, falling one by one under the barrage of the archers. Fortunately, the monstrous birds lacked ranged units. Although they were indeed frantic, crashing against the shield wall one after another, they posed little threat, instead allowing the soldiers to continuously gain experience. On the other side, some monstrous birds began attacking the tree demons, while the elite spear soldiers stood atop the trees, continuously thrusting their spears. Each thrust was enough to slay a nearby monstrous bird. The rare-level soldiers were indeed powerful. These monstrous birds could not approach within 2 meters of the tree demons. If they did, they would be killed. The tree demons swung their vine whips, pulling down monstrous birds to the ground, where nearby skeleton warriors rushed forward to slay them. The soldiers of the entire territory were systematically killing the monstrous birds. Despite their numbers, the aerial units were primarily agile, with limited capabilities in close combat. Once they were engaged by the territory, soldiers' escape became nearly impossible. However, some monstrous birds could not penetrate the outer defenses and began attacking other buildings. To prevent damage to the buildings, Zhou Li could not afford to let the soldiers continue gaining experience. He could only order the defense towers to open fire. For level 2 wooden arrow towers around the Lord's manor simultaneously emitted blinding light. Arrows shot into the sky. The attack power of the wooden arrow towers was relatively limited, but enough to injure the monstrous birds, especially when some arrows struck the wings of the birds, causing them to descend and become prey for the skeleton soldiers. Meanwhile, 2 magic towers also opened fire. The fireball tower shot out orange-earth fireballs that exploded in the flock instantly, igniting several monstrous birds' feathers, filling the air with a charred smell as flames soared. The lightning tower was even more dazzling. Arcs of blinding electricity surged through the flock, each bolt sending a monstrous bird plummeting. Under the dual assault of the troops and the defense towers, the number of monstrous birds steadily decreased. The leading dozens of elite monstrous birds were targeted by Zhou Li's commands at the lightning tower, shrieking as they fell. The final leader was a level 3 rare leader. Although it had a thicker health pool, the relentless lightning tower kept it paralyzed and injured, preventing it from approaching, ultimately leading to its demise. In the end, all the monstrous birds were slain, and the cloud in the sky gradually dispersed, allowing sunlight to once again bathe Zhou Li's territory. The 7th day's attack has concluded. Rewards: 1,000 level 2 mutated vultures, 100 level 2 elite mutated vultures, and 1 level 3 rare mutated vulture leader. Defense result: minor damage. Rating S. Basic rewards: 1,200 source crystals, 3,000 energy crystals. Additional rewards: 2,400 source crystals, 6,000 energy crystals, 1 random ordinary hero recruitment essence, 1 watchtower, 1 permanent farmland blueprint, 1 permanent well blueprint. Seeing the system's rewards, Zhou Li was overjoyed. Truly, this was a reward level. Not only was the difficulty lower, but the rewards were also exceptionally good. The random ordinary hero recruitment essence means he can recruit another hero immediately. Heroes are always valuable in any territory. Even an ordinary hero is of great worth among all lords. As for the watchtower building, although its name seems ordinary, its function is anything but. Zhou Li did not hesitate and immediately established the watchtower in the most central area next to the Lord's mansion. Energy crystals 100, build watchtower 1. Soon the watchtower was completed, standing at 5 meters tall, occupying 1,000 square meters, constructed entirely of wood, looking magnificent and spectacular, nearly exhausting all the available space in the territory. Watchtower. Quality: ordinary. Race: human. Level 10100. Building type: durability 100,100. Function 1. Recruit unit types: can recruit ordinary level spearmen at 1 person, 10 source crystals. Level 1 watchtower, maximum weekly recruitment number 100. Level 1 maximum recruitment limit 1,000. 2. Training spearmen can train in the watchtower, improving skill, experience, and level. Introduction: the most basic barracks, yet exceedingly precious. Soldiers are the foundation of the territory. With a barracks, the Lord can continuously produce soldiers. Upgrade requirements: 100 source crystals, 200 energy crystals. Indeed, the watchtower is a barracks building, and one of the most important structures in the territory, as soldiers are essential to protect the land. With barracks, soldiers can be continuously produced, eliminating worries about insufficient manpower. Although Zhou Li obtained some recruitment essences, they are inherently unstable in number, and who knows what race or unit type will be recruited randomly from them. Zhou Li was indeed lucky not to recruit chaotic races, otherwise the territory would be in disarray. However, with the barracks, things are different. Though the spearmen are merely the most ordinary of the human race, their numbers can be formidable. Combined with Zhou Li's talents, they require minimal source crystals, and these spearmen can become extraordinarily powerful in the future. Many lords do not acquire a barracks until the novice trial ends, which speaks volumes about the barracks' rarity. Zhou Li's success in obtaining the barracks was due to the reward level and achieving an S rating along with a bit of luck, otherwise it would have been difficult to secure a barracks. With the watchtower building, Zhou Li felt more confident about passing this novice trial. Moreover, he could be more aggressive, leveling up several times to strive for a higher rating and better rewards. Without hesitation, he directly upgraded the Lord's Mansion to level 3. Source Crystals 200, Energy Crystals 400, Lord's Mansion level 3. The upgrade to level 3 required at least 10 level 2 soldiers and at least 10 buildings in the territory upgraded to level 2. Fortunately, the territory had already met these requirements. The further one upgrades, the more buildings and soldiers are required, meaning more source crystals are needed, making upgrades increasingly challenging, which is why source crystals are always in short supply. However, this was not a problem for Zhou Li. With continuous battles, all soldiers in the territory had reached level 2. Even some soldiers recruited just yesterday had leveled up under Zhou Li's careful attention. For instance, among those 5 falcons and 3 tree spirits, each vulture could earn 2 experience points. As elite-level units, it was easy to defeat a mere 10 ordinary mutated vultures. They had even accumulated quite a bit of level 2 experience. Although other soldiers were a bit weaker, Zhou Li consciously had these ordinary soldiers finish off the monsters. Especially after gaining the tree spirits, Zhou Li found their vine whips to be incredibly useful, binding the monsters so they couldn't move, allowing ordinary soldiers to easily kill them. Previously, due to the intensity of the battles, other soldiers found it difficult to control their strength, resulting in most monsters being killed outright by archers, heavy cavalry, and spear units. Only towards the end of the battles did Zhou Li restrict these high-level soldiers from attacking, letting ordinary soldiers strike after the monsters were injured. However, despite their evolution, these soldiers still had low intelligence and couldn't control their strength well enough. They either hit too lightly, allowing monsters to retaliate, or hit too hard, killing the monsters outright. Now things were different. Even in the fiercest battles, the tree spirits could use their vine whips to control enemies, even bringing them closer to the soldiers for finishing blows, making it exceedingly convenient. After the tree spirits reached level 2, they gained 2 vine whips. 3 tree spirits could control 6 vultures at once, making their efficiency remarkably high. Zhou Li also realized the benefits of control-type units. Unfortunately, there were only 3 tree spirits, and with the aggressive attacks of the mutated vultures, there was no time to control and farm monsters carefully. Most mutated vultures were killed by archers and defensive towers, with only a few left on the ground for ordinary soldiers to finish off. Among them, the elite archers killed the most, roughly 500 vultures, with each of them killing about 25 of, filling their level 2 experience bar, but still lacking in evolution experience. If there were more control-type units, it would be incredibly useful for farming monsters, allowing soldiers to easily level up and evolve. Now he could only farm a bit of experience within a limited time to get all soldiers to level 2. There was still far too little evolution experience. As the territory upgraded, most soldiers had reached level 3, while some melee units recruited in the last couple of days still lacked experience, remaining at level 2. One could say the requirements for upgrading to level 4 soldiers had already been met. Then Zhou Li upgraded the watchtower to level 3, making it even taller. Source Crystals 100, Energy Crystals 200, Watchtower level 2. Source Crystals 200, Energy Crystals 400, Watchtower level 3. Now the weekly recruitment capacity of the watchtower became 300, with a limit of 3,000. Although ordinary barracks do not have the quality of high-level barracks, they do have one advantage: large recruitment numbers. Each level up doubles the recruitment capacity, so even if some are lost in battle, there is no worry about not having recruitment slots. As long as losses are minimal, within a few days the number of soldiers in the territory can quickly exceed 1,000. Zhou Li then immediately recruited all 300 available slots today. Source Crystals 3,000, Energy Crystals 6,000 will recruit soldiers 300. As the bright light flashed from the gate of the watchtower, a spearman stepped out every second. After a full 5 minutes, all 300 spearmen emerged, gathering before Zhou Li to form a 20 by 15 formation. These spearmen had intelligence levels similar to those recruited from the Essence, and Zhou Li had no desire to give a speech. He entrusted them to Kong Xiu for training. This is the role of heroes. They can assist in handling various affairs within the territory, whether it be the inhabitants or soldiers, and can be entrusted to lead, freeing up the Lord's time. As for the blueprints for farmland and wells, they are valuable items. Once the blueprints are utilized, Zhou Li will automatically learn to construct the farmland and well buildings recognized by the system. From now on, as long as there are resources, construction can occur at any time, and there will be no need for corresponding building models. In reality, any permanent blueprints are extremely precious, representing that these 2 types of buildings will never be lacking and will never be subject to others in this regard. Conversely, in the future, if farmland and well building models drop, they can be kept and sold. Although farmland and wells are basic constructions and not highly priced, they still provide a source of income. There are countless lords in the Lord's world, and some of them have not obtained permanent blueprints and need to purchase related buildings. Moreover, farmland is essential for many agricultural lords, and wells are crucial for the water needs of the territory, so these building models will always be in demand. Moreover, the timing for farmland construction is perfect. After building the watchtower, over 300 soldiers join daily, and as the territory level increases, even more will come. The food dropped from monster kills is simply insufficient, and a food crisis is imminent. Therefore, it is necessary to plant more crops this time. Fortunately, the territory has just reached level 3, expanding by 20 meters, bringing the total area to over 110 square meters. Zhou Li immediately constructed 49 plots of farmland on the newly expanded land, increasing the total number of farmland to 60. Source crystals 490, energy crystals 980, constructing farmland 49. With the consumption of energy, the shadows of the farmland appeared on the ground, and then 49 residents stopped their work and began to cultivate the shadows of the farmland. A progress bar appeared above the shadow farmland, 11 under construction time, remaining 0459. These newly constructed farmlands are located on the outskirts of the territory. Additionally, leveraging the opportunity to upgrade the territory and replan the territory's buildings, he also moved the original 11 plots of farmland to the outside, forming a circular farmland area on the outermost edge of the territory. Every 60 meters in the farmland area, there will be a 3-meter wide passage, and wells have been constructed within, totaling 6 new wells. Source crystals 300, energy crystals 600, constructing wells 6. Mainly due to the limited number of source crystals. Previously, only over 2,500 had been saved, plus today's 2,400, consuming a total of 4,290 source crystals, leaving just over 600. This is without upgrading these farmlands and wells, otherwise it would be a significant expense. Fortunately, the soldiers in the territory do not need to spend source crystals, or else it would be far from enough. However, buildings still need to be upgraded. With the limited source crystals, priority should be given to upgrading the territory's altar defense towers and other combat-related structures, while farming and living structures can be postponed. Now one can only see how many source crystals drop and strive to upgrade the territory's defense towers and Lord's altar to level 3 in preparation for tomorrow's challenge. After all, tomorrow marks the 8th day and the difficulty will be higher. Although a large number of gunmen have been recruited, Zhou Li still hopes to lose fewer soldiers, aiming for a higher final evaluation. Soon all the drops were collected by the soldiers, totaling 6254 energy crystals, 947 source crystals, along with some ordinary food items and various common items, such as magical vulture feathers and claws. A significant number of recruitment essence dropped, totaling around 100 pieces, and even the boss-level magical vulture dropped a rare-level random recruitment essence. Among them, there are 30 fixed recruitment essences for the hawks and 10 for the falcons. Zhou Li could not understand why the vultures dropped hawk essences. Could it be that these vultures were originally hawks transformed due to chaotic erosion? However, this is just right, for Zhou Li, as managing the same species is much easier. Thus, he recruited them all, bringing the territory's flying units to a total of 47, achieving a strong military force. Of the remaining 60, there are 40 random soldier recruitment essences and 20 random resident recruitment essences. Recruiting in groups of 10 resulted in 10 hawks, 10 skeleton soldiers, 10 archers, 5 sword and shield soldiers, and 4 light cavalry. The last rare-level random recruitment essence yielded a rare-level Gale Hawk. Gale Hawk, name to be named, quality rare 01000. Race beast, tribe hawk tribe. Level 1050. Talent none. Skills eagle eye, sharp claws, wind wings. Attributes constitution 10, spirit 5. Equipment none. Loyalty 100. Wind wings use wind elements to enhance the wings, increasing movement speed. The Gale Hawk is considerably larger, standing over 3 meters tall, with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters. Although still a melee fighter, it has begun to harness elemental powers. The Wind Wing skill is excellent. It is an area skill that can be applied not only to itself, but also to other flying units, enhancing their speed. With the Gale Hawk's current spiritual power, it can enhance 10 flying units at once, lasting for 5 minutes. The lower the level of the unit, the more speed it gains. For level 1 Hawks, it can increase speed by 100, and for itself it can enhance speed by 30. Given the extremely fast speed of flying units, this enhancement is already quite significant. Next is the recruitment of residents: 10 inferior residents, 6 ordinary residents, and 4 elite residents. The elite residents consist of 1 junior architect, 1 carpenter, 1 blacksmith, and 1 hunter. The junior architect possesses a construction skill that enables buildings to be built sturdier and reduces material consumption, planning the positions of territory buildings to make them more orderly and reasonable. More importantly, the permanent building blueprints Zhou Li learned will automatically appear in the architect's mind, allowing the Lord to arrange for architects to construct, thus freeing up the Lord's time. However, junior architects can only learn blueprints of fine quality or below. Each quality of architect can only learn blueprints of corresponding quality or lower, and higher level blueprints require corresponding architects to construct. However, this is sufficient for now. Unfortunately, the construction has just been completed, otherwise some resources could have been saved. For now, repairs to the houses must be prioritized. After all, many ordinary wooden houses built by residents were damaged in the morning's attack by the magical vultures and need repair. The arrival of the architect is timely as they can assist Xiao Kuang and Zhang Shun in planning and constructing houses to make them better and sturdier. As for the soldiers of the territory, their accommodations are temporarily sufficient. The gunmen can reside in the watchtower, which is quite spacious, and it utilizes spatial technology, providing a larger internal space. The Level 3 watchtower has a maximum recruitment limit of 3,000 people, meaning it can house 3,000 gunmen for training and resting. The gunmen recruited through Essence can also enter to rest and train, but they do not count towards the watchtower's gunmen recruitment limit, and the total number cannot exceed 3,000. Unfortunately, only gunmen can be accommodated. Other soldiers can enter, but will feel very uncomfortable. The school did not provide detailed descriptions of this reason. Zhou Li only understands a rough idea. The barracks can recruit gunmen, not only due to spatial technology, but also because of a gunman's inheritance and imprint, which only applies to gunmen, allowing every recruited gunman to learn basic gun techniques and equip basic long spear weapons. However, the gunman imprint will reject soldiers wielding other weapons. This is fundamental to the rules embedded in the system buildings and cannot be changed. If this rule were truly altered, the gunman barracks would become useless and would no longer be able to recruit gunmen. Unless it is a special barracks that can recruit various soldiers, then related soldiers can live and train there. Zhou Li's ordinary watchtower clearly cannot accommodate this and can only house gunmen. Other soldiers, mainly human soldiers, need to reside in houses, while undead skeleton soldiers can sleep outdoors, and tree spirits do not require houses. As for the hawks and falcons, they previously built nests on the ground, but now the falcons directly build nests in the trees of the tree spirits, while the remaining hawks, without space, can only rest under the trees. Then Zhou Li used the hero recruitment spirit to summon another hero. Name Hanfu. Quality ordinary 0-100. Race human. Level 1-0-100. Talent none. Skills proficient swordsmanship, 51,000 basic archery, 10100 basic leadership, 60,100. Attributes constitution 5, spirit 2. Equipment none. Loyalty 60. Description: a general of Chao Wei during the Three Kingdoms period slain by Guan Yu. Zhou Li noticed that the general summoned was yet another one slain by Guan Yu, part of the backdrop of Guan Yu's legendary feats wielding dual blades with decent archery skills. I won't go into much detail about the specifics as he was already acquainted with Kong Xiu, so he entrusted Kong Xiu to lead and familiarize him with the territory. At the same time, he redistributed the troops between Han Fu and Kong Xiu. Kong Xiu was the first hero of the territory and had been upgraded to elite quality, excelling with the spear. He would mainly lead the spear troops while also commanding the sword and shield soldiers specifically arranged to meet the enemy. The remaining archers, light cavalry, and falcon soldiers were placed under Han Fu's command, as he was also skilled in archery. In the future, the falcons would scout the skies for enemy movements, allowing the archers to strike from a distance, while the light cavalry maneuvered to assist, supporting Kong Xiu in battle. Next, it was time to repair the damaged system buildings and replenish the ammunition in the defense towers, spending a small amount of energy spirit stones. The first to be upgraded was undoubtedly the Lord's Altar. Source Crystal 200, a Energy Spirit Stone 400, Lord's Altar upgraded to level 3. Then came the wooden fence, which still provided some defense against ground-attacking monsters, becoming more effective as its level increased. Source Crystal 200, Energy Spirit Stone 400, fence upgraded to level 3. Then 2 fine-grade defense towers, as high-quality defense towers were prioritized for upgrades. Source Crystal 200, a Energy Spirit Stone 400, Lightning Tower upgraded to level 3. Source Crystal 200, Energy Spirit Stone 400, Fireball Tower upgraded to level 3. Although the Lightning Tower's attacks severely overdamage ordinary monsters, Zhou Li preferred overkill rather than insufficient power that could lead to the territory being breached. For example, today's boss-level monsters required several lightning strikes to be defeated. In the future, monster levels and quality would continue to rise, and their numbers would increase, necessitating a high-damage defense tower to withstand their assaults. Source Crystal 320, a Energy Spirit Stone 640, Wooden Arrow Tower upgraded to level 3-4. Then with the remaining source crystals, he continued upgrading the blacksmith shop and tailor's shop to level 3, spending another 200 source crystals. Then the refugee camp was also upgraded. Source Crystal 200, Energy Spirit Stone 400, Refugee Camp upgraded to level 3. Lastly, with the remaining source crystals, he upgraded the residences to level 3, costing 340 source crystals. By now he had less than 1,000 source crystals left, which he decided to reserve for future use. The upgraded residences could accommodate 8 people each with improved recovery effects. On the 8th day, the attackers were still the mutated vultures with 1,500 of ordinary level, 150 elite level, and 10 rare level bosses, all reaching level 4. Fortunately, the territory's defense towers had been upgraded, and the lightning tower focused particularly on those rare level bosses, relentlessly attacking them to prevent any damage. The spear soldiers performed well, forming a dense spear formation pointing to the sky. Even without the defense of the sword and shield soldiers, they were sufficient to withstand the ordinary mutated vulture attacks. The spear soldiers performed well, forming a dense spear formation pointing to the sky. Even without the defense of the sword and shield soldiers, they were sufficient to withstand. However, the spear soldiers' levels were still relatively low and their quality was merely ordinary. With too many soldiers, Zhou Li and the two heroes could not manage them all, leading to some spear soldiers suffering severe injuries or even death. Fortunately, these mutated vultures provided a wealth of experience. Each level 3 ordinary mutated vulture offered 3 experience points, while the elite ones provided 6 points. Many soldiers accumulated enough experience to level up. The biggest boost came to the archers, as 20 elite archers accumulated enough evolution experience, directly upgrading to rare level strong archers. Strong archer. Name Gong E. Quality rare 01060. Race human. Level 3 50,100. Talent none. Skills master level archery 561-0000. Charge strike double shot. Attributes constitution 12, spirit 6. Equipment 6, stone strong bow. Loyalty 100. Charge strike accumulates power to deliver a more powerful blow. Current maximum. Charge time 3 seconds. Damage increased by 100. Double shot can shoot 2 arrows at once. The strength of the strong archer increased significantly, equipped with a 6 stone strong bow capable of delivering a force equivalent to 720 pounds. Moreover, he learned 2 new skills with charge strike, potentially enhancing damage by 100, sufficient to severely injure or even kill a rare level monster. Double shot doubled the strong archer's unit output capability. These 2 skills enhance damage and quantity and can be used in conjunction, significantly elevating the strong archer's power. This also greatly improved the farm's anti-air capabilities. Now the strong archer's attack power had officially surpassed that of the wooden arrow tower. Even heroes could fall if besieged by multiple strong archers. As for the newly recruited archers from yesterday, they had leveled up to level 3 and accumulated enough experience to evolve into elite archers. However, the strong archers required a substantial amount of experience for evolution, so they still fell short. Other soldiers also gained significant experience. Aside from the spear soldiers, the other newly recruited soldiers had all been promoted to level 2. It can only be said that the tree monsters were incredibly useful. Their vine whips, combined with Zhou Li's talent, were practically divine abilities, maximizing the strength of the territory's soldiers. Unfortunately, there were still too few tree monsters. With only 3 tree monsters reaching level 3, they could only bind 9 mutated vultures at a time, and during combat, they could only elevate the soldiers' levels to 2. Then the primary focus was on cultivating the sword and shield soldiers, evolving all of them into elite sword and shield soldiers. After all, to improve evaluation, fewer soldiers must die. The defense of the spear soldiers was truly lacking, or more reliance on sword and shield soldiers for defense was necessary. Thus, it was vital to prioritize enhancing the sword and shield soldiers for better farm protection. On the 8th day, the final rating was an A. End of the 8th day's attack. Settlement reward. Then on the 9th day, the attacking mutated vultures increased in number, with 20 rare-level mutated vulture leaders. Moreover, they flew at remarkable speeds, and even the lightning tower could not shoot them all down before they reached the territory. Monsters in the sky could not be easily surrounded by troops, complicating the situation. After all, a level 4 rare leader would take considerable time to deal with, even in an unknown battle with a hero, not to mention they could fly. Other troops like the spear soldiers, heavy cavalry, and swift falcons were no match in an unknown confrontation. Fortunately, the strong archers could also inflict damage on the leaders, ultimately eliminating all those troublesome leaders without allowing them to cause significant destruction. In the end, the 9th day's assessment was successfully passed, earning an A rating. After the 9th day's assessment, Zhou Li prepared to reinforce the territory once more in anticipation of the surprise arriving on the 10th day. Since the appearance of rare-level boss monsters on the 7th day, the number of boss monsters has increased each day, and their levels have surpassed that of the territory, putting more pressure on the territory's defenses. Level 4 boss monsters can easily disrupt the formations of the spearmen, and the chaotic soldiers face slaughter from the flying troops descending from the sky. Even if they passed the assessment, the casualties would be severe, with scant rewards leading to a vicious cycle and ultimately failing the assessment. If it weren't for the newly evolved strong archer's awakening skills that could inflict serious damage on boss-level monsters, it would be quite difficult to pass the assessments over these 2 days. However, despite the increasing number of monsters, the rewards are also quite generous. First, there are the basic resource rewards over 1,200 origin crystals and more than 4,500 energy crystals, causing Zhou Li's wallet to swell once again. With these resources, Zhou Li upgraded all the buildings in the territory to level 3, consuming over 2,000 origin crystals, leaving him with 10,000 origin crystals. The soldiers were also recruited again, bringing in an additional 300 soldiers. This weekly recruitment is calculated from Monday to Sunday rather than by construction time, making it easier for statistics. Otherwise, with more barracks later, calculating the recruitment dates for each would be too cumbersome. Next are the blueprints as rewards. 2 A-level evaluations yielded 4 buildings: a mill, a pasture, a canteen, and a sword chi tower. The mill can process food, performing tasks like threshing and milling, alleviating the concerns of the citizens regarding post-harvest processing. Just in time, the initial fields have been harvested, making the arrival of this mill quite timely. The pasture is a place for raising livestock, occupying over 1,000 square meters, but there are currently no livestock to rear, only a few horses for the cavalry living inside. The canteen is also a system building equipped with basic kitchen utensils, making cooking much more convenient once chefs reside there. The citizens no longer need to gather firewood. Energy crystals can be used directly to provide energy for automatic cooking, ensuring high efficiency. Moreover, it can further process the basic food dropped by monsters into more delicious and varied dishes. With over 1,000 soldiers and citizens in the territory, relying on just a few citizen chefs for cooking is insufficient. Many soldiers consume the basic food dropped by the system or the compressed biscuits brought by Zhou Li, which are not very tasty. With the canteen established, a few chefs can quickly prepare meals for over 1,000 people, allowing all soldiers and citizens to enjoy hot meals. Finally, the sword chi tower is a refined level defensive structure. Sword chi tower quality: refined building type, defense tower, level 300, attack range 120 meters, fire rate 0.8 seconds per shot, ammunition sword chi 100100. Each energy crystal can replenish 10 shots, damage 120 points, durability 120120. Effect: primary defensive building, launching sword chi for attacks with armor-piercing effects. Upgrade requirements: 300 origin crystals, 600 energy crystals. The attack of the sword chi tower is lower than that of the fireball tower and lightning tower, but it has a very fast attack speed, and the flight speed of the sword chi is also faster than that of fireballs, though still much slower than lightning. However, the sword chi has armor-piercing effects, causing greater damage to heavily armored targets. Especially against boss units, each typically has thick armor, making ordinary attacks difficult to penetrate, making the armor-piercing ability of the sword chi tower a specialized defense against bosses. Additionally, this armor-piercing effect has an extra benefit: if a monster has no armor, the sword chi can deal damage to other monsters behind the pierced enemy. In other words, the damage of the sword chi tower can actually be considered area damage, as it affects all enemies in a straight line. As the level of the sword chi tower increases, the armor-piercing effect becomes more powerful, meaning it can penetrate more enemies, resulting in extraordinarily high damage. The sword chi tower belongs to the Xianxia side of defense towers, which is significantly different from the magicals. This also pertains to future paths: technology side, Xianxia side, martial arts side, magical side, and even evil god side, supernatural side, and exotic beast side. Among these, the wooden arrow tower is a universal building, while the lightning tower and fireball tower belong to the magical side, and the sword chi tower belongs to the Xianxia side. The path each lord takes is closely related to the types of buildings in their territory. One cannot pursue a path in the supernatural side if their territory lacks supernatural buildings. It simply wouldn't work. Among the human race, the most populous categories are the technology side, Xianxia side, martial arts side, and magical side, accounting for over 90. The rest are niche paths with few followers. The dominance of these 4 categories is significantly attributed to their prevalence and quantity, as the items dropped in the chaotic sea are primarily from these 4 categories. Lords may have their preferred paths, but without obtaining related items, they would be helpless. They can only vote with their feet, choosing paths based on the current buildings in their territory. For example, in the current novice trial, all drops are random and any obtained buildings are immediately utilized. It is impossible to save them for after the trial to trade with other lords for preferred buildings. There simply isn't that much time. Each descent is extremely dangerous. To ensure the safety of the territory, every gain must be utilized to the fullest to maximize self-protection, making it impossible to hoard resources. Of course, true second-generation celestial beings with a wealth of buildings bestowed by their elders, or lords with extraordinary luck, who get whatever they want, can certainly walk whichever path they prefer. Some may desire to have it all, but that is simply impossible. One can have a primary and a secondary path, but trying to pursue everything will likely lead to demise during descents. While it is beneficial for aspiring celestial beings to be compatible with multiple paths, allowing them to walk more freely and far. However, each path has its unique rules and conflicts arise between these rules. With a few paths, the conflicts are manageable, but the more paths, the more intense the conflicts. This is especially true for severely opposing paths, such as the evil god side and supernatural side, which are very strange and bloody and do not adapt well to other paths. This issue goes beyond affecting the development of leadership. If one loses balance, it can lead to the destruction of the territory. In the past, many lords sought to develop multiple paths while carefully maintaining balance. The result was severe conflicts within the territory. Sometimes simply building one structure from a particular path could lead to the complete collapse of balance, resulting in direct destruction of the Lord's mansion and the Lord's heart. Thus, few wish to pursue comprehensive development nowadays. Most prefer to develop one primary path, occasionally branching into a secondary path that does not conflict much. For instance, Xianxia and martial arts are very compatible and can develop together, while Xianxia can also evolve alongside exotic beasts, and martial arts and magic can also develop some technology, etc. These are relatively well matched. This is also a significant reason why these four main paths are the most developed. They are more universal and can better accommodate other paths, making issues less likely to arise and allowing for broader development, leading to further progress in the future. As a descendant of the Yin and Huang, Zhou Li's first choice was undoubtedly the path of immortality, but he had previously only acquired structures from the magical side, receiving 2 defensive towers. Other unit types, such as the Gale Falcon or the Tree Demon, including skeleton soldiers, are more inclined towards the magical side. Other units like Spearmen, Sword and Shield Soldiers, Archers, and Light Cavalry are more generalized and lean more towards the martial path. Originally, he thought he would have to pursue the magical side, but unexpectedly he acquired his first structure from the Immortals, making Zhou Li quite happy. He also hopes to see more structures and units from the Immortals in the future. Without hesitation, he immediately upgraded all the new buildings to level 3, spending 1,200 origin crystals on the 4 structures, leaving him with about 7,000 origin crystals. As for upgrading to level 4, it would be better to wait until the assessment on the 10th day is completed. It is always wise to be cautious. The soldiers in the territory are numerous, but most of the newly recruited spearmen are only at level 1, making them relatively weak. Upgrading the territory to level 4 will introduce rare level 5 leaders, which would easily overpower level 1 common soldiers. In the past 3 days, the territory has recruited 300 spearmen. Under Kong Xiu's training, they can gain 2 upgrade experience points daily, and with planned opportunities for each spearman to kill several monsters during battles, 130 of them have already reached level 2. Additionally, there are 125 random soldier essences and 35 random civilian essences. Although the number and strength of invading monsters have significantly increased each day, the drop rate for recruitment essences has decreased. Now, common monsters hardly drop essences, and elite-level monsters only have a chance to drop them, while only rare-level boss monsters consistently drop essences. Moreover, the dropped essences are mostly of the fine quality rather than rare quality. On the 8th day, 3 rare essences dropped, and on the 4th day, 2 rare essences dropped. Ultimately, he recruited 40 hawks, 20 falcons, 20 skeleton soldiers, 10 archers, and 10 sword and shield soldiers. There are also 5 elite light cavalry, 5 elite tree demons, 5 skeleton warriors, and 5 elite archers. Among the rare-level units, there are 3 gale falcons and 2 strong archers. However, in the past 2 days, there were some casualties. 20 spearmen and 7 skeleton soldiers died, especially on the 9th day, when there were too many leaders and the defensive towers could not protect thoroughly, resulting in the deaths of over 10 soldiers. Fortunately, the number of soldiers in the territory is still considerable, otherwise they wouldn't even reach in a level evaluation. Currently, there are 913 soldiers in total. Among them, there are 610 spearmen, including 5 level 3 spear sergeants, 15 level 3 elite spearmen, 140 level 2 spearmen, and 450 level 1 spearmen, 65 skeleton soldiers, including 30 level 3 skeleton warriors, 5 level 1 skeleton warriors, 20 level 2 skeleton soldiers, and 10 level 1 skeleton soldiers, 50 sword and shield soldiers, including 40 level 2 elite sword and shield soldiers, and 10 level 1 sword and shield soldiers, 47 archers, including 30 level 3 strong archers, 2 level 1 strong archers, 5 level 1 elite archers, and 10 level 2 archers, 121 members of the Eagle tribe, including 1 level 3 Gale Falcon, 3 level 2 Gale Falcons, 17 level 3 Falcons, 10 level 2 Falcons, 10 level 1 Falcons, 40 level 2 Hawks, and 40 level 1 Hawks, 12 cavalry, including 3 level 3 Heavy Cavalry, 4 level 3 Light Cavalry, and 5 level 2 Light Cavalry, and 8 Tree Demons, all of which have been prioritized for upgrade to level 3. After upgrading, they mainly use their vine whips to control the flying mutated. This is also the reason why other melee soldiers upgrade quickly. Apart from the spearmen recruited on the 9th day, all the others have reached level 2. In the past 2 days, dozens of new civilians have been recruited, bringing the total number of civilians in the territory to over 245, mainly recruited from the refugee camp. After upgrading the refugee camp to level 3 on the 8th day, he can now recruit 30 civilians daily. Although most of them are of poor and common quality, occasionally a fine-level civilian appears. Currently, the number of fine-level civilians in the territory has also exceeded 20. Moreover, essential professions have been gathered, including farmers, carpenters, blacksmiths, bricklayers, scholars, cooks, doctors, woodcutters, hunters, tailors, and horsemen. A small village has now formed, managed by Xiao Kuang and Zhang Shan. Especially Zhang Shan, during the management process, continuously summarized experiences and surprisingly learned basic management skills, improving his qualifications to elite level and becoming a true manager. Zhou Li then appointed Zhang Shan as the village chief to manage these civilians. Additionally, there were 2. Han Fu, being adept at archery, has already leveled up to level 3, and he has accumulated a lot of evolution experience. He is expected to level up tomorrow. Kong Xiu, being a melee fighter, did not perform well against the flying mutated vultures, so he did not gain much experience, and relied on the help of tree demons to grind some experience to level up to level 3. Overall, the strength of the territory is quite good, surpassing 90 of the lords. Moreover, the units recruited in recent days are mostly the existing types in the territory, without any new types. As for the spearmen, perhaps due to the presence of watchtowers, there have been no new spearmen recruited in the past 2 days. This phenomenon is also a good thing for Zhou Li, as the number of spearmen is already sufficient and he hopes to recruit more units of other types. However, Zhou Li had never heard of any rules regarding the random recruitment of essences during his school days. It was entirely random regardless of the race, and even having the corresponding barracks building would not affect the recruitment probability. He is unsure about the situation here, primarily concerning humans and skeleton soldiers. It would be great if he could mainly recruit these 2 races in the future. As for the recruitment of so many hawks, falcons, and other eagle tribe members, this is related to the recent attacks by flying mutated vultures. Preparations are nearly complete. He is just waiting for tomorrow's challenge. As for the soldiers' levels, he does not plan to use origin crystals for upgrades this time. On one hand, it is because there are too many soldiers in the territory, and the remaining 8,800 origin crystals are completely insufficient. He cannot upgrade just a portion of the soldiers. As a lord, he needs to treat everyone fairly and cannot show favoritism, or it will affect the soldiers' loyalty. On the other hand, he plans to save the crystals to upgrade to level 4 after today's assessment. Otherwise, like last time, when upgrading there weren't enough origin crystals, and he could only upgrade part of the buildings. The 10th day's trial arrived early in the morning. This time they were faced with a horde of descent demons along with their sorcerers. These were hellish creatures that appeared in many worlds, quite common indeed. Zhou Li had studied information about such monsters during school, so he recognized them at first sight. Descent demons themselves were not particularly concerning. They were standard melee monsters numbering over 30, with some elite units among them larger in size, estimated to be over 500. However, the trouble lay with the descent demon sorcerers, who were ranged monsters of elite to rare quality. They could not only cast fireballs to attack, but also resurrect descent demons. More importantly, their numbers were substantial, reaching into the hundreds. They could be considered a significant counter to Zhou Li's territory. Zhou Li's main force comprised gunmen, who required formation for defense or attack. Facing the magical attacks of the descent demon sorcerers, relying solely on gunmen and shielded soldiers would be insufficient for defense. A volley from hundreds of descent demons could result in heavy casualties among Zhou Li's soldiers. Thus, he had to take the initiative to strike, rushing forward to engage the ranged spellcasters. However, not only did he need to consider the time consumed in eliminating the descent demons obstructing his path, but more importantly, the descent demon sorcerers could continually resurrect them. As long as the sorcerers had not exhausted their magical power, they could keep resurrecting descent demons, and according to their power levels, each could resurrect dozens of times. During his approach towards the enemy, the sorcerers would repeatedly revive descent demons to block his advance. A greater issue was that they could suddenly resurrect them behind him and within his formation, trapping his army in a pincer movement, destroying his formation. Historically, this situation had occurred countless times, where well-formed armies were disrupted by the resurrection tactics of descent demon sorcerers and ultimately suffered total annihilation. Or when in a defensive position, they were worn down by the resurrection tactics of descent demons or bombarded from a distance. This battle was undoubtedly arduous for Zhou Li. In Zhou Li's territory, the only units capable of dealing damage to the descent demon sorcerers were the strong archers and flying units. However, the sorcerers were not easy to deal with. Though the falcons could fly, they were also melee units, and once closed they would face attacks from the descent demons, and the sorcerers' fireballs were formidable. As for the archer formations, the descent demon sorcerers, being magical creatures, were quite intelligent and would prioritize targeting ranged units. The territory's archers exposed to the descent demon sorcerers would be the first to come under attack. Crucially, the sorcerers had a long casting range, with elite ones exceeding 200 meters and rare sorcerers over 300 meters, surpassing the range of ordinary archers. Only strong archers could attack them. Moreover, the sorcerers always stood far outside the territory, beyond the reach of defensive towers. Zhou Li employed some tactics in this battle. First, he formed a line of gunmen and shield soldiers to block the attacks of the descent demons, while the strong archers moved around to disrupt the sorcerers, drawing their attention and preventing them from concentrating fire on the melee formation. Simultaneously, the flying units harassed from above, grabbing descent demons and airdropping them onto the sorcerers. Although the sorcerers were agile and avoided being struck by falling descent demons, it disrupted their spellcasting, making it difficult for them to concentrate on the front line. Whenever the sorcerers attempted to focus on the melee formation, several swift falcons would dive from the sky towards the sorcerers, snatching a few and soaring back up, drawing their attention. Cavalry units also occasionally charged at the sorcerers from the side. Although they couldn't get close each time, they attracted some attention, alleviating pressure on the frontline melee infantry formation. Whenever the sorcerers' attention was diverted by other units, the strong archers would seize the opportunity to launch sneak attacks, gradually killing off some of the sorcerers. As the number of remaining sorcerers dwindled to just over 20, they finally became fearful. The surviving sorcerers tightly surrounded themselves with several layers of descent demons, completely hiding themselves, making it impossible for the falcons and strong archers to spot them. However, Zhou Li welcomed this development. In this reality, there was no rule stating that ranged attacks would not harm one's own troops. By surrounding themselves so tightly, it meant they could no longer cast fireballs from a distance, though any fireball cast would first strike the surrounding descent demons. Thus, they could only cast resurrection spells. Alone against descent demons, Zhou Li was not afraid. Their strength was not formidable, and he viewed this as an opportunity for his soldiers to gain experience. After all, each time a level 4 descent demon was killed, it granted 4 experience points, and the experience could be gained again upon resurrection. This was a considerable experience boost. So towards the end, Zhou Li was not in a hurry to kill the sorcerers. Instead, he continued to engage the descent demons, allowing them to resurrect repeatedly, while his soldiers killed them time and again, letting each soldier gain experience and level up. After over 3 hours, once the remaining sorcerers had exhausted their magical power, Zhou Li finally concluded. In this battle, all soldiers gained a significant amount of experience, with the archers benefiting the most, all having leveled up to the status of level 3 strong archers. Next were the gunmen, who had all upgraded to level 2, with many soldiers reaching level 3. The number of elite gunmen had also exceeded 20. All shielded soldiers had evolved into elite shield soldiers. The hawks also gained substantial experience, leveling up to level 3 and evolving into falcons. Even the weak skeleton soldiers gained a notable amount of experience, with most reaching level 2, while the first batch recruited even reached full experience and evolved into skeleton warriors. Skeleton warrior. Name to be named. Quality rare 01000. Race undead. Level 3 50,150. Talent none. Skills proficient swordsmanship 840 1000. Bone reinforcement. Attributes constitution 13, spirit 3. Equipment none. Loyalty 100. Bone reinforcement increases the durability of skeleton soldiers, making them harder to destroy. The evolved skeleton warriors were stronger, especially with the new skill bone reinforcement, making them no longer fragile. They were not weaker than other armored human soldiers and were starting to become formidable. Moreover, their intelligence had significantly improved, now comparable to elite gunmen, allowing them to communicate normally with Zhou Li. Though the skeletons could not speak normally, the abilities of the territory were quite miraculous. As soldiers of the territory, Zhou Li could easily understand the meanings behind their skeletal expressions. As for loyalty, it was likely due to the fact that the skeleton soldiers evolved because of his talent, so their loyalty was at maximum, with no thoughts of rebellion against Zhou Li. This provided Zhou Li with some reassurance. If these undead soldiers could maintain their loyalty, he could certainly increase their training efforts. Moreover, if the talent was indeed that powerful, ensuring the loyalty of these undead soldiers, he could consider recruiting more undead soldiers. After all, they were genuinely useful, capable of fighting and training non-stop for 24 hours, far more enduring than living beings. The light cavalry made several charges, killing numerous fallen demons and gaining substantial experience, all of which have evolved into heavy cavalry. Although the tree demon was slow, it was also carried to the battlefield by other soldiers arranged by Zhou Li. The 3 vine whips did not need to control the fallen demons for other soldiers to kill, but focused on slaying enemies to gain experience quickly, thus also leveling up to level 3 and evolving into a tree demon guardian. Tree demon guardian. Name unnamed. Quality rare 01000. Race tree demon. Level 3 80,150. Talent none. Skills hardwood armor vine whip rooting. Attributes physique 23, spirit 5. Equipment none. Loyalty 100. Hardwood armor outstanding defense that can withstand various types of damage, including piercing and fire. Rooting roots deeply into the earth, gaining a more powerful recovery ability. The evolved tree demon guardian is larger, standing at a height of 10 meters, with even more outstanding defense from the hardwood armor capable of withstanding higher level attacks. The vine whip skill has also significantly improved, doubling in number and reaching a length of 30 meters. The newly added rooting skill grants the tree demon guardian powerful recovery abilities. At the end, seeing that the fallen demon wizard had little magic left, it directly cast Fireball to try to take out several soldiers from the territory, aiming directly at the largest tree demon guardian. It blasted several large holes in the guardian, but in just a few seconds it recovered. However, recovery also consumes energy, which is abundant within the territory. If outside the territory, the recovery speed would slow down, but energy crystals can be used for recovery, making it very convenient. Thus, Zhou Li decided to give each tree demon guardian 10 energy crystals, allowing them to absorb energy for recovery whenever they are injured. There are also 2 heroes. Kong Xiao needs too much experience to evolve and has only reached 1/3 of the requirement now. On the other hand, Han Fu has already leveled up to 3 on the 9th day, gaining full experience in today's battle and evolving into an elite-level hero. After evolving, Han Fu's swordsmanship has become more exquisite, archery has reached mastery level, and his commanding ability has greatly improved, not to mention the enhancements to his basic attributes, making him significantly stronger. As the battle came to an end, the system's settlement arrived. End of the attack on the 10th day. Settlement rewards. On the 10th day, enemies defeated 3,000 level 3 fallen demons, 500 level 4 elite fallen demons, 100 level 3 elite fallen demon wizards, and 10 level 4 rare fallen demon wizard leaders. Defense result minor damage. Result rating S. Basic reward 3,000 source crystals, 6,000 energy crystals. Additional rewards 6,000 source crystals, 12,000 energy crystals, 1 random elite level hero recruitment essence, 1 155mm howitzer tower, 1 cemetery, 1 permanent blueprint for residential buildings. Although many people died in today's battle with dozens of infantrymen lost, the number of soldiers in the territory was sufficient. Coupled with the fact that many fallen demons were killed multiple times, the total kill count likely exceeded 1,000, resulting in a high evaluation. The basic source crystals alone amounted to 9,000, nearly equaling the total basic rewards from the previous 9 days. Indeed, the difficulty was high, and so were the rewards. Other rewards were also excellent. As for the elite-level heroes, there's no need to elaborate. Any hero is precious, and elite-level ones are even rarer, making it a stroke of luck to obtain one. The 155mm howitzer tower is a rare-level defensive structure, a technological defensive building armed with a 155mm howitzer with tremendous offensive power. The tower has a long attack range of 1,000 meters, so it is constructed in the core area of the territory, safeguarding the safety of the Lord's residence while covering the entire territory. 155mm howitzer tower. Quality rare. Building type defensive tower. Level 10200. Attack range 1,000 meters. Fire rate 10 seconds per shot. Ammunition 100,000 155mm shells. Each energy crystal can replenish 1 shot. Damage center damage 500 points. Kill radius 50 meters, decreasing with distance. Durability 100,000 100. Effect: a powerful weapon for long-range area attacks, a formidable technological weapon. Upgrade conditions: 200 source crystals, 400 energy crystals. Technological defensive towers have 1 characteristic: long attack range and astonishing damage. Although they do have drawbacks such as being unable to target air and having long attack intervals, as long as the damage is sufficient, those are minor issues. The attack range might be shorter at level 1, but as the level increases, the attack range will continuously expand. In this regard, defensive towers differ from technological weapons. For instance, the range of a level 1 defensive tower is only 1,000 meters, needing to be increased with level advancement, while those technological weapons might have a range of several kilometers from the start. However, there is one aspect where defensive towers cannot be compared to technological weapons' damage. With an initial damage of 500 points, it far exceeds that of ordinary technological weapons, and will continue to increase as the level rises, making it even more formidable. Zhou Li immediately constructed the tower and upgraded it to level 3, increasing the attack range to 2,000 meters and the damage to 600 points, making it even more powerful. If this tower had been available before the battle, it could have potentially taken out all the fallen demon wizards with a single shot, making the fight much less arduous. However, if Zhou Li had to choose now, he might not have let the tower fire, as the continuously respawning fallen demons were truly rewarding for experience. Even incurring some losses for that would be entirely worth it. The cemetery is even more precious. It is also a barracks building that can recruit skeleton soldiers from the cemetery occupies an area of 1,000 square meters, but the deathly aura within the cemetery is dense and radiates outward. Even with the Lord's heart suppressing it, the surrounding 3,000 square meters will still contain the deathly aura. After constructing the cemetery, that area becomes a forbidden zone for living beings. Any living person who comes into contact with the deathly aura will fall ill, and over time it may even shorten their lifespan or lead to death. Now that the territory has built farmland, there isn't much usable area left, and there isn't enough space to construct a cemetery. It will need to upgrade its level before building. The permanent blueprint for residential buildings is truly a valuable item. With it, residential houses can be built anytime and anywhere, eliminating the need for residents to go outside the territory to gather wood for construction. Moreover, the residential buildings can be continuously upgraded, featuring special effects. Thus, they immediately learned the residential blueprint and called over Zhang Shun and Xiao Kuang to plan out the living addresses for each household, while Zhou Li prepared to build more residences. As for the originally self-built wooden houses, they were not demolished and could serve as temporary housing for new residents in the future. In case the number of residents exceeds expectations and the source crystals are limited, those houses could be used for temporary accommodation. Alternatively, they could serve as storage for various items in the territory. With daily battles, many materials from various monsters have been collected, but without a warehouse, they could only pile them up in a wooden house for the time being. Soon after, the monsters' drops were all collected. This time there were over 2,000 source crystals, more than 6,000 energy crystals, a small amount of food and weapons from the submerged demon, such as iron spears, leather armor, and short knives. The submerged demon sorcerer also dropped more than a dozen ordinary white staves and 10 skill books on the fireball spell, as well as 1 skill book to resurrect the submerged demon. Currently, there are no magic type units in the territory, so these skill books can only be temporarily stored. Learning skills comes with conditions. For example, basic sword techniques are typically learned only by melee units. It's not that they cannot learn, but for a magic-based unit with weak physical attributes to learn sword techniques and engage in close combat with specialized melee units is completely counterproductive, essentially just delivering food to the enemy. Skills like fireball also have intelligence requirements for learning. Given the low intelligence of the territory's units, they simply cannot master this magic skill. Although Zhou Li's talent allows melee units to learn skills, their low spirit and limited magical power mean they can only cast spells once or twice before running out of mana, and the power is weak. It's entirely a waste. It would be more suitable to engage in melee combat with weapons. Fireball is a common skill, so anyone who learns it can ignite something. However, the skill to resurrect the submerged demon is truly useless. The territory doesn't even have submerged demons, so even if you wanted to resurrect one, there are no corpses. To recruit submerged demons just for this skill would be completely counterproductive. Zhou Li is on the path of a celestial hero and would not recruit a bunch of submerged demons. However, for lords with submerged demon units in the abyss, this skill book is quite valuable, as it can be sold for money or exchanged for good items. After collecting the skill books, he checked the rewards from the essence, totaling over 120 recruitment essences. Among them, there were 80 for soldier types and 40 for others. Among them, the rare level leader dropped 5 rare random soldier recruitment essences and 5 essences of excellent quality. Then there are 100 elite level submerged demon sorcerers who dropped about 60 recruitment essences, 30 of excellent quality and 30 of ordinary quality. The ordinary submerged demons only dropped 50 recruitment essences, all of ordinary quality, and among them only 10 were soldier recruitment essences. The rest were civilian recruitment essences. Perhaps because the main drops were from submerged demon sorcerers, there were more ranged units appearing in From the 40 ordinary essences, 10 skeleton soldiers, 10 sword and shield soldiers, and 20 archers were recruited. From the 35 excellent essences, 15 fire mages, 10 skeleton archers, and 10 skeleton warriors were recruited. The 5 rare recruitment essences recruited 5 arcane mages. Apprentice mage. Name Yeni. Quality elite, 0-100. Race human. Level 1030. Talent none. Skills basic meditation 40,100, fireball 10,100. Attributes physique 1, spirit 6. Equipment none. Loyalty 50. Description: the most basic mage, only capable of basic meditation and a simple fireball. Junior arcane mage. Name Autolace. Quality rare 01000. Race human. Level 1060. Talent none. Skills elemental meditation 601,000, fireball 60100, wind blade 55100, ice spike 45100, stone skin 50,100. Attributes physique 3, spirit 15. Equipment none. Loyalty 40. Description: an arcane mage specialized in elemental manipulation, proficient in basic magic of water, fire, earth, and wind. Skeleton Archer. Name unnamed. Quality Elite, 0-100. Race, Undead Skeleton. Level 1020. Talent none. Skills Basic Archery, 56,100. Attributes Physique, 5, Spirit 1. Equipment none. Loyalty 100. Description: a ranged unit from the skeleton clan capable of using their ribs as arrows for attacks, infused with a strong death aura. There are 3 new ranged units, of which 2 are magic type. The spirit value of magic units is higher, which not only relates to their magical power, but also affects spell power, attack range, and controllability. The Arcane Mage is an advanced evolution of the Apprentice Mage. As for Apprentice Mages, they are the most basic magic units. Magic units are very rare and require strong mental power. In any world, they are scarce. With at least elite-level qualifications, ordinary qualifications would not yield magic units. Perhaps because the submerged demon sorcerers only knew the Fireball spell, this influenced the Apprentice Mages to also learn Fireball. The Fireball spell acquired today is still unusable and can only be temporarily stored. As for the meditation skill, it can slowly increase the upper limits of spirit and magical power. Moreover, advanced meditation methods have special effects. For instance, the elemental meditation of the Arcane Mage can enhance elemental affinity, increasing the power of elemental skills while reducing their consumption. When paired with elemental skills like Fireball, the synergy is remarkable. As for skills like Fireball, they can also be advanced. Currently, it is described as basic level, but later upgrades will lead to proficiency, expertise, mastery, and more. Each upgrade not only greatly enhances power, but also reduces consumption, and most importantly, significantly improves control over the skill, allowing it to transform into forms like firebirds or fire serpents, or even nuclear explosion fireballs, with immense power, all achievable as the skill level increases. Even now, the power of Fireball should not be underestimated. It is only slightly weaker than the Fireball Tower's power, causing large explosions over wide areas, and has a long attack range, making it one of the highest damage units. Thus, magic-type units are highly sought after. Unfortunately, they are very rare and have a low drop rate. Today, the essence dropped from the submerged demon sorcerer made the probability of recruiting magic-type units relatively higher. Just a few days ago, not a single magic-type unit was recruited. Of course, magic units have high intelligence, which makes them very proud, resulting in low loyalty to the Lord. For example, the recently recruited Arcane Mage does not even have half of the loyalty. Furthermore, they require a lot of experience. An Apprentice Mage needs 30 experience points to reach level 1, which is 1.5 times that of ordinary elite units. The Junior Arcane Mage requires even more, needing 60 experience points to reach level 1, comparable to general excellent level units. However, Zhou Li is not too worried. With talent, experience can be easily gained and loyalty will quickly rise. These mages do not have staves, so Zhou Li took out some staves dropped by the submerged demon sorcerers and equipped each of the mages with one, ensuring they were no longer empty-handed and slightly increasing their attack and magical power. The Apprentice Mages had their loyalty increased by 1 or 2 points after receiving the Lord's gifts, but the Arcane Mages were truly proud. They hardly acknowledged these ordinary white staves, resulting in no increase in loyalty, with a few even decreasing by 1 or 2 points, leaving Zhou Li somewhat speechless. After reviewing the mages, he moved on to the skeleton archers. Although their attack range is inferior to elite archers, the bow and arrows they shoot are infused with a death aura, making wounds difficult to heal, and even after healing they may reduce lifespan, making them a particularly disgusting type of soldier. Zhou Li does not mind, after all they are a type of ranged unit, which is much better than melee units in terms of range. Today's battle also showcased the role of ranged units, which are often much more useful than melee ones. The territory already has enough melee units, and he hopes to have more ranged units. However, Zhou Li generally does not allow skeleton archers to use bone arrows made from their ribs, as their ribs are limited. Instead, they should use ordinary arrows. Although it is not possible to add death energy attacks, the quantity is sufficient for use at will. Bone arrows should be reserved for critical moments. Finally, there was the heroic recruitment essence, which Zhou Li directly used. With a flash of white light, a captivating woman stepped out from the summoning portal. The summoned hero Kai Wenji looked to be only around 14 or 15 years old, possessing a stunning beauty and an air of scholarly elegance. Zhou Li's expression twitched, revealing a complexity of emotions. Kai Wenji is also a well-known beauty in history, born into a prestigious family. She was well-educated from a young age, knowledgeable in astronomy and geography, exceptionally skilled in poetry, and proficient in music, gaining great respect from figures like Cao Cao. It is entirely reasonable for her to become a hero. However, the problem is that she is a weak girl who cannot even harm a chicken. What the territory needs now are combat-capable hero units. Although Kai Wenji is exceptionally pleasing to the eye, she is not what Zhou Li requires. With a heart full of indignation, Zhou Li opened Kai Wenji's panel. Hero name Kai Yin, courtesy name Wenji, quality elite 01000. Race human. Level 10200. Talent Mastery of Music. Skills Proficient Music, 51,000. Proficient Literary Talent, 501,000. Attributes Constitution 2, Spirit 10. Equipment none. Loyalty 60. Mastery of Music. Skilled in music with an increased learning speed and power for music-related skills. Proficient music can play instruments such as the guqin se pipa flute and xiao, capable of performing pieces like changxing si wuxia and hu jia lo. Changxing kai wenji performs music to empower soldiers and heroes, enhancing their attack speed and movement speed. Si wuxia kai wenji plays to heal soldiers, restoring health and injuries to both soldiers and heroes. Hu jia lo kai wenji plays to soothe the spirits of soldiers, preventing them from suffering a certain degree of mental damage, and can also heal mental injuries and restore mana. Proficient Literary Talent. Kai wenji is knowledgeable and talented, able to reside in private schools and other buildings to teach knowledge and skills to the resident soldiers and heroes of the territory, with a probability of converting compatible residents into music-related soldiers. Zhou Li. Zhou Li was overjoyed. This was no weak girl who cannot even harm a chicken, but rather a dedicated support character. This skill is quite similar to one from a game he played in his previous life, sharing the same name, although the effects of the skills differ somewhat. 3 musical skills, 1 for enhancement, 1 for healing, and 1 for defense and mana recovery, making it extremely comprehensive. Moreover, it perfectly aligns with the current development of the territory. O Changxing increases attack and movement speed, enhancing the combat effectiveness of the soldiers. Si wuxia provides healing and is an area effect skill, so the soldiers of the territory will no longer need to fear injuries in battles, significantly reducing casualties, thus improving evaluations and rewards. Hu Jialu is also very important. Now that the territory has a magic unit, the mana recovery from Hu Jialu will enable magic units to fight more sustainably. Of course, the more important effect is the previous one. This is a late-game skill. Although its effectiveness is not apparent at the current low level, at higher levels many heroes and soldiers possess effects that can impact the spirit, and this skill can protect the spirit. That is when this skill will truly shine. Moreover, it can be upgraded in quality later on, making it even more powerful. He remembers that Kai Wenji also has a powerful ultimate which can restore life, while increasing defense and reducing damage, making its effects even more formidable. It is possible that Kai Wenji's current low quality is why she lacks an ultimate skill, but he believes that as her quality improves, she will undoubtedly become a top-tier healer. Even now, she contributes greatly to the territory, as there are casualties in daily battles. With Kai Wenji's involvement, she can treat injured soldiers during battles, significantly reducing casualties and ultimately improving evaluations. Zhou Li looked at Kai Wenji excitedly, making her feel a bit bashful. "My lord, is there something wrong with me?" Zhou Li cleared his throat and replied to him, "No problem. I was just too excited to welcome to my territory Miss Kai." Suppressing his excitement, Zhou Li continued, "Miss Kai Wenji, you should know the basic information about the Kai Wenji nodded and responded, "Yes, my lord, I understand. I never expected that there really is a world beyond. It's truly incredible." She murmured, still somewhat in disbelief. Unlike Kong Xiao and Han Fu, Kai Wenji starts as an elite hero and possesses high intelligence, clearly still recalling experiences from her previous world. Seeing this, Zhou Li curiously asked, "Miss Kai Wenji, do you still remember things from your previous world? When you were summoned here, what time was it?" Kai Wenji pondered for a moment upon hearing Zhou Li's question, seemingly reminiscing about the hardships of her previous life. "When I arrived, my comingafage ceremony had just been held." Zhou Li was taken aback, exclaiming, "Weren't you summoned after your death?" Kai Wenji shook her head and said, "No, in my memory, I had just completed my comingafage ceremony, and my father had betrothed me to Hidongwei Zhongdao, and then I suddenly found myself here." Zhou Li did not expect such a situation. According to what he learned in school, this random recruitment essence summons the residual thoughts of beings from various realms, and the deceased relying on the soul power within the essence to reshape the soul, and using the energy crystal's power to reform the body, forming a new hero. However, lower-level recruitment essences have limited soul energy, so the reshaped souls are often incomplete, resulting in many memory losses, making them appear rather dull and wooden. Both Han Fu and Kong Xiu were like this, though they improved significantly after their evolution. In Kai Wenji's case, it seems that the soul energy primarily reshaped her intelligence, retaining only part of her memories before the age of 15. Zhou Li hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided not to tell Kai Wenji about her future experiences, as they were not pleasant. First, she married Wei Zhongdao, then became a widow at a young age, and later was captured by the Xiongnu. Her life after returning was certainly not good, otherwise she wouldn't have left behind 2 poems of grief. For now, with only the earlier memories, living happily like this is quite good. Thus he said, "From now on you will be my hero. I will protect you and ensure you do not suffer any harm. As for your main responsibility at present, it is to heal the injured soldiers in the territory and to provide buffs and healing during battles in the future." If there's anything you don't understand or want to know, feel free to come to me. There are two other heroes in the territory. One is Kong Xiao, and the other is Han Fu, both generals from the Han Dynasty. I'm not sure if you know them. Zhou Li did not say a word, but Kai Wenji nodded. When it came to the heroes, she shook her head in response. Wenji has always lived at home with my father, so I'm not very familiar with information from the outside world. I have not heard of the two heroes you mentioned. Zhou Li nodded and continued. Not knowing is fine. I will take you to meet them shortly, and you will recognize them. Additionally, I will introduce you to all the information about the territory one by one. Kai Wenji gradually accepted the information in her mind. In the era of lords, amidst the chaotic seas and myriad worlds with immortals, demons, and the struggle of countless races, she was inundated with various pieces of information. As a hero, she automatically acquired all this fundamental information without the need for schooling like the lord. However, she had previously been an ordinary person living in a small world, and now receiving so much unprecedented information left Kai Yen a bit bewildered. She had already been betrothed and was prepared to marry according to her parents' commands. Little did she expect that in the blink of an eye she would not only leave her home, but also find herself outside the Han Dynasty in an entirely different world. She had arrived in a magnificent era filled with gods and demons, and had transformed into a hero. The man before her was her lord and master. Recalling the information about lords that flashed in her mind, where many female heroes would become the wives of male lords, she couldn't help but feel a bit flushed. Fortunately, Zhou Li appeared quite handsome, as charming as the readers, and she found herself not disliking it. Moreover, he gently explained the situation of the territory to her, significantly alleviating her fears and concerns about being in a new place. In fact, the moment heroes and soldiers were summoned by a lord, their souls had already been marked with the territories. It could be said that they were inherently connected to the territory on a soul level, naturally maintaining a degree of loyalty and goodwill. However, sentient beings possess their own thoughts and a range of emotions such as joy and sorrow, which is why their initial loyalty is not at its maximum. As long as the lord treats the soldiers well, their loyalty will swiftly increase due to the affinity of their souls. Conversely, when the lord treats them poorly, their loyalty won't decrease too rapidly. Some soldiers, like skeletons and tree spirits, due to their low intelligence and instinctual nature, would trust the lord unreservedly, resulting in a loyalty rating of 100. Heroes are naturally the same. As long as the lord does not act foolishly and nurtures them well, a hero's loyalty can be even more reliable than that of parents or siblings. This is because parents and siblings can be selfish, potentially treating you poorly or even wishing to harm you. Yet a hero would willingly sacrifice themselves to protect you. In the era of lords, many lords would marry the opposite-sex heroes of their territories, becoming their closest partners. Zhou Li, not being a eunuch, naturally felt moved upon seeing such a beautiful woman as Kai Yen. However, given that the current setting was not appropriate, and Kai Yen had just been recruited, he did not wish to do anything that might lower her goodwill. He was also a bit of a lecher. Subsequently, Zhou Li familiarized Kai Yen with the territory's situation and introduced her to Kong Xiao and Han Fu. He then arranged for Kai Yen to treat the injured soldiers, allowing her to demonstrate her healing abilities. Indeed, she was a professional healer exhibiting remarkable healing capabilities. With a song of innocence, she transformed serious injuries into light wounds and light wounds into no injuries, healing dozens of injured soldiers in just a few minutes. Furthermore, her healing effects were not limited by race. For instance, typical light-based healing spells would be toxic to skeleton soldiers, yet Kai Yen's treatments worked, even healing their wounds, which greatly pleased Zhou Li. However, her current level was still somewhat low. After healing 4 or 5 times, her energy was exhausted and required recovery. Therefore, he directly consumed a source crystal to elevate Kai Yen's level to 4. After all, as a support hero, Kai Yen had few opportunities for combat, and relying on daily accumulation would be too slow. With her level raised to 4, her recovery abilities became even more powerful, yet she still couldn't heal all the soldiers at once. Considering that after a major battle there were hundreds of soldiers with injuries, and coupled with some who had been injured in the previous 2 days, the total number exceeded 400 or 500. Kai Yen's healing also consumed energy. Her energy could only heal up to 100 soldiers. When Kai Yen's energy was depleted, Zhou Li instructed her to return to the Lord's mansion to rest until she had recovered before continuing to treat the injured soldiers. The Lord's mansion also had restorative effects, allowing for quicker recovery than residential homes. Additionally, residing in the Lord's mansion would facilitate Zhou Li in nurturing their relationship. Although he felt a bit guilty towards Kai Yen for having her continuously heal right after being recruited. However, Zhou Li was preparing to elevate the territory's level, as the monsters attacking the next day would be more numerous and stronger. To ensure a better preparation for tomorrow's battle, he could only inconvenience her a bit. While Kai Yen rested in the Lord's mansion to restore her energy, Zhou Li was not idle. He began upgrading and transforming the territory. First, he upgraded the territory to level 4, then proceeded to upgrade other buildings to level 4. Consuming source crystals: Lord's Altar 300, Fence 300, Watchtower 300, Refugee Camp 300, Blacksmith 150, Tailor 150, Ranch 150, Mill 150, Cafeteria 150, 155, Grenade Turret 600, Sword Chi Tower 300, Lightning Tower 300, Fireball Tower 300, and 4 Wooden Arrow Towers 480. All buildings experienced a certain enhancement in their effects. The fences became taller and sturdier. The watchtowers grew taller and could now recruit 400 people weekly, raising the cap to 4,000. He immediately recruited the remaining 100 available recruits for the week, consuming 1,000 source crystals. The environment of the refugee camp improved, allowing for a daily recruitment of 40 people. The technological levels of the blacksmith, tailor, and mill advanced, with items like the blacksmith's smelting furnace, tailor's scissors, and millstones becoming more sophisticated and efficient. The area of the ranch expanded significantly, enabling the rearing of more poultry and livestock. The cafeteria also became more splendid, improving food preparation speed and quality, accommodating more residents for meals. The defensive towers also grew taller, with damage and range increased by another 10. All farmland was upgraded to level 4, increasing yield by 40 and reducing growth time by 20, consuming a total of 340 source crystals. Some farmland had already been upgraded to level 2. All wells were also upgraded to level 4, increasing water output to meet the territory's water needs, negating the need for new wells, consuming 1050 source crystals, 7,150. In total, 9400 source crystals and 18800 energy crystals were consumed. As for the residential homes, plans were to be restructured before upgrading. Moreover, not all upgrades would be to level 4. Now that there were permanent residential blueprints, Zhou Li planned to assign separate homes for those important units and upgrade them based on contribution. As for the residents, some had already begun to form families, and Zhou Li intended to arrange homes for families, upgrading based on the number of family members. If a family's contributions were sufficient, their residential level could be increased, thereby improving their living conditions. As for those single residents, they would all be uniformly assigned homes, which would definitely be upgraded to level 4 to accommodate more people. Soldiers would also all be arranged in level 4 homes, allowing them to recover energy faster and Upon upgrading to level 4, the territory expanded outward by another 20 meters, adding over 8,000 square meters of land. With ample space now available, a cemetery was immediately constructed in the leftmost sector of the territory. A rectangular area measuring 25 by 40 meters, covering 1,000 square meters and bordering the territory's outer edge. The 20-meter strip extending beyond this area, approximately 2,500 square meters, would be saturated with necrotic energy, rendering it uninhabitable for any living being. All pre-existing farmland and dwellings within this zone were relocated elsewhere, and all undead soldiers under the territory's command were stationed here. Cemetery. Quality common. Race undead. Level 40400. Structure type. Durability 400,400. Functions. 1. Troop recruitment enables recruitment of commoner skeleton warriors at a cost of 1 origin crystal per soldier. Maximum daily recruitment capacity at level 400. Maximum total recruitment capacity at level 4,400. 2. Necrotic infusion corpses may be deposited into the cemetery. Under the influence of necrotic energy, they gradually transform into skeleton warriors. Undead soldiers stationed within the cemetery may also absorb death essence to gradually advance. Description: the most fundamental barracks of the undead race. Depositing corpses increases the cemetery's necrotic concentration and yields skeleton warriors, though the territory itself will inevitably suffer gradual corruption from the death essence. Upgrade requirement: 400 origin crystals, 400 energy crystals. Upon completion, the cemetery reached level 4, consuming a total of 600 origin crystals and 120 energy crystals. Skeleton warriors truly lived up to their reputation as among the weakest soldiers. Each required merely 5 origin crystals to recruit, an astonishingly low cost. Their cap stood at 1,000, identical to that of other common barracks. Typically, common barracks begin at level 1 with a recruitment cap of 1,000. Green quality elite barracks reduce this to 800, blue quality rare ones to 600, purple quality exceptional ones to 400, orange quality epic ones to 200, and golden legendary ones to only 100. Naturally, certain specialized barracks allow either greater or fewer recruits, and only upgrades increase their recruitment caps. The cemetery belonged precisely to this category of specialized barracks, though its level 4 cap remained modest at 4,000. It possessed a second unique function: necrotic infusion. Its effect spoke for itself. Depositing corpses directly generated skeleton warriors. Moreover, such recruits consumed no origin crystals and did not count against the cemetery's recruitment cap, meaning that given sufficient time and a steady supply of corpses, the number of skeleton warriors the cemetery could produce was effectively limitless. As for replenishing necrotic energy, corpses themselves carried residual necrotic essence, providing partial replenishment, while the bulk of the requirement was met through energy crystals. The greater the number of corpses converted, the more energy crystals were consumed. Fortunately, energy crystals were tradable. Future sales of surplus goods would yield abundant supplies, eliminating concerns over scarcity and enabling full exploitation of the undead's overwhelming swarm tactics. In essence, soldiers were acquired solely through energy crystals. No origin crystals required at all. Why seek anything more? As one of the foundational barracks on the path of undeath, its strategic value far surpassed that of the watchtower. Corpses would henceforth come from the monsters slain daily during trials. Previously left to dissipate, they were now preserved and repurposed thanks to the cemetery. Time ran short. That day, inventorying spoils, recruiting soldiers, and coordinating with Kai Yin had already consumed considerable hours. By then, all monster corpses had fully dissipated, leaving no opportunity to test the conversion process. Yet there was no urgency. The trials yielded vast numbers of monster corpses each day. Experimentation could wait until tomorrow. One critical detail remained: corpses decayed rapidly after death. To prevent dissolution, they must be swiftly transported into the cemetery and interred. Only then would necrotic infusion arrest decomposition. Henceforth, a dedicated transport corps would be essential, tasked exclusively with hauling monster corpses. Skeleton warriors proved ideal for this duty. First, they were the weakest and most numerous undead, impervious to fatigue, capable of ceaseless labor around the clock, the quintessential tireless laborers. Second, transporting corpses to the cemetery, where necrotic energy permeated every inch, was perilous for living beings. Only the undead could operate safely within such an environment. 2000 origin crystals recruited 400 skeleton warriors. Instantly, the earth trembled across the entire cemetery as skeletal figures clawed their way upward from beneath the soil, assembling before Zhou Li in disciplined formation. Next came reorganization. Skeleton champions assumed command, each leading 50 warriors. Skeleton fighters led squads of 10. Under their direction, ranks formed tight, battle-ready formations. Unlike human infantry, such as spearmen, skeleton warriors possessed negligible intelligence. Left uncommanded, they would blindly surge toward the nearest foe. When few in number, each skeleton fought independently, and with Zhou Li and his two heroes directing them, coordination posed no issue. But as their numbers swelled, hundreds, soon thousands, a single hero, or even two, could no longer manage precise battlefield control. Chaos would ensue. Troops would pile atop one another, hindering movement, obstructing attacks, and ultimately degrading combat effectiveness. Such disarray also made them vulnerable to concentrated ranged fire from monsters. As trials progressed, monster numbers, strength, and tactical acumen steadily increased. Complex strategies emerged naturally among them. Uncoordinated charges would incur catastrophic losses, severely diminishing trial evaluations, and thus proving profoundly wasteful. Therefore, disciplined command and orderly formations were indispensable to unlocking the skeleton warrior's true combat potential. Other troop types were unsuitable for this role. Fortunately, recent evolution had yielded numerous skeleton fighters and skeleton champions. Possessing higher intellect and superior comprehension of Zhou Li's orders, they served perfectly as frontline commanders. Training of skeleton warriors could likewise be delegated to these evolved units, conducted within the cemetery itself, allowing simultaneous physical conditioning and absorption of death essence for accelerated advancement. Yet, even skeleton champions retained limited intellect and lacked formal command training. They could neither teach basic swordsmanship nor effectively drill even those skeletons who had already mastered it. For now, however, this arrangement was unavoidable, as living beings Zhou Li and his two heroes could not remain long within the cemetery. And outside it, large concentrations of skeletons would still generate substantial necrotic energy. Minor accumulations posed little threat. The territory's vital qi would neutralize them. But excessive buildup, especially when sustained in one location, would gradually erode the ambient life force, transforming the area into a blighted dead zone. Living beings dwelling alongside such undead would likewise suffer necrotic erosion, mild cases manifesting as illness, severe ones as shortened lifespans and stunted cultivation progress. Thus, for the time being, Zhou Li and Kong Xiu would lead small groups of skeleton warriors beyond the territory's borders to instruct them in foundational sword techniques. Only afterward would command be entrusted to skeleton champions and fighters for ongoing drills. Moreover, no more than 50 skeletons could be trained at once, as individual instruction demanded roughly half an hour per warrior, due to their varying aptitudes. Fortunately, current numbers remained manageable. but this method would prove unsustainable as troop counts grew. The territory urgently required an undead hero to assume supreme command over its skeletal legions. Finally, there were ordinary houses. First, Zhou Li built a circle of houses on the outermost part of the territory, which could be used for living as well as serve as a line of defense to protect other buildings within the territory. Originally, the outermost part of the territory was farmland, but during today's battle, a large number of sinking demons invaded the territory, with the outermost farmland bearing the brunt. The farmland was not damaged, but many crops planted in the fields were destroyed and needed to be replanted. If this happens a few more times, the territory can no longer rely on farming for food. And merely relying on the little food that fell will certainly not satisfy the needs of the numerous soldiers in the territory. By then the soldiers would starve, and how could they fight, let alone pass the assessments? In the past few days, because it was an aerial troop, this issue had not been considered, but when faced with ground attacks it became quite serious. Therefore, outside the fence, Zhou Li also built houses on the outermost part to serve as a defensive line to block the enemy's attacks. This time a total of 33 houses were built, increasing the total number of houses to 50. Houses 3,333 under construction, remaining time 0959. Except for the left side of the territory, which could not be built due to the cemetery, houses were constructed all around the perimeter. Arranged in groups of 4 approximately 20 meters in length, with a passage left in the middle, the front, right, and back sides were enclosed, leaving about 10 houses in the central area. The residents usually lived in the houses, taking care of the farmland within the territory, and when monsters attacked they would hide in a few houses in the central area to ensure their safety. Additionally, Zhou Li arranged a separate house for each of the 2 heroes Kong Xiu and Han Fu. After all, they are heroes and should receive some preferential treatment. They cannot live in a large dormitory with other soldiers or residents, as it would not help cultivate loyalty nor maintain their authority in front of the soldiers. The construction of the houses was somewhat slower, and during this time some adjustments were made to other buildings. The farmland was still mainly concentrated in the 40-60 meter area, but the farmland on the left side was moved to the back. Since the monsters primarily attacked from the front, the buildings at the front were minimal, with only a small amount of farmland left, and a wide passage was created for the soldiers to pass through. Defense towers were arranged around the Lord's mansion, with the 155 howitzer turret, which had the highest damage, positioned at the front of the mansion, while fireball towers, lightning towers, and sword energy towers were placed on the other 3 sides. 4 wooden arrow towers were moved to the outermost perimeter. After all, the attack power of wooden arrow towers was somewhat low, and placing them on the perimeter could allow for more shots and cause additional damage. The watchtower was placed on the right side of the territory, and the blacksmith shop and canteen were also located here, providing equipment for the soldiers and facilitating their meals, making management easier. Moreover, there was a large square here convenient for training the soldiers. As for the ranch, tailor shop, and mill, they were clustered at the back of the territory, which was safer. The residents, besides taking care of the farmland, also gathered more in the rear area. By now the construction of the territory was basically completed, and there were still more than 100 source crystals. The remaining source crystals were temporarily stored without further upgrades, otherwise if the level was raised by 2, at once the difficulty of the trial would increase significantly, making defense much harder. Zhou Li planned to check the difficulty of tomorrow's trial first. If it was still acceptable, he would continue to upgrade. Thus today's construction of the territory was essentially declared complete. Zhou Li also returned to the Lord's mansion to check on Kai Yan's condition. At this moment Kai Yan had finished treating all the soldiers and was resting in the Lord's quarters. "I have met the Lord." Kai Yan stood up, slightly bowing to Zhou Li as he arrived. "Miss Wenji need not be over," Zhou Li quickly replied. "I'm sorry to have made you busy on your first day in the territory. Oh, it truly has been hard on you. It is my honor that you are here in my territory. The Lord is too kind. This is what I should do. Moreover, it is my honor to contribute to the territory by treating the injured soldiers." Although Kai Yan did not remember her future due to her tumultuous past, she still had a hint of timidity in her. She wanted to become a useful person to showcase her talents and no longer drift aimlessly. After some conversation, Zhou Li began to understand Kai Yan's personality and thought for a moment, preparing to give her something to do. He glanced at the somewhat empty hall of the Lord's mansion, already formulating a plan in his mind. "Wenji, from now on you will assist me in handling affairs within the Lord's mansion." Zhou Li pointed to one side of the hall, where several tables and bookshelves were placed. On regular days, you can organize the documents in the territory or assist Kong Xiu and Zhang Shun in managing the residence. When there is a library-type building in the future, you can also go read books inside. The Lord's mansion was not only his residence, but also the administrative center of the entire territory. By placing Kai Wenji here, he could allow her to utilize her administrative talents while also facilitating the cultivation of their relationship, truly achieving a win-win situation. Upon hearing this, Kai Wenji's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. "I shall diligently obey the Lord's commands." Zhou Li nodded, but in his heart, he began to ponder how to cultivate feelings with this talented woman. Surely he could not start off by discussing work that would be too lacking in charm. He recalled the introduction mentioned in the system and had a moment of inspiration, saying, "When I have heard that you excel in musical skills, would you be willing to play a piece for me, allowing this rough man to appreciate your grace?" Wen was slightly taken aback, then gently nodded, placing the zither she held on the table and lightly caressing the strings. Zheng. A clear and melodious sound of the zither resonated, seemingly penetrating through time and space, transporting one to a desolate, yet magnificent world. Initially, the notes were low and melodious, as if recounting tales of past joys and sorrows. Zhou Li seemed to see a turbulent world filled with war, the displaced people, and the tumultuous fate of Wen herself. Gradually, the music grew more fervent, filled with unyielding struggle and yearning for the future. It was no longer mere sadness, but a resilience drawn from suffering, a determination to rise again. Zhou Li listened quietly. Although he did not understand music, he could feel the emotions embedded within the melody. He seemed to see a frail woman struggling in a chaotic world, yet never giving up on her longing for a beautiful life. As the piece concluded, its lingering sound filled the air. Wen slowly raised her head, her eyes seemingly glistening with tears, but more so with a sense of relief. "I apologize for any embarrassment. This piece is titled Hujia 18 Beats, composed from my feelings." "Wonderful. What a splendid Hujia 18 beats." Zhou Li sincerely praised. "When your zither music allows me to see a different world. It also makes me understand that even in adversity, one must hold on to hope." He paused, then sincerely said, "From now on, this will be your home. I will do my utmost to protect you and every person on this land, ensuring that the tragedies of history do not repeat themselves." Wen looked into Zhou Li's determined eyes, feeling a warm current surge within her. In this unfamiliar world, meeting such a lord might be her greatest fortune amidst a troubled life. System prompt affection level with hero Yin has increased. Current affection level 70. Zhou Li looked at the system prompt, secretly delighted. It seemed he had made the right move. Cultivating feelings indeed required catering to her preferences, providing her with the safety and respect she needed most. And between him and Wen, a seed named bond quietly took root in this brief exchange. On the 11th day, the tide of approaching monsters was still the Qinluan MO, and this time there were already 200 Qinluan Ma wizards, making them even more troublesome. However, after yesterday's battle, many units had their levels and qualities improved, and there were also many more mage units, making them stronger. The strategy remained the same as yesterday, with ranged and aerial units harassing the Qinluan Ma wizards, while the Treant Guardians and elite sword and shield soldiers held the front line to absorb damage, allowing other melee units to focus on the Qinluan Ma. Yin also fought alongside Zhou Li, constantly monitoring the soldier's health. Whenever she saw a soldier injured, she would cast her healing skills. Once the number of Qinluan Ma wizards was reduced to a safe range, they would surround and cut off each individual Qinluan Ma wizard, ensuring no concentrated spells would result in the death of the frontline soldiers. Then they would encircle without killing, allowing them to continuously resurrect Qinluan Ma to gain experience. They only killed them all once the Qinluan Ma wizards exhausted their magical power, ultimately resulting in over 20,000 enemy kills. Today's attackers were all level 4 to 5 Qinluan Ma and Qinluan Ma wizards. A regular Qinluan Ma could provide 4 to 5 experience points, and even a level 1 skeleton soldier could level up to 4 by killing 25 Qinluan Ma. As a result, the soldiers experienced significant improvements. The spearmen had all reached level 4, with some evolving into elite spearmen, while some elite long spearmen evolved into legion long spearmen. This brought the number of legion long spearmen to 50, and the number of elite spearmen also increased significantly, reaching over 200. The sword and shield soldiers, being a defensive unit, received special attention. With the assistance of the Treant Guardians for experience farming, the newly recruited sword and shield soldiers also reached level 4, evolving into elite sword and shield soldiers, while the original elite sword and shield soldiers evolved into heavy sword and shield soldiers. Heavy sword and shield soldier. Name Lu Air. Quality rare 01120. Race human. Level 4 80,160. Talent none. Skills mastery level swordsmanship 531,0000. Proficient level shield mastery 951,000. Attributes Constitution 14. For Spirit 5. Equipment Standard Plate Armor Fine Iron Greatsword. Loyalty 100. The evolved sword and shield soldiers are fully equipped with plate armor wielding fine iron greatswords, resulting in a significant boost to both their defense and attack power. Although they did not acquire new skills, their existing skills were upgraded. Moreover, likely due to their defensive focus, their shield mastery was more proficient than their swordsmanship. The archers, needless to say, gained experience rapidly, with all archers evolving into elite archers and over half of them even evolving into strong archers. The original strong archers had each killed over 100 enemies and were on the verge of evolution. This was mainly due to their engagement with the Qinluan Mall wizards, which distracted them from killing enemies, and the numerous bow draws caused fatigue. Had they rested earlier, they might have evolved again. The attack power of the mage units was indeed high, capable of killing several Qinluan Ma with a single skill, and their experience gain was also impressive. However, limited by insufficient mana, the mages could only show their strength for a brief period before losing momentum. Kai Yin primarily reserved her mana for healing injured soldiers, so she did not use the Hu Jia Lu to restore the mana of the mages. Nevertheless, each mage still managed to kill a considerable number of enemies, with the apprentice mages having slain over 60 foes, leveling them up to full level 4. The apprentice arcane mages surpassed even more, each killing over 150 enemies, achieving full level 4 and gaining significant evolution experience. Then there were the falcons, who mainly harassed the Qinluan Ma wizards in the early stages, thus gaining less experience. Each had killed 20 to 30 Qinluan Ma, and a few Qinluan Ma wizards effectively reaching full experience for level 4, with 8 evolving into Gale Falcons, bringing the rare Gale Falcon count to 8. The cavalry primarily served to lure the Qinluan Ma wizards' attention, suffering numerous fireball attacks. Fortunately, their lives were resilient, and with Kai Yin continuously healing from the rear, they did not perish, although their experience gain was limited. Afterwards, when they surrounded the Qinluan Ma wizards, the focus was primarily on allowing spearmen, sword and shield soldiers, and skeleton soldiers to farm experience. Thus, only the light cavalry's experience was maxed out, allowing for their evolution into heavy cavalry. The heavy cavalry still had not evolved. The Treant Guardians also acted as support. In the early stages, they held the front line, blocking fireball attacks from the Qinluan Mo, and later mainly restrained the Qinluan Mo, allowing other soldiers to farm experience. Thus, they merely reached level 4, accumulating a bit of evolution experience, but not much. Finally, there were the skeleton soldiers. The newly recruited skeleton soldiers were too weak, which is why Zhou Li never sent them to the battlefield. They remained in the graveyard under the defense tower's cover. The Qinluan Ma also disliked the thick death energy in the graveyard, resulting in fewer attacks. Under the leadership of the skeleton warriors, they encountered no significant danger. Once the Qinluan Ma wizards were surrounded, Zhou Li finally allowed them to come out to gain experience, killing the Qinluan Ma controlled by the Treant Guardians' vines. It was necessary to control them, as the skeleton soldiers were too weak and a few blows could lead to their demise. Ultimately, all these skeleton soldiers reached level 2, mainly due to their slow pace of killing, as the Qinluan Ma wizards kept resurrecting and the number of Qinluan Ma restrained was limited. Zhou Li could only let other soldiers kill the unrestrained Qinluan Ma. The performance of the skeleton archers was average. Their ordinary attack power was comparable to that of regular archers, falling far short of elite archers, merely inflicting light injuries on intact Qinluan Ma. The damage from their death energy arrows was present, but it required a long time to take effect. In battle, there was not enough time to wait. By the time they would have already been killed by other units, who would wait for them to slowly die from their weakened state. However, Zhou Li still recognized the skeleton archer's role, which was to deliver finishing blows. The death energy was very effective against heavily injured Qinluan Mo, especially when striking their wound locations, causing the wounds to fester, severely leading to the rapid demise of the Qinluan Ma. Moreover, for future boss battles, these skeleton archers could also attack the boss wounds to amplify damage, which was quite beneficial, allowing them to contribute in some way. Thus, the battle on the 11th day concluded. Thanks to Kai Yan's healing abilities, only a dozen spearmen and 3 sword and shield soldiers were killed by the fireballs from the Qinluan Ma wizards, and 2 falcons were hit in the wings by the Qinluan Ma wizards, falling from the sky and being surrounded and killed. Although many other soldiers were injured, they were all brought back by Kai Yan's healing, resulting in minimal losses. Additionally, during the healing process, Kai Yan also gained some experience, though not as much as from directly killing enemies. She still accumulated some each time, increasing by 0. Gaining 5 or 1 points slowly added up, totaling about 200 points of experience, yet she still fell far short of the 1,000 experience needed for evolution. Nonetheless, she finally found a way to gain experience, no longer needing to use the source crystals to level up, significantly accelerating her evolution speed. Zhou Li suspected that the source of this experience came from the injured soldiers. Just like in team mode, when healed, the injured soldiers effectively teamed up with Kai Yan, and the experience gained in battle would be partially shared with her. Each share might not be much, considering the 4 experience points from Qinluan Mo. Each shared experience was only about 10-20. However, little by little it added up, resulting in a significant increase in Kai Yan's experience. However, due to the large number of injured soldiers Kai Yan treated, it was challenging to distinguish exactly how much experience each soldier shared in the heat of battle, and further experiments would be needed later. On the 11th day, the attack came to an end. The settlement rewards were as follows. On the 11th day, we engaged 5,000 level 4 fallen demons, 800 level 4 elite fallen demons, 200 level 4 elite fallen demon sorcerers, and 20 level 5 rare fallen demon sorcerer leaders. Defense results minor damage. Assessment rating A. Base rewards 4,000 source crystals, 8,000 energy crystals. Additional rewards 4,000 source crystals, 8,000 energy crystals, 1 school, and 1 tavern. The awarded buildings were quite ordinary. Both the school and the tavern were standard constructions. The school could accommodate scholars and teachers imparting knowledge and skills to the citizens. However, there was a limit on the number of occupants with only 10 slots available at level 1A, and the efficiency was low. For now, Kong Xiu would take residence there to teach some clever and young citizens to read. Additionally, Kai Yin could also go to the school to teach students when she had time. Next was the tavern, a regular leisure spot where food could be consumed to brew some ordinary drinks, and it also provided food for the soldiers to relax. It was said that some high-quality taverns would attract visitors, allowing the Lord to recruit outstanding talents, even heroes from them. Unfortunately, this was just an ordinary building without such functions. The guests were merely the citizens and soldiers of the territory, let alone recruiting talents. Moreover, as the food from the territory had not yet been harvested, and with a large number of soldiers' food was in short supply, so only a small portion of alcohol was produced as rewards for the outstanding soldiers and citizens. On the 12th day, the attackers were still the fallen demon clan. The soldiers of the territory had gained experience in dealing with them, significantly boosting their experience points. The soldiers' levels had largely been upgraded to level 4, with many soldiers gathering enough experience to evolve into higher quality units. However, evolving a rare grade unit into an exceptional grade 1 required 1,000 experience points, corresponding to at least 250 level 4 fallen demons, and even 125 for fallen demon sorcerers, which was still quite a lot. With this experience, 10 ordinary soldiers could be raised to level 4, and they could evolve again. A level 4 territory had a radius of 80 meters covering over 2.0 square meters. As the territory expanded and the number of monsters increased, relying solely on a small number of elite soldiers was insufficient to defend such a vast area. A large number of soldiers were needed to guard the territory from all directions. Thus, Zhou Li prioritized allowing low-level and low-quality soldiers to grind experience, enabling them to grow and face the increasingly powerful monster armies. This preparation was essential as the strength of monsters would only increase over time. If the quality and level were too low, they would not even count as cannon fodder and would need protection from other soldiers. After all, if too many soldiers were killed in the territory, the evaluation would drop. Thus, after another round of grinding fallen demons, Zhou Li upgraded the territory to level 5, increasing the radius to 100 meters and covering an area of 31400 square meters. On the 13th day, the attackers transformed into burrowing worms. These burrowing worms were all of excellent quality or above, with a total of 2,000, including 100 rare quality level 6 burrowing worms. This might be due to the trial no longer adhering to the 3-day rotation of race settings. It could also be because the territory had been upgraded again, thus increasing the difficulty of the trial. Today's burrowing worms were quite challenging. The main issue was that burrowing worms operated underground, only emerging when they reached the territory's exterior to attack the fences. With the current military strength of the territory, the surface and aerial units posed no threat to Zhou Li. The only concern was underground, where there were no effective means of attack. He could only strike when they emerged. Fortunately, burrowing worms had low intelligence and charged out of the ground to attack the territory instead of directly assaulting the Lord's mansion. Otherwise, the territory would have been in danger. Having seen no monsters for a while, the soldiers of the territory had let down their guard, training when they should and resting when they could. It wasn't until the fences were attacked that Zhou Li realized the monsters had arrived. He quickly rallied his forces to confront the enemy, while all defense towers opened fire without restrictions, attempting to eliminate the burrowing worms. However, the fence's defense was not high, and soon it was damaged by the burrowing worms, leading the monsters to attack the buildings within the territory. Zhou Li stood at the center of the territory, continuously consuming source crystals to repair the damaged buildings. The soldiers under the hero's leadership began to deal with the invading burrowing worms. Fortunately, burrowing worms were only powerful underground. Their movement speed on the surface was slow, and lacking limbs, they could only rely on their massive mouths to bite. As long as care was taken not to be bitten, they could be managed. Thus, although they were tough-skinned and hardy, the territory's soldiers could gradually kite these burrowing worms to death. Overall, the soldier losses were not significant, mainly among the frontline gunmen, sword and shield soldiers, and skeleton soldiers, with 30 gunmen, 10 sword and shield soldiers, and 50 skeleton soldiers dead, many of whom were evolved skeleton warriors and skeleton champions. There was no way around it. The skeleton soldiers were still too weak. Even after leveling up, they were far from a match for the burrowing worms. All were dead with no injuries. Burrowing worms were naturally high quality, and with their massive mouths, if bitten, there was either only half left, or they would be entirely swallowed, leaving no survivors. Kaiyan couldn't even find targets to heal. The buildings also suffered significant losses, especially the residences built in the outer circle and some farmlands. Some had been repaired by Zhou Li, but others were completely destroyed and could not be fixed, requiring reconstruction. Even the cemetery was damaged. Fortunately, burrowing worms did not enjoy deathly auras, so the number of invaders from that direction was fewer. Along with the full defense of the skeleton soldiers, it was not completely destroyed, but it would require a large amount of source crystals for repairs. The skeleton soldiers, in order to protect the cemetery, had to confront the invading burrowing worms, directly resulting in higher losses, with 50 dying in one go. It should be noted that the other three directions combined only lost 40 gunmen and sword and shield soldiers. This was also due to the defense towers of the territory providing full output, otherwise the losses would have been greater. Additionally, the citizens, having not received any prior warning, suffered over 100 deaths among those on the outskirts, leading to significant losses. Ultimately, the evaluation was quite low, only a B grade, due to the numerous soldiers in the territory. Although many buildings were damaged, they had all been repaired, so the loss did not exceed 10, otherwise the rating would have been even lower. However, the burrowing worms made Zhou Li realize the territory's weakness in dealing with underground attacks. Currently, with low-level units, they could not breach the defenses and could only emerge to fight. Later, higher-level units would be even more elusive, many capable of breaching the territory's defenses, suddenly emerging from underground to launch attacks. Currently, the territory had no effective means to counter underground attacks. However, it was uncertain whether this was due to today's assault being comprised entirely of Earth element monsters. Among the dropped essence, aside from some fixed recruitment essences for the worms, the random soldier essences yielded numerous Earth-type soldiers. Earth Elementals. Earth Elemental Name 2, Equality Elite, 0-100. Race Elemental Earth. Level 1020. Talent None. Skills Basic Earth Element Mastery 40100 Stone Skin, 10,100. Attributes Constitution 5, Spirit 3, Equipment, None, Loyalty 70. Description: the most basic Earth Elemental, but with great potential. The Earth Elemental is an elite-level troop, standing 2.5 meters tall, slow in speed, yet formidable in strength. They can be considered a type of meat shield troop. After enhancing their protective stone skin, their defensive capabilities are comparable to heavily armored sword and shield soldiers. Primarily, their protective stone skin is quite thick, and as long as their spirit is not exhausted, they can continuously summon Earth Elementals to recover, allowing them to persist indefinitely. Moreover, elemental soldiers can absorb higher-grade elemental treasures to enhance their own potential and advance to higher qualities, making them a relatively precious type of troop. Of course, this is of little use to Zhou Li. On one hand, his talent allows these Earth Elemental soldiers to evolve, and on the other hand, there are currently no treasures available. Currently, the most useful skill for Zhou Li is the basic Earth Element Mastery. This skill enables him to command Earth Elementals. Although the initial level is weak, it allows him to sense underground conditions and detect attacks from below in a timely manner. Additionally, he can use Earth Elementals to reinforce the ground, making it more solid and preventing breaches from underground attacks, or to separate the earth and expose enemies lurking below. Exposed enemies are vulnerable to Zhou Li's many tactics. Furthermore, these Earth Elemental soldiers can directly enter the ground to launch attacks on underground foes. They are an exceptional type of troop for both ground and underground combat, perfectly compensating for the current territory's weakness against underground assaults. Unfortunately, the number of Earth Elemental soldiers is limited, with only 30 available, which is insufficient to fully defend against underground attacks. Additionally, there are 10 rare-level Earth Elemental Guardians. Earth Elemental Guardian. Name 2 Wei. Quality Rare 01000. Race Elemental Earth. Level 1040. Talent None. Skills Proficient Earth Element Mastery 801000. Basic Earth Magic 201,000. Attributes Constitution 10, Spirit 5. Equipment None. Loyalty 70. Description: an evolved form of the Earth Elemental possessing higher intelligence and mastering basic Earth Magic, but preferring to fight with bare hands. Basic Earth Magic currently mastered spells include Protective Stone Skin, Earth Spike Technique, Transforming Mud to Stone, Transforming Stone to Mud, and Earth Escape Technique. Undoubtedly, Earth Elemental Guardians are more powerful. However, as mentioned in their description, they primarily rely on physical attacks. Though they have mastered some basic Earth Magic, they are not particularly adept, with Protective Stone Skin being the most effectively used. Moreover, with their low spiritual power, casting a few spells can exhaust their spirit. After a simple experiment, Zhou Li dismissed the idea of training Earth Elemental Guardians as mages, deciding they should stick with the Earth Elementals and serve as meat shields. Additionally, they are used to sense movements underground and respond to subterranean enemies. To prepare for the possible return of the burrowing worms tomorrow, Zhou Li couldn't wait for these Earth Elementals to level up, gradually opting instead to spend Origin Crystals to elevate all of them to level 5. To prepare for the possible return of the burrowing worms tomorrow, Zhou Li couldn't wait for these Earth Elementals to level up, gradually opting instead to spend Origin Crystals. Swamp Tower. Quality excellent. Building type defensive tower. Level 40400. Attack range 130 meters. Fire rate 1 shot minute. Ammunition swamp spell 1010. Each energy crystal can replenish 1 shot. Effect creates a swamp on the ground covering an area of 55 meters. All enemies entering will be restricted and damaged by the swamp. Durability 130,130. Effect a magic-based defensive structure capable of casting the swamp spell to limit enemies. Upgrade requirement 400 origin crystals, 800 energy crystals. Zhou Li conducted a simple experiment on the swamp spell's effect. Although small, covering only 25 square meters, the swamp is quite deep, reaching 5 meters. General enemies that fall in will find it nearly impossible to escape. However, the damage is quite low, functioning similarly to an ordinary swamp, restricting enemy movement and potentially suffocating them to death. Nonetheless, suffocation has little effect on enemies like skeleton soldiers who do not require breathing, nor on airborne units. It is only effective against living beings. Moreover, as soldiers increase in quality, their ability to hold their breath improves, and the swamp spell can only last for 10 minutes. Against some powerful foes, it can only provide basic restrictions, unable to kill them. Zhou Li tested it. The elite gunmen that fell into the swamp could not be eliminated. Even the Legion's spear soldiers, despite wearing heavy armor, cannot be completely restrained in the swamp, moving slowly and generally able to exit the swamp area within about 3 minutes. However, considering that it is merely an excellent quality defensive tower, having this effect is already commendable. The strongest monsters on the opposing side are only rare level, so being able to contain them for several minutes is sufficient. The main advantage is that it can effectively target underground monsters. Swamps contain water, and Zhou Li tested the earth elementals. Once they fall into the swamp, they can no longer burrow, becoming immobile under the swamp's water interference, essentially turning into live targets. With these earth elemental soldiers and the swamp tower, there is finally a certain level of defense against underground attacks. Moreover, with the additional earth elemental soldiers, Zhou Li no longer has to worry about recruiting a variety of disordered troops in the future. After all, based on what he learned in school, while a Lord's Altar randomly recruits soldiers, there are certain patterns. One relates to the enemies encountered daily, and the other to the compatibility of the Lord's Altar itself. Lastly, there are also limitations on the number of different troop types that can be recruited from the Lord's Altar. Currently, Zhou Li has recruited a total of 10 different troop types through random essence recruitment, including gunmen, sword and shield soldiers, archers, cavalry, mages, skeleton soldiers, skeleton archers, hawks, trents, and earth elementals. After recruiting 10 different troop types from the Lord's Altar, it becomes quite difficult to recruit new types through random essence recruitment. Generally, these 10 types remain fixed. Only by using specified recruiting essences can other troop types be summoned. Fortunately, the 10 types currently recruited are quite decent and not overly chaotic, which Zhou Li is relatively satisfied with. On the 14th day, the attacking monsters are still the burrowing worms, but in greater numbers. However, Zhou Li has already positioned the earth elemental soldiers around the territory for defense. When the burrowing worms approached, they were detected by the earth elemental soldiers, who then controlled the ground to form passages, exposing the burrowing worms. The ranged archers and mage troops, along with the defensive towers, seized this opportunity to attack, attempting to kill as many burrowing worms as possible. Unfortunately, the number of earth elementals is still a bit low. The perimeter of a level 5 territory spans over 600 meters, meaning there is an earth elemental every 20 meters on average, making it impossible to defend all areas. Places that the earth elementals cannot cover still require ground soldiers to engage in combat. However, overall the situation is much better than yesterday. The earth elementals can provide early warning of the burrowing worms' positions, allowing the ground forces to respond strategically, creating a situation of greater numbers against fewer enemies and stronger against weaker. Additionally, the swamp tower can maintain the swamp spell for 10 minutes at a rate of 1 shot per minute. This means that up to 10 swamps can exist simultaneously. When deployed all at once, this can create a defensive area of 505 meters. The wet swamp is not favored by the burrowing worms. They will avoid the swamp area and emerge from other locations. This has significantly reduced the defensive area for the territory soldiers, alleviating some defensive pressure. Ultimately, after more than 3 hours of battle, the burrowing worms were finally eradicated. Only a few fences were damaged in the territory, and there was minimal damage to buildings. The soldiers, having learned from yesterday's experience along with the early warnings from the earth elementals, faced no significant losses. The trial has ended, and Zhou Li began to inspect the rewards. The basic rewards are not worth mentioning. There are 2,000 source crystals. Then the rewarded buildings are also defensive towers, a spike tower, and an ice tower, both of excellent quality. The spike tower can launch spikes to attack ground enemies with no warning, making it extremely treacherous. The ice tower attacks enemies with ice balls, dealing area damage and also inflicting a slowing effect, making it another good defensive tower. These two defensive towers were immediately placed down and upgraded to level 5. Source crystals 2,000, energy crystals 4,200. Additionally, on the 12th day, 2 blueprints were also obtained. One is for a library and the other is for a clinic, both very useful buildings. The library can store books, including skill books. Skills placed in the library can be borrowed and learned repeatedly by the citizens and soldiers without the risk of being consumed, turning them into disposable items. However, the ordinary quality library's effectiveness is still somewhat weak, allowing borrowing only once a day. This means a skill book can only be learned by one person per day, and with thousands of people in the territory, it will take an eternity to learn. Moreover, there are currently no skill books available, so it's better than nothing. The clinic can treat illnesses. Although there is the hero Kai, Yanxi can only treat injuries, while diseases like colds and fevers still require a clinic. There are already several doctors in the territory who will directly settle in the clinic. In the clinic, energy crystals can be spent to purchase some basic medicinal materials for pharmacy and treatment. Since this is a novice trial, it's not advisable to explore the outside. There are no herbs planted within the territory. Previously, even if there were doctors, they couldn't treat citizens without materials. Now doctors finally have a place to make their skills useful. Next is the types of troops in the territory. The main combat force today consists of ranged troops. A level 5 excellent quality burrowing worm grants 10 experience points, while rare quality ones grant up to 20 points, so the ranged troops have gained a substantial amount of experience. With the soldiers recruited randomly over the past few days, there are now 100 archers, all upgraded to level 5. Among them, there are 60 elite archers, 30 strong archers, and 10 who, after so many days of combat, finally accumulated enough experience to be promoted to the distinguished windshot archer. Windshot archer. Name Gong Yi. Quality distinguished 010200. Race human. Level 5, 200,300. Talent none. Skills expert archery 56100000. Wind arrow armor piercing attack storm rain of arrows. Attributes constitution 30, spirit 10. Equipment wind element bow rare. Loyal wind arrow harnesses wind elements that attach to arrows, increasing their speed by 100 and adding wind elemental damage, tearing open wounds. Armor piercing attack sharp wind elements condense at the arrow tip, possessing powerful armor piercing capability, able to penetrate 10 centimeters thick steel plates. Storm rain of arrows, a single launch of 50 wind elemental arrows deals massive elemental damage to enemies within range. After advancing to distinguished quality, the archer's constitution becomes even stronger and their spiritual power also increases. Attacks also start to utilize elemental power, with arrows flying faster and the attack power becoming more fierce. They also learned 3 powerful skills, including single target and area attacks, significantly increasing their damage output. Even the bow in their hands has transformed into the rare wind element bow, which adds wind elemental damage and has a range exceeding 1,000 meters. After advancing to distinguished quality, the archer's attack power has completely surpassed that of excellent quality defensive towers. Even the rare grenade turret cannot match the windshot archer in terms of range and firing speed. The only drawback might be their sustainability compared to defensive towers, as using elemental power requires consuming spiritual energy. The 10 points of spirit for windshot archers cannot support them using skills as regular attacks, and can only be employed against powerful monsters. Then the skeleton archers also advanced, becoming skeleton shooters. The skeleton strong archers are similar to human strong archers, but their attributes are somewhat weaker, with an additional power of death. Next is the mage troops. The mage troops only have a higher drop rate when defeating the fallen sorcerer during those 3 days. Afterwards, burrowing worms basically do not drop mage types. The total number of mages now stands at 80, with 60 being junior arcane mages, all promoted from apprentice mages. The 20 junior arcane mages have all evolved into intermediate arcane mages. Intermediate arcane mage. Name Aoteles. Quality distinguished 010400. Race human. Level 5, 300,400. Talent junior magic power. Skills elemental meditation 5001000. Junior transmutation magic 200 010000. Attributes constitution 6, spirit 45. Equipment Elemental Staff Rare. Loyalty 100. Description: an intermediate arcane mage specializing in transmutation, proficient in basic magic of water, fire, earth, and wind. Junior magic power: Eoteles excels in the significance of arcane arts, increasing all arcane magic damage by 20, reducing consumption by 10, and enhancing casting speed by 10. Junior transmutation magic, proficient in using basic skills of fire, water, earth, and wind, such as fireball, fire, rain, firewall, water bomb, ice spear, water, shield, water therapy, earth spike, earth wall, transforming mud to stone, transforming stone to mud, burrowing wind blade, odor removal, wind perception, whirlwind, floating technique, etc. The evolved arcane mages have significantly stronger spirits with a base spiritual power of 30 points, which increases by 50 upon reaching level 5, now totaling 45 points, far surpassing the intelligence of ordinary people. The increase in spiritual power not only enhances magic power, allowing for the casting of more spells, but also corresponds to aspects such as magic recovery speed, magic release speed, and spell intensity, each of which has been strengthened, greatly enhancing the power of each spell. Furthermore, due to proficiency in the arcane arts, it translates into a talent that applies enhancements to all arcane magic, increasing damage, reducing costs, and speeding up casting. As he continues to advance, his talent will become even more formidable. The skills may seem fewer, but in reality they are much stronger than before. A junior transmutation magic represented by 6 simple words and 2,000 experience points indicates he has mastered at least 20 spells. Moreover, each mage specializes in different points, and their awakened skills vary, but these mages can learn from each other. Although the current junior transmutation magic has only 2,000 points of experience, as they learn more skills from each other, their experience will continuously increase, and their skills will become more diverse. This not only showcases the erudition of arcane mages, but also significantly enhances the diversity of mages. They are not only powerful in attacks, but also possess various functional roles. Skills like transforming mud into stone, transforming stone into mud, and burrowing allow them to exert the same effects as earth elements, enabling them to attack underground enemies. Skills like water shield and water therapy enable mages to act as support, enhancing the state of soldiers, while also providing defense, healing, and various other functions rivaling Cayenne. Fire and wind skills also have their own diverse functions, making them exceptionally versatile. It can be said that the strength of the mage units is fully reflected in them. The only downside is the experience required for upgrades. The distinguished mage units now require experience on the level of Orange Epic, and if it weren't for their talent allowing these mages to not consume source crystals, they truly would struggle to level up. Moreover, due to Zhou Li's talent, they have evolved, gaining more knowledge and representing their continuous growth to reach a high level. This has elevated their loyalty to Zhou Li to 100, approaching a feverish level. Now Zhou Li is practically viewed as the god of magic in their hearts. Additionally, the flying units have seen significant improvements as they possess a natural advantage in attacking from the sky. In recent days, the ground monsters have struggled to harm the hawks, while the hawks can dive from above to slay the monsters below. Additionally, the flying units have seen significant improvements as they possess a natural advantage in attacking from the sky. In recent days, the ground monsters have struggled to harm the hawks. Among them, there are 36 Gale Hawks and 90 Hawks, all of which have been upgraded to level 5. These hawks are melee units, and their efficiency in monster hunting is inferior to ranged units. Ultimately, only 4 Gale Hawks have advanced to become the exceptional quality Storm Eagles. Storm Eagle. Naming E. Quality Exceptional 010200. Race Beast Eagle. Level 5, 200,300. Talent None. Skills. Wind Blade, Storm Featherblade. Attributes: Constitution 30, E Spirit 7. 5. Equipment None. Loyalty 100. Wind Blade condenses wind elements to unleash blades of wind for attacks. Storm condenses wind elements to create a swirling storm that restricts and damages enemies. Featherblade: the Storm Eagle can shoot its feathers like sharp swords, dealing significant wind element damage. The evolved Storm Eagle stands 5 meters tall with a wingspan of 10 meters, a true raptor. Not only has its constitution greatly improved, but its spirit has also increased significantly. Perhaps tired of melee attacks, this time all awakened skills are ranged. Wind Blade can be used as a single strike or in multiple shots, dealing considerable damage. The storm from which it derives its name is immensely powerful, carrying along soil, bricks, and all objects caught in it. Even rare quality Treant Guardians can be swept up by the storm, suffering substantial damage. Featherblade, as described in the skill, allows the Storm Eagle to shoot its feathers directly, inflicting wind element damage and proving to be very sharp. Moreover, it can shoot not just one but dozens or even hundreds of feathers, making it a formidable area attack. With the Storm Eagle's massive size, it possesses an abundance of feathers, ensuring that it need not worry about exhausting its feathers. Its robust constitution also allows the feathers to regrow within days. Next, we turn to other melee units. The number of spearmen is the highest. Although there have been significant casualties, some have been recruited again, leaving a total of 700, including 95 Legion spearmen and 600 elite spearmen. The first 5 recruited spearmen have evolved into exceptional class Fearless Spearmen. Fearless Spearmen, namely C. Quality Exceptional 010200. Race Human. Level 5, 200,300. Talent None. Skills Expert Spear Technique, 21,000. Fearless Battle Cry LV1 1100 Life, Force LV1 1100. Attributes Constitution 30, E-Spirit 6. Equipment Armor Piercing Spear Rare. Loyalty 100. Fearless Battle Cry after use it boosts the morale of itself and surrounding soldiers, disregarding a certain degree of pain and some mental and spiritual attacks and control effects. The duration increases with spirit currently lasting 6 seconds, 1 second per point of spirit. Life Force. The Fearless Spearmen have comprehended Life Force, becoming stronger and able to use it to enhance their physical attributes. It can be attached to weapons and armor to enhance attack, defense, and more. Fearless Battle Cry is a skill that provides immunity to control. Currently, there are few encounters with mental or spiritual attacks in the early stages, making its effects less noticeable. However, in the later stages, its impact will be significant. Especially against melee units, this skill allows them to charge directly at the enemy's ranged units for close. Moreover, it is an area skill with its range connected to the spirit. Currently, it can only cover a radius of 6 meters. As Li Si's spirit continues to improve, the coverage area will expand. At that point, all soldiers will possess immunity to control, making them exceedingly powerful. As for Life Force, it is the core skill of the martial arts branch, akin to spiritual energy in the realm of immortal cultivation and mana in the realm of magic. It is the most vital energy within a soldier. Currently, the Life Force of the martial arts branch is still weak, unable to be released at long range, and the enhancements to physical attributes attack and defense are minimal. However, it has already showcased the characteristics of the martial arts branch: absolute physical strength. As Life Force continues to improve in the future, physical attributes will become immensely powerful and attack and defense will be exceptionally formidable. Although it may not be as flashy as other systems, its numerical strength is undeniable. With absolute physical attributes, immense attack power, and rapid recovery speed, they become the most powerful bulldozers on the battlefield. Pinnacle martial arts masters can face off against any other system's soldiers directly. They need no skills; a casual punch or kick can cause catastrophic damage. However, while the pinnacle experts of the martial arts branch are incredibly powerful, they also require significant effort to improve, particularly with the core Life Force, which demands treasures rich in pure Life Force for enhancement. Otherwise, only those with outstanding innate qualities whose Life Force is inherently stronger than average can progress significantly. Otherwise, one can only rely on time, and even that may not yield results. Weaker martial arts soldiers have very weak Life Force, minimal physical enhancements, and average attack and defense far inferior to soldiers of other paths. It can be said that it is a path with both a very high ceiling and a low floor. However, Zhou Li is quite satisfied with this. Although the Life Force just awakened in the martial arts branch is not yet strong, its potential achievements are limitless. While others must find ways to acquire numerous treasures to enhance the Life Force of martial arts soldiers, Zhou Li, endowed with the talent of heaven's reward for diligence, can simply train the soldiers continually, allowing their skills and Life Force to naturally improve without the need for treasures. Given time, his soldiers will grow into exceptionally powerful martial arts experts. Not to mention, Li Si has also awakened the Fearless Battle Cry to gain immunity to control, making it a perfect match for the martial arts branch. It is important to note that the strength of the martial arts branch lies in the physical body. They are completely unperturbed by attacks targeting the body, whether physical or magical. However, comparatively, they are weaker against mental and spiritual attacks. Therefore, they despise being controlled mentally and being kite. Unable to strike the enemy, and even moving becomes difficult. No matter how powerful their bodies are, they can be exhausted over time. With this skill, it significantly compensates for the weaknesses of the martial arts branch. Unfortunately, the Fearless Spearmen are only of exceptional quality, and the duration and immunity of the Fearless Battle Cry have limits, with high consumption making it unsustainable. This diminishes the value of the skill. However, this is to be expected. If this skill could be permanent, it would at least require a golden quality unit. Of course, the Fearless Spearmen themselves are just average among exceptional quality units. Their two skills are not considered powerful by other lords, and the Fearless Battle Cry has a time limit, with its effectiveness only immunizing against exceptional quality and below. In the later stages, what lord doesn't possess some top-tier units? As for Life Force, there is no need to mention. The quality of exceptional units is so high, enhancing Life Force is exceedingly difficult and demands numerous treasures. Why not use those treasures and resources to elevate top-tier units instead? Thus it is quite lackluster for other lords. However, due to Zhou Li's talent, these two skills can continuously improve and strengthen, giving the fearless spearman a unique significance. Zhou Li also believes that as the soldiers continue to evolve, their future skills will grow increasingly stronger, ultimately becoming powerful warriors without weaknesses. The number of shielded soldiers has reached 80, all at level 5, consisting of 60 heavy shielded soldiers and 20 elite shielded soldiers. The main issue lies in the difficulty of gaining experience from the burrowing worms in the next 2 days. The attack capability of the shielded soldiers is somewhat lacking, making it challenging to slay monsters. They require the cooperation of other soldiers to gain experience, which is why none have evolved into exceptional quality yet. There are a total of 15 cavalry soldiers. Due to their powerful attack, they have slain a considerable number of enemies. Previously, all were evolved into heavy cavalry, and the first 3 recruits have accumulated enough experience to evolve into exceptional level Crimson Blood Knights. Crimson Blood Knight. Name Zhou Li. Quality Exceptional 010300. Race Human. Level 5, 200,400. Talent None. Skills Expert Level Marksmanship, 10100000. Proficient Level Swordsmanship, 7510000. Proficient Level Archery, 5310000. Charge, LV1, 11,000. Blood Battle Technique, LV1, 1100. Attributes Constitution 30, E Spirit 7. 5. Equipment Knight Armor Rare, Armor Piercing Spear Rare, Cold Iron Sword Rare, Iron Bow Fine. Loyalty 100. Charge. The Crimson Blood Knight and the Warhorse merge, initiating a charge that increases speed by 100 and ignores certain terrain restrictions. Blood Battle Technique converts internal energy into blood energy, enhancing attack power, restoring life when killing enemies, and providing immunity against certain control effects. The strength of the Crimson Blood Knight needs no further elaboration. Their marksmanship, swordsmanship, and archery are all commendable, with formidable constitution and spirit. Having learned 2 new skills, Charge enhances the cavalry's impact and allows them to ignore certain terrain effects, thus expanding the types of terrain they can charge across. Zhou Li had also learned about various soldier skills during school, so he roughly understood the effects of exceptional level LV1 skills, which generally allow them to ignore minor traps such as pit traps and ditches less than 3 meters deep, as well as less severe terrains like swamps, rubble, and small forests that no longer impede the cavalry's charge. As the skill level increases, speed will accelerate and effects will grow stronger. Eventually, even some attack skills will be directly disrupted. As for the Blood Battle Technique, it is a martial arts-based skill. The blood energy generated is the core ability of martial arts, differing somewhat from life force. Blood energy's enhancement of physical qualities and defenses is significantly weaker. However, blood energy greatly amplifies attack power, can restore life by killing enemies, and offers a degree of immunity against control, making it one of the most suitable abilities for cavalry. The most vital aspect for cavalry is the ability to charge. Their incredible speed delivers immense impact and damage, while cavalry unable to charge are undeniably much weaker. On the extraordinary battlefield, many enemies will attempt to control cavalry, immediately restricting their charging ability. Thus, the immunity to control provided by blood energy allows cavalry to charge more effectively. Combined with the significant enhancement of blood energy to attack, it undoubtedly elevates the cavalry's combat capability to its peak, transforming them into the sharpest spear on the battlefield. Moreover, the enhanced blood energy can also be used for ranged attacks, allowing coordination with other soldiers, cultivating blood energy to create an even more powerful effect, making it one of the most suitable battlefield abilities. Most importantly, although the accumulation of blood energy can be troublesome, it is significantly simpler than enhancing life force. One can accumulate it simply by continuing to slay enemies. Additionally, with Zhou Li's talent, killing enemies not only increases experience, but also raises blood energy, effectively serving 2 purposes at once. Aside from the advancements of the Crimson Blood Knights, their warhorses have also seen substantial improvements. The current warhorses stand 5 meters tall and have begun to develop scales, qualifying as a type of extraordinary beast. Their constitution attribute surpasses that of the Crimson Blood Knights, reaching 35 points. Their speed is astonishing, reaching 360 kilometers per hour, equivalent to running 100 meters per second, as swift as lightning. The current warhorses no longer consume ordinary food. They require high-energy spiritual nourishment. The ranch established in the territory is merely an ordinary ranch, sufficient for raising regular warhorses, but far from meeting the energy demands of these extraordinary beast warhorses. Fortunately, there is a solution in the form of tree demon leaves. Now, there are already 10 tree demon guardians in the territory, and recently 2 were recruited and evolved into tree demon guardians. Level 5 tree demons can reach heights of up to 12 meters with lush branches and leaves that are rich in energy, perfectly suitable for nourishing these extraordinary beast warhorses. Currently, there are only 3 extraordinary beast warhorses, and the leaves from the 10 tree demon guardians are more than sufficient to meet their needs. There's no need to worry about the leaves being consumed. The tree demon guardians have strong recovery abilities, and with just a few energy crystals, the consumed leaves can rapidly regrow. This is also the precious aspect of plant-based soldier types. Not only are they powerful in combat, but they can also produce some rare materials. Aside from slightly lower intelligence and slower movement speed requiring more original crystals for leveling up, they essentially have no other significant drawbacks. Due to the powerful control abilities of the tree demon guardians, their primary task in recent days has been to use vine whips to bind monsters, allowing other soldiers to gain experience. This has resulted in only minimal growth in their own experience. Aside from leveling up to level 5, they are still lacking significantly in evolution experience and have not evolved into exceptional level soldiers. Next are the skeleton soldiers, which are indispensable for daily random recruitment. Although many have perished due to the weakness of the skeleton soldiers, their numbers remain substantial, totaling 500. However, due to the relatively weak combat power of the skeleton soldiers, their monster-killing numbers are significantly lower, and none have evolved into exceptional quality. Currently, there are 60 skeleton warriors and 440 skeleton soldiers. The weak skeleton soldiers have all perished in battles against the burrowing worms, with the remaining survivors evolving into skeleton warriors. Additionally, the corpses of monsters slain in recent days have all been buried in the cemetery, totaling over 200 corpses. To maintain the necromantic energy of the cemetery alone, Zhou Li has consumed over 10,000 energy crystals. Among these are over 15,000 corpses of the drowned demons, while the corpses of the burrowing worms number only over 5,000. Although the number of drowned demons slain within the territory far exceeds this figure, these drowned demons can repeatedly resurrect, resulting in fewer corpses. The drowned demon sorcerers cannot resurrect from nothing, explaining the reduced number of corpses. These corpses have only been buried for a few days and will require more time to resurrect. In about a week, the ordinary quality corpses can be transformed into skeleton soldiers. As for elite-level corpses, the transformation will take longer, requiring 2 weeks. Unfortunately, the territory has only an ordinary cemetery capable of transforming only ordinary skeleton soldiers. If it were a higher quality cemetery, corpses could be transformed into higher quality skeleton warriors and skeleton warriors based on the corpse's original qualities. It would even be possible to transform them into skeleton archers, skeleton mages, and other soldier types based on their previous professions, which would undoubtedly be of greater value. For now, some resources have to be wasted. Fortunately, with the talent present, these skeleton soldiers will always be able to successfully transform. Lastly, the newly recruited Earth Elementals have also reached a total of 90, including 25 rare quality Earth Elemental Guardians and 65 elite quality Earth Elementals. The main issue is the short recruitment time. Earth Elementals are tank-type soldiers, so their monster-slaying numbers are quite low, and they have yet to evolve, though all have been leveled up to 5. As for the heroes, the experience required for their level-ups and evolution is 10 times that of ordinary soldiers. Just to level up the fine-quality ones to level 5 requires a staggering 3,000 experience, and with the additional 1,000 experience needed for evolution, even with their constant monster slaying each day, they still fall short. On the 15th day, it was once again a day for reward levels. Zhou Li, being cautious, had stayed awake, without sleeping, waiting until midnight. As soon as it struck 12, he summoned the new batch of soldiers for the week. Source crystals, 5,000, recruit spearmen, 500. Source crystals, 2,500, recruit skeletons, 500. As for leveling, it has not increased. Promoting an ordinary spearman to level 5 requires 100 source crystals, and filling the experience for level 5 also requires 50 source crystals. With 800 new soldiers recruited, just leveling them up to level 5 would require a staggering 800 source crystals. Although Zhou Li had saved quite a few source crystals in the past few days, he couldn't elevate all his soldiers to level 5. Moreover, reaching level 5 only provided a 40 boost to all attributes, which was minimal for ordinary soldiers whose physical strength was merely a point or 2. It would be better to save these source crystals for upgrading buildings. After recruiting the soldiers, Zhou Li returned to the Lord's mansion to rest. Then around 10 in the morning, today's trial finally arrived. This time the challenge involved not just burrowing worms, but also hard-shelled beetles on the ground and flying insects in the sky. In the rear, there was a golden giant worm towering at 5 to 6 meters high, already classified as a boss unit. Golden beetle race, insect race, chaos, level 5 quality boss talent. Attributes. Skills. Introduction: a boss unit among the insect race, corrupted by chaos, but not dead, instead becoming stronger. As Zhou Li only had the basic scouting technique, the information he gathered was minimal, limited to basic level and quality details. He gritted his teeth, feeling frustrated inside. Typically, a new lord would only encounter a boss unit on the 30th day, which is the final trial for newcomers. Yet only halfway through this period a boss unit had already appeared. Although his soldiers' numbers and quality had improved somewhat, it seemed excessive to target him like this. Zhou Li had evolved to elite-level troops a few days ago, but he had expected the trials to consist of rare troops. He never thought this would await him. Fortunately, the boss was only level 5, so it should be relatively easy to deal with. Zhou Li felt somewhat anxious, but he was familiar with the golden beetle. Once merely the size of a fingertip, it had now grown to such a massive form after being corrupted by chaos, becoming a boss unit. However, there should be limits to its enhancements. It couldn't possibly become too abnormal. Regrettably, he hadn't paid much attention to his scouting skills in the past, and now they were of no use at this critical moment, unable to reveal even the basic attributes. But the monsters had already launched their attack, leaving Zhou Li no time to ponder further. He could only let Kong Xiao and Han Fu command the soldiers to deal with the invading insects. The defense towers were also firing at full capacity, no longer allowing the soldiers to gain experience. They aimed to eliminate these monsters as quickly as possible before concentrating all their efforts on the boss. Boom! Unfortunately, the monsters did not act as Zhou Li had anticipated, charging directly toward the territory. The wind howled and the earth trembled. Despite the boss' enormous size, its speed was astonishing, covering hundreds of meters in just a few seconds. Zhou Li hurriedly commanded the defense towers to focus fire on the boss, but whether it was lightning, fire, earth spikes, or ice, none could halt the boss' advance. The shell of the boss was incredibly tough, with a clear resistance to magic. Even lightning could only momentarily stun it, and the freezing from the ice tower failed to cover its entire body, let alone stop its advance. However, this allowed the territory to buy a few seconds of time. With a loud bang, the 155 artillery tower fired a massive shell that struck the golden beetle, finally shattering its shell and causing green blood to spill out. Roar! The golden beetle let out a painful roar, but its movements became even faster, crashing into the fence. 100. 100. 100. The flimsy fence could not withstand the massive body of the boss. A flurry of damage numbers appeared, and the fence was shattered in an instant by the golden beetle. Then it crashed into the nearby residential buildings, damaging several houses before finally stopping. Fortunately, the storm giant eagle swooped down just in time to entangle the golden beetle. Zhou Li stood at the core of the territory, his face grim, as he directly commanded the skeleton soldiers to carry the tree guardian over. The tree guardian then rooted itself in the ground, extending its vines to bind the golden beetle. The golden beetle, however, did not yield easily, struggling fiercely and spewing acid that corroded the tree guardian and its vines. Its massive jaws bit down on the tree guardian. Had it not been for the hard wooden armor providing defense, it might have been bitten in half. Instead, it suffered heavy injuries and lost its ability to resist. Fortunately, the other tree guardians also extended their vines to bind the golden beetle. Kai Yin had been closely monitoring the situation here and immediately cast healing spells on the tree guardian. The arcane mages were also readying their spells. Some cast shields on the heavily injured tree guardian, while others provided healing. Of course, more spells targeted the golden beetle. The mages, being highly intelligent, did not directly unleash offensive spells against the golden beetle's formidable defenses, instead focusing on various supportive spells, such as the ice touch to slow it down, the wind bind to restrain its movement, as well as quagmire and earth wall techniques, continuously limiting the golden beetle's actions. Meanwhile, the wind archers had also been dispatched by Zhou Li, and powerful single-target skills like wind arrow and armor-piercing attack were charged and fired at the golden beetle. Arrows struck the golden beetle like lightning, creating numerous bloody holes in its body. Kong Xiao and Han Fu, the two heroes, also relentlessly attacked the golden beetle. Their heroics were sufficient to breach the golden beetle's defenses, targeting its head specifically. The golden beetle struggled in vain, but bound by the tree guardians and afflicted with numerous negative states by the mages, even moving became a luxury. Ultimately, it was relentlessly attacked by the long-range archers. In the end, the formidable golden beetle could not move an inch, ultimately succumbing to the combined onslaught of the territory's heroes and soldiers. This time it was mainly because Zhou Li had not anticipated the golden beetle's speed, resulting in him being caught off guard. Had Zhou Li focused and mobilized the combat strength of dozens of elite troops in his territory, he would not have allowed it to damage the territory, easily dispatching it instead. The combat power of the territory had gradually developed, becoming much stronger than when it first emerged, far exceeding that of ordinary lords. This boss, which could serve as the ultimate challenge for ordinary lords on their final day, was easily killed, demonstrating the growth of Zhou Li's territory. Moreover, as time passed, Zhou Li's territory would become increasingly powerful, ultimately standing at the pinnacle of lords. Subsequently, the other monsters were also dealt with by the soldiers of the territory, causing no disturbance. The soldiers in the territory of the burrowing worms were already quite experienced with over 90 earth elementals sufficient to defend the entire perimeter of over 600 meters. Additionally, the mage units skilled in earth spells ensured that any burrowing worms approaching the territory would be discovered and killed before they could get near the barriers. As for the hard-shelled beetles on the ground, they were unable to break through the defenses of the heavily armored sword and shield soldiers and were quickly dispatched by the spearmen, sword and shield soldiers, archers, and skeleton soldiers. The only slight trouble came from the flying beetles, but the territory had a considerable number of hawks sufficient to fend off the attacks of the flying beetles. The archers and arcane mages who had their hands free began to exert their strength. In particular, the mage units, known for their versatility, demonstrated immense dominance, whether against ground, underground, or aerial targets, especially since the defense of flying units was relatively weak. A single spell was enough to annihilate a large swarm of flying beetles. Ultimately, these ordinary monsters caused no damage to the territory and were all eliminated. Day 15 attack concluded. Reward summary. Day 15 attacked enemies: 5,000 flying beetles, 1,000 elite flying beetles, 100 rare flying beetles, 6,000 hardshell beetles, 2,000 elite hardshell beetles, 200 rare hardshell beetles, 3,000 elite burrowing worms, 300 rare burrowing worms, 1 boss level golden beetle. Defense result: minor damage. Result rating S. Base reward: 15,000 source crystals, 30,000 energy. Additional rewards: 30,000 source crystals, 60,000 energy crystals, golden light, spell tower 1, permanent warehouse blueprint 1, city wall 1, insect nest 1. First, the golden light spell tower, an exceptional quality defensive tower from the Xianxiao realm, can release the golden light spell. Golden light spell, one of the 8 great spells of Taoism, an essential process for practicing talisman spells. Golden light symbolizes the light of the Tao that gives life to the universe, with practitioners emanating a divine radiance that can ward off evil and protect oneself, stabilizing the spirit and soul. The golden light released by the golden light spell tower can form a light curtain blocking enemy attacks, while also enhancing the heroes and soldiers of the territory, rendering them immune to part of the damage and providing a certain level of protection against mental and spiritual attacks and controls. At the same time, it can inflict significant damage on evil enemies, particularly those with negative attributes, such as darkness, necromancy, evil, and shadow. However, its damage against enemies with positive and neutral attributes, such as the holy nature and technology, is relatively low. Nevertheless, most monsters from the chaos are indeed corrupted by chaos, with the negative monsters making up the majority, allowing the golden light spell tower to unleash its powerful effects. Next is the permanent warehouse blueprint, which needs no further elaboration. A permanent blueprint is inherently valuable, especially since warehouses are critical structures for the territory. Warehouse. Quality: ordinary. Level 1050. Building type: functional building. Durability: 100,100. Function: storage of resources, currently capable of holding 1,000 cubic units of materials and can slow down the decay rate of food and other materials. The system-built warehouse has spatial effects, occupying only 20 square meters with a total volume of less than 100 cubic units, yet capable of storing 1,000 cubic units of resources, greatly saving space for the territory. If food is stored, it can also reduce the speed of food decay. Although an ordinary level 1 warehouse can only extend freshness by 10, it can be continuously upgraded. Zhou Li immediately constructed 2 warehouses and upgraded them to level 5. Increasing storage space by 40 and extending freshness duration by 50, significantly enhancing the warehouse's effectiveness. The city wall is a structure of fine quality, yet extremely important, as the defenses of the fences are far too weak, not even comparable to the city walls. Moreover, with the city wall in place, soldiers can stand atop it to strike downwards. They can attack others, while the attackers must first break through the wall to invade the territory, significantly enhancing safety. Additionally, the system's city walls are different from ordinary walls. They are not mere blueprints, but rather a complete building model. The width and height of the walls are fixed, but the Lord can set the length of the walls automatically. Once selected, the wall is fixed, and its position and length can only be altered upon future upgrades. Of course, different lengths of walls come with different prices, with the consumption of source crystals based on the quality of the wall, requiring a certain amount of source crystals for every meter extended. What Zhou Li obtained was a green fine-quality stone wall requiring 2 source crystals per meter. Without hesitation, Zhou Li constructed the maximum length of the wall according to the territory's size, totaling a perimeter of 628 meters, consuming 1256 source crystals. City wall. Quality: fine. Level 101256. Function: protection. Durability: 100, 001, 0000. After being attacked, the Lord can consume source crystals and energy crystals to restore durability, requiring an architect to repair during battles. Characteristics 1. As solid as rock. The stone wall is extremely tough, reducing piercing and slashing physical damage by 50, elemental damage by 20, and siege damage from blunt attacks by 10. 2. Absolute ground. The foundation of the wall extends deep underground and is equipped with protective arrays preventing underground enemies from directly attacking the territory. They must break through the wall to invade. 3. Spatial blockade. The wall can sever spatial connections, preventing external enemies from using spatial teleportation, shadow teleportation, or other spatial techniques to directly enter the territory. It also provides a certain level of protection against spatial attribute attacks. Description: the solid shield of the territory. While the walls remain intact, enemies cannot probe the situation within the territory, nor can they invade. Zhou Li looked at the description of the city wall, feeling that he could afford to be bolder and upgrade the territory several more times. This city wall is incredibly powerful, truly deserving of being one of the most important structures in the territory. With a durability of 1, demigods skill 1 offers significant damage reduction, and it can also be repaired. It is far superior to the fences. More importantly, skills 2 and 3 effectively prevent monsters from launching underground attacks, and also stop them from teleporting directly into the territory to attack. No wonder the fence was merely a starting building provided by the system, while this city wall was a reward from the 15th day's challenge, unlocked only with austere rating. Although it is a fine quality structure, its ranking is even higher than that of the exceptional quality Golden Light Spell Tower. Having had some doubts before seeing the description of the city wall, now made him truly understand its immense impact. However, the price is indeed exorbitant. Upgrading from level 1 to level 2 requires a staggering 1256 source crystals, which is hundreds of times higher than that of ordinary fine-level structures. Moreover, as the territory expands, the city walls must also increase in size, requiring even more source crystals. It is truly a money-eating beast. Yet there is no choice. For safety, the city walls must be upgraded. Source Crystal 1256, City Wall LV1 LV2. Source Crystal 2512, City Wall LV2 LV3. Source Crystal 3768, City Wall LV3 LV4. Source Crystal 5024, City Wall LV4 LV5. A total of 12,560 source crystals were spent directly upgrading the city wall to level 5. The consumption is indeed too great, and if the city walls are damaged later, additional source crystals will be needed for repairs, which is another significant expenditure. Originally, I was thinking that during this period I had saved quite a few source crystals to upgrade the territory several times, but it seems I was overly optimistic. The consumption for just one city wall is already substantial, not to mention other buildings. Indeed, the greatest truth in the Lord's world is that source crystals are never enough. The durability of the wall increased by 40 upon reaching level 5, reaching a total of 14,000. Its height also rose from the original 5 meters to 7 meters. The thickness increased from 3 meters to 4.2 meters, making it suitable for horseback riding. With such durability and damage reduction, even if all the troops within Zhou Li's territory attacked together, it would still take a considerable amount of time to breach the wall. Moreover, the wall's durability is calculated in segments of 100 meters. Any distance less than 100 meters is also considered as 100 meters. Breaking through one section does not imply damage to other areas, making it extremely difficult to completely destroy the wall. If even a wall of exquisite quality is this sturdy, the higher-level walls are simply unimaginable to Zhou Li. Determined, he resolved to learn more about siege weaponry after this novice trial. Otherwise, when conflicts arise with other lords, they too will have walls, and without the assistance of siege weapons, his soldiers would surely suffer heavy casualties. The soldiers and citizens of the territory looked at the towering wall, feeling enveloped by a sense of immense security. With this wall, the territory feels much safer. If this wall had been in place earlier, that boss would never have been able to invade the territory. It would only have ended up injuring itself badly. Kai Yin gazed at the imposing wall, unable to help but exclaim. Next to her, the two heroes Kong Xiao and Han Fu nodded in agreement. In their past lives in the world of the Three Kingdoms, they were generals guarding cities, fully aware of the protective significance of walls for a territory. Without the aid of engineering machinery, even with the current soldiers and defense towers, an army of 100,000 would never be able to capture the territory. After examining the wall, Zhou Li turned his attention to the final reward, the insect nest. The insect nest is also a troop building structure that can recruit ordinary quality black ants. This insect nest belongs to the biochemical branch of technology, and the recruited black ants are of ordinary quality, possessing sturdy exoskeletons, great strength, and decent speed, making them a good melee unit among ordinary troops. However, Zhou Li did not plan to establish this barrack, mainly because the territory already had enough melee troops, including spearmen, skeleton soldiers, sword and shield soldiers, and cavalry, totaling over 2,000 soldiers. There are already enough soldiers that need to be upgraded. The daily monsters are insufficient for the soldiers to share. Adding another black ant would only slow down the upgrade speed further. The combat effectiveness of ordinary quality black ants is also limited. Given that they are already halfway through the novice trial, level 1 black ants are merely cannon fodder. However, there are already skeleton soldiers serving as cannon fodder, and the corpses buried in the graveyard will turn into skeleton soldiers in 2 days, yielding not only more quantity, but also not consuming any source crystals. Thus, even if black ants were recruited, they would not contribute much experience and would only slow down the upgrade speed of other soldiers in the territory. If they inadvertently encounter troublesome enemies, it could lead to significant casualties and lower the evaluation of the trial. Today's battle was just like that. The powerful golden armored beetle boss could only be restrained by excellent quality soldiers who could then swiftly and safely eliminate it. If low-level soldiers were used, they could grind it down slowly, but the casualties would be heavy. Moreover, it could also lead to other monsters following the boss into the territory, causing even more destruction. At that point, the evaluation of the trial would be extremely low. Therefore, after the test concludes, Zhou Li began to reflect and prepared to prioritize training some powerful soldiers specifically to deal with difficult enemies. Ordinary soldiers can evolve gradually, but once the novice trial ends, there will be plenty of time to cultivate these soldiers. Furthermore, it was previously mentioned that there are too many conflicting issues regarding races. Black ants have very low intelligence and cannot get along with other soldiers. They require a hero to manage them, or else they could easily cause damage to the territory. Additionally, regarding the path, Zhou Li intends to follow the route of immortal cultivation and martial arts rather than the technological path, as having too many paths could lead to conflicts. Thus, after summing up everything, Zhou Li abandoned the plan to recruit black ants. This insect nest building would have to be stored away until the trial ends to later exchange for suitable troop buildings with other lords in the main world. Troop buildings are precious. They are essentially priceless in the market. Selling them results in losses, and it is nearly impossible to buy the same troop buildings again. Hence, lords in the main world always engage in mutual exchanges for these valuable buildings, and very few. After reviewing the system rewards, the next step involves the monster drops. The ordinary monsters dropped not only some insect materials, but also a small number of earthworm and flying beetle fixed recruitment essence, as well as some random recruitment essence. Another 20 earth elementals and 10 earth elemental guardians were recruited. There were also fixed undead skeleton soldiers and skeleton warriors, along with some sword and shield soldiers and cavalry among the human troops. Some soldiers gained some upgrades. However, the experience required for high-level troops to evolve is too demanding. Despite defeating a considerable number of monsters, they are still far from evolving. The most important aspect is the boss drop. As the first boss Zhou Li encountered, although it was of lower level, it truly lived up to its title, offering generous rewards. In addition to basic materials like armor shells and beetle meat, there was also an exquisite level random hero essence, a basic body refinement technique skill book, a skill book for recruiting golden armored beetles, and a set of excellent quality golden armor. The armor was forged from the shells of golden armored beetles and offers decent defense capable of withstanding attacks below level 20 of excellent quality. Zhou Li directly handed the armor to Kong Xiu, as she was the first hero of the territory and deserved priority distribution. Next was the body refinement technique skill book, which was the same body refinement technique Zhou Li studied in the main world. Previously, there was no skill book, so heroes and soldiers could not learn it. Now that there is a skill book, Zhou Li placed it in the library and planned to let the 3 heroes borrow it in order, allowing them to quickly learn the body refinement technique skill. The means of leveling up are no longer limited to the fixed experience of 2 points daily and leveling up through killing monsters. Practicing the body refinement technique can also earn experience, speeding up their level progression. Moreover, it can enhance physical attributes. Although it is merely a basic exercise method, it is sufficient to meet the early enhancement needs of the heroes. After the library reaches level 5, it will also accelerate the hero's learning speed, allowing 2 individuals to learn the skill each day. The first batch to learn consists of Kong Xiu and Han Fu, both of whom are of excellent quality and possess significantly higher intelligence than ordinary level soldiers. On the 15th day before nightfall, they had already learned the body refinement technique skill, with the introduction of basic body refinement technique 1100 appearing on their attribute panels. With the conclusion of their first practice, the experience for the body refinement technique increased by 1 point, and the evolution experience for both heroes and their level up experience also increased slightly. This was something Zhou Li did not anticipate, highlighting the difference between lords and heroes. A lord's growth is tied to the enhancement of the territory, thus, there is essentially no concept of qualifications, but heroes have varying qualities. The body refinement technique not only elevates the hero's levels, but also enhances their potential. With continuous practice, the hero's potential will steadily improve, ultimately raising their quality. The basic body refinement technique requires only 100 points of experience and can only upgrade ordinary heroes to excellent quality heroes. However, beyond the basic body refinement technique, there are intermediate and advanced body refinement techniques available for purchase in the main world. At that point, combined with Zhou Li's talents, the hero's progress will truly enter a fast lane. At the final random hero recruitment, Zhou Li successfully recruited. As the portal on the Lord's altar reappeared, a black whirlwind swirled above it. This time there was no melodious music nor fragrant powder, but rather a chilling aura of death that sent shivers down one's spine. As the whirlwind dissipated, a tall figure materialized before Zhou Li. It was a skeleton clad in tattered black iron armor with unknown dark red bloodstains still lingering in the crevices of the armor. In its eye sockets burned emerald green soul flames, the flickering flames revealing endless sorrow and murderous intent. Wielding a long blade crafted from the bones of a giant beast, the blade glimmered with a cold light, emanating a terrifying pressure that caused the temperature around it to drop several degrees merely by standing there. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully recruiting the undead hero, Ming Dis. Hero name Ming Dis, quality Elite 01000. Race Undead Skeleton. Level 10200. Talent Bone Control. Skills Proficient Swordsmanship 568. 1000. Death Power 0 Bone Resurrection LV 10100. Attributes Constitution 9, Spirit 4. Equipment None. Loyalty 50. Bone Control enhances all skeleton units under command, increasing their bones and constitution by 30. Death Power, the core ability of the undead capable of absorbing the souls of the battlefield to strengthen its own death power. Bone Resurrection revives fallen skeleton soldiers, can only revive one at level 1. The hero of the undead. A glimmer flashed in Zhou Li's eyes. Currently, although the skeleton soldiers in his territory were numerous, they would only multiply over time. However, the greatest shortcoming of skeletons is their lack of intelligence and individual quality. Without a hero to command them, skeleton soldiers are just a disorganized mass capable only of executing simple charge orders. The few heroes in the territory are all human and cannot stay with the skeleton soldiers. Currently, Zhou Li could only indirectly control the massive number of skeleton soldiers through high-quality skeleton warriors and skeleton soldiers. But this Ming Dis before him seemed to be born to solve that shortcoming. Moreover, he was fortunate to have recruited a hero with a talent. Bone Control can enhance the attributes of skeleton soldiers. Although their attributes are low, it applies to all skeletons, whether they are skeleton soldiers, skeleton warriors, or even more powerful skeleton soldiers in the future. Enhancing bones and increasing constitution by 30 is a significant boost for the vast number of skeleton soldiers, ensuring they won't die as easily as before. Death Power is also a core ability of the undead. Other abilities include Dark Magic, Plague Power, Blood Power, and Soul Power, which collectively form the core energy of the undead. As described in the skill, Death Power can enhance Ming Dis attributes and will inflict necrosis on wounds, weaken the body, and even shorten lifespans. As for enhancing Death Power, it requires absorbing Death Chi, which can be drawn from the Death Chi engraved. Of course, the quickest way to enhance death is through battlefield slaughter. The Death Power converted from freshly deceased corpses is purer and more potent. As for Bone Resurrection, it goes without saying. It can revive fallen skeleton soldiers, greatly reducing the deaths in the territory. Although currently at a low level, with the principle of diligence rewarded by the heavens, it is believed that it will soon improve. At that time, the territory will be filled with immortal undead, which is the correct way to unleash the undead calamity. The only downside might be its weak combat power, with a constitution of only 9 and swordsmanship at proficient level, while Kong Xiao and Han Fu have reached elite level and have mastered weapon control skills at proficient level. However, Ming Dis is more of a commander for the army, so it's understandable that its combat capability. Then there is the low loyalty. After all, Ming Dis has a high intelligence and possesses talent, which will certainly make it unruly, especially in front of a living lord, reflecting the conflict between the undead and living beings. Now, having loyalty above half is already a good sign. However, Zhou Li was not worried. As long as it experienced the power of its own talent, Ming Dis would soon become similar to Zhou Li. Underling, I pay my respects to my lord. Ming Dis' voice was hoarse and grating, like two bones rubbing together, yet the action of kneeling on one knee was filled with a sense of power. Rise. Zhou Li waved his hand, issuing a direct instruction. Your forte is commanding skeletons, and I will take you to a place. Zhou Li led Ming Dis to the edge of the territory's graveyard. The level 5 graveyard was suffused with a denser death chi, making it seem very eerie even during the day. At this moment, hundreds of skeleton warriors that had just been recruited today were wandering aimlessly in the graveyard. Zhou Li had not yet taught them the basics of swordsmanship due to their continuous battles. They were aimlessly swinging their bone knives, producing the sound of clattering bones. Go ahead, Zhou Li pointed to the skeleton army below. From today onwards, you are the supreme commander here. All skeleton soldiers in the territory are under your command. The green flames in Ming Dis eye sockets flickered wildly. Although there were many skeleton soldiers in the graveyard, there were even more skeleton warriors and skeleton heroes. He was curious about this somewhat peculiar undead skeleton race before him, but being taciturn, he did not ask the Lord, merely thinking that the skeleton soldiers were too weak and all had fallen in battle. On the contrary, he felt very satisfied with this small but elite army before him. In the past, even commanding tens of thousands of skeletons, he had never had such a high proportion of elite skeletons. He strode to the center of the graveyard, slamming his bone knife heavily onto the ground. Buzz! An invisible ripple spread outward from him, a manifestation of the effect of bone control. The skeleton soldiers who had been aimlessly wandering seemed to be awakened in an instant by some supreme power. Including those training skeleton warriors and skeleton heroes, they all uniformly ceased their movements, their hollow eye sockets turning towards Ming Dis in the center, weapons lowered, as they displayed a submissive posture. Then an astonishing scene occurred before Zhou Li's eyes. The originally grayish-white bones, which looked fragile to the touch, began to emit a faint black luster under the influence of Ming Dis' thick aura of death. Their originally fragile skeletons became resilient, and their movements in wielding weapons grew fluid, as if they had undergone a metamorphosis. System notification: Ming Dis activated the trait Bone Control, boosting the attack power of skeleton soldiers by 30, a defense power by 30, and movement speed by 10. Such a strong boost. Zhou Li couldn't help but clench his fist in amazement. This was equivalent to granting this skeleton army, which originally had only weak combat power, an enhancement buff out of thin air, and an upgraded version at that. Zhou Li nodded in satisfaction. With Ming Dis, his undead army finally had a chance to take shape. From now on, these troops will be under your command. You must not only command them in battle, but also train their skills, Zhou Li advised. Additionally, your bone resurrection skill level is still low and needs improvement. I hope your forces can become an unstoppable and terrifying existence. Ming Dis curiously asked, My lord, why train these skeleton soldiers in skills? Their intelligence is too low, they may not comprehend, and will only fight on instinct. Zhou Li smiled slightly at this, and explained the effect of his own talent. He continued, As long as you perform well in the territory and diligently slay enemies, you can continuously evolve and become the god of bones. That is not a distant dream. Upon hearing Zhou Li's words, Ming Dis was shocked, and the soul fire in his eyes flickered with dazzling green light. He then spoke in a cold and firm voice, I shall obey the Lord's decree. I will make this bone army a nightmare for our enemies, flattening all obstacles in our path. Yes, I leave this place in your hands, Zhou Li said as he looked at the skeleton army, standing in formation, filled with murderous intent. After leaving the graveyard, today's harvest has been mostly organized. Zhang Shun and Xiao Kuang were also assigned duties, which alleviated many of his own responsibilities. He stepped through the main gate of the Lord's mansion while Kai Yin gently closed the heavy wooden door, isolating the chill of the night and the noise from outside the territory. Inside the hall, several oil lamps emitted a soft, warm glow, starkly contrasting with the eerie, deathly atmosphere of the graveyard. My lord, you have worked hard on the way. Kai Yan's voice was gentle, tinged with concern. She stepped forward to help Zhou Li remove his armor, deftly hanging it on the weapon rack. At this moment, she was no longer the renowned, talented woman of the world, but rather a gentle and virtuous helpmate carefully tending to the pillar of this household. Zhou Li let out a long breath, sitting in the main seat, rubbing his slightly swollen temples. Wenji, you should take a seat too. You've worked hard in the recent battle as well. Kai Yin did not sit, but turned to a nearby table where several books and a feather quill were already neatly. She picked up the topmost book and presented it to Zhou Li with both hands, her expression becoming serious. As I am new here, I am grateful for your trust in entrusting me with the mundane affairs of internal governance. I dare not be negligent, so I took the liberty to organize the current financial and population situation of the territory and have a few points to report to you. Zhou Li took the book, unfolding it under the lamplight. The writing was elegant and strong, clearly in Kai Yin's own handwriting. Oh, tell me more. Zhou Li was somewhat surprised, not expecting this talented woman to handle affairs with such decisiveness. Kai Yin slightly bowed, pointing at the data on the scroll. My lord, the population of the territory is about to exceed 3,000 with over 2,000 soldiers and more than 600 residents. Although the grain reserves are sufficient based on my calculations at the current consumption rate, the food supply in the granary will only last for 3 days. 3 days? Zhou Li frowned slightly. That's so short. Yes, my lord, Kai Yin explained softly. While the skeleton soldiers do not require food, there are still over 1,000 soldiers who do need to eat. Especially the storm giant eagles, being large creatures, require even more sustenance. Furthermore, although the farmland has long been planted, in recent days the territory has suffered attacks from drilling worms from underground, damaging many fields, necessitating repairs and replanting which has delayed the harvest of crops that were due long ago. This is also a reason for the shortage in the territory. Additionally, the energy spirit stones are also somewhat. While the skeleton soldiers do not need to eat, the soul fire that sustains them consumes deathly energy, and with the transformation of corpses in the graveyard, a considerable amount of source crystals are consumed. Moreover, the release of defense tower skills and the energy consumption of the dining hall and blacksmith shop also constitutes a significant expense. She paused, looking at Zhou Li with clear eyes. Fortunately, the walls have now been built, ensuring the safety of the territory. I believe that the current focus of the territory should not be on blind expansion, but rather on land reclamation and logistics. We should open up more farmland to ensure a sufficient food supply. Zhou Li's heart stirred as he looked into Kai Yan's wise eyes, secretly praising himself for having found a treasure. I will find a way to address the issue of opening new fields. Zhou Li nodded. The current area of the territory is insufficient. I plan to upgrade the territory to the next level tomorrow, at which point the area will be larger and we can open up more farmland. Kai Yan opened the second piece of parchment, her expression slightly hesitant. There is one more thing. Concerning the residents of the territory. While inspecting today, I found that many residents have complaints. Zhou Li was somewhat surprised. Is that so? Yes, since you arranged residences for the residents and provided meals in the dining hall. Aside from a few residents tending to the fields, many have been idling about, wandering the territory. The limited area has led to crowded living conditions, which has gradually caused dissatisfaction among the residents towards the Lord. I am aware of this matter, Zhou Li said in a deep voice. However, I also did not expect the development of the territory to progress so quickly. With too many soldiers and residents and a limited area coupled with insufficient source crystals, we can only ask the residents to endure for now. Tomorrow I will consult with Zhang Shun and Xiao Kuang and have them pay more attention to the residents' situation. And you can also play a role in this. Kai Yan was slightly taken aback. Me? Indeed. Zhou Li stood up and walked in front of Kai Yan, his gaze intense. You possess a mastery of music. Your melodies can soothe souls and inspire aspirations. Starting tomorrow, I hope you can perform a piece for the residents in the square in front of the Lord's mansion. Not to fight enemies, but to calm their restless hearts. Kai Yan's eyes flickered with understanding. She gently touched her sleeve and said softly, Is it your intention to use culture to moderate force and music to soothe the people? Exactly, Zhou Li nodded in approval. In times of chaos, people's hearts are restless. While force can conquer enemies, only culture can unify hearts. Wenji, I hope you will not only be my internal affairs officer, but also the spiritual pillar of this territory. Kai Yan was silent for a moment, then deeply bowed to Zhou Li. This time her gesture was more solemn than any previous one. I will not let you down, my lord. Zhou Li looked at Kai Yan, feeling great joy in his heart. Kai Yan raised her head, her cheeks glowing faintly under the light, seemingly shy and excited by the earlier words of being a spiritual pillar. My lord, it's getting late. Kai Yan's voice lowered a bit, carrying a hint of barely detectable tenderness. If there are no other instructions, I will go prepare a calming herbal tea for you. You must remember not to overextend yourself for the territory. Zhou Li looked at this beautiful woman in the chaotic world, and warmth surged in his heart. In this world full of slaughter and coldness, having someone who understands warmth and cold is truly rare. He grasped Kai Yan's hand. He said, Wenji, don't leave tonight. Stay and keep me company, will you? Kai Yan shyly looked at Zhou Li. Since coming to this world, based on the information in her mind, she understood that the man before her was her master, her future support. She was not originally a strong-willed character. In her previous world, she had followed her parents' wishes and gotten engaged to Wei Zhongdao. By the will of her parents and the matchmaker's words, she had already resigned herself to her fate. She never expected to suddenly arrive in this splendid era. Zhou Li not only did not bully her, but also gently introduced her to the situation of the territory, more importantly, he treated her equally, trusted her, and let her help with affairs, giving her a new meaning in life. Young master, Kai Yan shyly glanced at Zhou Li. Her pretty face bore a mix of allure and softness. The brilliance in her phoenix eyes sparkled under the candlelight. Her skin, as white as jade, made it difficult for Zhou Li to look away. At some point, the lights in the Lord's mansion had been extinguished. The two figures within the Lord's mansion gradually overlapped, and their beautiful voices echoed through the night. Even the moonlight shyly hid behind the clouds. The 16th day. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Zhou Li woke from his slumber feeling a slight pain in his lower back. Kai Yan had already gotten up and left. He lay in bed for a while longer before coming to his senses and rubbing his head. It seems my physique is still not strong enough, though I need to work out more. Zhou Li thought to himself. Today there are still many tasks to attend to. Upgrading the territory and the monster invasion has yet to occur. I must get up. He gathered his spirits, dressed, and walked out of the Lord's manor. Seeing Zhou Li come out, Kai Yan approached him. Young master, you are up. Let's have breakfast first. Zhou Li nodded. Wenji, you woke up quite early. Thank you for your hard work. Kai Yan smiled gently and replied softly, "This is what I should do." Zhou Li said no more. After last night their relationship had grown closer, and there was no need for such formalities. Soon Zhou Li finished his breakfast and opened the territory construction panel. Lord's Manor. Level LV5 LV6 0600. Territory radius 100 meters, 120 meters. He then extended the city walls outward, reaching a total length of 754 meters, and built a gate tower at each city gate location. The city walls are not a fixed structure. They are akin to a permanent blueprint that also includes the blueprint for the city gates. They can change as the territory expands, and the Lord can define the construction of the walls as needed. If required, it is entirely feasible to build 2 or 3 layers of walls. The more layers built, the greater the changes, requiring more source crystals. Zhou Li still had some source crystals left, so after some consideration, he decided to construct the gate. He mainly considered the experience gain issue for soldiers. Melee soldiers would find it difficult to attack from the walls, and if they formed a formation outside, they would be in danger. Thus, he referred to ancient designs and built the gate towers primarily for the convenience of melee soldiers to attack. He positioned the melee soldiers behind the gates so that once enemies entered, the soldiers could directly launch their attacks. Due to the limited size of the gates, the number of monsters entering the gate towers at any given time would not be too many, allowing soldiers to easily slay monsters and gain experience. In critical moments, if the gates were breached by enemies, the gate towers could provide some defense, allowing for a longer. The length of the gate towers was 60 meters with a width of 40 meters. The city walls at the 4 gate locations were moved back 20 meters, after which an additional 60-meter city wall was constructed at the outermost ring with 40-meter walls on both sides. In total, 126, 604, 4024, 686 meters were newly constructed. Then all were upgraded to level 6, consuming a total of 62,810, 686, 246,810, 26,860 source crystals. This could be said to be the largest expenditure for the territory. Next came the construction of various buildings, including refugee camps, towers, graveyards, golden light curse towers, 155 grenade towers, fireball towers, lightning towers, ice towers, spike towers, swamp towers, blacksmith shops, tailor shops, schools, taverns, libraries, medical offices, warehouses, wells, and residences. With the city walls in place, fences were no longer necessary and thus were not upgraded. The residences were also not upgraded. The current level 5 residences could accommodate 10 people, which was sufficient. Upgrading further would cost 50 source crystals without increasing the number of residents, only improving living conditions and adding some facilities. With this funding, Zhou Li could have built 5 level 1 residences accommodating 20 soldiers or residents. The current level 5 residences fully met the needs of the soldiers and residents. Perhaps only a few heroes and some high-level units such as arcane mages would continue to have their residences upgraded to improve their living conditions. Moreover, this was also a reward for their contributions. Zhou Li would not upgrade them without reason. After all, a lord must be clear about rewards and punishments. They cannot be too harsh or too lenient, or else they might take it for granted and push their luck. This is also the troublesome aspect of sentient beings, as desires are constantly on the rise. The upgrade of major buildings consumed a total of 15000 source crystals. This expenditure was roughly equivalent to the cost of upgrading the walls to level 6, which illustrates just how expensive the walls were. Of course, this is also related to the current lack of buildings within the territory. As more buildings are added later, the costs will inevitably increase. Thus, the source crystals obtained over the past few days were basically spent. Zhou Li felt incredulous, as he had saved quite a bit of source crystals over these days. How could they have been spent so quickly? After carefully checking the accounts, he finally understood his expenditures. On the 7th day, he had over 900 source crystals left. Then, on the 8th day, he obtained about 5,000 source crystals. On the 9th day, over 7,000, and on the 10th day, he had a total of 10,000 source crystals. Then, when upgrading to level 4, nearly 10,000 source crystals were spent on building upgrades. On the 8th day, recruiting spearmen cost 3,000, and after upgrading on the 10th day, recruiting spearmen and skeleton soldiers again cost 3,000. He also upgraded Kai Yin to level 4, costing 1,200, leaving him with about 6,000 source crystals. On the 11th day, he received 10,000 source crystals, and on the 12th day, about 15,000 source crystals. He then upgraded the territory to level 5, spending 1.3 million source crystals recruiting soldiers, and upgrading Kai Yin cost another 2,300, leaving approximately 15,000 source crystals. The 13th day was disappointing, earning 1.5 million source crystals. On the 14th day, he earned 25,000, but during these 2 days, spending on tower upgrades cost 3,000 source crystals. The bulk of the expenses was for upgrading the earth elementals. Upgrading 65 earth elementals plus 25 earth elemental guardians cost a total of 3 million source crystals, which further illustrates the high costs of soldiers. Then on the 15th day, he received system rewards and drops roughly amounting to 50,000 source crystals. However, early on the 15th day, recruiting soldiers again cost 7,500 source crystals, leaving him with 70,000 source crystals. Upgrading a golden light curse tower to level 5 cost 4,000 source crystals. In total, the city walls cost 39420 source crystals. Upgrading other buildings consumed 15,000 source crystals. Recruiting new slots for level 6 barracks cost 1,500. In the end, less than 10,000 source crystals remained. These source crystals could not be retained either. With the expansion of the territory, Zhou Li was also preparing to construct more buildings. First, he constructed farmland, building an additional 40 plots, bringing the total number of farmland to 100, covering an area of 1,000 square meters. Source crystals 400. To meet the irrigation needs of the farmland, Zhou Li also built 5 new wells, increasing the total number of wells to 12. Then he upgraded the newly built 5 wells to level 6, increasing their water output and making the well openings larger for the residents to fetch water easily. Although fetching water was still somewhat troublesome. However, it was fine, since the residents of the territory had relatively little to do. It was a good way to give them something to do and an opportunity to exercise. Source crystals 4,000. Next came the construction of residences. The skeleton soldiers lived in designated areas. The spearmen resided in the watchtowers, while the falcons, earth elementals, and tree spirits did not need residences. There were about 300 other soldiers and over 600 residents, totaling 800 people. Currently, there were only 50 residences, which could accommodate less than 500 people. Thus, Zhou Li built 50 more residences at once, mainly because the territory's area was insufficient to build more. Otherwise, he could have constructed even more. Source crystals 500. After that, he upgraded the residences. This time, he did not upgrade them to a very high level, only to level 4, allowing simultaneous accommodation for 10 people. Further upgrades would only improve living conditions. The remaining source crystals in the territory were low, so saving a bit was crucial. Source crystals 3. The more than 1,000 remaining source crystals were not used if future repairs for the walls and damages to buildings would require them. It was necessary to keep some reserves. Fortunately, with the city walls now in place, both soldiers and territorial buildings would be much safer. Coupled with Kai Yan's healing and Mindy's resurrection of bones, the probability of obtaining an S-level evaluation would greatly increase. At that time, the source crystals earned would also be more abundant. Zhou Li planned to upgrade the territory a few more levels to allow for a more spacious area. The domain's buildings had been fully upgraded. Next came the matter of managing its inhabitants. Inside the Lord's manor, Zhou Li sat upright at his desk, flanked by Kai Yan, draped in a pale azure gown. Below them on the open ground stood Zhang Shan, the domain's steward, sturdy of frame and earnest of countenance, and Xiao Kuang the scribe, slender and sharp-eyed, both standing respectfully in attendance. Zhou Li's gaze settled upon the two men. His voice, though soft, carried with it an unmistakable resonance, reaching their ears with crystalline clarity. Zhang Shan, Xiao Kuang, we are here. Both stepped forward, instantly back, straight posture rigid with deference. His expression grave, his eyes like twin blazing torches. Zhang Shan bowed hastily, wiping his brow, even though no sweat glistened there. My lord, please calm your wrath. I have indeed sensed this unrest. Those idle wretches have long vexed me. I scold them whenever I see them. You devote yourself daily to the domain's battles. I dared not trouble you with such trivialities. Xiao Kuang chimed in beside him. Indeed. My lord, you labor ceaselessly for the domain's growth. Such minor matters among the inhabitants shall be sternly reprimanded by us without fail. These insolent souls, what manner of life did they lead before? What life do they enjoy now? Scarcely a few days of ease, yet already their greed overflows. Now they dare raise grievances before the Lord himself. Punishment must be swift and severe. Zhou Li gave a slight, thoughtful nod, then turned toward Kai Yan beside him. Kai Yan understood at once. Gently drawing forth a scroll from her sleeve, the inhabitant labor allocation register, she unfurled it. Its ink still fresh, its script elegant, yet unyielding in authority. The domain is newly founded. These inhabitants were gathered from countless realms, each bearing distinct temperaments. You have only just assumed stewardship. Some difficulties are inevitable, and I understand them well. Her voice was gentle, yet beneath its warmth lay an ironclad dignity that brooked no dissent. Yet now the domain steadily advances. Its walls stand tall, its safety assured. It is time, therefore, to enforce stricter governance over its people. Unfolding the register, she read aloud, her voice ringing across the square. The Lord has constructed ample dwellings, of varying tiers, and henceforth inhabitants shall be grouped by family, each household granted one dwelling. First, all common inhabitants shall receive a Tier 1 dwelling. Dwellings may be elevated in rank according to individual contribution. Those who shirk duty shall remain confined to Tier 1 dwellings indefinitely. Second, all adult inhabitants shall be assigned tasks according to their aptitudes. Men to farming or assisting at the blacksmith's forge and construction workshops, elders and women to the tailor's atelier, communal kitchens, and infirmary, engaged in weaving, mending garments, preparing meals, and other essential duties. Each system building shall appoint a designated supervisor responsible for assigning daily tasks and evaluating the performance of those who assist, rewarding excellence, correcting negligence. Third, all children below adulthood shall attend the academy instructed by Xiao Kuang as their teacher. I myself shall also teach when time permits. Diligent study shall be rewarded, poor performance disciplined. Here Kai Yin paused briefly before continuing. Given the domain's limited population, no formal currency yet exists. Initial discipline shall center upon sustenance. Those who underperform shall receive only the barest ration, 1 unit of basic food, sufficient to sustain life, but nothing more. Those who excel shall be granted delicacies, fine wine, and other luxuries. As farmlands yield bountiful harvests and pastures flourish, further rewards shall follow. Also included among rewards are tools forged by the blacksmith, exquisitely tailored garments from the atelier, and priority access to skill manuals housed in the library. Moreover, inhabitants aspiring to martial prowess may enlist as militia training alongside the domain's soldiers to lay a firm foundation. Return now and clearly proclaim these decrees to all inhabitants. As the domain grows, governance will grow ever more rigorous. Only diligent labor earns greater privilege. As for those who persistently evade duty despite repeated admonition, the Lord shall banish them from the domain. Yes, Zhang Shun and Xiao Kuang replied in unison, voices stronger than before, eyes alight with newfound understanding. They then asked detailed questions regarding implementation, and Zhou Li and Kai Yin answered each with meticulous care until every point was fully clarified. Very well. If all is clear, gather the inhabitants shortly and deliver this proclamation yourselves. Should any uncertainty arise, consult Kai Yin without delay. Zhou Li gestured dismissively, sending the 2 men off to carry out their duties. Why then did neither Zhou Li nor Kai Yin address the inhabitants directly? Such instruction had long been instilled in the academy. A lord must preserve his exalted station. As sovereign of the domain, he held absolute authority over life and death, akin to an emperor in ancient society. Consider which ancient emperor ever descended into the streets to expound his edicts. At most, he might occasionally display benevolence before. Consider which ancient emperor ever descended into the streets to expound his edicts. At most, he might occasionally display benevolence before the masses, but never preside over policy announcements himself. This new system would inevitably provoke discontent. Were the Lord to speak directly, that resentment would fixate upon him alone. Moreover, legislation is not enacted through a single speech. It demands patient, repeated explanation of every clause, thoughtful responses to endless queries. Such labor requires both endurance and forbearance, qualities ill-suited to Zhou Li and certainly beyond what he wished to impose upon Kai Yin, whose well-being he cherished deeply. Thus the task fell naturally and rightly to Zhang Shun and Xiao Kuang, appointed precisely for this purpose to govern the inhabitants with steady hand and discerning eye. Soon Zhang Shun and Xiao Kuang assembled the inhabitants and proclaimed the Lord's decree. A wave of astonished murmurs erupted. Reactions varied wildly. Among those who had always labored diligently, faces lit up with sudden delight and eager anticipation. Hearing of rewards, fine foods, rare wines, sparked overwhelming excitement. After all, they had lived as ordinary folk, subsisting on meager fare. The promise of feasts kindled pure joy. Even more thrilling was the prospect of mastering skills, of ascending beyond mere mundanity. News of the body refining manual gracing the library shelves had already spread widely, though access remained reserved for heroes and soldiers, leaving common inhabitants to watch longingly. Now diligent work opened that door, the path from commoner to transcendent being. Who would not seize it? Even the laziest vagrant's eyes gleamed with sudden resolve. In this age of chaos, only true strength ensured survival. Longer, safer, richer. Long live Lord Zhou! Someone cried out, and instantly cheers swelled, rising like thunder to pierce the heavens. Naturally, some idlers grumbled, but their discontent went wholly unnoticed. All inhabitants pressed eagerly around Zhang Shan and Xiao Kuang, clamoring for further details. Zhou Li nodded in quiet satisfaction, a faint smile lifting the corners of his lips as he turned to Kai Yin Wenji. Seems all is in order. Henceforth, stewardship of the inhabitants remains primarily with Zhang Shun and Xiao Kuang. You need only oversee matters when time allows. Understood, my lord, Kai Yin replied. Afterward, Zhang Shun and Xiao Kuang were naturally responsible for the grouping of the settlers. Zhang Shun, familiar with the settlers' situations, would assist them in selecting suitable positions in addition to their own choices. Xiao Kuang was responsible for recording the positions of each settler. The assigned settlers were naturally taken away by their corresponding managers if farmers for tilling the fields, blacksmiths, for the forge architects, for the construction team chefs, for the canteen tailors, for the tailor shop, and doctors for the clinic. Each profession settling in their respective buildings was accompanied by its manager. Among them, the number of farmers was the largest. In addition to taking care of the farmland, they were also responsible for various processes, such as watering, fertilizing, and weeding. Soon, all the settlers were assigned. Zhang Shun, waving his whistle, was full of spirit as he shouted loudly, "The Lord has recruited us and given us a future, so we must work hard for the Lord. First group, follow me and grab your hose. The other groups, follow your respective leaders and get to work." The crowd quickly sprang into action, transforming the previously empty square into a bustling scene, with every face radiating an unprecedented vigor. Zhou Li, accompanied by Kai Yan, slowly patrolled along the main road of the territory. Passing by the farmland, they saw hundreds of young men working hard under the sun, sweat pouring down as they wielded hose to clear the weeds. Not far away, some settlers were drawing water from a well, ensuring that each plot of land received irrigation. "My lord, look at those fields." Kai Yan pointed at the people drawing water, her brow slightly furrowed. "The well is still quite inconvenient. Every day they have to draw water for irrigation, and the settlers are working hard. If there were a small river in the territory to channel water into irrigation ditches, it would be much easier." Zhou Li naturally also noticed that with the buckets of drawn water, not only was the water quantity low, but the speed was also very slow. The irrigation efficiency was quite low. One plot of farmland of 10,000 square meters had only 12 wells, allowing for only 12 buckets of water at a time, and one bucket could irrigate less than 5 square meters. It would take nearly 200 trips to irrigate all the fields. Moreover, this work was not a one-time task. It had to be done every 2 days, requiring a substantial amount of labor. "There's no other way. The current territory has no rivers and no tools," Zhou Li said helplessly. "We can only see if we can obtain relevant buildings later, but the drop rate is very low, and I don't know if we can get them. Or wait until the novice trial is over, then we can buy some pumps in the main world. It would be much faster." It was also a miscalculation. I thought of farming, but didn't consider the irrigation issue. Truly a blunder," Zhou Li said regretfully. Seeing Zhou Li blaming himself, Kai Yan quickly comforted him and then changed the subject to talk about other matters. Next, they arrived at the training ground. Here Kong Xiu stood at the center, commanding several soldiers, leading that group of reserve settlers in running drills. 1-2-1, 1-2-1. The emotionless shouts of the soldiers, combined with the sounds of armor clashing and their synchronized footsteps, created a peculiar sense of pressure. The settlers, trailing behind, though panting and flushed with clothes soaked in sweat, dared not stop for a moment, fearing they would be looked after by the soldiers. "My lord, what's the use of training these settlers? Their physical fitness is far inferior to that of the soldiers," Kai Yan asked softly, looking at those hard-working settlers with confusion. "Don't worry." Zhou Li held her hand and explained gently, "I don't intend to train them to be outstanding. I just want them to build some physical strength and discipline first, mainly to prevent the settlers from being too idle and to give them some work to do. If they're tired, they won't think so much and won't complain. When we eventually obtain the training ground building, they can be transitioned into real soldiers and will be sent to the battlefield." As he spoke, a young settler lagged behind due to exhaustion. A soldier beside him reacted quickly, immediately extending his spear and striking the settler hard on the backside. Don't stop, continue training." The settler yelped in pain, but dared not stop. If he stopped, he would receive even more hits, so he could only grit his teeth and keep running. Zhou Li watched this scene, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth, a glint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. "Did you see that when Zhou Li said softly, "This is the effect I want. Discipline, obedience training. As long as properly guided, these can be transformed into respect and then into strength. Let them understand that death is not to be feared. What is truly frightening is living a meaningless life." Kai Yan nodded thoughtfully and said softly, "My lord, you are farsighted. I have learned from you. This is not only a physical training, but also a tempering of character." After a round of inspection, the territory presented a vibrant scene, with everyone busy and orderly, and even the air was filled with the scent of hard work. Zhang Shun, drenched in sweat, ran over to report, "My lord, all the settlers have been arranged, and each one is working diligently. Xiao Kuang has already communicated with each group leader and will record each person's performance. Everyone is eager to show off." "Well done." Zhou Li patted Zhang Shun on the shoulder approvingly, saying, "Tell Xiao Kuang to ensure fairness and justice." So the group leaders supervised the settlers to work diligently, and the settlers also supervised the group leaders to prevent them from oppressing the settlers. Then for those outstanding settlers, some merit badges can be made as rewards for them and as proof of their recorded merit. Settlers can use merit badges to exchange for delicious food and drinks, as well as opportunities to borrow skill books. The design of the merit badges should be exquisite. This is not just a badge, but also a proof of the settler's identity and a symbol of honor. Yes, I'll go and tell them now. Zhang Shun replied excitedly and turned to run back. At noon, the golden sunlight bathed the territory, giving everything a warm hue. The settlers who had worked hard all day returned to the residential area, each wearing a fulfilled smile on their face. The air was filled with the aroma of meat soup, rich and enticing, specially brewed by the Lord's mansion, even adding some precious herbs dropped by monsters, which could restore the laborer's stamina. Zhou Li stood on the terrace of the Lord's mansion, watching the settlers below, who were laughing and queuing for soup, his heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. He knew that this territory was gradually coming to life, no longer a desolate ruin, but a hopeful home. Kai Yan stood beside him, gently leaning on his shoulder, softly saying, "My lord, today's events, though tedious, are of great significance. The territory finally has rules, and everyone has a sense of belonging." Zhou Li turned to look at Kai Yan, the moonlight cascading on her stunning profile, making her even more captivating. He gently held Kai Yan's cool hand, feeling her warmth. "Yes, it's more formal now," Zhou Li said, his gaze deep as he looked towards the distant starry sky. "But this is just the beginning. In the future, the territory will only get better. I believe that under your leadership, my lord, all of this will surely be realized." Kai Yan looked up, her eyes sparkling with admiration and respect. Under Kai Yan's gaze, Zhou Li could not resist tightly embracing her as he turned and walked into the Lord's mansion amidst her startled exclamations. The spring scenery is boundless. By evening, the trial of the day had finally arrived. This time the monsters were of the undead variety, which explained their appearance at night, as there was some suppression of undead soldiers during the day. The most notable characteristic of undead monsters is their sheer numbers. The total exceeded 30,000, but their quality was relatively poor. Most of them were melee units like skeleton soldiers, skeleton warriors, and skeleton champions, with a small number of skeleton archers and skeleton mages. The strength of the skeleton soldiers was rather weak, not even warranting Zhou Li's attention. They were merely fodder for experience points. However, there were still quite a few ranged units that could inflict significant casualties on his territory, especially the skeleton mages, whose abilities were quite comprehensive. Blindly charging into battle without knowing their capabilities could easily lead to substantial losses. Thus, Zhou Li first arranged for the ranged units to defend on the city walls, prioritizing the elimination of enemy ranged units, while also testing the capabilities of the skeleton mages. The enemy skeleton archers had a significantly shorter range compared to powerful units like elite archers and swift shooters, and they were eliminated before they could get close. As for visibility, several light spells cast by the mages illuminated the battlefield as bright as day, having no impact on visibility whatsoever. Then Zhou Li discovered the abilities of the skeleton mages. Their primary role was supportive. They could bestow the power of death upon skeleton archers, enabling them to shoot farther sufficient to engage with the elite archers on the walls. They also had debuff spells that could weaken the attack power and range of Zhou Li's ranged archers. Mental control spells could throw his archers into chaos, fear, or even cause them to attack their own soldiers. Additionally, there were spells like blindness and black fog that hindered visibility, continuously harassing Zhou Li's ranged troops. Beyond their ranged attacks, the melee skeleton soldiers were also steadily approaching the city walls. Although there were no siege engines, the undead soldiers could simply stack skeletons to form ladders. After all, they were all bones, and one could step on another to climb up. This is also a distinction between the extraordinary world and the ordinary world. Ordinary soldiers might have limited strength, making it easy to trample those below when forming a human ladder. However, in the extraordinary world, even the bones of ordinary skeleton soldiers are very resilient. Coupled with the light weight of the skeleton soldiers, lifting a dozen or 20 of them to form a ladder to climb the walls was easily accomplished. Zhou Li had previously used skeleton soldiers to carry the slow-moving tree spirits and tree guardians around. Back to the main point. The enemy's ranged units were constantly suppressing the ranged troops on the walls, covering the melee units preparing to assault the city. Zhou Li's side also had countermeasures in place. After all, there were dozens of mages in the territory. Although their numbers were not as great as the enemies, their quality was high. To counter the debuff and mental control spells, they directly used purification and clarity spells to dispel the abnormal states. They could also bestow shields upon the territory's soldiers to immunize them against various plague, poison, and other spell attacks. Against black fog and blindness spells, they could also use dispel spells and bright spells to either disperse or illuminate visibility. At the same time, some mid-level arcane mages, taking advantage of their reach, directly attacked the enemy's skeleton mages. Fireballs, ice spikes, earth spikes, and wind blades rained down on the area where the skeleton mages gathered. Boom, boom, boom. A round of bombardment reduced the number of skeleton mages from 300 by more than half. The skeleton mages hurriedly retreated while releasing smoke to obscure visibility, attempting to scatter and escape the arcane mages' attacks. However, the arcane mages would not give them the opportunity. The moment they appeared, they were already locked on, and before they could escape a few steps, they were met with another round of strikes. The released smoke had no effect. The arcane mages conducted a saturation bombardment, completely covering that area. In the sky, a flock of falcons was watching closely, and occasionally one or two unfortunate undead were swiftly taken down by the falcons. Without the interference of the mages, the remaining skeleton archers were all eliminated by the territory's arcane mages and ranged archers. The remaining melee units were not even regarded by Zhou Li. The city gates were opened with cavalry leading the charge, and all units, including sword and shield soldiers, spearmen, and skeleton soldiers, surged forth. Even the tree spirits were carried out by the skeleton soldiers, launching an attack against the undead soldiers. Before long, all these monsters were cleared, granting all the soldiers a surge of experience. On the 17th day, the attacks from undead soldiers continued. This time, there were even more skeleton mages and skeleton archers, and the appearance of exceptional quality leaders among the skeleton mages had begun. Leader-level skeleton mages possessed summoning abilities, allowing them to continuously recruit new undead, including other skeleton mages. Although there were only 50 exceptional skeleton mage leaders, they could summon 500 elite to rare skeleton mages at once. Therefore, even though the arcane mages continuously obliterated batches of skeleton mages, the enemy's skeleton mages never ceased. While the territory's mages were being restrained, the melee undead also surged to the edge of the city walls. Due to the constant interference from the enemy's mages, Zhou Li decided not to let the territory's soldiers charge outside the city, but to open the gates and allow the undead to enter the inner city for slaughter. With the city gates, the undead soldiers no longer needed to construct ladders, all streaming towards the 4 city gates. Inside the inner city behind the gates, a large number of soldiers gathered, continuously harvesting these undead soldiers under the leadership of Kong Xiuhan, Fu Mingdis, and Zhou Li. Ultimately, after exhausting the magic of these exceptional skeleton mage leaders, the trial was completed, granting the territory's soldiers a significant amount of experience, especially the mage units, all of whom had advanced to exceptional quality. The first 20 mages to advance had accumulated more than half of their evolution experience, indicating the great number of enemies they had slain over the past 2 days. This was also because they had been targeting the enemy's mage units and had not dealt much with ordinary undead soldiers. Although the mage units gained a lot of experience, they were also difficult to kill, and with limited mana, they could potentially have evolved otherwise. The mage units truly proved to be powerful weapons on the battlefield. At the same time, due to the continuous presence of undead soldiers, many undead units were recruited. The number of skeleton archers had exceeded 200, and the number of archers surpassed 150. The newly recruited skeleton mages also numbered in the dozens. The arcane mages had seen a slight increase, as well, exceeding 100 in total. Skeleton mage name unnamed, quality rare 01000. Race undead skeleton. Level 1050. Talent none. Skills death meditation 401000. Basic death spell 101,000. Attributes physique 3, spirit 12. Equipment none. Loyalty 100. The spells of skeleton mages are primarily supportive. Each mage is somewhat different, possessing spells like weakness, rage, fear, plague, black fog, etc. Randomly selecting 4 to 5 types. The only attack spell is the basic death bolt. The death meditation is also the main cultivation method of undead mages, focusing on the power of death, which needs no further elaboration. In addition, there are elite skeleton mages whose strength is somewhat weaker than that of apprentice mages. Their meditation method is the basic meditation, and their spells are mostly the most fundamental death bolt. The death bolt relies on condensing death energy for attacks. It may cause significant harm to living beings, but its damage to undead soldiers is minimal. Nonetheless, as a mage unit, they can still withstand enemy spell attacks without issue. After the 17th day, due to the relatively light defense over the past 2 days, they received a great evaluation, which meant a significant amount of source crystals, totaling over 12000. Thus, the territory was upgraded once again, raising the main buildings to level 7. Source crystals 14000. The real advantage lay in the city walls. After the upgrade, the territory radius increased by 20 meters, and the length of the walls increased by 126 meters before being further upgraded to level 7. Source crystals 21060. Additionally, the barracks were upgraded and 100 new spear soldiers and skeleton soldiers were recruited. Source crystals 1500. Furthermore, this great evaluation over the past 2 days yielded 8 extra reward items, though these were not from the reward levels, hence the rewards were significantly reduced, consisting mostly of common items. There is 1 rare quality Death Ray Tower, 2 fine quality Death Chi Towers, 1 fine quality Holy Light Tower, a woodworking shop, a blacksmith shop, and 4 stone launch towers, along with 20 residences. Death Ray Tower. Quality rare. Building type defense tower. Level 10200. Attack range 200 meters. Fire rate 5 seconds per shot. Ammunition death rays 100100. Each energy crystal can replenish one shot. Damage 500 points. Damage to undead creatures reduced by 50. Durability 100,100. Effect basic defensive building can target air. Upgrade requirements 200 source crystals, 400 energy crystals. The Death Ray Tower can fire death rays for attacks, dealing significant damage to living beings, but having minimal effect on undead. The Death Chi Tower is a lower ear defense tower compared to the Death Ray Tower, firing Death Chi rays that deal significantly less damage than death rays, although it still inflicts decent damage on living beings. The Holy Light Tower specifically targets negative energy beings, inflicting higher damage on undead and demons. Holy Light Tower. Quality fine. Building type defense tower. Level 10100. Attack range 200 meters. Fire rate 1 second per shot. Ammunition Holy Light arrows 100100. Each energy crystal can replenish 10 shots. Damage 200. Damage to negative energy beings is doubled. Durability 100,100. Effect basic defensive building can target air. Upgrade requirements 100 source crystals, 200 energy crystals. The damage from the Holy Light Tower can only be considered average. However, its damage to negative energy beings is doubled, nearly rivaling that of rare defense towers. Yet it is a single target attack with a slower fire rate, which is why its quality is only fine. It is, however, very effective against undead creatures. Since the main gate is typically a primary attack direction, the Holy Light Tower was directly placed beside the main gate. The 3 undead-type defense towers were built next to the graveyard. After all, these towers exude a deathly aura that can affect living beings' bodies, making them unsuitable for other locations. The woodworking shop is dedicated to crafting wooden furniture and can also construct some arrow shafts with the potential to build wooden puppets and other items in the future. It is also one of the fundamental buildings of the territory and was constructed directly. Carpenters were then arranged to settle in, primarily crafting furniture for the residents in the early stages. There is also a blacksmith shop which was built directly. The territory has several blacksmiths who were assigned to work in the shop immediately. The stone launch tower is a normal quality building, thus resulting in a greater quantity of rewards. Its primary attacking method involves launching stone projectiles with a radius of approximately 20 centimeters, circular in shape. In addition to dealing damage to the target hit, it can also roll a short distance, inflicting damage on enemies. As the level increases, the stone projectiles will gradually grow larger. However, since this is just a normal building, the projectiles are also made of ordinary stones, dealing very limited damage. Even slightly stronger monsters can easily break the stones. Nevertheless, it is better than nothing, for it can still cause some damage and disrupt the monsters. Given the limited defensive structures in the territory and the low cost, Zhou Li decided to construct it. The final residential building was no longer needed, as he already possessed permanent blueprints. This building could only be sold back to the government. The government subsidies Zhou Li obtained initially included models of residential buildings, most of which were acquired by lords and later sold to the government. As for other lords, most already have residential blueprints. Occasionally, some unfortunate ones might not have obtained blueprints, but they can also purchase them from the government, causing the price of residential buildings to drop significantly, roughly equivalent to selling to the government. Additionally, it takes a lot of time to find buyers, negotiate prices, and only yields a minimal profit. Thus, essentially, only the government purchases these for the welfare of newcomers. Aside from the residences, the other buildings were also upgraded to level 7, costing 13860 source crystals. Some source crystals were also spent on constructing additional residences, farmland, and other facilities, including upgrading some residences and farmlands. At this point, over 600 energy crystals remained, but the remaining source crystals were insufficient to upgrade all buildings by another level, and considering the increasing difficulty of continuous upgrades, he decided against upgrading twice in a row. On the 18th day, the monsters remained undead types, but their numbers increased now, including meat shield type zombies and skeleton swordsmen, as well as mental type ghosts and evil spirits. The undead mages also had more spells in addition to support and summoning spells. They now possessed direct attack spells, catching the unprepared territory off guard and attacking many archers on the walls. Fortunately, the ranged archers had upgraded and had decent physiques, so they were not wiped out in one wave. Only a few weaker skeleton archers perished. Fortunately, the ranged archers had upgraded and had The mental type ghosts and evil spirits were also quite troublesome. They could etherealize their bodies and fly suddenly, descending from high places not illuminated by light spells during the night, making them nearly invisible. Once they got close, whether by direct possession or mental attack, they significantly impacted the mages. However, the mages possessed high quality and strong mental attributes, so these ghosts could only cause some disruption and were unable to directly kill the mages. Thus, although they caused great trouble for the mage group, severely disrupting their spellcasting, once the mages reacted, they quickly set up revealing spells against the ghosts, making them unable to approach the mages. At this point, the ghosts changed their targets. Some began to stealthily follow the melee undead, infiltrating the city and suddenly attacking, while the soldiers within the territory were engaged in battle, causing considerable chaos. Luckily, over these 2 days, a significant amount of experience was gained, leading to considerable upgrades for the soldiers in the territory. The frontline fighters were the elite of the territory, who, although some chaos ensued resulting in a few soldier casualties, the overall situation remained under control. After all, the city gate is only so wide, and with the 4 heroes of the territory leading over 2,000 soldiers, every gate's defense was tightly secured. The undead soldiers could not breach them. Even if there was a minor disturbance, it would be swiftly suppressed, and any ghost discovered would be immediately focused down. Ordinary soldiers may not be able to attack these ethereal ghosts, but there were plenty of exceptional quality soldiers in the territory, all awakened with attribute energy, capable of easily killing these ghosts. Then, as the mages focused more energy on the ghosts, the skeleton mages found more opportunities to attack. However, they were positioned at the rear and could only affect the ranged soldiers on the walls, still within controllable limits. Ultimately, under the continuous assault of the mages, the ghost skeleton mages and skeleton archers were successively eliminated, and the remaining melee opponents were likewise slain by the territory's soldiers, leading to victory in the trial. After the 18th day concluded, Zhou Li upgraded the territory's level once more, reaching level 8. Then came the enhancement of the territory's buildings. All major constructions were upgraded, costing 2100 source crystals for the upgrades. The city walls were enhanced with new and upgraded structures, costing an additional 2700 source crystals. The addition and improvement of fields, residences, wells, along with soldier recruitment and repairs for damaged walls consumed another 1000 source crystals. Thus, over 6000 source crystals remained. On the 19th day, a group of green-skinned goblins. This was a genuine army with a total number exceeding 500, consisting of ordinary goblins as cannon fodder, melee main forces, large goblins, and elite dragonblood goblins. Additionally, there were cavalry units riding on giant bears and wild boars, with the knights being tall bear goblins. The ranged forces were also quite formidable, numbering over 10,000, with most goblin archers using firearms reminiscent of the muskets from World War I, single shot, but immensely powerful. There were also enormous goblin mechs capable of firing machine guns and cannons, posing a significant threat to the territory. Initially, the goblin army attempted to breach the walls using their mech units to cover the melee forces' assault into the city, but they were quickly bombarded by the territory's mages, suffering heavy casualties. The skeletal mages finally demonstrated their power in today's battle, no longer exhibiting the weakness from previous days. Even the most basic necrotic projectiles inflicted considerable damage on the living goblins, showcasing the true might of mages. After that, there was little left to say. Once the mechs were heavily damaged, it was the ranged forces' turn, and after they were decimated, the territory's soldiers charged out directly, annihilating the enemy. Even the territory's defensive towers did not fire. The strength of the territory had developed to a point where these monstrous attacks, which would have been insurmountable for an ordinary lord, were effortlessly eliminated. With the conclusion of the assessment on the 19th day, preparations for the reward stage on the 20th day needed to. Based on the experience from the 15th day, it was highly probable that tomorrow's trial would feature a boss unit and the attacking forces would be stronger. However, the territory now boasted a strong military presence. The main reason being that in recent days they faced large-scale battles, whether against the undead or the goblins. There were plenty of cannon fodder, particularly among the undead. The skeletal mages could continuously recruit new undead, leading to an even greater number. Moreover, these mass combat monsters dropped a significant amount of random recruitment essences upon death, with a low drop rate, yet due to their sheer numbers some would inevitably be obtained. Especially among the undead monsters, the essence mainly recruited undead soldiers, but many human soldiers were also present. First, the human soldiers. Human gunmen numbered over 1500, including 30 fearless gunmen, over 300 legion spear soldiers, around 400 elite spear soldiers, and about 800 regular gunmen. Notably, the 100 gunmen recruited yesterday had already upgraded to level 3 or above. Human sword and shield soldiers totaled 150, including 100 heavy sword and shield soldiers and over 50 elite sword and shield soldiers, all of whom were being carefully trained and upgraded to elite status. Human cavalry consisted of 20 members with 10 knights and 10 heavy cavalry. Human archers numbered 150, including 50 swift archers and 100 strong archers. Human mages totaled 120, comprising 50 intermediate arcane mages and 70 novice arcane mages. With the city walls in place, the efficiency of the ranged forces in killing enemies significantly increased. Now, when a level 7 or 8 monster attacked the territory, killing one would yield 7 to 8 points, and if it were an elite unit, the points would double. A mere ordinary archer would typically achieve a kill count of over 10 monsters in a single battle. Thus, leveling up to the maximum was easily achievable, allowing for the accumulation of sufficient experience for evolution. Apprentice mages experienced similar outcomes. Although their mana was limited, a few fireballs could easily secure dozens of kills, not only reaching the top levels, but also amassing a substantial amount of evolution experience. However, the ranged forces recruited over the last 2 days hadn't evolved, yet due to the short recruitment time and the continuous upgrades in recent days, otherwise they might have all achieved outstanding quality. The earliest recruited swift archers and arcane mages had already accumulated more than half of the required experience for evolution, and it was believed that they would soon evolve. Next came the territory's largest undead forces. The corpses of monsters buried in the graveyard had almost finished transforming, resulting in a sudden increase of over 10,000 skeletal soldiers for the territory. Currently, the territory boasted 110 skeletal soldiers, which was still due to considerable casualties in the last 2 days, otherwise the number would have been greater. The entire graveyard could scarcely accommodate so many skeletal soldiers, leading many to be stationed outside the territory, buried directly in the ground. This approach not only ensured their safety, but also allowed them to emerge from the ground during enemy attacks, giving the enemy a surprise. However, despite their large numbers, their quality was poor. The earliest batch of skeletal soldiers transformed on the 18th day were all of lower levels, with most being 1 or 2 levels, serving merely as cannon fodder. Nonetheless, there were also quite a few elite troops, some cultivated from the skeletal soldiers, and others recruited from the essences dropped by undead monsters in recent days. Ordinary undead soldiers generally did not drop essences, only high-quality undead monsters would do so, hence the quality of these essences was quite good. Currently, there were 100 skeletal warriors and 800 skeletal fighters. Additionally, there were some elite quality skeletal swordsmen and skeletal shield warriors, but their total number was less than 100. The attributes of these skeletal soldiers were similar to those of elite skeletal soldiers, with only differences in their weaponry, which will not be elaborated further. In fact, Zhou Li also obtained some recruitment essences for zombie types, but he chose not to recruit them. Zombies are another type of undead possessing flesh, unlike skeletons. Therefore, zombies are significantly stronger than skeletons in terms of both strength and defense, making them excellent meat shield units. However, zombies are relatively slow due to their stiff bodies. Moreover, many zombies had already suffered fatal injuries, rendering their bodies unable to recover, thus appearing quite repulsive and harboring many viruses and plagues. Zhou Li had witnessed the invading zombies, their bodies a gruesome mess. The sight was enough to drain one's sanity, overwhelming to endure. Furthermore, carrying various viruses and plagues, even if they had lived in graveyards, the infections could spread to the territory's other soldiers and inhabitants. Thus, Zhou Li chose to store these recruitment essences without recruiting them. Perhaps as the territory expands, a dedicated area for recruiting zombie types would be established. After all, zombie-type units are considerably stronger than skeleton types. Especially high-quality corpse-type undead, which resemble humans, possess excellent combat capabilities. Since the territory is preparing to develop undead units, it must recruit every type, albeit temporarily, putting some on hold for now. Additionally, there are the ranged units of the undead. The total number of skeleton archers exceeds 260. Although they are somewhat weaker than the human archers, they can easily slay monsters while standing on the city walls, accumulating a considerable amount of experience, and most have evolved into skeleton elite archers. However, most of the experience has been used to level up. They still lack some experience to advance to exceptional quality, and it will take some time. Next are the skeleton mage troops. Due to the exceptional quality of the skeleton mages, which primarily recruit skeleton mages during battle, they have a higher drop rate of recruitment essences, totaling around 150. Among them, there are 120 elite level, 25 rare level, and 5 exceptional level skeleton mages. Skeleton mages mainly use spells for weakening and cursing. Their attacks are primarily based on death energy, which causes limited damage against the undead, resulting in little experience gained, with a significant increase only occurring on the 19th day when facing goblins. Therefore, their quality hasn't improved much, and most remain at the quality they were recruited with. However, their levels have generally reached level 8. Intermediate skeleton mage. Name Lawrence. Quality exceptional 010600. Race undead skeleton. Level 8, 400,640. Talent beginner's mastery of death. Skills death meditation 500100000. Beginners undead magic 200 010000. Attributes constitution 5, spirit 40. Equipment undead staff rare. Loyalty 100. Beginners undead magic, mastering basic spells related to plague, curses, bones, souls, summoning, and death. The panel of the skeleton mage is similar to that of an intermediate arcane mage, although the spirit attribute is somewhat weaker and the experience required for leveling up is considerably less. The variety of magic mastered is also different. Undead magic is primarily related to death, significantly inferior to the versatility of arcane mages, yet it boasts high lethality. Especially the exceptional level skeleton mages who also master summoning magic, allowing them to summon other undead soldiers of a lower quality. One mage can be equivalent to an entire army. Although preparation takes time and summoning has limitations, their combat power is truly formidable. Well-prepared undead mages can easily suppress arcane mages of the same level, forcing them to flee in panic. Of course, this refers to the arcane mages of other lords, not Zhou Li's. Zhou Li's arcane mages, with the assistance of hard work and diligence, have learned more spells, and their spell levels are higher. In terms of both mana and skills, they far exceed those of other arcane mages. Even Zhou Li's undead mages cannot easily defeat them. Spells like plague and curses are also insidious weapons. The plague in particular can devastate a territory or even a world, making it a powerful weapon. Curses are similarly repugnant abilities. Without precautions, one might unknowingly perish. Death-related spells are also geared towards weakening, imposing death energy on living beings to diminish their capabilities, such as deepening damage or weakening spells. However, these methods primarily target the living, yielding limited effects on the undead. Death spells also include some that enhance undead, like Death Empowerment and Death Shield, which can strengthen undead soldiers, mainly used to support other undead soldiers. Soul-related spells are even more powerful and rare. The exceptional quality is still too low to master many soul techniques. Currently, only a few basic soul spells have been mastered, such as Soul Communication, Soul Extraction, and Soul Impact, which are very rudimentary abilities. However, these basic soul spells are also incredibly powerful. For instance, Soul Communication can summon the souls of the deceased to gather information, which will be very useful for obtaining intelligence when venturing into the Sea of Chaos in the future. Soul Extraction can directly extract the souls of the deceased, and when one grows stronger, even extract the souls of the living. These souls can be purified into pure soul energy, useful for enhancing the souls of living beings, making it a very rare resource valuable to all. The final spell, Soul Impact, can inflict severe damage on the souls of enemies, especially when they are at a lower level and lack any defensive measures, effectively resulting in death. Even if they survive, their souls may be shattered, turning them into imbeciles. However, Soul Impact consumes one's own soul energy, and undead generally rely on soul energy for existence, so skeleton mages seldom use it, only unleashing it in critical moments. The final bone-related and soul-related spells are among the rare direct attack spells of skeleton mages, such as Bone Fong, Bone Spear, Bone Hand, and Bone Wall, which are also among the few direct attack means of skeleton mages. Finally, this ensures that skeleton mages are not merely support units. Additionally, there is another category of undead, the incorporeal type. Yesterday's battle yielded a number of specters, and many specter essences dropped after their deaths, which Zhou Li successfully recruited. Though not many, there are about 20, but their qualities are decent, including 1 exceptional grade wraith, 5 rare grade phantoms, and 14 elite grade spirits. After all, low-level units now rarely drop essences. The incorporeal type is also a category of undead, having forsaken their physical bodies to remain as pure souls. They belong to flying units and can act as assassins. Low-level incorporeal beings primarily rely on stealth to approach, and then possess living beings, also absorbing their yang energy to perform attacks. High-level incorporeal beings can temporarily transform their bodies into a physical form, enabling them to launch physical attacks, and use certain soul-related or associated spells, allowing them to play the role of a warlock. Warlocks and mages differ significantly. Warlocks primarily rely on innate spells for attacks, while mages can continuously learn new spells. In the early stages, the differences may not be apparent, but in the later stages, a mage will have far more spells than a warlock and will be much more versatile. Of course, this does not mean warlocks are weak. A warlock who possesses great talent can also be very powerful. For instance, the soul spells of a wraith are exceptionally strong. Even a mage with higher level and quality will find it difficult to delve into soul spells. Wraith. Name Luna. Quality exceptional 010200. Race undead wraith type. Level 5, 100,300. Talent ethereal. Skills possession LV3 50,300. Soul Scream LV3 200,300. Ice Touch LV3 20,300. Attributes Constitution 0, Spirit 40. Equipment none. Loyalty 100. Ethereal, a racial talent of wraith type beings, allowing them to become intangible, immune to physical damage, reducing energy damage by 20 and increasing positive energy damage by 50. Possession, can possess other living beings, controlling their actions. At LV3, can control beings of equal or lower quality and within 3 levels of their own. Soul Scream. The Wraith consumes soul energy to emit a piercing scream, targeting souls, inflicting significant soul damage on all living beings within range. Ice Touch releases an extremely cold tendril that can attack and freeze enemies. The ghosts had only recently been recruited, beginning to hunt monsters for upgrades on the 19th day, yet within a single day, they managed to elevate their levels to level 5, and today they had already slain numerous creatures. While the specters do not possess as many skills as the mages, it cannot be said that they are weak. Although they are restrained by positive energy, it is not easy to detect them after they become ethereal. Moreover, they have a significant advantage over physical units, especially those of the technological type. Mechanical units, most of which rely on kinetic weapons, with very few using energy weapons, rendering them severely countered by the ghosts. As for the martial arts units, the lower-tier soldiers rely solely on their physical bodies, while the higher-tier units, although endowed with life, energy, and other primal energies, cannot inflict damage unless they constantly maintain an outward release of energy. Yet, as previously mentioned, enhancing primal energy in martial arts is quite challenging, and ordinary units cannot sustain an energy release for long. They are also thoroughly countered by ghostly units. Of course, they only show their ferocity at lower levels. Regardless of whether the soldiers are of high quality or higher rank, they generally possess energy, allowing for some resistance. However, advanced ghosts possess even more powerful ethereal talents and do not become useless. Their advantages are simply not as pronounced as when they were at lower levels. The possession skill need not be elaborated upon, as it has already been witnessed in battle. In the current novice trial battles, its effectiveness is rather limited, given that the monsters faced daily are legion grade, numbering in the tens of thousands, and a specter can only possess one individual at a time, making it difficult to have a significant impact in the face of such a vast army. However, when the descent occurs, if there are still living beings in the realm, the ability to possess and infiltrate will be quite useful, whether for gathering intelligence or sowing chaos. The Soul Scream is a soul attack that inflicts considerable damage. At the very least today, when targeting the goblins, a single Soul Scream managed to kill hundreds of goblins within a radius of 10 meters, even severely injuring and incapacitating rare quality goblins. However, it consumes a large amount of soul energy, and the specters cannot use it casually, reserving it for critical moments. Moreover, this skill does not discriminate between friend and foe, and it cannot coordinate with other soldiers. It may only be used effectively during a boss fight, when other soldiers keep their distance, allowing it to unleash this powerful attack on the boss soul. The final touch of Ice is merely an attack skill, relatively ordinary compared to the other two skills, but fortunately it has low energy consumption, and combined with the Spectre's high spirit, can be used frequently as a standard skill. The other troops in the territory include flying units and a team of tree spirits. There are 130 flying units, but no new ones have been recruited recently, remaining the same as before. Among them, many have accumulated enough experience over these days, and evolved, currently boasting 10 Storm Eagles, 70 Gale Hawks, and 50 Falcons, all having reached level 8. This already constitutes a considerable force sufficient to safeguard the territory's safety. The number of Tree Spirit units remains at 10 Tree Spirit Guardians. Previously, they evolved slowly due to their low speed and their primary role in controlling other monsters, allowing the territory's soldiers to farm monsters. However, Zhou Li did not forget them. After the establishment of the Moat City, they no longer needed to restrict the enemies. Instead, they rooted directly in the Moat City and began a dual farming mode where every time monsters arrived, they would be relentlessly struck by their vine whips, garnering considerable experience. They finally accumulated enough experience to evolve into an exceptional grade unit, the Greatwood Battle General. Greatwood Battle General, name unnamed, quality exceptional 010600. Race Tree Spirit Race. Level 8, 320,480. Talent Treant Physique. Skills omitted: Leaf Blade, Storm, War Trample. Attributes: Physique 85, Spirit 17. Equipment: none. Loyalty 100. Treant Physique possesses a stronger body life force, increased by 500, a recovery ability enhanced by 500, defense increased by 200. Leaf Blade Storm transforms leaves into sharp blades, dealing damage to enemies within a range of Spirit 2, with a casting distance of Spirit 10. War Trample stomps the ground, dealing damage and causing a stun effect to enemies within a range of Spirit 2. The Treant Physique talent grants the Treant greater durability, allowing its physique to rival that of some weaker epic units. Coupled with its hardwood armor, ordinary exceptional grade attacks are merely a tickle against it. Leaf Blade Storm also provides the Greatwood Battle General with its first range skill. Although the blades formed from leaves are limited in strength, they are entirely sufficient for clearing low-tier monsters, alleviating future concerns about being besieged. As for the leaves, there is no need for concern. They have gained a talent that significantly enhances their recovery ability. As long as there are sufficient spirit stones, there is no worry about them becoming barren. War Trample serves as a control skill, providing decent damage, supplementing their capabilities as a shield and making them even stronger. The only consideration is their magical energy. After all, both Leafblade Storm and War Trample consume magical energy, and the Greatwood Battle General's spirit attribute is considerably weaker than its physique, making these skills significant mana consumers that cannot be used recklessly. The current Greatwood Battle General has become the territory's second main shield unit. The first shield is the Earth Elemental Tribe. Without the tunneling worms, no new Earth Elementals have been recruited recently, leaving the tribe's count at 90. In the past few days, they have also slain numerous undead and goblins, but the Earth Elementals are also shield units with limited magical capabilities, and without area attack methods, their efficiency in killing enemies is somewhat low. Ultimately, only 10 Earth Elemental Guardians accumulated enough experience to evolve into exceptional grade Earth Elemental Battle Generals. Additionally, the original 65 Earth Elementals also gathered enough experience to evolve into rare grade Earth Elemental Guardians. Earth Elemental Battle General name: Two-Way Equality Exceptional 010600. Race: Elemental Earth. Level 8, 320,480. Talent: Elemental Physique. Skills: Mastery Level Earth Elemental Control 801000. Basic Earth Magic 2001000. Attributes: Physique 70, Spirit 25. Equipment: None. Loyalty 100. Elemental Physique lacks vital points. As long as the core is undamaged, it can freely expend magical energy to restore its body. Basic Earth Magic Mastery of more Earth-related magical skills, such as Earth Split Fortification, Earth Wall Swamp Technique, and other Earth-based spells. The exceptional level Earth Elemental Battle General has mastered the talent of Elemental Physique, which renders it nearly devoid of vital points. Its only core can be controlled and moved internally, making it quite difficult to damage the core without employing saturated attacks to obliterate the entire body of the Earth Elemental Battle General, thereby enhancing its durability. Even the Greatwood Battle General cannot withstand the Earth Elemental, as the latter is not only resistant to fire, but also to blunt force impacts with a recovery speed that has its limits. However, as long as the Earth Elemental Battle General is not attacked at its core, it can recover freely, doing so much faster than the Greatwood Battle General. Therefore, despite its slightly inferior physique, it excels in terms of durability. Additionally, the basic Earth Magic skill allows it to master more Earth-related skills, including ranged and area attack methods, making it no less capable than the Greatwood Battle General. However, it shares the same issue as the Greatwood Battle General, having limited magical energy and lacking a mage's meditation techniques to enhance magical energy and recovery speed, restricting the casual use of its skills. Fortunately, it possesses a mastery-level Earth Elemental Control, which increases the damage of Earth spells while reducing their magical cost, making it somewhat better off than the Greatwood Battle General. Finally, with the increase in the number of soldiers in their territory, the four heroes mainly focused on commanding, resulting in significantly fewer direct combat encounters, which slowed the accumulation of experience. Ming Dis had just arrived not long ago and was primarily focused on accumulating experience for leveling up. He mainly acted as a commander in battles with little actual combat involvement. Additionally, facing undead monsters over the past few days made defeating them significantly more challenging. Thus, leveling up remained the main focus, and he had only just reached level 3, far from evolution. The other heroes were different. They had arrived earlier, and after many days of battle had killed various enemies, finally accumulating enough experience to evolve into rare-grade heroes. First was Kai Yin, who, although arriving late, served as a support and provided healing to many soldiers in every battle, thus earning a considerable amount of experience, making her the first to evolve among the three. Hero named Kai Yin, Z1G, quality rare 015600, race human, level 8, 16003200. Talent: Mastery of Music, skills: Expert level Music, 510000, Master level Eloquence, 1001000, Master level Internal Affairs, 501000, Basic Chi, Refining Formula, 1100. Attributes: Constitution 15, Spirit 50, Equipment None, Loyalty 100. The expert level Mastery of Music enhanced Kai Yan's skills such as Long Song Si Wuxia and Hu Jia Yue, and also awakened new music-related skills: Forgetting Worry's Melody and Resonating Tune. Forgetting Worry's Melody: Kai Wenji plays a tune that helps people forget their troubles, enhancing the magic resistance and armor of surrounding soldiers, while continuously restoring health and mana. Resonating Tune: when Kai Wenji activates her music skills, the beautiful melody resonates endlessly, extending the duration of the music skills by 30 and enhancing their effects by 20. The addition of these two music skills made Kai Yan's support capabilities more comprehensive. Coupled with her expert-level mastery of music, her skills became even more powerful and longer-lasting, making her stand out as a top-tier healer. The basic qi refining formula is a core skill on the immortal cultivation side. Once mastered, it allowed Kai Yin to harness spiritual energy, the energy of the immortal realm, which would increase with continuous training, providing various divine effects. It is indeed the most fundamental and essential skill. The efficiency of training the basic qi refining formula is slow, and it is a non-attribute mana that does not significantly enhance skills. The most suitable method for Kai Yin would be a cultivation technique related to music, which could provide greater enhancements. Fortunately, as the most fundamental technique, the spiritual power cultivated through the basic qi refining formula is balanced and harmonious, making it easy to transition to other cultivation methods. For now, she can only hope that the trial phase will yield better cultivation techniques. If none are found during the trial phase, they can be easily purchased in the main world, and as a niche music cultivation method, the price would be relatively cheaper. Additionally, Kong Xiao and Han Fu have both also advanced to rare grade. After their evolution, their skills saw significant improvements. One notable improvement in their skills is that their commanding ability has become stronger, and they now possess advanced commanding skills, each capable of leading tens of thousands of troops. They also gained a new ability called Battle Qi, a core capability on the martial arts side. Battle Qi is one of the essential abilities in the martial arts domain, differing from other abilities such as Life Force and Blood Qi, which focus more on individual strength, whereas Battle Qi emphasizes group strength, making it the perfect ability for commanding large armies. Battle Qi can enhance the capabilities of soldiers under one's command, boosting their strength. The higher the intensity of the Battle Qi, the greater the enhancement to the soldiers, and it does not interfere with abilities like Life Force or Blood Qi that the soldiers may have learned. On the contrary, since both belong to the martial arts system, the effects of their enhancements are even stronger. Other system abilities can also receive boosts from Battle Qi as long as they are within the military formation, though the enhancements are not as significant as those from the martial arts system. This is also where the martial arts system shines as one of the four universal paths, as it integrates well with other paths. Moreover, the training speed for Battle Qi is quite rapid. This is mainly because training Battle Qi can be done alongside the soldiers under one's command. As long as there are enough elite soldiers under command who maintain a winning streak with high morale and recognition of their commander, the soldier's spirit and intent enhance the commander's training speed significantly. Conversely, as Battle Qi strengthens, it provides greater boosts to soldiers, leading to more significant victories, creating a mutually beneficial relationship. In ordinary territories, due to high-quality barracks, the number of soldiers recruited is significantly lower, making it challenging to balance quantity and quality. However, for Zhou Li, even normal barracks can cultivate a large number of high-quality troops. Even the top-tier lords may have higher quality than Zhou Li, but they cannot compete with him in terms of quantity. After all, with limited source crystals, they cannot train soldiers in bulk, only focusing on a small elite group. In contrast, Zhou Li can achieve both quantity and quality, and his soldiers can continually improve. As long as they do not experience significant defeats, the support for the commander will be immense. However, despite the numerous advantages of Battle Qi, it has its downsides, particularly in that it offers little enhancement to the martial generals themselves, necessitating caution against enemy decapitation tactics. Yet Kong Xiao and Han Fu possess limited combat power by nature with ordinary training qualifications. After all, they were easily defeated by Guan Yu, indicating that their combat capabilities and training potential are far from impressive. Even with Zhou Li's talents enhancing their quality, they still fall short compared to those born with extraordinary strength. Thus, during this period, the two heroes focused more on commanding larger armies, resulting in fewer direct confrontations, gradually transitioning towards a commanding role. Ultimately, they awakened the ability of Battle Qi, which is most suitable for commanders during their evolution, and will henceforth focus on developing in that direction. Of course, Kong Xiao and Han Fu have their differences. Kong Xiao, having initially been pulled by Zhou Li to teach skills to soldiers, awakened a training skill after evolution, thus enhancing this skill once again during the next evolution. It has now transformed into an intermediate training skill, allowing for quicker soldier training, leading to more experience gained and enhancing their strength more rapidly. However, there is less emphasis on personal strength. His original mastery-level spear technique remains unchanged and has not progressed to a higher tier. In contrast, Han Fu's situation is different. As he initially commanded archers and often employed long-range attacks during battles, he did not completely abandon his own martial prowess. He did not master any training-related skills. After this evolution, his original mastery-level archery skill has also advanced to expert level, becoming significantly stronger. Additionally, his command of archers has become more refined, gaining knowledge of formations like the scaly formation, sparse formation, and sharp arrow formation, which focus more on ranged attacks. This is also due to the different types of troops each of them commands, leading to variations in their command styles. Lastly, there are the territory's inhabitants, whose number has now exceeded 1,000, far more than that of an average village. Fortunately, the farmland in the territory has recently yielded a large harvest. Otherwise, Zhou Li would not dare to continue recruiting, as the previous food crisis had truly frightened him. Just a few days ago, the food reserves had reached a critical low and rations were being distributed daily, prioritizing the needs of the soldiers. The inhabitants could only eat 2 meals a day, leaving them too weak to work. Training for the soldiers halted as they conserved their energy for combat. Thankfully, they have managed to get through this tough time. Currently, the inhabitants mostly consist of low-quality and average-quality individuals, with only a small number of elite-quality residents. Since the inhabitants hardly participate in combat, the territory has yet to establish a cultivation system. In recent days, some basic skill books have surfaced, such as the Basic Body Refinement Technique, Basic Meditation Method, Basic Swordsmanship, Basic Spearmanship, Basic Archery, and Basic Blade Technique, with a total exceeding 30 volumes. However, compared to the over 2,000 soldiers in the territory, this is still too few. Soldiers line up every day to borrow books from the library, leaving the inhabitants with little opportunity. Thus, most inhabitants can only rely on the 1 or 2 points of evolution experience earned daily through hard work, accumulating slowly. Low-quality and average-quality inhabitants typically gain 1 point of evolution experience per day, while elite-quality inhabitants can earn 2 points. It takes 10 points of experience for low-quality and average-quality inhabitants to evolve. Those recruited earlier have mostly accumulated enough experience to evolve into elite inhabitants. However, elite inhabitants require 100 points of experience to evolve, which cannot be gathered in just a few days. They must accumulate it gradually. Nonetheless, the skill levels of these inhabitants have been improving rapidly. For instance, the female inhabitant Zhao Ernie, recruited the previous day, had an ordinary quality and possessed a basic cooking skill. Her quality has since evolved into elite. Regarding her cooking skills, due to her continuous cooking every day, her proficiency has risen swiftly, and she has now reached the level of advanced culinary skills. She is the chef of the cafeteria and also manages it, responsible for training and overseeing newcomers. Of course, this applies to the majority of the inhabitants, while a special group exists, the hunters. Hunters differ from other inhabitants as they possess combat abilities and can wield bows and arrows. Thus, Zhou Li has arranged for them to join the combat ranks, training alongside archers and participating in battles. As a result, the hunters have seen greater advancements, with some now having evolved to rare quality. They have mastered proficient archery skills and possess basic scouting abilities, making them not only capable in combat, but also adept at reconnaissance. Previously, due to the low intelligence of the soldiers in the territory, a reconnaissance trial for beginners had not been established for safety. The novice trials occur in the real world, with monsters attacking that are genuine creatures of this realm drawn to Zhou Li's territory, guided by chaotic laws to assault it. Naturally, it is unlikely that monsters suitable for every level of the territory will be found in the immediate vicinity, but there is no need to worry, other places in the world will have them. The chaotic laws will guide the appearance of portals that will draw suitable monsters from across the world into these portals, bringing them to attack Zhou Li's territory. Monsters that are above the territory's level, even if they appear nearby, will generally be restricted by the chaotic laws and will not attack Zhou Li's territory. Thus, as long as one stays within the territory, there is no need to fear dangers apart from those in the novice trials. The exploration of the novice world does not affect anything. Only a few top-tier lords seeking greater harvests will venture beyond their territories to slay more monsters for greater rewards and higher evaluations. In the early stages, Zhou Li was relatively weak and naturally would not explore the surrounding environment. Even the inhabitants building houses would do so only within the safe confines of the territory, within the range of the defensive towers. However, as it has gradually developed, it has begun to explore slowly, hoping for some additional gains. It is unclear whether this is good or bad luck. Following the initial exploration by the hunters, Zhou Li appears to be situated on a plain surrounded by only sparse small trees, and a goblin camp has been discovered, likely the camp of the goblins that invaded the territory 3 days prior. The camp is now deserted, as all the goblins have presumably invaded Zhou Li's territory and been exterminated. Even if not entirely wiped out, their main forces have been lost, and the remaining ones have moved away upon seeing that Zhou Li's territory is stronger. Since the surrounding area is goblin territory, this means there are no stronger monsters here. As for farther afield, it has exceeded the exploration limits for hunters in a day, surpassing the limits for soldiers to venture out. After all, there are daily novice trials, and the main forces must not be moved. If only small detachments are sent, they will yield minimal gains, and are also prone to danger, so Zhou Li has abandoned the plan to explore the surroundings. The only unit capable of long-distance sorties is the Falcon unit, but the Falcons cannot speak and possess lower intelligence. Zhou Li can command them to defend the territory within, but sending them out would make it difficult to collect the spoils after defeating enemies, and they might even forget to gather them. After 2 experiments, he gave up on this approach. On the 20th day, the trials commenced in the morning. Today's monsters are once again the goblin forces. However, this time the monsters are even stronger with a larger number of great goblins, dragon-blooded goblins, bear goblins, and others. In addition to the goblin musketeers, the ranged forces now also include artillery, which has a longer range and greater power. Only the 155 howitzer towers and the flying units in the territory can target the enemy's artillery. However, the flying units have also been entangled. The goblins have deployed airship units in the sky, with the airships equipped with artillery numbering in the hundreds. The falcon units must entangle these airship units to prevent them from getting close. A few falcons that were prepared to ambush the artillery units were also attacked by ground anti-air fire, which is a new unit that was not present yesterday. The anti-air fire is exceptionally dense and powerful. A single hit can severely injure a falcon, and the Gale Falcon suffered minor injuries. After losing several flying units, Zhou Li commanded the flying units to focus on the airships and cease attacking the ground artillery. Lastly, there is the mech unit. Today's mechs are even larger, exceeding 200 in number, each possessing rare-level combat power. There are also over 100 powerful mechs that are equivalent to excellent level, equipped with larger artillery and machine guns, as well as energy shields. They are positioned far outside the territory's range, bombarding the walls alongside the artillery units. The goblin forces are, strictly speaking, a type of magical technology unit, and the greatest advantage of technological units in the early stages is their long reach and range. Yesterday was merely an appetizer, today is the real test. The other opposing units are cowardly, huddled outside the territory's range, protecting their artillery and mech units, exploiting the range advantage of their artillery to continuously assault the territory. This is the most annoying aspect of technology. Against units with significantly greater range, one can only passively endure attacks. No one knows how much ammunition these goblins have, or whether they can bombard the entire territory. In such a situation, staying within the territory leads only to a dead, and one must take the initiative to eliminate the enemy's long-range artillery to achieve victory. However, Zhou Li's territory is not to be taken lightly. The long-range archers and swift-wind shooters possess astonishing marksmanship, capable of intercepting a portion of the cannonballs with their arrows. The arcane mage troops have also mastered various protective spells, enabling them to withstand the enemy's attacks. The cannonballs falling from the city walls are few, allowing for prolonged defense. Zhou Li is not one to simply endure attacks without countering. He commanded the flying troops to return, while the arcane mages bestowed various enhancements and protective spells upon them, strengthening their offensive capabilities. Simultaneously, he arranged for the phantom troops to stealthily enter the battlefield, utilizing their phasing abilities to infiltrate the airships possessing the goblins and creating chaos among the enemy ranks. Some even transformed into suicide bombers, launching direct attacks on the goblin artillery units. When a cluster of goblin airships formed for joint defense, Zhou Li decisively commanded the race to unleash a soul-piercing wail at their center, directly targeting the goblins within the airships. Goblins primarily rely on their weapons and are inherently weak. Facing soul attacks, they have no capacity for resistance. Without the goblins' control, the airships immediately plummeted to the ground. Sometimes a single strike could cause a dozen airships to lose control and crash, forcing the goblin airships to disperse for combat. This provided the Falcon troops with an opportunity, as they relied on their incredible speed to engage in cooperative strikes, creating a situation of many against few. As time passed, within just a few minutes, fewer than 100 goblin airships remained unable to hold onto the sky. At this point, Zhou Li only deployed a small number of falcons to assist the phantom troops against the enemy airships, while the remaining swift-wind hawks and storm giants began to deal with the ground artillery. Especially the storm giants, who had developed long-range attack capabilities. A blade of wind could sever a cannon barrel, while a tempest could sweep away a large area of artillery and goblins. With the swift-wind hawks providing distractions, the artillery units were rapidly diminished. In contrast to the artillery units, the mech troops posed a much greater challenge, as their defenses far surpassed those of the artillery. The superior models even had shields. Although the storm giants' long-range attacks could injure mechs, it would take many strikes to do so. Given the limited magical energy of the storm giants, Zhou Li commanded them to prioritize attacking the artillery units, while relying more on speed to harass the mech troops, preventing them from concentrating their fire on the city walls. As for the phantom troops, although they could target mechs, their numbers were too few to breach the energy shields of the superior mechs, and they were also vulnerable to collateral damage from the storm giant spells. Thus, they continued to focus on the airship units. Seizing the opportunity while the mechs were occupied, Zhou Li did not wait any longer and ordered the main force to launch a proactive assault. First were the skeleton soldiers, forming the vanguard under the command of Mindy's, charging towards the goblin main force. 5 superior quality skeleton mages summoned a vast number of basic undead soldiers, leading the charge and serving as cannon fodder. Next came various sword and shield soldiers and earth element warriors acting as the front line emerging from the city gates. The giant wood warriors were also carried by the skeletons onto the battlefield. Behind the meat shield units were the archer troops and mage units, serving as the main offensive force heavily. Surrounding the long-range attackers were the elite melee units from various forces, including fearless spearmen legion halberdiers and skeleton warriors, all of elite quality or higher, exceeding 1,000 in number, protecting the ranged units, while also serving as the main assault force to breach the goblin defenses and attack the mech units. 3 heroes also joined the action, with Kai Yin first enhancing the soldiers' states, and then focusing on healing. As for the ordinary soldiers, their strength was still lacking, making them easy prey for cannon fire, so they remained in the rear waiting for the enemy's long-range artillery to be eliminated before charging out to assist the main force in annihilating the goblin main body. The plan proceeded smoothly, with the skeleton cannon fodder attracting a large amount of firepower. The defense and recovery capabilities of the sword and shield soldiers, earth element warriors, and giant wood warriors were strong, effectively blocking the remaining fire. Once within range of the long-range units, the pent-up fury of one unit finally erupted, unleashing a barrage of attacks on the goblin main force, with various powerful skills carving a bloody path through them. The subsequent process requires little elaboration. They surged along the bloody path, and as they approached the mech units, yet another wave of bombardment began. The rare-grade mechs simply could not withstand the assault of 50 superior-quality swift-wind shooters, 100 rare-grade strong archers, 270 rare-grade skeleton strong archers, 120 rare and superior-grade arcane mages, and 30 rare and superior-grade skeleton mages. Only the superior-grade mechs could hold out for a while, but they were far from a match for the territorial soldiers, each one having their armor shattered and being reduced to scrap metal. The ordinary soldiers of the territory also charged forward, restraining the goblin main force to create opportunities for the main force to eliminate the mechs. Ultimately, after 2 hours, all the goblin forces were annihilated, securing victory. Attack on the 20th day concluded. Reward settlement. On the 20th day, the attacking enemy 5-0 goblins, 1-0 goblin musketeers, 5-0 bear goblin cavalry, 3-0 dragon blood goblins, 2-0 goblin cannons, 500 goblin airships, 1-0 rare-grade goblin mechs, 100 superior-grade goblin mechs. Defense result: minor damage. Result rating B. Basic reward: 5,000 source crystals, 1,000 energy crystals. Additional reward: 2,500 source crystals, 5,000 energy crystals. Technology barracks 1. Although victory was ultimately achieved, the losses today were not insignificant. Firstly, during the initial cannon fire assault, the city walls and some buildings within sustained considerable damage, with hundreds of civilian casualties, and several ordinary gunmen and other units also suffered dozens of casualties. Then during the primary engagement with the mechs, the skeleton soldiers used as cannon fodder suffered over 10,000 casualties. Fortunately, most were transformed skeletons of low levels, and some were low-level skeleton mages summoned as cannon fodder, so their loss was not deeply felt. The remaining skeleton soldiers still numbered over 3,000, appearing as a vast expanse of white bones, their numbers still substantial. What weighed heavily on his heart were the casualties among the main force, which had proactively charged towards the mech units. Even though long-range fire had eliminated most of the goblins and the swift windhawks were diligently harassing the mech units, they still suffered considerable losses. The elite sword and shield soldiers formed the main line of defense, but their defensive capabilities were weaker compared to heavy sword and shield soldiers, and they suffered a near total loss under the goblin artillery attacks. The legion halberdiers, with even weaker defenses than the elite sword and shield soldiers and arranged in formation, suffered even more, with over 70 casualties. Additionally, the falcon troops, to entangle the mech units while engaging the goblin airships, charged the artillery units despite anti-air fire, incurring many casualties, with 30 falcons and 20 swift windhawks lost. Especially the swift windhawks, who primarily fell while entangling the mech units. The long-range units, well protected by the earth element warriors and giant wood warriors, suffered minimal casualties. As for the earth element warriors and giant wood warriors, true to their roles as the most resilient meat shields, they sustained the most attacks, yet their defensive capabilities and recovery abilities were truly formidable. Although battered, none perished. After the battle, they absorbed energy crystals and quickly recovered, appearing as if they had sustained no injury. As for the undead troops, although weaker, they also suffered considerable casualties, but with Mindy's present, all fallen elite undead were revived through his skeletal resurrection. Overall, it is a decent barracks in the early stages, and even in the later stages it would suffice as cannon fodder to fill the ranks. Of course, today's trial, although victorious, has awakened Zhou Li from his gradually arrogant mindset. Indeed, one must not let their guard down for even a moment in the chaos, nor should one become complacent. A caution must be maintained at all times. Even during the novice trials where one can return at any time, vigilance must be upheld. This time, due to the continuous upgrade of territorial levels, the trial ratings were quite high each day, resulting in a significant uplift in evaluation during the trials, and Zhou Li was directly confronted with a major challenge in the testing stage. Yesterday's trials still fell within the strike range of the territory, but today, regardless of the mechas that appeared yesterday, or the newly emerged elite mechas, artillery units, and airship units, their range far exceeded that of the troops and defensive towers within the territory. It can be said that they completely constrained Zhou Li's territory. Ordinary lords facing such long-range assaults combined with numerous melee and anti-air units for defense would find it impossible to approach the monster's ranged firepower and would be reduced to nothing more than cannon fodder. Thanks to Zhou Li's talent, he evolved a batch of high-quality troops capable of breaking through the defenses of the monster's melee units. Additionally, there were plenty of cannon fodder to expend which dispersed the firepower, otherwise merely approaching would lead to heavy casualties. This battle completely awakened Zhou Li. His current territory is still not strong enough, and the level cannot be raised too quickly. It is necessary to hold back even if the evaluation is lower to ensure he can pass the novice trials. Of course, this is also related to Zhou Li using all the primordial crystals to upgrade buildings without enhancing heroes and troops. Otherwise, even the primordial crystals obtained in the first 20 days would only be enough for all the soldiers in the territory to level up 1 or 2 levels. Currently, his territory level is on par with those of new lords with golden talents and top-tier second generation. However, in terms of the quality of both the buildings and the soldiers within the territory, it still lags far behind these top-tier lords. Those top-tier lords possess golden defensive buildings with extraordinarily long ranges and high damage. Even with just 1 or 2, they can easily strike and eliminate the artillery and mechas of these goblins. Or golden quality troops, though possibly fewer in number, are indeed very powerful. Golden quality melee units, whether in defense or speed, can withstand the goblins' firepower while closing in to eliminate them. As for golden quality ranged units, their range surpasses that of the goblins' artillery and their damage is even higher. They can easily wipe out these goblins. Zhou Li currently has a decent number of soldiers, but their quality is still somewhat lacking. Against ordinary enemies it is fine, but when facing certain adversaries the casualties can be severe. Fortunately, despite the heavy losses this time, the gains were undeniably substantial. First, the ranged units, the human mages, unleashed their full firepower today, killing tens of thousands of enemies, and all 70 junior mages have advanced to intermediate mages. 50 intermediate mages also saw 20 of them advance to epic level high mages. High mage name Oturl's quality epic 0104000. Race human. Level 8, 640,800. Talent intermediate magic power. Skills void meditation 100, 010000. Intermediate elemental magic 400, 0100000. Attributes constitution 12, spirit 90. Equipment elemental staff excellent. Loyalty 100. Description: a high mage specializing in elemental magic, proficient in the basic spells of water, fire, earth, and wind. Junior magic power: Oturls comprehends the significance of arcane mastery, increasing all arcane magic damage by 50, reducing consumption by 20, and enhancing casting speed by 20. Intermediate elemental magic, proficient in using intermediate skills of fire, water, earth, and wind, such as fireball, blizzard, earthquake, wind blade dance, summon fire, water, earth, wind, elementals, flying spell, and other intermediate elemental magics. Epic level high mages become even more powerful with upgraded talents, higher damage, and lower consumption. The meditation technique has also been upgraded. The void meditation allows for higher cultivation efficiency and begins to touch upon space with skills involving summoning fire, water, earth, wind elementals being related to this. Only by mastering the power of space can one summon elemental beings from other worlds. These elemental beings are not of ordinary quality. They are powerful earth elementals of epic quality like Oturls, and there is even a chance to summon legendary quality earth elemental lords with tremendous combat strength. There are also many other intermediate skills that are either very powerful or possess magical functions, showcasing the versatility and might of the mages to the fullest. Of course, the most important aspect is range. The evolved mages have greatly increased their range, allowing those intermediate spells to easily reach thousands of meters away, no longer worrying about insufficient range in the territory. Then there are the archer units, all of whom have advanced to the excellent quality Gale archers. However, the attack efficiency of the Gale archers is still inferior to that of the mages, averaging hundreds of monsters killed each day, yielding over 1,000 experience points with occasional peaks of around 2,000 experience. Currently, the fastest is the first archer. The evolution progress has only reached 9,000, still some distance away from evolving into an epic level unit. As for the skeleton mages, their direct damage skills are still somewhat lacking, coupled with the late recruitment, today's battle relied more on recruiting skeleton soldiers as cannon fodder, resulting in less experience gained, and they are still far from evolving. However, a number of skeleton archers have accumulated enough experience to evolve into excellent level troops. Flame Skeleton Archer, name Bone, Bow 1, quality excellent 010600. Race Undead Skeleton. Level 8, 320,480. Talent none. Skills Expert Archery 56100000. Fire Arrow, Death Arrow, Explosive Arrow. Attributes Constitution 28, Spirit 15. Equipment Bone Warbow Rare. Loyalty 100. Fire Arrow adds fire element to the arrow, dealing Spirit 2 fire damage to the struck enemy and inflicting a burning status. Death Arrow adds death element to the arrow, dealing Spirit 2 death damage to the struck enemy and inflicting one or more statuses from decay, rot, poison, weakness, etc. Explosive Arrow adds fire and death elements to the arrow, causing a violent explosion upon impact, dealing massive damage to enemies within Spirit 1 range and inflicting abnormal statuses of fire and death. The physical fitness of the Flame Skeleton Archer is somewhat inferior to that of the Gale Archers, but they also begin to harness elemental power using death and fire elements. Their skills include both single target and area effect attacks, but the newly acquired skills do not focus on direct damage. Rather, they inflict status effects, enabling all three skills to apply abnormal statuses to enemies. This is also a characteristic of the undead. In the early stages, direct damage skills are relatively few, focusing more on applying statuses to weaken and gradually wear down enemies, similar to the skills of the skeleton mages. Now for the flying units, the remaining Hawks have all evolved into Gale Hawks, with 15 Storm Eagles and 65 Gale Hawks currently. The ghost units facing these goblin units, they can easily overpower. Find that aside from the elite mechas, the other goblins are mere targets for slaughter. They specifically target high-quality goblin airships, artillery, and mechas, gaining even more experience. Though they have only been recruited for 2 days, many have already accumulated enough experience to evolve. The original 5 rare-level wraiths and 14 elite ghosts have now transformed into 6 excellent-level vengeful spirits and 14 rare-level wraiths. The Legion Spear Soldiers, although having lost over 70, have newly evolved more than 100, with 60 Fearless Spear Soldiers, 350 Legion Spear Soldiers, 300 Elite Spear Soldiers, and 600 regular Spear Soldiers. The Sword and Shield Soldiers have 100 heavy Sword and Shield Soldiers remaining. The cavalry unit consists of 20 excellent-level Blood Knights. The elite of the undead forces has increased further, with 150 skeleton warriors, 900 skeleton soldiers, and around 2,000 other skeleton troops, all of whom have basically leveled up several times. As for the Earth Elementals and Giant Wood Warriors, this time, they mainly serve as meat shields, and since they have just evolved, they still lack over 10,000 experience. Then comes the system's reward, which this time is rated quite low, only at level B, resulting in just 1 reward. Fortunately, despite the considerable difficulty of this trial, the reward stage offers a good reward of barracks. However, the B rating lowers the quality of the reward, resulting in an ordinary quality technological barracks. Otherwise, given the difficulty of today's trial, at the very least it should have awarded a fine quality barracks. It's truly a pity. Moreover, this barracks is of no use to Zhou Li, as it does not fit the development plan of his territory, leaving him somewhat disappointed. This technological barracks is one type of barracks belonging to the technological category, which corresponds perfectly with the goblins, who also follow a technological path. An ordinary quality technological barracks can recruit ordinary quality riflemen who use rifles for range. As levels rise, the quality of the soldiers will increase, and the firearms they use will evolve into larger caliber, more powerful rifles. Overall, it is a decent barracks in the early stages, and even in the later stages it would suffice as cannon fodder to fill the ranks. Of course, if it were a higher quality barracks, the recruited soldiers would also be better. For instance, a fine quality barracks can recruit elite quality elite riflemen and machine gunners, while a rare quality barracks can recruit special forces and armored soldiers. Outstanding quality artillery and tank soldiers, epic quality fighter jets, warships and missiles, and legendary quality mechs and space battleships, among others. The combat power these soldiers can exert is quite formidable, not inferior to cultivators or martial arts experts, and even more dominant in the early stages. However, for Zhou Li, the technological barracks are merely useless. This is primarily because the technological units rely heavily on logistics, depending mainly on equipment and ammunition. Although Zhou Li's talent allows them to evolve, they remain technological units post-evolution, incapable of exerting their intended combat power within Zhou Li's territory. After continuous evolution over this period, Zhou Li discovered certain patterns during evolution. Not only does the quality improve, but the equipment of the units also upgrades accordingly. It is known that once reaching the rare level, soldiers recruited from the barracks come without equipment as rare-level units require at least fine-quality weapons. Ordinary weapons are as fragile as tofu in their hands, breaking with a mere squeeze. This necessitates constructing facilities such as blacksmith shops and forging workshops in the territory to provide equipment for the soldiers. The better the equipment, the more expensive it is. Zhou Li's evolution has become much more convenient, directly resolving the equipment issue and saving a significant amount of money for the territory. However, this equipment enhancement is only a one-time benefit. The mage units are fine as they primarily rely on magical power. As long as their staves are regularly charged and maintained with energy crystals, they are sufficient. However, for other physical attack units, whether in melee or as archers, the weapons, be it swords, guns, armor, shields, or arrows, are prone to damage during intense battles. When damaged repairs are needed, those that are too severely damaged require complete remaking. Fortunately, the territory has a blacksmith shop and a tailoring shop where the blacksmith provides iron weapons and the tailoring department can sew leather armor and lining for armor. With Zhou Li's talent in play, the earliest recruited blacksmith has already elevated their forging skills to a high level, making it entirely feasible to craft rare-level weapons, thereby meeting the needs of the territory. However, technological soldiers face difficulties to maintain combat effectiveness. They require robust logistics. For example, riflemen using rifles will experience wear on parts after firing a certain number of bullets, necessitating gun replacements. You can ask a blacksmith to create a round tube, but having him rifled along with the trigger springs and other components is too burdensome for him, especially since some materials for firearms are plastic, which completely lies beyond the blacksmith's comprehension. Moreover, the rifles use bullets. At most, the blacksmith can produce a shell, but the chemical components, such as the propellant and flame, are not within his knowledge. To obtain firearms and ammunition, technological buildings, such as a firearms factory, are essential for production, let alone when upgraded to higher qualities. Items like machine guns, artillery, armored vehicles, and tanks require even more to exert combat power, as rare-level barracks do not provide equipment. These armored soldiers and tank soldiers are truly just soldiers with skills limited to vehicle operation, radio proficiency, and ballistic calculations. When unarmed, their effectiveness may be even less than that of an ordinary rifleman. They must be equipped with various armored vehicles and tanks to be effective. Moreover, they also require various bullets, shells, radios, and computers, making the necessary processes and technologies even more complex. Without a complete industrial system to support them and those technological auxiliary buildings, it is impossible to sustain the formidable combat power of technological soldiers. Additionally, the power of those technological weapons and equipment is fixed, and Zhou Li's talent does not apply. At most, it only enhances the soldier's physical qualities a bit and improves skills such as shooting and driving to some extent, resulting in better accuracy and efficacy of attacks or faster technological research. However, most technological paths rely on firepower coverage. While weapon accuracy has some effect, it is not. As for technological research, the technology of the main world is transparent and has already reached its peak. Top technologies such as two-dimensional foil antimatter weapons and intelligent particles have all been developed. Once the territory levels up, they can be directly acquired without the need for independent research. Thus, for the technological side, the talent heaven rewards diligence cannot be said to be completely ineffective, but its effects are limited. Conversely, for paths like cultivation, martial arts, and fantasy, individual skill enhancements can significantly boost combat power. As previously mentioned, core skills such as chi refinement techniques, life force, and blood battle techniques can substantially elevate the soldier's strength. This is also the reason Zhou Li intends to pursue a path of cultivation combined with martial arts. Only systems that rely on individual strength and can continuously grow by stacking skills and levels can truly harness the maximum potential of his talent. On the other hand, systems that rely on external factors such as the technological side depend more on equipment. Similarly, faith systems require a large number of subjects to provide faith. These are core capabilities that are not influenced by talent, but are crucial for them. The most important aspect of these systems is resources. Only as long as there are sufficient resources, they can continually produce soldiers and grow stronger. However, using those resources to enhance martial arts and cultivation in conjunction with talent may lead to even greater improvements. Thus, this technological barracks can only be stored away like a last resort to be swapped for other barracks more suitable for the territory. After finishing with the barracks, it was time to examine the loot from the goblins. Aside from the usual food items, the goblins also dropped numerous weapons such as the firearms wielded by the goblin musketeers along with ammunition and gunpowder. However, these items were of little use. On one hand, the weapons and ammunition were limited and could not be replenished, making them essentially disposable. On the other hand, the archers and mages in the territory had firepower far superior to these primitive firearms. Thus, they could only be stored in the warehouse, waiting to be sold upon returning to the main world, where they could at least be exchanged for some energy crystals. Additionally, some metal materials were obtained which were valuable. Among them were rare and exceptional quality materials sufficient for crafting rare and exceptional weapons and equipment. These could be melted down at the blacksmith shop and fashioned into weapons and armor, saving a significant amount of energy crystals. Furthermore, some materials resembling dragon blood were dropped capable of enhancing the bloodline concentration of dragon-type creatures or allowing non-draconic beings to acquire a dragon bloodline. However, the goblin's own dragon bloodline was quite weak. The quality of this dragon blood was merely good and rare, providing limited bloodline enhancement, which could hinder future growth unless resources were continuously utilized to increase bloodline concentration. Otherwise, the bloodline quality would set a cap on growth. Nevertheless, these high-quality bloodline items were quite precious, as even soldiers could marry and have children, potentially passing down the bloodline. This could lead to a significant number of soldiers possessing high-quality bloodlines without needing to spend source crystals for recruitment. However, the bloodline would weaken in the next generation, becoming progressively weaker unless both parents had strong. Yet this posed another issue: the higher the bloodline, the more difficult it was to conceive offspring. For example, among dragons, it could take hundreds of years to produce a pure blood giant dragon. In contrast, hybrid dragons and mixed blood dragon beasts would reproduce much more rapidly. The lower the bloodline quality, the faster the reproduction. Zhou Li currently did not intend to pursue a bloodline-related path, as the dragon blood acquired was too scarce. To breed and grow a strong bloodline would require at least several decades. It was more practical to trade for other, more useful treasures during that time. Another reason was that enhancing the bloodline could not be achieved through talents, it could only be improved with bloodline-related items. Evolution might enhance the bloodline, but it was a one-time effect, and the extent of enhancement with each evolution was unknown. Zhou Li was not willing to gamble with uncertain outcomes when there were established paths available. Why take the risk with bloodlines? Therefore, this dragon blood was also considered sellable. Once development progressed, there might be some slight involvement with it, but for now it was best to avoid diversifying too much and focus on a few races to develop the territory efficiently. However, Zhou Li found it puzzling that the invading goblins seemed to be on a technological advancement path, with their main forces comprising technology-based mechs, artillery, and airships, while the ordinary troops were predominantly musketeers. Yet there were also bear goblins and dragon-blooded goblins, monsters that pursued cultivation, making their coexistence rather strange. However, in the chaotic multiverse, anything could happen, any kind of race could emerge. Zhou Li merely contemplated this briefly and did not dwell on it. Aside from that, the goblins also dropped some goblin artillery, goblin airships, and goblin mechs. These were all technological items which were useless to Zhou Li, but quite valuable for the technological faction. At the very least, their quality was decent enough to be used directly and could fetch a good price in the main world. All items that were temporarily unnecessary and intended for sale upon returning to the main world were placed in a separate warehouse for ease of inventory. Among them, the artillery and ammunition were stored in another separate warehouse ready for immediate use. Zhou Li planned that if danger arose later, these artillery could serve as defensive towers. After all, a substantial amount of ammunition had been dropped, making it feasible to engage in several battles. Moreover, with their long range and great power, these artillery were suitable for emergencies. Even if the ammunition ran out, the remaining artillery could still be sold without any issues. As for the operational matters, they could be entrusted to the citizens. The intelligence of the arcane mages was relatively high. As long as they learned a bit, they could calculate trajectories and other parameters and guide the citizens in firing the shells without any problems. Thus, to ensure these artillery could be effective, Zhou Li specifically allocated a group of citizens for training. However, for the mechs and airships, that was a different story. This was magical technology, which required magical power to operate, and only mages could control them. Yet the combat capabilities of these airships and mechs might not even surpass those of the territory's mages, rendering them a waste. As for the skeletal mages, their death magic would erode the mechs and airships, causing damage. Given their significant auxiliary role, all technological items, except for the artillery, were ultimately sealed away. Lastly, there were the essence shards. This time there was no boss, only over 100 exceptional quality mechs. Thus, no hero recruitment essence shards were available, only some ordinary recruitment essence shards. Moreover, due to the goblins' inherently weak strength, the exceptional quality was entirely supported by the mechs, resulting in poor quality essence shards. Aside from a few goblin recruitment essence shards, the others were purely ordinary and fine quality. Zhou Li found them utterly unimpressive. In summary, today's challenge yielded nothing but some source crystals and energy crystals, with only a few metal materials being somewhat useful. Everything else was temporarily useless. Compared to the losses of soldiers and citizens, today's trial was a complete loss. It should be noted that Zhou Li had lost nearly 10,000 troops, including many elite and rare units. Fortunately, the main forces suffered little damage, as skeleton soldiers would convert a substantial number daily in the graveyard, and there was always a supply of cannon fodder, which helped maintain the territory's combat strength. Otherwise, for an ordinary lord, losing over 10,000 soldiers would be a devastating blow, leaving no possibility for a comeback and prompting considerations of withdrawal. After all, the upcoming trials would only become more challenging. If the territory's main forces were diminished, even with defensive towers, they would be unable to withstand subsequent attacks. This is the norm for ordinary lords, where careful thought and utilization of every soldier is crucial. They must strive to improve their evaluations while ensuring that the territory's losses remain minimal, living each day in trepidation. Although the novice trials are reward stages, they can still be particularly perilous, resulting in heavy losses if one is too aggressive. Some lords have completely adhered to their instructors' teachings, striving to survive. However, with a stroke of bad luck, encountering a powerful and countering enemy could disrupt the territory's development and lead to a complete collapse, resulting in elimination from the novice trials. Even if they do not collapse, significant losses among soldiers without timely replenishment would lead to a vicious cycle, causing the territory's combat strength to diminish further, ultimately succumbing in the novice trials. The same applies when descending into the chaos. A moment's inattention could lead to encounters with formidable enemies, severely injuring the territory and making future restoration arduous, let alone further progress. These instances are still safe returns. Far more commonly, lords are caught off guard, leading to direct destruction of their territories and the lords themselves perishing. Thus, even though the lord era has developed for over 10,000 years with countless new lords added each year, countless lords still fall during each descent. Ultimately, only a few reach the pinnacle. Luck, strength, and a lord's decisiveness are all incredibly important. Time flew by, and days passed one after another. Each day involved continuously slaying the invading monsters, acquiring resources, constructing buildings, and enhancing the territory. As time went on, the soldiers of the territory increased in number. On the 21st day, the invading monsters no longer adhered to the pattern of changing every 3 days. Each day's monsters were quite different. On the 21st day, the monsters transformed into a group of sea creatures, including numerous mermen, sea beasts, and merman sorcerers. The combat effectiveness of the merman army significantly decreased when they were away from water. However, the merman sorcerers directly summoned surging waves, and heavy rain poured from the sky, drastically altering the environment around the territory. If it weren't for the city walls as a barrier, the entire territory might have been submerged. Yet even with the changed environment, they remained no match for the territory. The arcane sorcerers unleashed their full power. Although fire spells were suppressed underwater, the might of their lightning spells increased. They continuously released various electric spells, sending the mermen into disarray, with many dying in large numbers. Even those who were fortunate enough to survive were paralyzed by the lightning, floating belly up on the water surface, only to be killed by the ranged archers and other troops. The skeletal sorcerers also demonstrated the terrifying lethality of the undead against the living, launching a barrage of poison and plague spells into the water, infecting many mermen, who before even engaging in battle became weak and were easily killed. However, this battle left no room for close combat. After all, they couldn't fight in the water. Only at the end, when the sorcerers had eliminated all the merman sorcerers and the water receded, did they emerge to clean the battlefield. On the 22nd day, a wave of orcs attacked, consisting of various types of troops, including melee fighters, ranged units, cavalry, and flying bat knights aided by shamans. Moreover, there was a boss unit leading them, coordinating the march without any confusion. The initial rounds of ranged attacks were all blocked by the shaman's defensive spells, allowing them to approach the city walls. However, the enemy's sorcerer forces were nowhere near the strength of the territory's troops. A continuous barrage overwhelmed the shamans, exhausting their magical energy and leaving them unable to sustain the defensive barrier. Next came the time for the territory's soldiers to shine. First, the flying units were cleared away by the sorcerers and falcons. Then the shaman troops, although they were far away, could not escape the wrath of the high-level arcane sorcerers who possessed flying spells. No distance could shield them from the sorcerers and flying units' onslaught. With their energy nearly depleted, they were simply sitting ducks, having no capacity for resistance. With the main threats eliminated, it was time to open the city gates, allowing the orcs to enter the inner city and providing experience points for the melee troops. The ranged troops remained on the city walls to prevent the orc forces from climbing up. Once the orc numbers dwindled to a certain extent, the territory's forces would also push out from the city walls, completely annihilating the orcs. As for the boss, it was weakened before it even approached the city walls and ultimately fell under the relentless bombardment of the arcane sorcerers. On the 23rd day, a group of dark elves attacked, accompanied by enslaved dark dwarves, harpies, and minotaurs from other dark races. The dark elves served as the main force, with dark dwarves providing excellent equipment and numerous siege weapons, while harpies acted as flying units and minotaurs served as tank units. There were also several dark elf priests led by a high priest. They could cast various divine spells offering healing enhancements and direct attack spells. Priests are considered a versatile troop type, being just as formidable as sorcerers. The boss was a mass, however they proved to be utterly useless and were easily dispatched by the territory. The fallen essence instead allowed the territory to gain a new batch of light-based priest troops. From the 24th day to the 29th day, the last invading demon boss was killed by the concentrated fire of the territory's sorcerers. Wave after wave of monsters, one boss after another, were all eliminated by the territory, and the rookie trial was finally coming to an end. During these days, each day faced attacks from at least tens of thousands, and at most over 100,000 monsters, leading to significant improvements in the territory. Although they did not level up every day, they advanced periodically, and upon reaching level 10, there were no further upgrades. The school had mentioned that upon surpassing level 10, they would exit the novice phase, facing even stronger monsters. For safety sake, they chose not to upgrade further. A level 10 territory has a radius of 200 meters with a total area of 125,600 square meters. The total length of the city walls had reached 1,256 meters, with the sides of the 4 inner cities measuring 100 meters, each totaling nearly 2,500 meters. Due to the slow upgrade pace and the minor increase in monster strength, evaluations during these 9 days were consistently high, with the lowest being an A grade and several days achieving an S grade. They also received a significant amount of additional rewards, most of which were building models of good quality. For instance, there were defense towers like the Thunder Tower from the cultivation side, excellent quality, the repeating crossbow tower from the martial arts side, rare quality, the 122 rocket tower from the technology side, excellent quality, and the summoning fire element tower from the summoning side, excellent quality, among others. Additionally, there were several rare quality defense towers. The Thunder Tower specializes in single-target attacks, directly striking down lightning from the sky, with high damage capable of severely injuring even bosses in a single hit. Moreover, it has a rapid firing speed and comes with paralysis and anti-evil effects, dealing double damage to dark attribute monsters. The repeating crossbow tower releases crossbow bolts for attacks, with bolts measuring a full 5 meters in length, inscribed with runes like sharp, solid, armor-piercing, and demonic destroying. The cost of a single giant crossbow bolt is 10 spirit stones, delivering very high damage, capable of firing 9 bolts at once with a reloading speed that completes in just 10 seconds, making it a lethal weapon against giant beasts. The 122 rocket tower is the highest damage-dealing defense tower, equipped with a whopping 40 barrels capable of launching 40 rockets at once, with each rocket costing 5 spirit stones, showcasing its tremendous power. Each rocket has a damage radius of 10 meters, making its destructive power terrifying. When all 40 rockets are launched simultaneously, they can cover an area of over 10,000 square meters, delivering devastating blows to enemies within the range. However, the loading speed is quite slow. At level 10, it still takes 5 minutes to complete loading, and at level 1 it requires as long as 5 minutes. The final summoning tower is a type of defense tower focused on beast mastery. This fire element defense tower can summon projections of fire element creatures from other worlds to assist in battles. The level of fire elements corresponds to the level of the territory, with quality matching that of the defense tower. They possess formidable combat power, capable of unleashing fireball, flame burst, and fire sea skills, and can also engage in close combat. The fire elements are entirely composed of fire, inflicting substantial burn damage on enemies. The summoning capacity is also considerable. At level 1, it can summon 100 fire elements, and a level 10 defense tower can summon 200. Even upon death, they can be resummoned, maintaining a count of 100. It can be regarded as a simplified version of a barracks. Moreover, this summoning does not require consuming primal crystals or training. They can fight immediately upon summoning, which is extremely convenient. The only drawback may be that each summoning projection requires a considerable number of spirit stones. At level 10, summoning 1 costs 1,000 spirit stones and lasts only half an hour. Furthermore, they cannot leave the territory. However, compared to primal crystal, spirit stones are of little concern. Considering that the primal crystals obtained from the novice trial are limited once the trial ends, the items collected during these days can easily be exchanged for a large quantity of spirit stones. The main world has numerous spirit stone mines, and the worlds of the Lord and Commanders also have plenty. They just go by different names, such as spirit stones in the cultivation world, magic stones in the magical world, life crystals in the martial arts sector, bloodstones, etc. Any stone containing sufficient energy can be considered a spirit stone. The only difference lies in the nature of the energy. With a slight conversion, they become standard spirit stones. Therefore, the production of spirit stones is substantial, and there is no need to worry about consumption. This summoning tower can be regarded as a remarkably powerful summoning tower in the early stages. Moreover, there are some other common buildings, such as the permanent construction blueprints for the wooden arrow tower, cannon tower, residential houses, and toilets. There are also rare quality buildings like the Iron Workshop, Moat, and Tavern. The Wooden Arrow Tower and Cannon Tower are both of ordinary quality and have little use now, as the enemies facing the territory are quite strong, mostly of excellent quality or higher, including rare, extraordinary, and even epic-level foes, making it difficult for ordinary defensive towers to inflict any significant damage on those monsters. However, as these are permanent building blueprints, Zhou Li still chose to learn them. He then constructed several Wooden Arrow Towers on all 4 sides of the city wall. Although their damage is low, they can serve as lookout and warning posts, which is still useful. The residential buildings are similar to civilian houses, but of higher quality, being of excellent grade. The completed residences are more beautiful and comfortable than civilian houses and occupy a larger area. Zhou Li also built several residences primarily for the soldiers and heroes to live in. After reaching level 10, Zhou Li hesitated to continue upgrading and planned to return to school to clarify the changes in the territory after level 10 before proceeding. For now, it was better to be cautious. Thus, he had saved up some source crystals. With money, he naturally aimed to improve the quality of life, so he built numerous residences and toilets to enhance the environment of the territory. He also rebuilt quite a few farmlands and wells planting grains. Now the territory had bid farewell to food shortages, storing a substantial amount of grain in 3 warehouses. Of course, this was also because the warehouses were only of ordinary quality with limited storage capacity. Each ordinary quality warehouse could only store around 1,000 cubic meters. The Iron Workshop is an upgraded building of the blacksmith shop of rare quality, allowing the production of more and better weapons and equipment. Blacksmiths gain more experience there, leading to higher success rates in crafting. Now in the Iron Workshop, it is already possible to forge extraordinary quality weapons and armor, significantly enhancing the combat effectiveness of the soldiers. The tavern serves as a combination of a canteen and a pub where one can eat and drink. Moreover, there are more dishes and a greater variety of beverages. Some meals made from precious ingredients even possess special effects, making it a very desirable building. The citizens and soldiers are increasingly fond of dining at the tavern. Finally, the moat was obtained from the invasion of the merman boss on day 21, adding a 5-meter-wide moat to the territory, which can be expanded to 10 meters wide and 10 meters deep. After reaching level 10 is sufficient to withstand direct attacks on the city wall from most enemies. The water in the moat is always full. Even if it gets depleted, energy crystals can be used to refill it directly at a low cost. 1 energy crystal can replenish 100 cubic meters of water, so filling the entire moat only costs a little over 1,000 energy crystals. Zhou Li directly set up several water wheels on the moat, channeling water into the city for irrigation. The water wheels were crafted by the carpenters in the city, and a small door was opened in the city wall for the water wheels. A few citizens can easily transport water into the city without needing a large number of citizens to fetch water from the well every day. As for why a channel was not directly dug to connect to the moat, it was for safety reasons. After all, the city wall and gate are integrated with defensive runes underground, preventing monsters from burrowing indirectly. If a channel were dug under the city wall, it would compromise the integrity of the wall, creating vulnerabilities underground, making it easy for other monsters to invade the territory from below. Additionally, many wild monsters are aquatic. If the moat were directly connected, they could swim through the moat and the connected channel, directly infiltrating the territory, which is highly unsafe. Even if the city gate is closed, monsters could still attack from underwater directly towards the gate, making it more concealed and difficult to defend. However, using water wheels is much safer. On one hand, there are always people operating the water wheels, allowing any anomalies to be detected promptly. On the other hand, if danger arises, the water wheels can be abandoned and the city gate can be closed. Water monsters must surface to attack the gate, and once they come ashore, their combat effectiveness is significantly reduced. Next comes the enhancement of the territory's soldiers. On day 22 and day 29, Zhou Li recruited soldiers again, increasing the number of soldiers in the territory. First, the human soldiers. A new recruitment of 1,900 human spearmen occurred, but a considerable number perished in battle, primarily because these were newly recruited units facing an army of high-level foes, with many at level 10 and equipped with a multitude of excellent, rare, and extraordinary quality monsters. Even if they provided support and cleaned up the remnants, a moment of carelessness could lead to being instantly killed. Thus, there are now over 3,000 remaining, including 300 fearless spearmen, over 600 legion spear soldiers, around 1,000 elite spear soldiers, and about 1,000 spearmen who were newly recruited today, having only advanced 2 or 3 levels, still far from evolution. Additionally, there are over 50 of the earliest recruited spearmen who have accumulated enough experience to evolve into the orange epic quality unparalleled spearmen. Unparalleled spearmen. Namely C. Quality epic 0103000. Race human. Level 10 600 1000. Talent none. Skills Master Level Spear Technique, Fearless Battle Cry, LV10 91,000 Vitality, LV10 451,000 Unparalleled Power, LV1 11,000. Attributes Constitution 100 Spirit 30. Equipment Mystic Iron Spear Extraordinary. Loyalty 100. The Li Si and other spearmen after reaching epic quality have become even more powerful. The duration of their fearless battle cry has increased to 5 minutes, and its range has doubled. Having their vitality increased to level 10 has also made them stronger, providing a 200 boost to all attributes, continuously nourishing the bodies of the unparalleled spearmen, which is why their constitution can reach 100. It is known that typically only soldiers of golden legendary quality can achieve over 100 points in constitution at level 10, and their constitution now rivals that of golden legendary units. The newly acquired unparalleled power is also a powerful skill, allowing unparalleled spearmen to enter a state of invincibility, not only enhancing their physical attributes by another 100, but also granting immunity to control knockback, stun, and other abnormal states, while mitigating some damage. With the protection of Fearless Battle Cry on their spirit, the fully unleashed unparalleled spearmen can rival level 10 bosses, showcasing no weaknesses, embodying a perfect aesthetic of numerical superiority, initially revealing the formidable stance of martial arts in close combat, which is unmatched. Of course, this only pertains to close combat. Although their vitality has been raised to level 10, it can only protect themselves and cannot directly project attacks. They remain a melee unit with short reach, making them easy targets for ranged harassment. Thus, as long as they endure the enhancements from Fearless Battle Cry vitality, increase unparalleled power, the spearmen will become fatigued, especially since the unparalleled power, being only at level 1, can only sustain for 30 seconds, which is too short. This is also the reason why the unparalleled spearmen are only of epic quality. While their explosive state is stronger than that of ordinary legendary units, their weaknesses are too apparent. They cannot maintain this state continuously and are pure melee fighters, easily kiteable. In contrast, legendary units are powerful in every aspect. The unparalleled spearmen still need to improve. The human race's sword and shield soldiers serve as the frontline meat shields, suffering considerable casualties. Fortunately, some were recruited through random enlistment of essence, maintaining their numbers at around 120. Those who remained are the elite, and with Zhou Li's focused training, they are given opportunities for finishing blows at the end of each battle, resulting in significant improvements for the sword and shield soldiers. Among the 120 sword and shield soldiers, there are 80 heavy armored sword and shield soldiers, 20 elite sword and shield soldiers, and 20 who evolved into the exceptional Rock Shield Guards. Rock Shield Guard. Name Lu Air. Quality Exceptional 010300. Race Human. Level 10 400,600. Talent None. Skills Master Level Swordsmanship 532710. Expert. Shield Mastery 9510000. Life Force LV1 Taunt Earth Protection. Attributes Constitution 40, Spirit 10. Equipment Rare Steel Plate, Armor Rare Steel Shield, Rare Cold Iron Greatsword. Loyalty 100. Taunt, a loud shout that forcibly attracts enemies within 5 meters to attack him. Earth Protection calls upon the power of the earth to guard itself, increasing defense by 100, recovery speed by 100, reducing knockback by 50, and lowering stamina consumption by 50. Life Force needs no further explanation. A meat shield must be sufficiently robust to uphold defense. Most top-tier meat shields awaken fundamental skills like Life Force to enhance their survival capability. After awakening Life Force, the vitality and defense of the Rock Shield Guard significantly improve, and as Life Force increases, so does its attack power, relieving it from the constant need for finishing blows. Taunt and Earth Protection synergize, a first activating Earth Protection, then taunting the enemy to force surrounding foes to attack the Rock Shield Guard, forming an exceptional set of meat shield skills. Next up is the Archer unit, which as a ranged force only needs to stand on the city walls and attack enemies below daily, significantly improving safety and enhancing monster killing efficiency. With some newly recruited archers, the total number has reached 200, including 50 strong archers who were recently enlisted and have lower quality. There are 100 Swiftwind archers who have accumulated a wealth of evolution experience nearing their evolution. Additionally, 50 of the earliest recruited archers have gathered enough experience to evolve into Gale archers. Gale Archer. Name Gong Yi. Quality Epic 01030000. Race Human. Level 10 600,000, 800. Talent None. Skills Master Level Archery 51,000. Gale Force LV1 1100. Annihilation Arrow LV1 1100. Attributes Constitution 60, Spirit 40. Equipment Exceptional Wind Element Bow. Loyalty 100. Gale Force. Gale archers can infuse their arrows with Gale Force, enhancing speed, damage penetration, and other aspects of the arrows. Annihilation Arrow Gale archers can harness the destructive power of wind to enhance their arrows, launching attacks capable of annihilating all. Gale Force is easily understood as it derives from the name of the Gale Archer. It is a magical ability belonging to a higher level of wind reinforcement power, providing greater enhancements to the archer. Annihilation Arrow is an application of Gale Force utilizing its tremendous destructive power to deal significant damage to targets. Of course, as the archers pursue a magical path, this time the focus is more on enhancing magical abilities. Their spirit attributes have increased significantly, while their constitution has comparatively grown less. The fourth unit is the cavalry, which is much fewer in number. The recent recruitment has been minimal. There are currently only 50, including 20 rare heavy cavalry and 20 exceptional Crimson Knights. Additionally, 10 have evolved into the more powerful Feathered Knights. Feathered Knight. Name Zhou Li. Quality Epic 010-3000. Race Human. Level 10 600,800. Talent None. Skills Expert Level Spear Mastery 6000-010-0000 Expert Level Sword Mastery 4510000 Expert Level Archery 930-010-0000 Charge LV10 110000 Blood Battle Art LV10 11,000 Speed LV1 Piercing LV1 Attributes Constitution 80 Spirit 25 Equipment Exceptional Knight Armor Exceptional Armor Piercing Spear Rare Cold Iron Sword Exceptional Xian Iron Bow Loyalty 100 After evolving from Crimson Knights to Feathered Knights, the primary enhancement is in their steeds, transforming from ordinary warhorses into flying steeds, shifting their combat style from primarily melee to a balanced approach of ranged and melee. They have notably strengthened their archery capabilities. Flight Archery, which is also the origin of the Knights. The two new skills are both enhancement skills. The speed skill can be applied to the horse, increasing the flying. It can also be applied to the arrows, increasing their speed and attack power. Piercing primarily enhances weapons, whether it be the armor-piercing spear or the Xian Iron Bow, improving armor-piercing efficiency and dealing greater piercing damage. Of course, the exclusive ability Blood Battle Art of these knights has also seen significant enhancement with increased damage from blood chi. However, the increase in constitution cannot compare to that of the spear soldiers. Their robustness is relatively inferior. Moreover, to achieve faster flight speeds, they focus more on agility and maneuverability, and their weight is significantly lighter compared to spear soldiers and sword and shield soldiers, resulting in lower constitution, but their actual damage far surpasses that of spear soldiers. Additionally, blood chi can be used for attacks at a distance, whether directly attacking with blood chi or attaching it to arrows. It allows cavalry to have attacking methods far superior to purely melee spear soldiers. The sixth unit is the Mage Forces. The human race's arcane mages possess comprehensive skills and are highly functional, especially the energy-shaping mages, whose damage output is astonishing, making them arguably the strongest unit in the territory. They consistently eliminate large numbers of enemies in every battle, specifically targeting spellcasters, ranged units, and elite forces among monsters each time, gaining significant experience. Currently, the arcane mages have reached 150 and all have evolved multiple times. There are now 120 advanced arcane mages and 30 grand mages. Grand Mage. Name Autoless. Quality Legendary 0100600. Race Human. Level 10 1000-2000. Talent High-Level Magical Power Spatial Affinity. Skills Chaotic Meditation Method 1000-010-0000. Advanced Energy Shaping Magic 5000-010-0000. Intermediate Alchemy Intermediate Enchantment. Attributes Constitution 25 Spirit 200. Equipment Epic Elemental Staff. Loyalty 100. As the territory's first unit to evolve into the Golden Legendary class, the Grand Mage's abilities are beyond question. Although the skills are few, they are undeniably powerful. The original talent has transformed into high-level magical power, increasing skill damage, reducing consumption, and accelerating casting speed. The newly added talent Spatial Affinity is simply described as enhancing the mage's affinity for space. Following the principle that fewer words imply greater power, Spatial Affinity is also quite formidable. The saying "space rules, time respects" is not merely a phrase. The powers of space are immensely strong and exceedingly difficult to comprehend. With this spatial affinity, the Grand Mage can become closer to space, enabling faster and better casting of spatial spells. For example, spells like teleportation and portal can allow them to move freely within the territory and provide support to any battlefield at any time. Skills like spatial tier and spatial solidification are generally insurmountable. They can also set up teleportation arrays, create storage rings, and various functions. If well developed, they are virtually omnipotent. There is also the void meditation technique, which involves the concept of space, and may have laid the groundwork at an epic level, thus enabling the Grand Archmage to master the affinity for space after evolution. The current chaotic meditation technique still holds immense power, enhancing spatial affinity and allowing the Grand Archmage to utilize spatial abilities more effectively. Moreover, it has begun to touch upon the abilities of time. High-level manipulation magic needs no further elaboration, as it can employ numerous advanced spells such as Meteor Explosion, Absolute Zero, Meteor, Fire, Rain, Tornado, and Thunderstorm. There are both single-target and area effect spells. The damage from single-target spells is exceedingly powerful, sufficient to slay boss units. The area effect spells have an extensive range capable of covering a radius of 200 meters, with the current 200 points of mental power of the Grand Archmage, allowing one spell to strike an entire territory, causing immense destruction. Finally, alchemy and enchantment are skills related to production. The Grand Archmage is no longer merely a combat unit, but a versatile mage adept in both battle and production. Alchemy can create magical equipment and magical devices, while enchantment can be used to transcribe magical scrolls and create magical arrays. Most importantly, with these two skills, the Grand Archmage can continuously research and then construct a mage. The Mage Tower is the most crucial structure for a mage, combining offense and defense. It serves not only for combat, but also for research on spells, meditation for mages, and even understanding laws for future ascension to immortality. The Mage Tower can also serve as a base to cultivate various magical materials, functioning as a production center for various magical potions, magical equipment, and magical golems. Some powerful magical towers are essentially sky cities, serving as the mightiest weapons of war. When constructing a mage tower, the most crucial aspect is enchantment, as mage towers cannot be built merely with bricks, stones, or steel. They require mages to master a plethora of related spells and enchanting techniques. Enchantment must be applied to every brick and every inch of land in the mage tower with corresponding magical runes. Only then can the mage tower achieve its intended effects. For example, enchanting the tower's body with defensive runes can generate a sufficiently strong magical shield. Enchanting the interior with offensive runes allows the tower master to activate corresponding attack spells merely by channeling mental power. There is no need to exhaust the mage's own magical power, greatly enhancing the endurance in battle. Enchantments can also include various additional effects, such as increasing range, intensity, and damage, augmenting the spells cast by mages. The energy chamber can be enchanted with spatial runes which connect to elemental planes, allowing for the absorption of energy from these planes, while also storing and filtering it to supply different runes within the mage tower. Of course, alchemy is indispensable, as basic alchemy can create magical potions and equipment, while advanced alchemy can produce large-scale equipment like magical cannons and magical battleships. Some facilities within the mage tower also rely on alchemy, such as the energy chamber, which needs energy cores and energy pools to store substantial amounts of energy to meet the mage tower's consumption. Moreover, the most important core spirit of the mage tower, which assists the mage in managing the tower, also requires alchemy for its creation. It can be said that alchemy and enchantment are the two most vital skills for a mage constructing a mage tower. Simultaneously, these skills are a crucial part of the mage's role as a versatile combat unit. However, the current Grand Archmage's level and skills are relatively low, making the construction of a mage tower quite challenging due to insufficient materials. Yet with the continuous improvement of these Grand Archmages, particularly with the aid of the principle that diligence is rewarded, their skill levels will rise rapidly. It won't be long before Zhou Li can begin preparing to build a mage tower. Moreover, Zhou Li has discovered that the Grand Archmage is not the pinnacle of mages. The quality of Golden Legend can still be improved further. In his previous studies, Zhou Li had never come across any information regarding qualities above the Golden Legend. He always believed that the highest quality was the Golden Legend. However, the current skill panel reveals that there is indeed a higher tier above the Golden Legend, but it requires an excessive amount of experience, over 1 million. To slay level 10 monsters, one would need to defeat a staggering 100 of them. While higher quality monsters yield more experience, it still requires tens of thousands to be defeated. It seems that the initial trial for beginners can only elevate a soldier to above the Golden Legend, and it must be a large army of tens of thousands after 20 days to accomplish this. Now on the 29th day, with only 1 day remaining, it is undoubtedly impossible for a single soldier to kill all the monsters, thus the beginner test will not reveal higher tier units. As for why there was no relevant information during his previous schooling, Zhou Li speculates that the government has suppressed such information for lords below a certain tier. Zhou Li cannot understand why those higher-ups would conceal this information from the lower tiers. After all, he was merely an ordinary person before, far removed from the level of those elites. Moreover, he does not believe that the government is suppressing information out of malice or monopoly, After all, the government has allowed all civilians to awaken and become lords for free and has continually encouraged the human race to unite and strive together. The atmosphere among humanity is quite positive, not akin to a dark world where powerful beings view commoners as ants, so there must be a corresponding reason for this information suppression. However, he does have some conjectures. After all, he lived in an era of information explosion in his past life, where a term known as knowledge also has weight existed. In this extraordinary era, knowing too much information can be detrimental. For example, in some worlds, if a person learns the name of a chaotic evil god, they will be sensed by the deity, drawing them close to death. Similarly, information regarding beings above immortals is something he knows very little about. He only understands basic pathways and such. Specific details about the power of immortals and the nature of their territories have been sealed by the government, and as a new lord, Zhou Li had no way of knowing them previously. Even searching online yields only fragmented and dubious information. As for information regarding qualities above the golden legend, while it may not lead to death, it is certainly rare and precious. For an average person, knowing such information is of little use and can lead to unrealistic aspirations. Perhaps only when one truly comes into contact with this level or learns relevant information will they be unsealed. The chaotic multiverse is boundless, and Zhou Li does not think the information he currently possesses encompasses everything. Nevertheless, he believes that as his own strength continues to grow, these hidden pieces of information and mysteries will all be gradually unveiled. The last remaining troop of the human race was the priest army that Zhou Li had recently acquired. Although small in number, merely a squad of 30, the healing they brought was astonishing, allowing the territory's only healer Kai Yan to finally breathe a sigh of relief. After all, with the continuous expansion of the territory, the number of soldiers increased, and the battles they faced became increasingly fierce and brutal, resulting in numerous soldiers getting injured on the front lines. Relying solely on Kai Yan, even with her extraordinary musical talent and compassionate heart, she could not possibly heal all the injured soldiers. Moreover, battles often erupted simultaneously across 4 different cities, stretching the front lines exceedingly long. Kai Yan was also overwhelmed, unable to attend to every location. In the past, many soldiers had suffered grievously and died in agony during battles simply because they did not receive timely treatment. This was also the reason why Zhou Li often received low scores in system evaluations. Too many deaths led to a poor casualty ratio, naturally resulting in not attaining a perfect S rank. Fortunately, a group of professional priests had now arrived, alleviating Kai Yan's urgent need. Priest name Jean, dark quality, rare 01000. Race human. Level 1060. Talent none. Skills prayer 600, 1000 healing, 2100 slow recovery, 1100 blessing, 1100 evolution, 1100. Attributes constitution 2, spirit 12. Equipment none. Loyalty 40. As the light of the recruitment space dissipated, Zhou Li saw a group of young girls appear before him. They were all dressed in somewhat tattered linen skirts, slender in build with delicate features, but not exactly beautiful. Yet their eyes shone with a stubborn and pure light. Tightly gripping a rough wooden staff, which was the initial equipment standard for the system, they looked more like orphans raised in a church than rare quality priests. My lord, the leader Jean slightly bowed her head, her voice soft, tinged with a hint of timid inquiry. The atmosphere here feels strange. Zhou Li forced a bitter smile. He knew that this was Jean's attempt to be as tactful as possible. For a light attribute priest, this territory was akin to the edge of hell. Not far away, the graveyard was occupied by skeletal warriors practicing with their undead soldiers, the chilling aura of death starkly contrasting with the holy light radiating from Jean. This was also why the loyalty of this group of priests was only 40. In their doctrine, the undead were deemed evil that must be purified, and the fact that this lord actually kept undead was utterly heretical to them. Zhou Li sighed, saying little. He had anticipated this before the recruitment, but there was no choice. The territory was in dire need of healing units. He could only try to keep the priests and skeletal soldiers apart, and with time, as they wouldn't encounter each other regularly, things would gradually improve. Jean, these skeletal soldiers are also part of the territory. They fight for the territory. Just avoid the graveyard and act as if they don't exist. Zhou Li attempted to explain. Jean bit her lip, remaining silent, but her grip on the staff tightened, clearly unconvinced. Zhou Li sighed again, his gaze falling upon Jean's skill bar, particularly the prayer. In this world, a priest's source of power came from faith. Although a priest's prayer was similar to a mage's meditation aimed at restoring mental energy and enhancing magical power, the principles were entirely different. Mages communicated with the elemental forces of the world through meditation, while priests sought power from the divine through prayer. This sounded beautiful, yet it harbored significant risks. As he had learned in school, in the chaotic sea of worlds, these priests were the souls of priests who had fallen in countless worlds, resummoned through the recruitment of their essences. Thus these priests came from different worlds, and the gods they worshipped varied accordingly. Not all gods from every world were benevolent. Even like gods could differ among worlds, some embodying true justice, while others were hypocritical and evil. Should any of them worship an evil light god, or even a deceptive dark god masquerading as a light god, then as soon as they prayed here the will of the deity would trace the threads of faith back to this place. With the current defensive power of the territory, it would not be able to withstand even a slightly powerful divine messenger, let alone an evil god. Moreover, even if Jin worshipped a righteous god, Zhou Li still felt uneasy. He did not want a situation of theocracy to arise in his territory, nor did he want his soldiers' minds filled with divine will instead of the Lord's commands. I must sever her connection to her original deity, Zhou Li resolved internally. He approached Jin, his gaze intense. Jin, from today onward your object of faith needs to change. What? Jin abruptly raised her head, terror and disbelief filling her eyes. My lord, you want me to betray the deity? This would bring divine punishment. Not betrayal, but reformation. Zhou Li's voice turned stern. In this territory, I am your god. Your prayers should be directed to me, and your power should come from my blessings upon you. Though this sounded like madness, it was a completely feasible theory within the Lord system. The Lord possesses supreme authority within the territory, and the ultimate goal is to ascend to divinity. By having the powerful subordinates place their faith in oneself ahead of time, one could not only prevent external deities from spying, but also gain power through faith, forming a perfect closed loop. Fortunately, although these priests were just recruited, they still held basic loyalty and dared not excessively defy Zhou Li's orders. After struggling with her thoughts, she trembled and knelt down, whispering, I am willing to try. Other priests also began to attempt changing their faith. System prompt detected that priest Jin is in a state of faith confusion. Lord Zhou Li initiates the faith restructuring program. During the restructuring, Jin will sever her connection with her original deity, and all skills will be temporarily sealed. Estimated restructuring time 72 hours. Zhou Li nodded. Though these 3 days would be somewhat inconvenient, it was a necessary price for long-term stability. For these 3 days, rest well and adjust your mindset. Zhou Li's tone softened. Zhongshan, take Jin to the backyard to rest. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. As time progressed, battles grew more intense and more injuries occurred. Relying solely on Kai, Yanxi could only maintain one front while the fights on the other walls could only wait for post-battle treatment, barely preserving the lives of the severely wounded. This made Zhou Li even more eager for Jin to regain her combat capability. On the evening of the 3rd day, while Zhou Li was handling affairs in the Lord's mansion, he suddenly heard the system's prompt tone. System prompt: Priest Jin's faith restructuring is complete. Jin has locked her object of faith as Lord Zhou Li. Due to Lord Zhou Li not yet having ascended to divinity, he cannot provide divine feedback, and Jin's skills will be weakened based on the territory's energy pool power reduced by 50. Zhou Li felt a stir in his heart, and immediately rushed to the location where the priest's army was stationed. Jin Dark and the other priestesses were standing in the square holding their staves. Their auras seemed to have changed. The previous confusion belonging to ordinary believers was gone, replaced by an absolute loyalty to their Lord. This conversion of faith was quite successful with no unforeseen incidents. However, this was to be expected, as countless lords in the main world had already recruited priests and converted their faith. The hearts of the lords stored enough experience in faith conversion, and problems were unlikely unless they encountered a chaotic, evil god. Moreover, they were still in the novice trial under the protection of the human ancestors and the entire Lord's world, so problems were even less likely to arise. My lord, Jin exclaimed upon seeing Zhou Li, a glimmer of fervor flashing in her eyes. I feel a warm power responding to me. Is that your blessing? Zhou Li said. Try casting a skill. Jin nodded, closed her eyes, and began to chant an obscure incantation. This was the prayer technique. As the energy drifting in the air of the territory slowly gathered into a pale golden beam, it infused her body. Though not as spectacular as the blessings from deities and legends, it was stable and gentle, instantly replenishing her somewhat fatigued spirit. Then she pointed at a nearby injured gunner, a lightly wounded soldier whom Zhou Li had specifically arranged to test the skill's effect, and called out softly, healing technique. A soft white light enveloped the gunner. The previously bleeding wound healed at a visible rate, scabbing over. Although the light was not as dazzling as during its peak, it was sufficient for treating ordinary injuries. The effect is good, Zhou Li nodded in approval. Jin seemed encouraged and proceeded to cast several more. Slow recovery: a continuous green light enveloped the gunner. This skill was primarily used for treating fractures or internal injuries. Although it took effect slowly, it was a godsend given the territory's current lack of advanced medical conditions. Blessing technique: a golden light enveloped a passing soldier. The soldier's previously weary expression instantly brightened, and it seemed he wielded his weapon with greater strength. Although the enhancement effect was halved compared to its peak, the duration remained considerable. Jin's new faith in Zhou Li, though he had not yet become a deity, was still empowered by the unique strength of the territory's energy. Even though the degree of enhancement was not as great as during its peak, the blessing technique could now focus on strengthening specific attributes such as strength, agility, attack, or defense. Multiple priests could join forces, each blessing one attribute, ultimately resulting in an overall enhancement with significant effects. Finally, Jin pointed at a stone tainted by the death energy of a skeletal warrior and cast purification technique. This white light intertwined with black mist, producing a piercing sound. The black mist on the stone was gradually dispelled, restoring its original grayish-white color. Although the purification speed was not fast, it was more than sufficient for dealing with the occasional outflow of death energy from the undead army or for cleansing some low-level curses. Though the power is halved, it excels in control. Zhou Li felt reassured. Jin's strength no longer derived from the ethereal deities, but from his orchestration of the territory's energy. This meant that as long as the territory's energy was sufficient, Jin could sustain herself indefinitely. Moreover, she would no longer face any conflicts of faith, becoming his entirely exclusive priest. Very good, Zhou Li said, looking at Jin with satisfaction. From today onward, you will be the territory's accompanying priest. Your task is to ensure the soldiers' health and boost their morale. Understood, my lord. Jin knelt on one knee, raising her staff high, as if pledging her loyalty. Zhou Li looked at her while contemplating a more distant future. Although the current priests were merely of rare quality, and their skill's potency was diminished, the territory could continuously level up, increasing the energy concentration. At that time, the feedback from these priests would also become stronger. As the strongest profession in the main world, becoming a deity could not be said to be simple, but it was certainly not extraordinarily difficult. The power and foundation contained within the Lord's heart were also quite formidable. Currently, they were merely at a low level, but as the territory's level increased, its power would gradually reveal. Soon it wouldn't even be necessary to become a deity. Once the territory reached level 50, it would surpass the feedback of ordinary deities. Moreover, with the effect of Heaven's Path rewards diligence, over time, even if the territory's level remained low, the skills and quality of the priests would continuously improve and grow stronger. Perhaps one day, she could truly become the legendary saint wielding the holy sword, leading the army and clearing all obstacles for him. Rise, Zhou Li helped Jin and the other priestesses up, pointing at Yan. From now on, you will be led by Wenji, treating the injured in the territory. The territory's healing will rely on you from now on. Yes. Jin stood up and bowed slightly to Yan. The staff in her hand gleamed with a faint yet resolute light, as if declaring her steadfast faith in Zhou Li. In the subsequent trials, the priests played an immensely significant role in battle. During each battle, golden auras would always fall upon the soldiers, either through healing skills allowing injured soldiers to recover and continue fighting, or through blessing skills that made the soldiers stronger. The speed of stabs quickened, the force of slashes intensified, and even the muscles that had become sore from intense fighting were relieved. This immediate effect raised the soldiers' morale to unprecedented heights. More crucially, during the intervals of the trial, Monster Tide, the priests would also utilize purification technique to conduct a thorough spring cleaning of the territory. The lands tainted by the breath of the undead, the weapons corroded by monster blood, and even the negative emotions of soldiers caused by fear were all purified under the sacred light. Whenever the purification technique was cast, a comforting sound echoed in the air, reminiscent of melting ice and snow or dirt being washed away. As a result, the environment within the territory became more livable. The once eerie atmosphere caused by the presence of numerous undead creatures was perfectly balanced by this warm, holy light. The logistical pressure, which had previously been tense due to daily monster tides, drastically reduced, and the recovery speed of the injured far exceeded expectations. Even those soldiers who had originally been demoralized by fear were now eager to charge onto the battlefield, eager to achieve merit under the priest's blessings. With their assistance, the territory's casualty rate was reduced by at least 30%. This was still due to the fact that the undead could not accept holy light healing, otherwise the casualties would have been even lower. After pondering over this information for a while, Zhou Li decided to temporarily give up. It is difficult to know the subsequent information from the panel before the evolution of the troop types. However, there is no need to rush. With the help of talent, he believes that one day he can also stand at the pinnacle of the human race. He continued to check the remaining troop types. The second strongest yet the most massive troop type in the territory is the undead. The number of undead soldiers has become truly overwhelming after acquiring the cemetery. Now thousands of undead skeleton soldiers are resurrected every day. Although many of them suffer losses as cannon fodder in battle, the remaining numbers are still vast. Currently, the number of skeleton soldiers has exceeded 2, far surpassing that of human soldiers, though most of them are level 1 ordinary cannon fodder with low strength. With so many skeleton soldiers, the cemetery and the surrounding territories can no longer meet their needs. There is hardly enough space for them to stand, let alone train regularly. The main issue is that the territory is only at level 10, which limits its area. Zhou Li also does not wish to turn the territory into a purely death domain, so other areas are populated by living beings who need to farm, raise livestock, rest, train, and so on, all requiring vast expanses of land. Ultimately, only the cemetery and a section near the city wall were allocated to the undead, totaling over 1,000 square meters. This resulted in many skeleton soldiers having to be temporarily stationed outside the territory. This is also the reason why many skeleton soldiers suffer casualties in battle as they face monster attacks outside the city wall, first leading to significant losses. However, amid this brutal combat, some survivors have greatly enhanced their strength by slaying monsters. Currently, among the undead soldiers, there are over 2,000 elite skeleton warriors and more than 1,000 skeleton champions, primarily because many ordinary quality skeleton soldiers were killed in battle before they could accumulate enough experience for evolution. Conversely, the high-quality skeleton soldiers after evolution possess greater strength with a far lower probability of death compared to ordinary skeleton soldiers, and they can kill monsters more swiftly, accumulating experience at a much faster rate. This is why the numerical gap between skeleton warriors and skeleton champions is not significant. Additionally, among the melee skeleton soldiers, exceptional level troops have begun to emerge, though their numbers are still few, totaling less than 50. Bone General. Name Bone E. Quality Exceptional 010200. Race Undead Skeleton. Level 10 400,600. Talent None. Skills Master Level Swordsmanship 730 Bone. Reinforcement Death Power LV1 1100 Bone Manipulation. Attributes Constitution 32, Spirit 10. Equipment None. Loyalty 100. Skeleton soldiers are indeed among the weakest, and even in exceptional quality, one has inferior physical attributes compared to exceptional soldiers of other races. However, the exceptional Bone General has awakened the Death Power, enabling the undead to become more formidable. Death Power, needless to say, is the core ability of the undead. It can inflict damage on living beings through its erosion during attacks, which is significantly high and difficult to heal. Even if it does not hit, the aura of death it emits can weaken the vitality of living beings, reflected in reductions in aspects such as attack, defense, and reaction. After intense battles against the undead, even if living beings emerge victorious, they cannot avoid vitality loss, with some of the injured suffering from serious illnesses. It can be said that the undead are the natural enemies of living beings, with their restraining effects becoming evident. Of course, they are also restrained by positive energies such as light dispelling evil and lightning, making it challenging to unleash the full power of death. Moreover, when facing enemies that also belong to the undead race, the effects of death power are practically nullified, making them a troop type that is quite inept in internal battles. Bone manipulation allows the Bone General to control bones, extending their attack range and diversifying their attack methods. Furthermore, after sustaining injuries, they can directly manipulate the bones to connect, making them largely resistant to injuries as long as their soul fire is not destroyed, greatly enhancing their combat endurance. The current Bone General can already compete with some ordinary exceptional level troops. Next are the skeleton archers, whose numbers are significantly lower. They can only be acquired through the random recruitment of essence that drops daily, with their current numbers standing at only 300. However, their advancement in range combat is much faster than in melee, and it is very safe, requiring only remote output. Yet the strength of the skeleton archers still cannot match that of human archers. The death power of skeleton shooters takes time to manifest, while the intense battlefield offers no time for the power of death to slowly erode. Many monsters shot are directly harvested by other soldiers, resulting in their experience gain being much worse than that of human archers. Currently, there are 120 flame skeleton archers, 150 skeleton longbowmen, and 30 who have evolved into the epic level Infernal Flame Archers. Infernal Flame Archer. Name Bone Bowie. Quality Epic 0103000. Race Undead Skeleton. Level 10 6001000. Talent None. Skills Master Level Archery 21,000. Infernal Flame Power Death Flame Arrow. Attributes Constitution 60, Spirit 30. Equipment Infernal Flame Bone Bow Exceptional. Loyalty 100. The physical attributes of the Infernal Flame Archer have caught up with those of the epic level Windshroud Archers, though their spirit is still somewhat weaker. The two newly awakened abilities Infernal Flame Power are also a form of Death Power, but belong to a fusion of Death Power and Flame, creating a kind of netherworld fire that engulfs the entire Infernal Flame Archer. Relatively speaking, death power is purer, while infernal flame power is more mixed as it is a fusion of two elements. If the two do not combine, well, they will weaken each other, resulting in reduced power and affecting future achievements. However, the direct lethality of flames is higher, and infernal flames can directly burn the souls of foes, making it potentially very powerful if developed well. Thus, it is hard to say which is stronger or weaker. It ultimately depends on future developments. With the talent of diligence, Zhou Li is completely unconcerned about the future of these skills, as they will undoubtedly become incredibly powerful. Death Flame Arrow is an application of the Infernal Flame skill containing both death power and flame strength, capable of inflicting dual damage of death and fire. However, the efficacy largely hinges on the development of the core skill Infernal Flame Power. If the Infernal Flame becomes formidable, the damage of this skill will undoubtedly explode, dealing area damage alongside soul damage, making it extremely unpleasant for anyone whose soul comes under attack. In contrast to the Wind Shroud archers of the human race, who focus on rapid piercing damage through the wind element, the Infernal Flame archers pursue explosive area damage combined with death, erosion, and soul damage. When facing high-attack, high-defense boss units, the piercing and damage caused by the Wind Shroud archers will be greater, while the attacks of the Infernal Flame archers struggle against the boss' immense defenses and damage reduction, making them relatively ineffective, and their arrows travel slowly, making it even harder to hit. However, when dealing with ordinary monsters, the damage of the Infernal Flame archers far exceeds that of the Wind Shroud archers, as the area damage of flames is substantially more powerful than the wind element. Both troop types have their unique characteristics. The third troop of the undead race is the Skeleton Mage troop. Compared to arcane mages, especially those specializing in transmutation, skeleton mages are considerably inferior in terms of damage. Their main focus is on various debuffs, buffs, and persistent damage, with very few powerful direct attack skills, resulting in a much slower efficiency in monster hunting and experience grinding. Fortunately, when facing living beings, skeleton mages do possess special attacks and can inflict significant. Currently, the Skeleton Mage troop has 120 intermediate skeleton mages of excellent quality, along with 30 advanced skeleton mages of epic quality. Advanced Skeleton Mage. Name Lawrence. Quality Epic 010-0600. Race Undead Skeleton. Level 10 600-1000. Talent Intermediate Mastery of Death. Skills Death Meditation 100 010000. Intermediate Necromancy 3000 010-0000. Attributes Constitution 10, Spirit 80. Equipment Undead Staff Excellent. Loyalty 100. Evolving to the epic level as a skeleton mage has significantly enhanced both talent and skills. The most notable change is in necromancy. The intermediate necromancy is much more powerful, and, for example, the plague is now far more terrifying than the basic version, with either a longer incubation period or faster transmission, making it much harder to dispel. Curses have also become more potent, enabling them to curse enemies with less information, with effects that are more severe and frightening, though the backlash is similarly intensified. Additionally, spells like Bone Death and Summoning have all become much stronger. The most significant enhancement is in soul-related spells, including various techniques to extract torment and drain soul energy, propelling skeleton mages toward becoming soul masters. Due to the abundance of spells, skeleton mages have now been categorized based on their specialties. Those adept in plague are termed plague mages, while those skilled in curses are called curse mages, along with necromancers, undead summoners, bone mages, soul mages, etc. Each type of mage can have different titles based on their specialty. For instance, plague mages may specialize in stealth or explosive damage, while curse mages may excel in blood curses or soul curses. However, all of these fall under the broader category of skeleton mages, so they will not be detailed individually. Just like how arcane mages are divided into 8 major schools, such as transmutation, protection, enchantment, divination, and illusion, within the transmutation school, there are further subdivisions like fire arcane mages and ice arcane mages. Even among the dozens of arcane mages in the territory, each specializes in different spells, leading to many distinctions. Nevertheless, they all belong to the classification of arcane mages and can cast other spells, albeit with less proficiency, resulting in a decrease in the power and duration of their spells. These distinctions have evolved under Zhou Li's leadership, so the differences are not drastic. However, in reality, mages are quite intelligent and self-aware. Epic-level mages are significantly more intelligent than ordinary individuals, each possessing unique personality traits. If they were all self-trained over time, their individual characteristics would differ vastly. Yet since the recruitment period has been short, with constant battles and skills practice, they have not yet exhibited their distinctive personality traits. The personality of skeleton mages is particularly bizarre, being deceased skeletons influenced by the power of death, they can be described as cold and cruel, showing little regard for human life. Zhou Li skeleton mages have evolved through talent, hence their loyalty is maxed out. Aware that Zhou Li dislikes overly cruel and bizarre individuals, they strive to suppress their bloodthirsty and cold natures, keeping them hidden. This also applies to other undead, only as long as they advance to excellent quality their intelligence is quite high. Even the hero Mindy's is very cold, although this is not very apparent in Zhou Li's territory. If you look at the skeleton mages of other lords, their personalities are very strange and cruel, with limited loyalty to their lords, causing significant headaches for those lords. Of course, some lords who recruit the undead have bizarre personalities themselves, perhaps enjoying outsmarting their undead subordinates, which is a different matter entirely. The fourth race of the undead race is the ghost troop. Ghost troops are very rare, requiring strong resentment or obsession to transform. Aside from a few days when the undead troops invaded and a handful of ghost recruitment essences were dropped, there have been no further ghost recruitments. The monsters that invaded during the novice trial have already been eroded by chaos, with unclear minds and lacking profound emotions, so naturally, they do not drop any relevant essences. Moreover, since they are not among the 10 races most frequently recruited at the Lord's altar, the chances of randomly recruiting essences are also slim, leaving the current number of ghosts at just 20. Fortunately, Zhou Li pays attention to protecting these ghosts, preventing them from perishing, otherwise the number would be even lower. Ghosts primarily rely on possession attacks. Although they have powerful abilities like Soul Scream, which greatly depletes their own souls, it is generally not used. They rely solely on possession skills, making the speed of monster grinding relatively slow. Moreover, the monsters currently invading basically all possess magical abilities, which counteract ghosts, significantly requiring them to be extra cautious, even with Zhou Li's favoritism resulting in a slower increase in kills. On average, a ghost possesses and kills 10-20 monsters in a battle, while a Een spirit achieves 20-40 and a wraith 50-60. After 9 days, the strongest wraith Luna has only accumulated over 10,000 experience points, just enough to complete her evolution. Currently, there is a total of 1 epic level evil spirit, 15 excellent level wraiths, and 4 rare level Een spirits. Evil spirit. Name Luna. Quality epic 010-2000. Race undead ghost type. Level 10 600-1000. Talent ethereal. Skills omitted: death, banshee meditation, banshee wail, illusion, frostbite, blizzard, deep freeze, ice arrow. Attributes: constitution 0, spirit 75. Equipment none. Loyalty 100. Compared to mages, evil spirits are more akin to warlocks, having awakened only a few magical skills. Unlike mages who can learn from each other, each mage awakens only a few skills, but the diversity among dozens of mages can lead to hundreds of skills being learned. Warlocks cannot match this. Their learning ability is much inferior to that of mages, relying more on their awakened talent skills. The banshee wail and illusion are spirit-related skills, while frostbite and blizzard are ice-related skills alongside soul-related abilities like soul drain, totaling no more than 10 skills. The key factor is the awakening of the core skill death banshee meditation, which is quite similar to the mage's meditation technique, enabling the evil spirit to continuously enhance its spirit and magical power, making it stronger. In the West, a banshee is considered an evil and dangerous creature, excelling in abilities related to spirit illusion and death, perfectly corresponding to the evil spirit, significantly enhancing its skills. Apart from humans and the undead, the number of other types of troops is limited. First are the flying troops, represented solely by the Tsang Ing race, which has evolved into the Hunter Eagle, the Gale Hunter Eagle, and the Storm Giant Eagle. Now it has even evolved into the epic quality Hurricane Demon Eagle. Hurricane Demon Eagle. Naming E. Quality epic 010-2000. Race beast, race eagle race. Level 10 600-1000. Talent none. Skills omitted. Hurricane power, storm, featherblade. Attributes: constitution 70, e-spirit 30. Equipment none. Loyalty 100. Hurricane power is also one of the advanced abilities of the wind element. Compared to the comprehensive enhancement of the sun wind power, Hurricane emphasizes speed, making Ing E faster. Now at level 10, Ing E has reached a speed of 8 times the speed of sound, and with the enhancement of level 1 Hurricane power, it can achieve a speed of 10 times the speed of sound, making it unmatched in the sky. The Storm Featherblade is an enhanced version of the Feather Sword, requiring the feathers on its body to be launched, but enhanced by Hurricane power, resulting in greater speed and higher damage. The name Hurricane Demon Eagle also derives from its hurricane power. As for the word demon, it refers to magic. This signifies that the magical power of the Hurricane Demon Eagle has greatly increased, evidenced by its spiritual power reaching 30 points, making it stronger than typical epic level melee troops, and it has become more intelligent. However, the number of Hurricane Demon Eagles is limited as the battles in the following days are mostly large-scale troop engagements where the enemy monsters typically have flying units. The local Eagle race is the main force against flying monsters, resulting in significant casualties. Fortunately, the flying monsters also dropped quite a few spirit shards, providing some replenishment for the flying troops, so there are still 90 Eagle race members remaining. Moreover, the intensity of the battles implies greater experience gains, resulting in 20 Hurricane Demon Eagles, 40 Storm Giant Eagles, and 30 Gale Hunter Eagles. Though their numbers are fewer than 100, the area of the territory is not large, and these Eagle race members are sufficient to guard the skies. The second troop is the Treemen unit. The number of Treemen is even scarcer, possibly due to conflicts with the undead. They have always been recruited in small numbers, never exceeding 10 at a time. Fortunately, Treemen possess strong defenses and vitality, and without any casualties their numbers have finally reached 20 after a month, yet they remain the least numerous troop in the territory. The newly recruited 10 Treemen have all evolved into the excellent quality Giantwood Warriors. The previously recruited 10 Treemen have accumulated enough experience to evolve into epic quality Wilderness Treants. Wilderness Treant. Name Zhou Li. Quality Epic 0103000. Race Treant Race. Level 10 6001000. Talent Treeman Body. Skills Omitted. Nature's Power Withered Wood Reviving Spring. Attributes Constitution 120, Spirit 25. Equipment None. Loyalty 100. Treemen serve as formidable meat shields with the epic quality Wilderness Treant, possessing a constitution of 120, surpassing even the life force endowed unparalleled gunner and exceeding the base constitution of ordinary golden legendary melee troops, making them the highest in foundational constitution within the territory. Nature's Power is also the core ability of Treemen, enhancing various aspects such as growth, recovery, and healing, allowing them to grow larger and stronger. Withered Wood Reviving Spring is a large-scale recovery skill, providing the best recovery effects for the Treemen race and also offering good healing effects for human and other living races. However, its greatest effect is the ability to resurrect Treemen-type troops. Withered Wood Reviving Spring, as the name suggests, allows withered trees to sprout green leaves again. As long as the Treeman's trunk retains more than 1/10 of its integrity, it can be resurrected. Of course, such a powerful skill comes with significant costs. It consumes not only the magical power of the Treant, but also its original power. Ordinary healing is manageable, but resurrecting a Treeman can cost a weakness lasting from 1 week to 1 month, during which all attributes are halved, and the skill Withered Wood Reviving Spring cannot be used. Furthermore, it cannot resurrect Treemen who are more than twice as strong as itself. However, despite the high cost and numerous restrictions, this resurrection skill is exceedingly precious, equivalent to an extra life. Before acquiring the extremely rare resurrection buildings, the ability to resurrect remains the most coveted power for a lord. For Zhou Li, the significance of resurrection in terms of talent is even greater, as the talent of Diligent Reward requires a considerable amount of time to be effective, making it a late-game ability. For example, if a Treeman is cultivated and finally promoted to legendary status and reaches several dozen levels only to die, that would be a significant loss. With resurrection ability, at least Treeman troops can be cultivated with confidence. More importantly, resurrection only causes weakness without requiring other resources, which is very resource efficient. It's worth noting that using a resurrection building incurs resource costs, and the stronger the resurrection, the greater the resource consumption. This ability will never become outdated even in the future when resurrection buildings are available. It seems that the next focus should be on developing Treeman troops, Zhou Li thought. Zhou Li contemplated the 2 barracks he had retained, considering whether he could exchange these 2 barracks for a Treeman. However, Treemen are generally of excellent quality or higher, making it difficult to exchange 2 ordinary quality barracks for 1 excellent quality barracks, let alone for such a powerful troop. Unless the other party is very interested or there is a strong synergy, it would be quite challenging. He could only think of a solution after returning, or see if the final trial tomorrow could yield a better barracks. Additionally, there are the final rewards after the trial, hoping for suitable treasures. Having reviewed the Treemen, the next troop is the Earth Element Soldiers. The Earth Element Soldiers are relatively numerous, serving as meat shields, and are not easily defeated. Their current number is 90. However, Earth Elements lack the agile vine whips of Treemen, resulting in fewer enemy kills, with each battle yielding only dozens of kills, which is far from sufficient compared to the thousands of evolution experience required for the Earth Element Warriors. Thus, no epic-level Earth Element troops have evolved. Only several low-level Earth Elements have evolved due to insufficient experience. Moreover, there are the heroes. To accelerate their evolution, every time the territory levels up, the source crystals will be directly used to fill the upgrade experience points. Thus, the daily experience can be fully added to their quality, allowing them to evolve faster. Although it is a considerable expenditure, now one cannot casually level up. Daily battles yield a good amount of source crystals, making it feasible to upgrade for old heroes. After 9 continuous days of relentless battles, the 4 old heroes finally accumulated enough experience. First is Kai Yin, who through constant healing and support every day gradually gained experience, eventually evolving to an outstanding quality. Hero. Name Kai Yin, courtesy name Wenji. Quality outstanding 0156000. Race human. Level 10 40006000. Talent mastery of melody. Skills master level melody, expert level literary talent, expert level internal affairs, basic chi, refining technique. Attributes physique 25, spirit 100. Equipment fire tail, chin outstanding. Loyalty 100. The master level melody is even more powerful and several melody skills have been added. In addition to support skills, there are also new attack skills. Heart Lock creates an illusion in a designated area to confuse enemies, causing them to kill each other or temporarily trap them. Yin Nanshang emits sound wave blades to attack enemies, capable of releasing multiple sound waves simultaneously. The farther the distance, the lower the damage. This has diversified Kai Yan's tactics, providing her with self-defense, means finally giving her some attacking capabilities. Next is Ming Dis, the sole leader of the undead race, whose initial talent is quite high. With the cooperation of undead soldiers, he kills a large number of monsters in every battle. Now his quality has directly evolved twice, rising from fine quality to outstanding quality. Hero. Name Ming Dis. Quality outstanding 0155000. Race undead skeleton. Level 10 40006000. Talent bone control. Skills expert level swordsmanship, death power, bone resurrection, LV20 death/death, aura soul commander, command of the dead. Attributes physique 70, spirit 40. Equipment bone, sword outstanding. Loyalty 100. Death/unleashes a strike infused with death energy, dealing immense damage to enemies within range, accompanied by a death erosion effect. Death aura releases a mental aura with a 1-meter radius. Allies within the aura gain enhancements to their death energy, increasing all attributes by a percentage based on the level of death power. Soul Commander connects with controlled undead, borrowing attributes and mana from undead soldiers, potentially increasing his physique by 100, magic power by 200. Command of the dead. If there are non-allied undead nearby, he can directly seize control based on the power disparity. A certain amount of mental energy is consumed. Death Slash and Death Aura are applications of death power, and as his death power increases, these two skills will also enhance and grow stronger. Soul Commander is a leadership ability that allows him to directly absorb the attributes of soldiers to strengthen himself, though the soldiers whose attributes are absorbed will weaken. Moreover, there are limits to the absorption of soldier attributes. If the soldier's strength is close to Ming Dis, the absorption ratio is about 1:2, meaning that if a soldier gives up 2 points of physique, Ming Dis can gain 1 point. However, if the quality is 1 level lower, the numbers multiply by 10, and if the level is lower by 1, the numbers double. Using all level 1 common skeleton soldiers, the number needed might even reach hundreds of thousands. Only elite soldiers can truly enhance Ming Dis strength. Increasing magic power is relatively easier, but since other soldiers may have lower quality magic power, there will be some loss in the conversion process, though it is far less than the cost of enhancing physique. This is also good news. Ming Dis can freely extract the magic power of skeleton soldiers, thus continuously maintaining the death aura and enhancing the combat power of undead soldiers. The final command of the dead is an exclusive skill of the undead race, allowing powerful undead beings to control lower undead beings, turning them into their own troops. Unfortunately, this skill only works on undead soldiers of other lords. It has no effect on those who descend. After all, the areas of descent are all worlds corroded by chaos, and the undead beings in these worlds have also been tainted by chaos. Zhou Li cannot dare to recruit them into his territory, otherwise the territory will be affected by chaotic power, causing damage. In school, teachers emphasize this issue significantly. Historically, some lords made grave mistakes by recruiting monsters affected by chaos, resulting in the territory's roads also being influenced by chaos, gradually becoming corroded. Some managed to eliminate the chaotic power at a great cost in the end. However, more lords had no choice but to abandon their territories and pursue other career paths. Even some were so affected by chaos for too long that it spread to the lords themselves, ultimately being eliminated as monsters by the main world. Thus, while the command of the dead is powerful, it is practically useless in the sea of chaos, which is quite unfortunate. Next are Kong Xiao and Han Fu. Their core ability, Battle Chi, has also seen significant enhancement. Moreover, while amplifying soldiers, the experience gained from enemies killed will also be partially shared with the two heroes. Although the experience shared from each soldier is minimal, they are commanders of large armies, slaying many foes. Therefore, even though they did not participate in battles, they have already accumulated enough experience to evolve to outstanding quality. Hero. Name Kong Xiao. Quality outstanding 015-5000. Race human. Level 10 40006000. Talent none. Skills expert level marksmanship advanced commander drilling battle chi LV 20 durability aura focus aura. Attributes physique 80 spirit 30. Equipment dark iron spear outstanding. Loyalty 100. Hero. Name Hanfu. Quality outstanding 015-5000. Race human. Level 10 40006000. Talent none. Skills expert level archery master level swordsmanship advanced commander battle chi LV 20 strong strike aura command aura. Attributes physique 80 spirit 30. Equipment cold iron great knife rare dark iron bow outstanding. Loyalty 100. Both have similar attributes, but there are some differences in skills. Kong Xiao mainly commands melee troops, such as spearmen and sword and shield soldiers, so the awakened auras are related to this. The durability aura enhances stamina recovery, speed attack speed, and movement speed, while the focus aura increases armor and reduces damage. This is perfectly suited for melee soldiers, allowing them to fight longer and endure more. Hanfu, on the other hand, primarily commands ranged troops, so defense and attack speed are less critical. Thus, the awakened auras are also related to ranged combat. The strong strike aura increases ranged attack power, while the command aura also boosts attack power, maximizing their offensive capabilities for decisive strikes. The energy consumed by these auras is all battle chi, essentially an application of battle chi energy, enhancing soldiers' physical attributes. Although the directions differ, the effects of their enhancements vary, yet all are immensely powerful. Aside from the soldiers and heroes already recruited, there is now a significant quantity of diverse recruitment essences from various races that have fallen during the battles. These essences differ from the random recruitment essences. They are specific recruitment essences, and the recruits are primarily from different races of soldiers and heroes. Apart from the early goblins and wild wolves, as the quality of the territory soldiers has improved, the quality of the monsters attacking has also been steadily increasing, resulting in high-quality recruitment essences. Many of these recruitment essences are of exceptional or even epic quality, and they carry special racial traits representing soldiers with tremendous potential. However, besides the already recruited undead and humans, these recruitment essences do not align well with his development path. For instance, the goblin recruitment essence, as previously mentioned, is suited for technology, and even if it evolves under Heaven's reward for diligence, it can only produce technologically oriented soldiers, which is not suitable for the territory's development. For example, the merman recruitment essence. Although the mermen have an absolute numerical advantage and are natural rulers of the waters, the current situation of his territory is not optimistic. There is only one moat barely suitable for their existence, and it is located at the outer edge of the territory with a narrow terrain that is easily susceptible to monster waves. More importantly, the intelligence of the merman race is generally low, with a terribly short memory span, to the point that they could be considered forgetful. Even if he issued a lord's command, these mermen might turn around and forget it due to instinctual drives, and could even develop a desire to attack upon seeing the delicious flesh and blood of land-dwelling humans, thereby endangering the other human residents of the territory. This is far too unstable. It's simply a ticking time bomb. Zhou Li shook his head, saying, what if they cause an internal conflict before they even develop combat effectiveness, or are completely wiped out in the moat? That would be a huge loss. He hesitated for merely a second, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he decisively ruled them. He understood that he must wait until the territory has a sufficiently large and safe aquatic environment where these soldiers can develop for a period of time and become strong enough before considering recruiting underwater soldiers. Then there is the Dark Elf recruitment essence. Dark Elves are a type of fallen elf that has forsaken the light and resides in the dark underground. They indeed possess enviable physical qualities and magical talents, with their agile figures and deadly archery, often instilling fear in their enemies. However, their cruelly fallen nature makes it difficult for them to integrate into the current territory, which is primarily composed of humans and united in purpose. In a territory dominated by humans that values discipline and justice, introducing a group of dark elves who champion betrayal and regard human lives as insignificant is akin to inviting wolves into the fold. They might massacre civilians out of momentary displeasure or entice the territory's soldiers due to desire, and could even turn to worshipping dark deities, bringing disaster upon the territory. Discipline is the lifeline of the army. Zhou Li murmured to himself, the Dark Elves are far too unruly. Given the current order of the territory and my strength, I fear I cannot contain their restless hearts. Next are the Orcs. Zhou Li had to admit that he was somewhat tempted by this race. After all, who wouldn't want a frenzied army composed of muscle-bound warriors charging into battle as if storming an unguarded stronghold? Yet reason hit him like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing that flicker of greed in his heart. Orcs revere absolute strength and adhere to the rule of the survival of the fittest. They will only submit to a fist stronger than their own. In their eyes, humans are often seen as synonymous with weakness. Once orcs are recruited, bullying of the weak will likely occur daily within the territory. Moreover, these orcs might even seize food in the camp if they disapprove of a soldier's gaze, or if they are dissatisfied with being given the same food as a human soldier leading to fights. Additionally, orcs generally possess lower intelligence. Even if their talents allow them to evolve, they would not show absolute respect for the Lord. They may hold admiration and hope, but achieving their absolute obedience is a difficult task. They might even kill the territory's civilians for the sake of their evolution. My territory does not need a group of brutes who only recognize might and disregard rules. Ultimately, Zhou Li set aside his plans to recruit orcs, but despite his reluctance, he felt more resolute, thinking perhaps in the future, when I have a larger territory, I could designate a specific area for orcs to live separately from other races. Only then might I consider recruiting them. Furthermore, there are demon recruitment essences. Zhou Li didn't even spare them a glance, as if even a moment's gaze would bring misfortune. Demons are troublemakers even the gods dread. They lack reason, loyalty, and only possess instincts for destruction and slaughter. Even though he is the Lord and possesses the system's coercive power, as long as he isn't watching them constantly, it's challenging to ensure these demons won't lose control in a moment of chaos, reducing the entire territory to ashes or being devoured by other demons. This thing is purely courting death. Zhou Li directly tossed the demon essences into the corner of the warehouse, covering them with other items to avoid seeing them. Mermen, dark elves, orcs, demons, and several other races of soldiers. While these races each have their strengths in combat, and in some aspects surpass humans, they all share a common fatal flaw: terrible personalities, difficulty integrating into the existing ecological structure of the territory, and a lack of basic team spirit. As for those hero recruitment essences, they are fixed hero recruitment essences from these alien races. Since he does not intend to recruit soldiers, these heroes from different races will be even less likely to be recruited. The current territory resembles a newly constructed building with a weak foundation, urgently in need of stabilization. Introducing these extreme and uncertain characters is akin to burying ticking time bombs with, once they explode, it will bring tremendous losses to the territory. Steady wins the race. He has the talent to improve the quality and level of soldiers. Human soldiers can reach their peak without being inferior to these races, making these aliens unnecessary for the current needs, and not recruiting them won't affect the territory's combat power. The current lineup is already perfect and complementary. Kong Xiao is in charge of melee, Han Fu handles ranged attacks, Kai Yin manages internal affairs and healing troops, while the Bone General is responsible for the offensive and defensive operations of the undead army. Everything in the territory is flourishing. As the dominant race, humans possess adaptability and developmental potential unmatched by other races, along with a natural sense of belonging to the Lord. Given enough time, human soldiers can also unleash astonishing combat power. The territory should prioritize the development of humans and undead, whose soldiers from other races will only be recruited in small numbers, primarily to fill the weaknesses of the two races. Unless they are exceptionally powerful or functional troops that do not conflict with the territory, they will not be recruited lightly. Zhou Li stood up, gazing at his territory, a faint smile spreading across his face. In the distance, the villagers are diligently farming, their faces beaming with hope for the future. In the training ground, Kong Xiao and Han Fu are training human soldiers, while some villagers join in the training as well. Beside the graveyard, the skeleton soldiers are undergoing monotonous but effective formation training under the command of the Bone General, their stark, white bones gleaming coldly in the sunlight. In the priest's courtyard, Joan of Arc and other priestesses are holding a book given to her by Kai Yin, intently studying the culture of the territory, attempting to integrate into this warm collective. On the 30th day, the final day of the trial, finally arrived. A gigantic red dragon was slowly it spread its wings, resembling two burning crimson continents, and the intense scent of sulfur accompanied by a scalding wind surged forth like a tsunami, evaporating the moisture in the air in an instant, making even breathing feel hot and painful. Is this the boss of the final trial? The sense of oppression is truly strong, akin to facing a living volcano. Zhou Li stood on the highest terrace of the Lord's Manor, gazing at the red dragon before him, his expression as grave as iron. He took a deep breath and activated his reconnaissance spell, only to see a series of question marks in his vision. Young Red Dragon Carlos, quality Golden Legend. Fortunately, it was a novice trial and the territory was only level 10, so there wouldn't be any overly powerful bosses. Although the Red Dragon's quality reached Golden Legend, its level was relatively low, only 20. Moreover, it was a young red dragon that had not yet fully matured, meaning its physical strength and learned spells were slightly weaker, making it still manageable. In addition, a mixed army composed of goblins, wergens, ogres, orcs, and harpies was densely packed, like a black tide numbering over 100,000. However, there was not a hint of fear in Zhou Li's eyes. Although the number of monsters was great, the territory was not to be underestimated. Currently, the territory boasted 30 Golden Legend level archmages, 321 other epic quality troops, 845 exceptional quality troops, and even more rare and elite soldiers. Relay the order. The entire army is to enter combat readiness level 1. Bring the monsters. Relay the order. The entire army is to enter combat readiness level 1. Bring the monsters. Following the original battle plan. On the city walls, the ranged troops who had long been on high alert drew their bows like a full moon. Hundreds of powerful wind whisper archers, gale archers, and strong bowmen, along with a larger number of grim flame archers, flame skeleton archers, and skeleton strong bowmen, were spread across the 4 city walls with arrows shimmering with bluish magical glows and the cold light of death. In order to protect these ranged attackers, Zhou Li also deployed dozens of heavily armored sword and shield soldiers and fearless gunmen standing in front of the archers, both to defend against enemy ranged attacks and to prevent the approaching monsters from climbing the city walls. Behind the city walls, on several arrow towers towering over 10 meters high, hundreds of arcane mages and skeleton mages raised their staffs high, their surging magical power wildly gathering at their fingertips, even causing disturbances in the surrounding space. Although the territory had not yet built a true mage tower, these several temporarily reinforced arrow towers had become an excellent platform for the mage group to cast spells. With an unobstructed view, they could oversee every corner of the battlefield. The sky is yours. A crisp and resounding eagle cry pierced the sky as the territory's hurricane griffins, storm giants, and swift hawks took to the air like dark clouds rushing to the heavens. 20 undead flying troops composed of wraiths and spirits also stealthily flew out. They would guard the skies over the territory, fending off those attempting to disrupt the mage group, such as harpies, orc air cavalry, and goblin airships. Soon the monsters approached the territory and the aerial battle erupted first as the territory's flying troops engaged in combat, with those of the monsters' feathers flying and blood spilling. Then the ranged battle quickly ensued. Goblin cannons and mech shamans from wergens and orcs along with catapults quickly formed their ranks, ready to launch an attack on the territory. Among them, the goblin mechs and cannons were clearly the goblins that had attacked on the 20th day. It seems these goblins are all minions of the red dragon. On the 20th day, the red dragon did not appear, and only the goblin horde attacked, which is why there were so many dragon blood goblins. They must have been influenced by the bloodline aura of the red dragon, hence their transformation into dragon blood goblins. However, this time, Zhou Li's territory would not be passively beaten as before. The territory's mage units had evolved to Golden Legend and Orange Epic quality, becoming significantly stronger with increased attack range that allowed spells to easily reach the enemy. In an instant, the spells of the arcane mages fell like raindrops, with various powerful abilities such as Flame, Burst, Meteor, Fire, Rain, Blizzard, and Chain Lightning unleashed upon those long-range cannons, mechs, and catapults. Faced with these intermediate and even advanced spells, the monsters had no means to resist the ranged firepower and were quickly eliminated. At this moment, the red dragon was still far in the back, and before it could react, its long-range firepower had already been wiped out. It could only let out an angry roar and urge the other monster troops to attack quickly. Under the red dragon's prompting, the ground forces quickly approached Zhou Li's territory. At this point, the real meat grinder was just beginning. Facing the overwhelming tide of monsters, Zhou Li remained unfazed. He knew that with the castle walls in place, and having lost most of their long-range firepower, the monsters could only attack through the gates or climb the walls. The soldiers of the territory were already very experienced in this regard. These monsters were merely a source of experience for the close combat troops. Only the red dragon's devastating flame breath could instantly melt rock and destroy the territory's walls. As long as the red dragon was kept in check, the other monsters were not a concern. Open the moats. Let them in. With the heavy mechanical rumble, the 4 moat gates of the territory swung open with a crash resembling 4 gaping ferocious mouths lying in wait in the darkness for prey. Seeing this, the monster army let out frenzied roars and howls, rushing eagerly into the moats, intent on tearing apart Zhou Li's territory. Most of the monsters had low intelligence, with only a few realizing something was amiss, but the red dragon's urging and the pressing tide of other monsters compelled them to follow the horde towards the 4 gates. However, this was the beginning of their nightmare and the opening of the gates to hell. Kill. With the commanders shout, the close combat troops in the moats formed neat rows and launched an attack on the monster horde. The gunman skeleton warriors, earth elementals, and trance that had long been lying in wait here wildly swung their weapons with long spears like forests and bone knives like frost. There was no room for detours here, only the most primal and bloody slaughter. Wave after wave of monsters were harvested like wheat, while more continued to pour into the city, piling up bodies to the point where it obstructed passage. Fortunately, the territory was already experienced, and had specifically dispatched squads of low-level soldiers to clear the corpses, preventing obstruction of the advance and attack rhythm of subsequent troops. The four city gates loomed like black holes, devouring countless monsters without any response, while some creatures attempted to climb the walls, breaching into the territory. However, those monsters trying to force their way up the walls encountered devastating blows, first as a 10-meter-wide, bottomless moat blocked their advance. Within the murky waters, water elements summoned by the mages lay in ambush, possessing rare, extraordinary, and even epic qualities. They were powerful, thriving in the water, killing countless monsters attempting to cross the moat. Eventually, the piled-up corpses even clogged the entire river, forming channels made of bodies. At this moment, the monsters behind began to step on the corpses in the moat, inching closer to the city walls. But before these monsters could cheer, they were met with a deluge of firepower raining down from the walls. The archers began their assault, arrows falling like beams of death, turning the area beneath the walls into a forbidden zone. Boom! A ogre warrior attempting to climb the ladder had just raised its giant axe when several arrows pierced through its skull, in an instant splattering its brain. Occasionally, a lucky few managed to climb the walls, but before they could celebrate, they were killed by melee soldiers or struck down by sword and shield warriors. The battle raged on for over 10 minutes, the scene grim and brutal, resembling a hellish battlefield. Monster corpses piled up outside the territory, and blood dyed the moat, forming a dark red stream. However, Zhou Li's territory remained as solid as ever, with not a single stone of the city walls shifted. The moat city resembled an insatiable, greedy black hole, having devoured tens of thousands of minions, yet still gaping wide, waiting for more offerings. Roar! The red dragon Carlos in the sky clearly sensed something was amiss. Its enormous dragon eyes fixated intensely on the seemingly insignificant, yet resilient human lord below, its rage surging to the heavens. It never expected that these humble insects could withstand its proud army, causing it significant losses. Since you wish to die, let me turn you all to ashes. The red dragon completely abandoned its command. With a tremendous flap of its wings, it summoned a violent wind, bringing a searing heat as it charged toward the city walls. Can't hold back any longer. Zhou Li smirked coldly, knowing that the true decisive moment had arrived, a final battle to test all his plans. Mage team, prepare to restrain the red dragon. Archers, get ready for concentrated fire. Prior to this, the ranged troops had been conserving their firepower, waiting to unleash it against this invincible boss. As the red dragon approached the territory from 1 kilometer away, the mages unleashed their prepared spells without reservation. First, dozens of skeletal mages, their hollow eye sockets burning with ghostly green flames, chanted obscure and sinister incantations. Weakness, curse, slow spell, armor break, doom, affliction. Various negative effects were piled onto the red dragon like they were free, and even with its high magical resistance, it was still significantly weakened by the sheer volume. Next, over 100 arcane mages also launched their attacks, casting gravity, bind, lightning, chain, ice, freeze, gravity, field. Waves of furious spells coiled around the red dragon's limbs and wing joints, forcibly twisting its flight path, rendering it unable to fly or move. Damn ants! Dare to challenge my dragon might. The red dragon roared, unleashing a terrifying dragon might in an attempt to shatter its restraints. Its defense was indeed formidable. Those low-level curses and control spells had very short durations, and some were even deflected by its thick armor-like scales, having no effect whatsoever. But the number of mages casting spells was sufficient, and together they firmly restricted the red dragon's movements. Fire! Hit it hard! Zhou Li shouted fiercely, and hundreds of archers on the walls simultaneously released their taut bowstrings. Buzz! The sound of tearing air converged into a deafening roar. Hundreds of arrows imbued with effects like magic break, armor, piercing, wind nullification, death power, and ultimate skills like annihilation arrow and death flame arrow shot toward the red dragon's soft scales, wings, and eyes, the most vulnerable areas. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of arrows piercing flesh rang out densely like rain on banana leaves. Though the red dragon's scales were as hard as iron, those hundreds of arrows, infused with the shooter's strongest power, still brutally embedded themselves into its flesh, causing torrents of hot dragon blood to gush forth. Aya! A heart-wrenching dragon's roar echoed through the skies. For the first time, the red dragon Carlos felt excruciating pain. Its once proud defense now felt as fragile as paper under such a saturation of attacks. While each arrow's damage was relatively low, merely a scratch, the sheer volume was overwhelming. This was a frantic onslaught from hundreds of archers combined with hundreds of mages. The blood of the red dragon began to plummet at a visibly rapid pace as the archers took turns shooting, aided by the mages' meteor explosions and ice spears. I will burn you all, reducing you and this city to ashes. The red dragon struggled madly, trying to open its mouth to unleash a breath of fire that could destroy everything. However, the mage team, having anticipated this move, unleashed silence and throat lock once more. The red dragon opened its massive mouth large enough to swallow a cow, but could only emit a weak spark and black smoke, feeling stifled to the point of almost spitting blood. Don't give it a chance to breathe. Keep the assault going until it breathes its last. Zhou Li coldly observed the battlefield, issuing commands without a shred of pity in his gaze. Those orc chieftains and ogre lords attempting to rush in to rescue the red dragon were gunned down midway by the mages responsible for clearing the area. Many among them were likely extraordinary or even epic-level warriors, yet before the legendary and epic mages of the territory, they were as fragile as paper, perishing in waves like moths to a flame. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. After enduring 5 minutes of saturation bombardment, with the archers nearly exhausting their mana, the red dragon Carlos scales had turned charred and shattered, with blood pouring like a waterfall from the sky, staining the ground into a muddy red. Its struggles grew weaker, the light in its eyes gradually dimming, replaced by endless fear and despair. No, I am invincible. I am. The red dragon let out a voice filled with unwillingness and regret, its massive body convulsing violently in the air before crashing down like a collapsing red mountain with a thunderous roar. Boom! Dust flew, smoke enveloped the area, and the ground trembled violently, as if experiencing a minor earthquake. Zhou Li exhaled deeply, his tense body finally relaxing. He gazed at the colossal dragon corpse in the distance, knowing he had finally passed the most challenging part of this final trial. From beginning to end, this once invincible red dragon hadn't even touched the edge of the city walls, nor had it released a single complete breath of fire, succumbing to countless skills and arrows, begrudgingly walking toward death. This is the power of teamwork. This is the terror of the Lord's system, and it is the perfect embodiment of wisdom crushing brute force. After the red dragon boss fell, only the tens of thousands of ordinary monsters remained. Instead of scattering in fear, they became even more frenzied, their pupils flashing with a bloodthirsty red light, as if they had lost their sanity, surging towards the territory like a flood breaching its banks. However, despite their large numbers, their quality was lacking, and they could not shake the territory in the slightest. Just in time, let's give our soldiers some experience points. Zhou Li stood atop the city wall, coldly observing the densely packed monsters below, resembling a black tide. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as a cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Since the enemy does not wish to retreat, let us fulfill their desire. Dispatch the order. Archers, unleash your firepower. Hit them hard and turn them into a sieve. With Zhou Li's command, the remote positions which had been holding back and wary of the red dragon's surprise attacks finally revealed their ferocious fangs. On the city wall, hundreds of elite archers and skeleton archers no longer needed to conserve arrows. They drew their powerful bows, and the sound of bowstrings snapping resonated together as arrows rained down like black raindrops, blotting out the sky. With each volley that struck down, a blood mist would rise from the monster horde below as goblins and wolfmen fell in droves, their cries echoing continuously. Moreover, they specifically sought out high-value targets for precise strikes, such as ranged attackers, mages, and leaders. On the higher arrow towers, advanced arcane mages and skeleton mages were equally unyielding, bombarding the battlefield with various spells, pushing the combat to an unprecedented climax. Fireball, Cone of Cold, Arcane Missiles, Necromantic Sphere. The colorful bursts of magical brilliance erupted among the monster horde, flames engulfing frost, freezing energy tearing apart as countless monsters were instantly shredded into pieces. As for the grand sorcerers, they had evolved into the golden legendary quality, and due to the immense experience required for further evolution, they no longer competed for experience with those of lower quality. Without the red dragon's dominion and aerial intimidation, and with no ranged attackers or spellcasters left, even the leaders had been eliminated one by one, leaving the remaining monsters as mere sources of experience. Seeing the opportune moment, Zhou Li abruptly drew his sword from his waist, the cold gleam of the blade pointing directly at the weakened enemy formation ahead. Melee troops, heed my command. Change formation and charge out. Kill. As the battle cries rang out, the melee troops, already readied with impatience inside the citadel, charged out like tigers released from their cage. At the forefront were the earth element warriors wielding massive shields and the wild trance with whips of vines. They crashed into the remnants of the monster horde, like moving steel fortresses, clearing a large area near the city gates. Following closely were the skeleton army, led by the skeletal champions. Tirelessly unafraid of pain, they marched in dense formations, ghostly flames, flickering bones, clattering, charging headlong into the monster throng. Of course, at the front were the more powerful undead soldiers like the skeletal champions, while the ordinary skeletons remained as cannon fodder, only able to follow behind and pick up scraps. Human soldiers had also charged out of the city gates, bolstered by Joan of Arc's blessing, spell their morale soaring and combat power skyrocketing. They roared as they charged, every swing of their spears and swords claiming the life of a monster, blood staining their armor. For the Lord, for the territory, kill. There were also cavalry troops riding on warhorses, carving bloody paths through the monster horde. The hawk units in the air had also eliminated the monster's aerial forces, with the mage's assistants beginning to dive down to slaughter the monsters on the ground. The deafening battle cries echoed through the skies. This was no longer a grueling defensive battle, but rather a one-sided massacre and harvest. In less than 10 minutes, the number of monsters outside the city had decreased by more than half, their bodies piling up like mountains, blood forming rivers, nearly filling the outer edges of the moat. Without the Red Dragon's aerial threat, the ground combat was completely one-sided and overwhelming. Although the monsters had low intelligence, such heavy losses gradually instilled fear in them. The madness in their eyes was replaced by deep-seated terror as they began to scatter and flee, but under the pursuit of the territorial army, escape merely meant a slower death. As the sun set in the west, the dying rays painted the entire battlefield a tragic red. After the last fleeing Wolfman cavalry was taken down by the hawk units from above, the battlefield finally fell silent, leaving only the smell of gunpowder and blood lingering in the air. System prompt attack on the 30th day ended settlement rewards. On the 30th day, the enemy attacked one individual monster army, ranging from ordinary to epic quality levels 1015, legendary boss Red Dragon Carlos. Defense results, slight damage. Result rating S. Base rewards 1000 source crystals, 2000 energy crystals. Additional rewards 2000 source crystals, 4000 energy crystals. Territory building Flame Dragon Breath Tower, territory building Dragon Blood Soldier Barracks, Dragon Soul territory expansion decree. Zhou Li had no time to check the system rewards. Instead, he surveyed the land soaked in blood that finally belonged. Although the air was thick with the stench of blood, it was a trial passed. In his eyes, this was the solid foundation for the territory's prosperity and strength. He turned around and looked at the soldiers behind him, who were exhausted, yet filled with fervor and admiration, raising the bloodied sword high. We have won. Victory! 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 The deafening cheers erupted once again, louder and longer lasting than any before. For this was not merely a victory of a trial, but a right to survive and glory earned with blood and lives in this cruel world. Next, it was naturally time to clean the battlefield. The task of cleaning the battlefield was assigned to the tireless skeletons. They transported the heaps of monster corpses to the graveyard, where they would be buried in the ground. In the future, these corpses would be transformed into skeleton soldiers by the graveyard, becoming one of them. Some high-level corpses were handed over to the necromancers who were about to return to the main world. They could purchase skills for creating undead beings to teach the necromancers, ensuring that these high-quality corpses would be made into advanced undead creatures, no longer wasted as ordinary skeletons. In addition, these monsters would drop many items, including source crystals, energy crystals, ordinary food, and supplies, as well as recruitment essence, various equipment, skill books, and so forth, all placed uniformly in the warehouse and given to the civilians led by Kai Yin for sorting. The priests were the busiest, moving through the injured camps, casting gentle holy light, healing the wounded. Fortunately, this battle went extremely smoothly. Apart from some skeleton soldiers serving as cannon fodder who were completely slain, the human soldiers suffered only serious injuries, at most quickly revitalized under the priest's healing spells. As night fell, the territory had been thoroughly tidied up. To celebrate the completion of the novice trial, Zhou Li and Kai Yin organized a feast in honor of this hard-earned victory. The moment the bonfire was ignited, the orange flames leaped into the air, illuminating the square as bright as day and reflecting the remnants of gunpowder and dust on the soldiers' faces, turning them crimson. With a command from Zhou Li, the long-suppressed revelry erupted across the entire territory. At his signal, the long-stored delicacies and fine wines were brought out by the crates from the warehouse. The barrels of ale were pried open, and the amber liquid flowed freely along the edges of the wooden casks, mingling with the earthy aroma to emit an enticing scent of malt. In the center of the square, a long table was piled high with roasted meats resembling a mountain. These were rare delicacies taken from the warehouse, the beast meat roasted over an open flame, sizzled with oil, its skin crispy and golden brown, sprinkled with coarse salt and spicy seasonings, the aroma boldly invading everyone's nostrils. For the Lord, for victory. Someone took the lead and shouted, followed by a surge of cheers erupting. Like the soldiers sat around the bonfire feasting on meat and drinking from large bowls, completely releasing the tension and strain from the day's battles at that moment. The soldiers no longer cared about ranks or formations. The usually stern centurions were now unbuttoning their collars, one foot on a bench, raising a massive wooden cup, and cheerfully clinking glasses with the soldiers beside them. The young recruits, heedless of the heat, grabbed large chunks of meaty ribs and tore into them, juices dripping down their chins and splattering onto their leather armor, yet no one paid any mind. Someone, intoxicated with excitement, threw a whole roasted chicken into the air, which another person leapt up to catch, drawing cheers and laughter from those around. Jeanne d'Arc was also surrounded by the soldiers, although she was somewhat unaccustomed to such a rough celebration. Seeing the smiles on everyone's faces brought a long-lost look of ease to the young priestess. The air was filled with the charred aroma of roasted meat, the rich scent of fine wine, and the musky odor of sweat from male hormones surging. Some got drunk, lying on the ground with arms around each other, boasting about how many orc heads they had severed that day, while others held their companions' hands, weeping as they expressed their longing for fallen comrades, grateful to be alive to see the sun of tomorrow. Mendicis and the other undead soldiers, though unable to drink, quietly sat in a corner, meticulously sharpening their greatswords with a rough whetstone, occasionally glancing at the reveling crowd, their hollow eye sockets seemingly filled with a hint of an emotion known as curiosity. In this moment, there were no distinctions between lord and soldier, nor any barriers between the undead and the human race. On this land washed by the flames of war, all fatigue, fear, and pain were temporarily cast away in the midst of the roaring bonfire and flowing fine wine. This was a celebration belonging to the victors, a wild and fervent expression of life struggling at the edge of death. Zhou Li sat in the main seat on the high platform, watching the vibrant scene before him, his heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. This was his territory, transformed from nothing into a bustling settlement, with over 10,000 soldiers, including many powerful legendary and epic warriors. Everything was simply wonderful. Until late at night, the reveling crowd gradually dispersed, and the entire territory was immersed in the sweet dreams of victory. Zhou Li returned to the Lord's mansion, calming his excited heart, finally having the time to quietly review the true gains from this battle. With a thought, a list of items dropped from the battlefield instantly appeared before his eyes. The dazzling array of treasures made his breath quicken. First, of course, were the basic origin crystals and other items. 200 origin crystals and 500 energy crystals dropped, which were nothing remarkable. Next were some basic foods. As the quality and numbers of monsters increased, there was also the concept of supplies among the monster groups, leading to a considerable drop of precious food and drink. Many of the delicacies and drinks used in tonight's feast were among the spoils dropped by the monsters over the past few days, cooked by the territory chefs, allowing the soldiers to savor delicious flavors. Then there were some equipment drops. The monsters this time belonged to several different tribes, each with their own leader: orc chieftains, ogre mages, warg shamans, etc. These elite monsters dropped quite a bit of equipment. For example, 2 exceptional grade battle axes radiating a cold light were dropped from the orc chieftain. An incredibly sturdy set of exceptional grade plate armor dropped from an ogre warrior, along with several mage staves that enhanced spiritual power, and various rings and necklaces with different attributes dropped from the mages and shamans. The goblin troops also dropped some cannons and mech technology items. However, most of this equipment was unsuitable for the heroes of the territory. The orcs' equipment did not match the physique of the human race, and Kong Xiu and Han Fu could not use it at all, so they could only exchange for other equipment after returning to the main world. On the other hand, the mage's staves and some accessories were kept. These accessories contained skills or enhanced spell potency or improved mana recovery, all being mage-related equipment. The territory had many mage units, and Kai Yin selected 2 items, while the rest were distributed to priests, arcane mages, skeletal mages, and other mage units. In addition, there were some skills such as body refining techniques, meditation methods, as well as some melee skill books and mage skill books. Although not particularly powerful, and with many duplicates, they still served as a supplement to the territory's skills, broadening knowledge. Especially for the territory's mages, studying these mage skill books would allow them to draw parallels and better research spells. All these skill books were placed in the library for the soldiers of the territory to study. Next came the recruitment essences. Over time, the drops of recruitment essences had significantly decreased, far less than at the beginning. Moreover, the dropped essences mainly consisted of those from the currently invading monsters, with the quantity of randomly recruited essences greatly reduced, accounting for only about 20. How good it was at the beginning, especially during the first 3 days when the quantity of randomly recruited essences could reach 80, replenishing the territory with a large number of soldiers. Now it was completely the opposite. Otherwise, after so many days aside from spear soldiers and skeletal soldiers, the number of other soldiers would still be so low. It is said that once they descended into the chaotic sea, the drop rate of essences would further decrease, and at that time recruiting soldiers would mainly rely on the barracks. Today's drops were naturally very few. Tens of thousands of monsters only dropped over 20 random recruitment essences. Currently, the main drops were the specified recruitment essences from various monster tribes, though the quantity was also not high, only a little over 100, but the quality was decent, especially the monster leaders, who dropped 2 exceptional quality hero recruitment essences. However, these specified recruitment essences were incompatible with the territory, and Zhou Li did not plan to recruit them, so he could only exchange for suitable recruitment essences after returning to the main world. These are merely appetizers. The real highlight comes from the epic Red Dragon Carlos. As Zhou Li's gaze fell upon the items dropped by the Red Dragon, his pupils constricted sharply. Dragon Scale Armor, legendary, crafted from the Red Dragon's hardest reverse scales and chest armor. It possesses high physical and fire resistance along with the skill Dragon's Might. Dragon Tooth Soul Rend Spear, legendary, centered around the sharpest fangs of the Red Dragon and forged with secret silver. This spear, when unleashed, carries the flame penetration effect, ignoring 30 of the target's defense. Red Dragon Bloodline Essence Special, containing the complete bloodline power of the Red Dragon Carlos. It grants the Red Dragon bloodline upon use, and can also enhance the bloodline purity of non-pure blood dragons, or serve as the main ingredient for legendary potions. Meteoric Descent Fire Type, a powerful fire type forbidden spell that can summon meteors from the heavens to deliver devastating strikes across a wide area. Legendary quality, and a forbidden spell. Zhou Li took a deep breath, suppressing the overwhelming legendary quality. Equipment at this stage is akin to divine artifacts, and the Red Dragon bloodline is an invaluable treasure for certain dragon-type beings. Not to mention the forbidden spell skill, which is a trump card. This battle not only defended the territory, but also allowed it to soar to new heights. Zhou Li tightly grasped the skill book, radiating a scorching aura, his eyes sparkling with boundless hope for the future. He immediately allocated the Dragon Scale Armor and the Dragon Tooth Soul Rend Spear. Although the heroes have their own equipment, its quality pales in comparison to these top-tier treasures, which can significantly enhance their strength. Moreover, such treasures will become even more effective as the hero's strength increases, and they can be used all the way until reaching level 100 before ascension. Currently, the hero's strength is still lacking, unable to fully unleash the power of these 2 treasures. However, since they have been acquired, they certainly won't be left in storage to gather dust. They will be given to the heroes for immediate use. Kong Xiu specializes in spear techniques, so the Dragon Tooth Soul Rend Spear was directly given to him. The other piece, the Dragon Scale Armor, was allocated to Ming Dis. The physical constitution of the undead is weaker compared to humans, and Ming Dis often engages in close combat, so the armor is just right for protecting him. However, this armor is fire attribute, which is not very suitable for the death attribute of Ming Dis. It will only be used temporarily, and once more suitable treasures are obtained, it can be replaced. As for Han Fu and Kai Yin, one specializes in ranged attacks while the other is a healing support. These close combat items do not suit them, and they will have to wait until suitable equipment is found later. Zhou Li will also temporarily keep the Red Dragon Bloodline Essence. With Heaven's Path rewards diligence, his heroes and soldiers will achieve legendary quality as long as they do not die, unless there is a continuous supply of legendary quality red dragons. Having just one red dragon does not significantly benefit the territory. Zhou Li temporarily stored it away, planning to check other treasures, especially the Dragon Blood Warrior barracks rewarded by the system, to see if they can be utilized. If it is not needed, this Red Dragon Bloodline Essence might also be sold in the main world to exchange for more suitable treasures for the territory. The final forbidden spell is indeed a hidden gem. A peak forbidden spell can unleash the full force of a celestial being in a single strike. Of course, the territory is only level 10 now, so the power it can unleash is only around level 20, but it is still sufficient to engage in a mutual destruction with enemies. Indeed, as expected of the final boss of the novice trial, the rewards are excellent, and these dropped treasures are enough to be used until ascension. These items are all top-tier treasures, or generally no one would sell them. Most are kept by the Lord for use by the heroes or elites of the territory. Unless the attributes are completely unsuitable, exchanges would be made through barter, and they would rarely appear on the market, making it very difficult to find suitable replacements. Even when there are opportunities to exchange treasures, many are just scams. This is an era of celestial beings manifesting their power with countless strange skills and techniques. Among those treasures, no one knows if they have been marked or tampered with. Ordinary treasures have little value, so naturally no one covets them. However, top-tier treasures like golden legends will cause even the highest-ranking lords below celestial beings to covet them. Especially for a newly minted lord like Zhou Li who has just passed the novice trial, his weak strength makes him even more enticing. In the main world, government control offers some protection. Ordinary factions dare not directly snatch treasures. However, as mentioned earlier, the Lord's world is rife with strange skills and items. For instance, the simplest method learned in school, leaving a tracking mark on the Lord. While there is a certain degree of protection in the market, it is not infallible. Generally, tracking marks are very subtle and novice lords would be completely unaware of them. Then when the Lord descends into the chaos, see the hidden forces can track them based on the mark and descend into the same world, making it easy to locate the Lord and plunder them. Moreover, since they descend into the chaos, see no information can be traced, and if they die, no one would know. At that time, it would be truly a death in vain. Especially for some dark lords, such as those associated with sinister beings, they act even more recklessly. They might even directly infuse secret pollution into the exchanged treasures, with the source of the pollution being entities above celestial beings deliberately targeting the Lord and insidiously twisting them into their followers or devotees, which is truly terrifying. Therefore, unless there are means to ensure the safety of the transaction, these treasures will not be traded at this stage. After reviewing the dropped items, Zhou Li continued to inspect the treasures rewarded by the system. The territory-building Flame Dragon Breath Tower is an epic quality defensive tower that can unleash dragon breath to attack enemies, dealing high damage, and it provides area damage, making it the highest quality defensive tower Zhou Li has obtained. Without any unnecessary words, Zhou Li directly constructed the Flame Dragon Breath Tower in the center of the front wall, right next to the moat. It can attack enemies outside the wall, and also those within the moat, making it very suitable. Now that he has sufficient source crystals, he upgraded the Flame Dragon Breath Tower to level 10. Flame Dragon Breath Tower. Quality Epic. Building Type Defensive Tower. Level 10-08000. Attack range 2000 meters. Rate of fire 60 seconds projectile. Ammunition Flame Dragon Breath 1010. Each 10 energy crystals can replenish 1 projectile. Damage 4000 points, sustained for 5 seconds. Durability 2000-2000. The attack of the Flame Dragon Breath needs no further explanation. Even ordinary superior quality troops are wiped out in one spray, and it deals sustained damage for a full 5 seconds, which epic quality troops cannot withstand. Moreover, this breath can be controlled, sweeping across like a giant dragon, creating a vast damage area in a fan shape to inflict more harm on monsters, making it incredibly powerful. However, for Zhou Li, the role of defensive buildings is not as significant. He only uses them in truly critical moments, preferring to employ soldiers to hunt monsters and gain experience under normal circumstances, treating it merely as a backup measure. The Dragon Blood Warrior Barracks is a camp of exceptional quality, recruiting soldiers who are Dragon Blood Warriors. Dragon Blood Warriors are humans possessing the bloodline of dragons, endowing them with superior physical attributes and combat talents. They also possess semi-magical abilities capable of unleashing certain magical skills. The current bloodline of the barracks is that of the Red Dragon, and the spells they cast primarily focus on fire. Furthermore, as the dragon bloodline enhances, they can acquire a transformation skill, allowing them to become half-human, half-dragon, significantly increasing their defensive and magical resistance capabilities while greatly boosting their overall power. However, the dragon blood is both a blessing and a curse. Once the Dragon Blood Warriors reach the limit of their bloodline, it will hinder their advancement, making any breakthroughs increasingly difficult. From the Lord's perspective, this means that the source crystals required for upgrades will increase significantly. Additionally, they will face oppression from higher-ranked dragon clans. The purer the dragon bloodline, the greater the suppression on the Dragon Blood Warriors. When confronted with a pure-blooded red dragon, they may not even be able to resist, easily being subdued and turned against themselves. It can be said that there are both gains and losses. Zhou Li is quite satisfied with this exceptional quality barracks, but he is also somewhat concerned about its drawbacks, as he aspires to match the lords with golden legendary talents and those elite second-generation lords. Those lords possess barracks of golden legendary quality. Although pure-blooded giants are rare, they are not significant to them. Among them, there may be lords who own golden legendary quality giants. The oppression on Dragon Blood Warriors would be enormous, presenting a clear weakness for the territory. Moreover, when descending into the chaos, they might face an enemy from another world, possibly encountering pure-blooded giants, rendering these Dragon Blood Warriors useless. Other barracks, while of lower quality, are merely weaker in strength and at least won't be suppressed or rebel. Thus, Zhou Li currently does not plan to construct this barracks, choosing to observe the situation for now. At this moment, it is the time when the novice trials are concluding and many top lords should have received unnecessary barracks, so he will see if he can exchange for better ones. As for the Dragon Soul, it is an exclusive recruitment essence capable of summoning a legendary quality red dragon hero. The legendary quality Red Dragon hero was witnessed today, although it was killed without displaying much power, the might of the dragon cannot be denied. It is known that this dragon was restrained by hundreds of legendary and epic-ranked mage soldiers working together, while hundreds of epic and exceptional archers unleashed a frenzied attack, and yet it took several minutes to finally bring it down. The Red Dragon had not even shown its attacking capabilities. Additionally, the few treasures dropped upon its demise further illustrate the dragon's might, practically covered in treasures. If recruited, the territory would immediately gain a top-tier fighting force. However, there are also many issues. Dragons are notoriously proud, and particularly the red dragons. As one of the most powerful among the 5-colored dragons of the West, it is also the most malevolent. They are known for their obsession with accumulating treasures and extreme greed. If recruited, they would desire to claim all the wealth of the territory as their own. Moreover, they are exceedingly arrogant and self-assured, looking down on all other beings, including other red dragons, refusing to obey any authority and would not submit to the Lord. Their alignment is chaotic evil, characterized by behavior focused on destruction, fear, and domination, with a strong desire for revenge, often launching devastating strikes over minor offenses. They are also incredibly belligerent, cruel, and bloodthirsty. If recruited into the territory, they would undoubtedly conflict with the current soldiers and would not heed Zhou Li's commands unless a powerful hero could defeat them, which might temper their behavior. Yet the current territory clearly lacks such conditions. Several heroes are evidently no match for this red dragon. It cannot rely on suppressing it with large armies every time, while also needing to be cautious of it launching sneak attacks on the citizens and soldiers afterward. Thus, this is akin to a poison wrapped in honey, which would severely impact the territory's development. Nevertheless, the dragon soul is indeed a valuable asset, considered superior to those legendary grade equipments. Equipment is merely lifeless, whereas the dragon can not only fight, but also continuously enhance itself, with a significant chance of attaining divinity in the future. Should this information leak, it would undoubtedly attract immense envy. Even some weaker divine beings lacking legendary quality heroes would be tempted to seize this dragon hero. For Zhou Li, this giant dragon would influence the territory's development. For lords who possess strong capabilities or who follow dragon-themed paths, chaotic evil paths, and so on, this represents the most suitable hero for them. Lords who walk these paths are often rebellious and would not hesitate to seize this hero from a level 10 minor lord, perhaps even eliminating him without a second thought. These treasures hero recruitment essences, and such are different from buildings. Once a building is placed, it becomes bound to the territory and can only be destroyed, not stolen. While it may be possible to seize a building, it requires an extremely high level of strength, only achievable by top-tier divine beings who would certainly not regard an exceptional quality barracks as worth their effort. However, treasures and heroes are different. As long as they are seized, they can be taken away directly. Heroes are somewhat troublesome as they have memories, but there are many skills to erase or alter memories which are not overly advanced techniques. Several powerful lords possess this capability. Many lords, upon descending into the Chaos Sea, discover that this world has civilians and heroes who have not been corrupted by chaos. However, since they are already adults with their own memories, they are not very loyal to the territory, prompting direct use of memory cleansing techniques to transform them into loyal subjects. Some evil-aligned territories and faith-based territories employ various means of manipulation, making it incredibly easy to subdue a hero. Even some heroes themselves may not like their lords, and no crafty means are needed. With just a little guidance, their loyalty can be easily reduced to zero, allowing for a territory switch. Thus, these easily plundered treasures are focal points of attention, with numerous incidents of clever theft occurring. When one is weak, these treasures cannot be freely displayed. Moreover, a barracks of only exceptional quality is not particularly eye-catching. While it is far more precious than ordinary golden legendary quality treasures, its quality is still evident. It should be noted that the quality of dropped items is not only related to the evaluation, but also to the quality of the final boss. Generally, bosses cannot drop items exceeding their own tier. Onlookers might think that you killed an exceptional quality boss and were lucky enough to obtain a barracks. Of course, this also suggests that Zhou Li's luck is just average. Having killed a legendary quality boss, he ended up with only an exceptional quality building model. The latter requires defeating a golden legendary quality monster to potentially drop. The concept of killing an exceptional quality monster is entirely different from that of a golden legendary quality monster during trials. Moreover, this barracks has the weakness of being suppressed by higher-ranked dragon clans, making it unattractive even to top lords. However, one must be very cautious. While top-tier forces might look down on it, to ordinary forces this barracks is far more precious than typical treasures or buildings, which will inevitably attract a great deal of envy. Lastly, there is the territory expansion order. Type one-time item. Quality none. Level 10. Function increases the territory area by 1.0 square meters. Introduction: The Chaos Sea rewards for completing the novice trial for lords. A powerful lord should have a larger territory. The territory expansion order is a reward that every lord who completes the novice trial can receive. According to the level of the territory at the end of the trial, the territory expansion order corresponds to that level, with each level increasing the area by 1 square meters, making level 10 increase the area by exactly 1 square meters. A larger territory is always better. A bigger area allows for the construction of more buildings and accommodates more inhabitants, making it a very precious treasure. Many lords are collecting these valuable items that can expand their territories, which are quite expensive and could almost be exchanged for a camp of ordinary quality. However, Zhou Li definitely would not sell it. He currently does not have enough territory. He glanced at the token, hesitated not, and decisively used it. In the next moment, the token erupted with dazzling light spreading out. Boom, boom. Accompanied by a tremor of the territory, the land surrounding it was purified, and the area of the territory increased significantly. Zhou Li looked at the wide expanse of territory around him and felt a surge of joy. This 1 square meters almost doubled the territory's area. Indeed, high risks are often met with high rewards. If he were like an ordinary lord, the novice trial would only elevate the territory's level by 2 or 3 levels, resulting in a much smaller area increase. He wondered how many levels the top lords had raised their territories, whether they had surpassed level 10, and where he stood among this batch of lords, unsure if he could compete with those top lords. The territory has expanded, but the city walls and moat remain in their original positions. The newly added land is all outside the city walls. The walls and moat need to be rearranged. However, this is not urgent. The territory has not upgraded yet, and buildings cannot be moved or rearranged. Now that the novice trial has ended, there are no more restrictions on the territory's level, so it can be upgraded freely. Nonetheless, Zhou Li does not plan to upgrade immediately. It is already quite late, and upgrading the territory and adjusting buildings makes a significant noise. The inhabitants and soldiers have just gone through a great battle and celebration and are now exhausted, so Zhou Li does not wish to disturb them at this time. Moreover, he plans to wait until he returns to the main world to exchange for some treasures and buildings, then carefully plan the territory before making any upgrades. Otherwise, he would have to readjust the territory again, which would be quite troublesome. He has now accumulated over 1 million source crystals, allowing him to elevate the territory several levels. At that time, the buildings he exchanges for will also need upgrades, and he must plan the upgrade levels reasonably based on the number of buildings, their quality, and the consumption of upgrades. Otherwise, if he upgrades the territory now and finds himself short of source crystals later with the buildings not upgraded, it would not benefit the subsequent arrivals. Also, the territory will have some changes after reaching level 10, so he needs to check some information in the main world to understand the situation, otherwise it could affect the territory's development. However, the territory will not remain empty. There are over 1 skeleton soldiers waiting outside the territory, and there is no room for them inside. Zhou Li originally planned to pile these skeletons into a mountain and place them in the cemetery. After all, skeleton soldiers are still a type of troop. They are not so easily destroyed. At most, a few bones might break, and they can only temporarily refrain from moving and training. He cannot simply abandon the troops he worked hard to recruit, having consumed a substantial amount of monster corpses and energy crystals. Zhou Li is reluctant to give up. Now, with the addition of 1 square meters of land, he can finally bring these skeleton soldiers within the territory's boundaries, ensuring they can move around. Zhou Li merely flashed through these thoughts in his mind, and then chose not to dwell on them. These days, due to the novice trial, the timing of monster arrivals has been unpredictable, so he has been tense even during rest, contemplating the territory's development or practicing skills to enhance his strength without a moment's respite. Now that the novice trial has finally concluded, the nerves that have been taut for so long finally loosened at this moment, as if he suddenly relaxed from a tightly drawn bowstring, feeling utterly fatigued in body and mind. He just wants to sleep soundly. He pushed open the heavy carved wooden door to his bedroom, which emitted a faint. Inside, a dim yellow oil lamp flickered, the wick occasionally popping with soft crackles, casting the space into alternating zones of light and shadow as the light danced on the walls, filling the air with a warm scent of aged books mixed with a hint of incense, a scent of home that brought him unprecedented comfort. A slender silhouette followed Zhou Li inside as the moonlight streamed through the window and illuminated her, resembling an elegant orchid blooming under the moonlight, ethereal and refined. The dim light outlined her delicate contours. Her luscious red lips resembled ripe cherries, exuding a subtle fragrance, radiating an enchanting allure in the quiet night. His most tempting delicacy. Kai Yan had always been by Zhou Li's side, accompanying him as he strategized on the city walls during the day. Kai Yan had always been by Zhou Li's side, accompanying him as he strategized on the city walls during the day, while she played the lute nearby to support the soldiers. At the evening celebration, as he received the admiration of the people, she quietly stood beside him, her gentle eyes watching him, being his strongest support. Even after the banquet ended, she remained by Zhou Li's side, helping him organize supplies and record information. Zhou Li's heart suddenly raced, and his blood seemed to surge at that moment. The intense emotions from the day's bloody battles intertwined with the tenderness of this moment, creating a stark contrast. This caused the last barrier of tension deep within him to snap and loosen at the gentle touch of her gaze. That sense of relief felt like shedding a heavy burden. It was more genuine than any victory or system reward, reaching deep into his soul. He no longer suppressed the desire for warmth and comfort within him, stepping forward slowly with heavy yet determined steps. Kaiyan did not shy away. She merely lowered her eyelids slightly, her long eyelashes trembling like the wings of a startled butterfly, her breath seeming to pause for a moment silently, inviting him to be the harbor she could rely on. Zhou Li reached out, his movements shifting from initial eagerness to gentle strength, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and pulling her delicate form tightly into his embrace. As the warmth of their bodies seamlessly connected through the thin fabric, their hearts drew close enough to hear each other's pulse. Zhou Li deeply inhaled the fragrance from her hair, feeling the fatigue of recent days, the bloodlust, and the tension melt away like ice and snow in the warmth of her soft embrace. He closed his eyes, burying his head in the crook of her neck, savoring this hard-earned moment of peace. Outside the window lies a territory that has returned to tranquility after the ravages of war, with moonlight guarding this land. Inside the room, the warmth between a hero and a beauty is witnessed by the flickering candlelight. The lights flicker. The world is beautiful. A new day? Within the territory. Return. As Zhou Li's voice faintly echoed. In the next moment, in this trial world eroded by chaos, time, space, and the other wandering monsters outside the territory, all seemed to fall into a standstill. Only Zhou Li's territory was surrounded by a bright glow emanating from the heart of the Lord, enveloping all the people and buildings within the territory. Subsequently, the entire territory transformed into an independent space, merging into Zhou Li's body. Zhou Li was also surrounded by silvery light. Then, propelled by the power of the silvery light, it soared into the sky. Bang! The silvery light broke through the world's barrier of the trial realm, entering into chaos. Within the chaos, streams of chaotic energy filled the air, a grayish haze everywhere devoid of any concept of time or space. Just a glance would leave one's thoughts muddled, the mind in utter confusion. Amidst these streams of chaotic energy were countless silvery spheres of light, some large, some small, faintly visible. Then these silvery spheres flashed and vanished into the chaotic currents. These were the hearts of individual lords rooted in various worlds, transforming parts of those worlds into their own territories. Once they passed the novice trial, these territories would leave their original worlds, becoming the complete possessions of the lords. Moreover, these territories would become independent spaces under the influence of the hearts of the lords. Now these spaces would dissolve into chaos, and unless the lord themselves, others would be utterly unable to locate these spaces. When the time for descent arrived, these spaces would randomly move under the influence of the laws of chaos, integrating into various worlds eroded by chaos, exploring and battling within these worlds, ultimately absorbing the nourishment of these worlds to continually strengthen their territories. These spaces would expand along with the development of the territories, eventually growing into half-planes, planes, small worlds, middle worlds, and even great worlds, and so on. In a moment of days, a grand voice resounded in Zhou Li's mind. You have successfully passed the 30-day novice trial. Now, regarding your actions during the trial, the enemies you defeated, the development of your territory, and the daily trial scores, all will be calculated uniformly. Calculating. You possess talent: 4 heroes of exceptional quality, 30 legendary tier units, and 330 epic tier units. Your subjects. Your territory has been upgraded to level 10 with epic tier buildings. You have over 10 tier scores. You have defeated millions of enemies, slain 12 bosses. Acquired equipment. Comprehensive settlement, golden legend. Reward entry into the Hall of Legends, reward of 175 legend points. The grand voice echoed in Zhou Li's mind. In the next moment, he traversed through the boundless chaos space, arriving in a mysterious hall. Zhou Li's heart stirred as he recalled a passage from a book. The novice trial for lords is a reward from the ancestors of humanity for new lords. As long as one can endure for a full 30 days, regardless of whether they have slain all the monsters in their territory, even if not a single monster is killed during that time, once the 30 days are up, it is considered passing the trial. One can receive rewards from the ancestors of humanity for newcomers. Of course, the higher the score, the better the rewards from chaos. Typical rewards might be a building or a rare territory characteristic, or perhaps a rare bloodline. However, if the lord not only endures for 30 days, but also performs exceptionally well during this time, such as receiving an steer rating or possessing units and buildings of golden legend quality, they can earn legend points. With legend points, one can enter the Hall of Legends and exchange them for items. Every item displayed in the Hall of Legends is extremely precious and rare. Top-tier heroes, units, buildings, as well as talents, bloodlines, inheritances, and even treasures that enhance the quality of territories can all be exchanged. The items displayed in the Hall of Legends are also related to your legend points. Only items that can be exchanged with your legend points will be shown, and the higher the points, the more precious the items displayed. These pieces of knowledge were all found in books. Throughout history, many top-tier lords have entered the Hall of Legends and obtained supreme treasures, thus achieving greatness. Although it cannot be said that every lord who has entered the Hall of Legends became immensely powerful, it is also not to say that those who have not entered cannot become strong. However, it can be said that as long as they have entered the Hall of Legends and survived through numerous descents, those lords will have traveled further and developed better than the average lords. Though the small city of Pingon, where Zhou Li resides, has yet to see such legendary figures. However, such significant information is directly recorded in history textbooks. Lords who have entered the Hall of Legends and are publicly acknowledged have all become top-tier lords and are written into the annals of history, their experiences documented in detail. Zhou Li had once fantasized about entering the Hall of Legends, obtaining top-tier treasures, and stepping onto the peak of lordship. Thus, he remembered the introduction to the Hall of Legends very clearly. Now he had actually entered this legendary hall, which made him extremely excited. There were no other lords encountered here, as each lord entering the Hall of Legend is in their own exclusive space, also for the sake of protecting the privacy of the lords. Looking around, the ancient walls were covered with mysterious runes and murals. Approaching to examine, Zhou Li discovered it was the history of human development. From the primitive humans striking fire from wood to Cangjia creating characters. From Fuxi interpreting the 8 trigrams to Xinnong tasting the herbs, the battle of Zhou Li and Dayu controlling the flood, all were vividly portrayed on the walls. There were also many ancient scripts. Although Zhou Li could not recognize them, he could immediately understand their meanings upon seeing them. In the center of the hall, there was a screen from which one could select the desired treasures. A golden legendary quality weapon required only 1 legend point. A hero recruitment essence that could randomly recruit heroes of golden legendary quality only needed 10 legend points. A randomly selected golden quality barracks also only required 10 legend points. A designated golden quality barracks required between 10 to 30 legend points. Other models of territory buildings required anywhere from a few to several dozen points. There were also territory upgrading charms that enhanced territory quality, requiring anywhere from 1 point to over 100 points depending on the quality. Heroes, units, buildings, equipment, items, artifacts, and even innate spiritual treasures, everything was. This was only a small portion of what Zhou Li could see with his current legend points. There were even more treasures whose values exceeded his point limit and were not displayed. In the span of a moment, Zhou Li scanned through hundreds of items. I really want them all. Zhou Li swallowed hard, composed himself, and gradually regained his senses. There were too many high-tier treasures. Just one top-tier treasure would cost over 100 points, and his 175 legend points were simply too few. He needed to think carefully about what treasures his territory needed the most. The legend is limited, and Zhou Li needs to carefully consider what treasures to exchange for. First, as for equipment, it is certainly not necessary since the units and heroes automatically come with gear when they level up, and the equipment in the territory is already sufficient. Moreover, top-tier buildings can also forge equipment, as long as one purchases a building, top-tier equipment can be continuously produced. There is no need to worry about blacksmiths or crafters either. With the talent of the Tao rewarding diligence, even a novice blacksmith can be trained into a master, easily crafting all kinds of equipment. The same goes for units. With the talent to upgrade their ranks, a regular barracks is sufficient. Additionally, regular barracks recruit more soldiers at each level, and once leveled up to the top tier, they will far surpass those golden barracks. The price of ordinary barracks in the main world is not expensive. With 3 unused barracks on hand, several suitable barracks can be exchanged. Heroes can also exchange for ordinary hero recruitment shards in the main world and improve their quality through talent. There are also divine beast bloodlines, top-tier cultivation methods, and powerful damaging items. None of these are urgently needed in the current territory. Divine beast bloodlines can only benefit one person, and the resources required for improvement are substantial, providing little enhancement to the territory. Top-tier cultivation methods can be obtained later. Upon returning to the main world, selecting a few ordinary methods will suffice, as the current level is still low and there is no need for high-end methods. The quality of the territory's soldiers and heroes is still not high, and learning top-tier methods would actually take. As for items, there is nothing more to say. They are meant for desperate use. With these resources, the territory can become stronger, potentially defeating enemies. For a lord, the best choice at this stage is to enhance the territory's strength directly and quickly. Zhou Li's first choice is a golden legendary quality resurrection altar. Buildings related to resurrection are the rarest and most precious. Furthermore, they are of high quality with only epic and legendary grades available, with no lower quality. The epic grade altar can only resurrect soldiers of epic grade or lower, while the legendary grade altar can resurrect all soldiers and heroes, and it does so at a faster rate, with fewer level drops during the resurrection. Thus, he directly chose the golden legendary quality resurrection altar. Of course, it is also the most expensive, requiring 50 points of legendary currency. This directly cost nearly a third of Zhou Li's total points. Additionally, the act of resurrection, which defies the heavens, is certainly not without cost. The principle of the resurrection altar is to leave the essence imprint of soldiers and heroes on the altar. When units or heroes die, the imprint on the altar can be activated to reshape their bodies, thus resurrecting them. Reshaping a body requires consuming essence crystals and energy crystals. The higher the quality and level of the soldier, the stronger the body, and the more essence crystals and energy crystals are needed. Moreover, the time required to reshape the body also increases. For an epic resurrection altar, resurrecting an epic level hero, even if both levels are the same, may take several days to complete. If the resurrection altar is of a lower level, the time required will be even longer. Additionally, when resurrecting soldiers, it is about recalling the souls of the soldiers, which ensures that they are the original individuals rather than reshaping the souls, which would create a different person. Since the soul is being recalled, it is certainly not in perfect condition. After all, the person is dead, and the soul will suffer some damage immediately. Furthermore, after death, the soul floats out of the body, and without the Buddha's protection, it will slowly begin to dissipate. Even if resurrected immediately, there will still be some damage, leading to a decline in strength. The longer the resurrection takes, the more the strength will decrease. Moreover, as strength increases, the enemies faced become stronger, which will cause greater damage to the soul. Some enemies even possess specialized methods against souls, resulting in even greater damage. Some enemies even have techniques to scatter souls, so even if resurrected, the soldiers will suffer significant losses in strength, and their memories will also be greatly affected, leading to a natural decline in strength and significant drops in skills. However, even with reduced strength, it is still much faster than training a newly recruited soldier from level 1, requiring far less consumption, and skill levels can also be retrained. Not to mention heroes. If a hero dies, they are gone, as there is no barracks for continuous recruitment. One must obtain hero recruitment shards to recruit again. The costs associated with training heroes are even greater. Moreover, high-quality heroes are extremely precious, and acquiring them is not that simple. One must also consider the feelings between heroes, soldiers, and the Lord, as well as the emotions and synergy with others in the territory. Therefore, despite certain costs, resurrection buildings remain one of the most important structures in the territory. For Zhou Li, this is even more crucial. It is no small feat to train a soldier from white normal to golden legendary. The resources spent during this process need not be mentioned. If they die in battle and need to be recruited again and trained from level 1, it would be a tremendous waste of resources and time. You say that killing enemies can improve strength, but enemies are also resources. The numerous soldiers in the territory would require countless kills to level up, and finding that many monsters would require numerous descents. Not to mention that level 1 ordinary soldiers are far too weak and need help from other soldiers in the territory, otherwise they could easily die. Especially as the territory level rises, the worlds descended upon become more dangerous. Ordinary quality soldiers are truly not even fit to be cannon fodder, as a powerful monster's sneeze could wipe out a large number of them. With the resurrection altar, even if the trained soldiers die and lose some strength, they can be easily revived with a little training, significantly reducing resource and time consumption. This also allows Zhou Li's talent to play a greater role. Although the wild tree spirit previously awakened a skill called withered trees reviving in spring, which allows for the resurrection of wood-type units, it only targets the tree demon race and does not apply to other soldiers. Therefore, this does not hinder Zhou Li from prioritizing the resurrection building. The two can complement each other very well. After choosing the resurrection altar, Zhou Li continued to look for other treasures. However, there is nothing particularly urgent left, so Zhou Li is prepared to choose the expensive items. In the legendary hall, expensive items are certainly the most precious and rare treasures. He turned directly to look at a world wonder worth 100 legendary points. He carefully filtered for wonders suitable for the development of the territory. After a long time, Zhou Li finally found a world wonder that is very suitable for the territory. The world wonder Qiankuan Ding, 100 legendary points. The Qiankuan Ding. Type, worldly marvel. Quality, golden legend. Function 1, suppression of fortune. Suppresses the territorial fortune. increases the attributes and growth values of the territory's heroes, soldiers, and citizens. The territory can accommodate more roads without easily causing conflicts. Hides territorial information, preventing the territory's location and information, including the lord themselves, from being tracked by divination or related spells. Function 2. Alchemy. Can absorb the wandering spiritual energy within the territory, transforming resources produced by the territory and monster corpses into pills, which can enhance the strength of the citizens. The quality of the pills condensed varies according to the concentration of the territory's spiritual energy, the quality of the resources, and the quality of the monster corpses. The citizens of the territory learn alchemy and weapon refining skills more efficiently, with an increased success rate for crafting, and the quality of the pills and magical artifacts produced also sees a significant enhancement. Function 3. Creation. Refines the essence of creation, which can be used to enhance the quality of buildings and soldiers within the territory. Currently, 1 trace of creation essence can be refined daily, which can elevate an ordinary quality citizen to elite status. The number of traces required for buildings varies from 10 to 20, depending on their function. Higher quality enhancements require a corresponding increase in creation essence. Upgrading the territory's level and spiritual energy concentration can accelerate the speed of condensing creation essence. Function 4. Qian Kuan insufficient level to display. Introduction. It is rumored to be a treasure of a top powerhouse in a supreme world-suppressing fortune, defying the innate, and even capable of creating humans. Of course, this is just a replica, but its functions remain incredibly powerful. The Qian Kuan Ding does not appear large, and looks quite ordinary with 3 legs and 2 ears, overall appearing in a shade of blue. It can even create humans. Looking at the introduction of this worldly marvel, Zhou Li couldn't help but think of the legends from his past life, the myth of Nuwa, creating humans. Could this treasure be the replicated item, he imagined? Since it is a replica, there must be an original. Someone in the Lord's world must have seen the original treasure to create this imitation based on the treasure of that top powerhouse. But why did it appear in the Hall of Legends after being replicated? Was it due to dissatisfaction with the functions of this treasure? Or had the master of the replica already perished? Or perhaps there is another reason. For instance, the world where that individual resided has already been conquered by the current Lord's world, and the original treasure was seized, leading to disdain for this counterfeit. Thinking of this, Zhou Li shivered and quickly shook his head, dispelling the thought from his mind. Such matters concerning top figures are not something a small fry like him could orchestrate. In his past life, it was a world without magic where one could say or think whatever they wanted. But this is a true extraordinary world, and with the appearance of the Qian Kuan Ding, it indicates that the myths and legends from his past life might indeed be true. Who knows what the current situation is for such top figures, what means they possess, let alone discussing it, even thinking about it, could be sensed by them. Zhou Li anxiously shrank his neck, fearing that a finger might reach out in the next second and crush him. He quickly stored the Qian Kuan Ding away. It was a top treasure obtained at the cost of 100 points of legend. Although it is a replica, its functions are extremely powerful. 3 functions, each one remarkably strong. Moreover, they possess growth potential with increasing benefits as time goes on. Even if he becomes an immortal in the future, it will never go out of style. Furthermore, this is not its limit. There is a 4th function that requires a higher level to unlock. But one can imagine that function 4 should be even more powerful. There are still 25 points of legend remaining, and these top worldly marvels are out of his reach. He certainly cannot afford them. He can only look at ordinary items. After filtering through, he finally completed the selection of treasures. Territory upgrade, token 10 legend points. Small spirit, vein 5 legend points. Random territory defense array, 5 legend points. Library, 5 legend points. Exchange completed. Then Zhou Li felt the world before him darken, and he was directly sent out of the Hall of Legends. In the next moment, he crossed through endless chaos and countless worlds, returning to the main world. Main world. In the brilliant starry sky, colorful phenomena streaked across the heavens. This is a congratulation to the top new lords who entered the Hall of Legends. In an instant, countless gazes turned towards the sky. Every year at the conclusion of the trials for new lords, some top lords emerge, having gained legend points, entered the Hall of Legends, and reaped enormous benefits. The more legend points earned, the greater the phenomena in the sky. The appearance of phenomena in the heavens also signifies the end of the new lord's trials. These grand phenomena also represent the top talents among the new lords. This year, a small place like Ping'an City also witnessed a phenomenon representing a prodigy. Moreover, this phenomenon is among the upper tier of all phenomena. This has caused the entire Ping'an City to erupt in excitement. Heaven and earth phenomena, the Star River reverses. Yet another year of new lord trials has concluded, and this year's prodigies are even more numerous. The future of humanity will only improve. Ping'an City, our Ping'an City has also produced a prodigy. This is fantastic. I never expected our Pingon City to produce a prodigy. Pingon City is about to rise. We must find him. Oh, we must find him. The earth trembled. Even the small Pingon City shook along with it. The government, schools, and various enterprises and families, along with other factions, all sprang into action, eager to locate the prodigy in their city. Additionally, top academies, government agencies, military forces, and various factions from other cities are also flocking towards Pingon City and other cities. Most cities have already identified the individuals corresponding to the phenomena. They either awakened a golden quality lord's heart during their awakening or belong to the second generation of top factions. These identified candidates are already expected to gain legend points, and they have long been recruited by various factions. Such candidates whose affiliations are already confirmed cannot be snatched away by major factions, so they are not the focus of attention. However, places like Pingon City, where nothing extraordinary happened during the awakening, where not even an epic-level lord's heart appeared, were not receiving any attention at all, and the top factions were not recruiting there. But now suddenly a wild prodigy has appeared, which indicates that this prodigy has not yet joined any major. Even if he has joined, it would only be some minor faction completely incomparable to major factions, and he could easily be lured away with better conditions. Moreover, this kind of wild prodigy has not been noticed beforehand, indicating that there was no significant investment made into him. He achieved his current success entirely through his own efforts. Not to mention that the phenomenon in Pingon City is especially grand, ranking among the upper echelon of prodigies, further highlighting the individual's excellence. Major factions will undoubtedly not want to miss out on such talent, and they are all scrambling to recruit him. They dispatch personnel at the first opportunity, heading towards Pingon City. At this moment, Zhou Li is calmly sitting in his room. The gains from the Hall of Legends were too great. All his focus was on the several treasures he had just acquired, leaving him completely oblivious to the turmoil outside caused by his phenomenon. Zhou Li's mind sank, and as he focused inward, he could see the territory floating within his sea of consciousness. Inside there were buildings and people, and time flowed normally. Of course, this was not the true territory. The real territory was still in the Chaos Sea. This was merely a projection of the territory. However, after the newcomer trial, Zhou Li had already become an official lord. The connection between the territory and the lord became even closer. The lord could enter the territory at any time and could connect with heroes and soldiers within the territory through his consciousness to operate the buildings. However, to descend into the Chaos Sea again, a period of time was required. This was mainly due to energy issues. The lord's territory was considered an independent space drifting in the Chaos Sea. The reason the Lord could continually descend into the Chaos Sea was due to its rules. Within the Lord's heart, there was effectively a random teleportation array capable of connecting to a random world. Once enough energy was accumulated, this teleportation array could be activated to transport the entire territory space into the world of descent. This descent was also random because each person's territory occupied a different position in the Chaos Sea, so the randomly arrived worlds would also differ. Of course, if there were specific world coordinates, teleportation could be designated, eliminating the need for. This is also why lords must be particularly cautious during transactions. Once a marked item is traded upon descent, the mark will send out the coordinates of the descended world, allowing the other party to invade your world and plunder your territory. Moreover, since this marking requires the transmission of information across worlds, the quality of such markings is generally very high. New lords find it difficult to detect these markings without assistance from higher-level lords. It can be said that lords without any power are the most vulnerable in the early stages. Most lords needed to join major factions to ensure their safety. However, with years of development in the lord's world, there has been a strict crackdown on such internal harm to lords, making these tricks increasingly ineffective. Teachers at the school repeatedly remind and help students check the items for trade. Descents have become much safer now. Unless one acts recklessly or the world they descend into is itself dangerous, the mortality rate has significantly decreased. Descent. Cooldown 29 days, 22 hours, 34 minutes, 18 seconds. Zhou Li glanced at the panel. Over an hour had passed, indicating that he had spent quite some time in the legendary hall. He then began to prepare to use his treasures. Firstly, there was the Territory Quality Upgrade Talisman. Territory Upgrade Talisman can improve the quality of the territory. Hint released to use the Territory Upgrade Talisman to enhance the territory's quality. The current quality of the territory is White Ordinary, and upgrading to Green Fine requires one Territory Upgrade Talisman. Understood. With Zhou Li's agreement, a talisman adorned with intricate patterns began to radiate light from his inventory, gradually expanding to envelop the entire territory in his sea of consciousness. After that, the territory trembled, and as the light dissipated, the area of the entire territory expanded. A territory of White Ordinary quality can only increase its radius by 20 meters at level 1, but a territory of Green Fine quality can increase its radius by 40 meters at level 1. The higher the quality of the territory, the larger its area. A level 1 epic territory has a radius of a full 100 meters, while a golden legendary territory has reached a radius of 200 meters, an extraordinarily vast area. Moreover, the quality of a golden legendary territory is not only reflected in its area, the defensive power of the Lord's Heart, the quality of the Lord's altar, and the future adaptability and stability regarding different paths, among other aspects, far exceed those of ordinary quality territories. Even the degree of secrecy, the difficulty of being tracked by divination and marking spells, etc., is greatly enhanced. Furthermore, it must be noted that the higher the quality of the building, the more area it occupies. Additionally, those special and powerful buildings also require a substantial land area. For example, a watchtower or a graveyard requires an area of 100 square meters at level 1, while a level 10 barracks now occupies 100 square meters. Those high-quality barracks and other special buildings occupy even more space. Without sufficient area, there is no space to construct buildings, let alone develop and expand. Zhou Li initially faced difficulties building the graveyard because of inadequate land area. He had to upgrade the territory before he could construct the graveyard, highlighting the importance of territory area. As the territory level increases, high-quality territories will also demonstrate increasingly powerful effects. It can be said that a lord who initially obtains a golden legendary territory has essentially received a ticket to immortality. As long as he does not die, achieving immortality is a certainty. Zhou Li also wanted to elevate his territory to golden legendary level, but unfortunately the territory upgrade talismans are too expensive, costing 10 points of legendary degree each. Moreover, as the territory's grade increases, more territory upgrade talismans will be needed. 2 are required to upgrade to rare quality, 4 to upgrade to excellent quality, and 6 to achieve epic quality. The final legendary quality requires a full 10 territory upgrade talismans. Even if he were to use all his legendary points to purchase the talismans, it would not be enough. Furthermore, upgrading the territory's grade only enhances its potential and does not directly improve its combat capabilities, which pales in comparison to the enhancements provided by the Resurrection, Altar, and World Wonders. Both of these can greatly enhance the territory's potential, and regardless of whether in the early or later stages, they can yield significant benefits. While the future is important, the early stages are equally crucial. If one cannot develop in the early stages, then there will be no talk of the future. He is not someone with extraordinary wisdom or luck. It is impossible to plan 100 steps ahead. Instead, he focuses more on the present, choosing items that provide direct benefits to the territory. Moreover, he believes that even with a low-quality territory, he can still grow due to future talents. Thus, after careful consideration, Zhou Li decided to first exchange for the Resurrection, Altar, and World Wonders. With the remaining 25 points, he could only exchange for 2 talismans, leaving him 1 short of upgrading to rare quality, so he ultimately only exchanged for 1 quality upgrade talisman. The upgraded territory now has a radius of 400 meters, and with the territory expansion order, the area is now a staggering 600 square meters, making the territory feel much more spacious. It should be noted that while many of the skeleton soldiers in the territory perished during the last day's battle, a new batch has replenished their numbers, and there are now still a total of 200. It was only after the trial ended that the territory expansion order allowed for a slight increase in space. However, with more than 2 skeleton soldiers per square meter, it appeared crowded and dense. Now it is much better, and the whole territory no longer looks like a necromancer's domain. The item placed next is the Qiankuan Ding. Radiance burst forth, and soon the Qiankuan Ding transformed into a large cauldron, standing 1 meter tall, appearing in the core area of the Lord's mansion. The entire Qiankuan Ding emanated a soft white light, as if it were breathing gently. Then complex runes appeared around the protective barrier outside the entire territory, becoming even more mysterious and profound. Zhou Li knew that the function of the Qiankuan Ding Zhenyun was in effect not only suppressing the fortune of the territory, but also concealing the information of the territory. Now it was quite difficult for ordinary people to obtain information from Zhou Li's territory through divination or probing. As for the second and third functions, the specific effects would only be known after Zhou Li conducted further research. Next to be placed was the Resurrection Altar. The true name of the Resurrection Altar is the Reincarnation Hall, a type of resurrection building associated with the Xinxia genre. Other types, such as the Transmigration Pool associated with faith, or the Heroic Spirit Hall associated with fantasy, have similar functions. However, Zhou Li planned to pursue the Xinxia and martial arts paths. Currently, there are very few Xinxia buildings in the territory, so he certainly needs to construct more Xinxia buildings to ensure a smoother path for the territory. Thus, the selected buildings this time were all Xinxia buildings. Reincarnation Hall. Quality Golden Legend. Level 101000. Building type Resurrection. Durability 100, 001, 0000. Function: it can extract the soul information of the territory's soldiers, leaving a soul imprint in the reincarnation hall. When soldiers die, their souls can be guided back. It can consume source crystals and energy crystals to revive the deceased soldiers. Upgrade requirements: 1,000 source crystals, 2,000 energy crystals. As expected of a building of Golden Legend quality, it requires 1,000 source crystals just to upgrade to level 1, which shows the exorbitant upgrade cost. Most ordinary lords cannot afford it, especially when source crystals are scarce in the early stages. When he first ascended, Zhou Li could only obtain a few hundred source crystals a day, making it nearly impossible to upgrade this building even by one level, which is beyond the means of ordinary people. The area of the reincarnation hall is not large, only 1,000 square meters, resembling a palace. Its solemn architectural style makes one feel a sense of tranquility just standing at its entrance. Then Zhou Li directly upgraded this building to level 10, with an area of 1,000 square meters. Zhou Li decided to place the reincarnation hall next to the core of the territory beside the Lord's mansion, as it is the most central building and must be well protected. However, the territory has not been upgraded yet, and the core area is already occupied, so it was temporarily placed in the newly expanded outer area. Since the trial had just ended, the territory was still very safe. Once all buildings were in place, they could be relocated together. Subsequently, the soul information of the main soldiers of the territory was recorded in the reincarnation hall. At this time, Zhou Li also discovered another limitation of the reincarnation hall: the limit on the number of records. A level 10 reincarnation hall can only record 1,000 soul information, meaning 1,000 soldiers or citizens. Currently, the territory already has over 2,000 skeletons, making it impossible to record them all. Fortunately, ordinary skeleton soldiers are cannon fodder, so not recording them is not a big deal. Zhou Li only recorded the information of elite-level skeleton soldiers, while all ordinary skeleton soldiers were not recorded. All other types of soldiers and citizens, including heroes, were fully recorded. Then there is the daily resurrection limit, which is not fixed and depends on the quality of the citizens and soldiers. Buildings can only be resurrected one at a time. The base time is 1 minute, meaning that a level 1 ordinary citizen or soldier only needs 1 minute to resurrect. However, as the levels and qualities increase, the required time extends, increasing by 1 minute. For each increase in quality, the base times are fine grade 2 minutes, rare grade 4 minutes, excellent grade 6 minutes, epic grade 8 minutes, legendary grade 10 minutes. If it is a hero unit, the base time is 1 hour, with subsequent rules being the same. For example, Zhou Li's level 10 epic quality Wushuang Spear Guard has a base time of 8 minutes, and level 10 requires 80 minutes to resurrect. If it is a hero for 4 level 10 excellent quality heroes, the base time is 6 hours, and level 10 would require 60 hours, an entire 5 days to resurrect one hero. Moreover, during this period, no other units can be resurrected. All units must wait. Fortunately, once upgraded to level 10, the resurrection time is half formula-based resurrection time, one significantly speeding up the process. As for the resources required for resurrection, it is 30 of all source crystals consumed by the target in upgrading to the current level. Of course, this is the normal 30, not accounting for the effects of heavenly Tao rewards diligence. Zhou Li killed an elite-level skeleton warrior to conduct an experiment. He found that the required source crystals for resurrection were 270, meaning it only accounted for 30 of the source crystals from upgrading that elite-level skeleton warrior from level 1 to level 10, 204,060. 180. It did not include the resources required for the skeleton soldier to upgrade from ordinary to elite quality. Of course, the skeleton soldier had leveled up entirely by killing enemies without using source crystals for upgrades, but the reincarnation hall does not consider this and only calculates based on the resources that would normally be consumed. If only it were calculated based on the actual source crystals consumed by that soldier, then all his soldiers could be resurrected without consumption at will. Zhou Li thought greedily. However, this is obviously impossible. The resources consumed are for reconstructing the body. This is what is normally required for enhancement. Zhou Li's talent merely converts the consumed resources from source crystals into the life of the monster, but the actual consumption remains unchanged. Zhou Li also discovered another thing: even though the skeleton soldier was killed and immediately resurrected, resulting in no loss and retaining its level of 10, the 200 experience points it needed to reach level 11 were all lost. The current state is level 10,200. Then he switched to another skeleton warrior for the experiment. This time a skeleton mage intervened, scattering part of the skeleton warrior's soul, causing the resurrection level to drop to level 80160. Subsequently, he experimented with skeletons of different levels and found the same result. Once resurrected, the experience within the current level would be cleared. This causes a significant loss of experience each time a resurrection occurs, which can be considered a notable drawback. However, it still does not overshadow the power of the reincarnation hall. After all, it can resurrect not only humans, but also hawks, tree spirits, earth elementals, and skeletons. Moreover, the speed of resurrection, while not slow, is actually quite fast. At this stage, even the top-tier second-generation beings only have 2 or 3 Golden Legend quality barracks. A troop of 100 level 10 Golden Legend quality soldiers can be fully resurrected in just 3 days. However, Zhou Li's development is abnormal. The number and level of soldiers are far higher than those of other lords, which makes the resurrection time seem too long. For others, if they have ordinary soldiers, even if they possess a graveyard, their levels are too low and they are merely cannon fodder. Daily battles lead to heavy casualties, making it impossible to accumulate such numbers. Additionally, lower evaluations yield fewer rewards, and the number of monsters tested daily is also relatively small. They cannot accumulate a legion of tens of thousands like Zhou Li, whose available corpses for resurrection are far less exaggerated. Then there was a small spiritual vein appearing in the inventory, like a small white dragon, completely still. Once used, it cannot be cancelled. The territory's environment will be transformed to suit spiritual energy, affecting other types of energy. In the next moment, this white vein, 200 meters long, half the diameter of the territory, surged into the land, merging with it. Immediately, a mysterious white mist rose in the territory, resembling ethereal chi, elusive and enigmatic, gradually dissipating into the air. Quality Golden Legend. Function increases the spiritual energy elements in the territory, enhancing the speed of cultivating spiritual energy skills and techniques. The description is simple, but the functionality is incredibly powerful. Because spiritual energy is the core energy in the realm of immortality, cultivation requires absorbing spiritual energy and continuously becoming stronger. One could say that with spiritual energy, one truly enters the realm of cultivation, establishing a core energy system unique to the territory. Before the energy system existed, like arcane mages, they could only absorb the ambient energy of the novice world or draw energy from crystals to convert into magic power, which was slow and significantly weakened their potency. Otherwise, as a relatively strong mage among Golden Legend quality units, their performance would not be as simplistic as it is now. It is the magic power and environmental constraints that limit their abilities. Thus, for instance, elemental forces measured by magic chi power from martial arts, technological laws from the tech realm, abyssal energy from the abyss, and strange power from the uncanny are core energies exclusively belonging to these paths. With a dedicated core energy, soldiers recover faster in the territory, their skills are more powerful, and their capabilities far exceed those of the past. Especially after arriving at the Chaos Sea, no one knows what kind of system the randomly arriving worlds belong to, and what their internal energy cues might be. If it weren't for the energy system in the territory, soldiers would need to rely entirely on their own energy, while exploring, significantly weakening their recovery speed and skill power, making exploration extremely difficult. The best approach is, of course, to accommodate all energy systems, developing each one robustly, so that when arriving in various realms, corresponding soldiers exist in the territory, avoiding being countered. However, since each type of energy has exclusivity, having multiple energies coexist in the territory can lead to conflicts where one may overpower another, making peaceful coexistence challenging. The more energy present, the more intense the conflicts. Of course, it is not entirely impossible to coexist. Some energy systems with less severe conflicts may still experience situations where one energy dominates another. Being overpowered does not mean the other energy disappears, it simply becomes inert, making absorption and use more difficult and subject to suppression by the dominant energy. When soldiers cultivating 2 energies clash, even if their strengths are equal, the first type of energy will suppress the second, resulting in the first energy's cultivators appearing stronger. Moreover, the upper limit of the suppressed energy will appear significantly lower. No matter how much the strongest cultivates, they cannot surpass the cultivators of the dominant energy. Thus, one generally has to choose one energy as the primary path and select 2 to 3 auxiliary paths that do not conflict much. Of course, if your territory's quality is high, accommodating more paths is possible, or if you possess top-tier treasures like world wonders that can harmonize multiple paths, then developing more paths is feasible. In the Lord's world, anything is possible. This is why high-quality territories are sought after. They can accommodate more energy systems, have fewer shortcomings, and are less likely to encounter countering energy systems, allowing for better development in the Chaos Sea. Naturally, this pertains to less conflicting energies, but if the energies are highly conflicting, the suppression will be immense, potentially rendering development impossible. Additionally, the main paths include martial arts, immortality, magic, technology, and others. Why can they become major paths? The primary reason is that such worlds are most prevalent in the Chaos Sea, making the probability of encountering them the highest, thus less likely to be suppressed. Moreover, with more worlds, some will inevitably develop stronger with more abundant resources and higher limits. Choosing such worlds will lead to smoother future paths for the Lord. This is a pattern summarized from countless years of development in the Lord's world. Zhou Li naturally plans to prioritize developing the immortality path. Although the strongest arcane mage in the territory belongs to the magic side, and the majority of the skeleton warriors are also magical creations, these soldiers will face suppression in the territory, yet Zhou Li remains resolute in his intention. As a true citizen of Huagua, the pursuit of immortality is eternal. Moreover, cultivators are incredibly powerful with comprehensive abilities that can be effective in various ways. Even if this world lacks spiritual energy, the energy stored within soldiers can exert formidable. As for the magic path, it can only serve as an auxiliary path. Now that the quality of the territory has been enhanced, it can more easily accommodate multiple paths. He believes that in the future, he will find more ways to further enhance the quality of the territory and accommodate. After setting up the spiritual vein, the next task is to arrange the formation. This formation is similar to the protective formation of mountain gates found in novels. It can harness the power of the spiritual vein to protect the entire territory, featuring both defensive and offensive capabilities. The small 5 elements mountain protection array. Type formation. Quality golden legend. Function 5 elements, protection 5 elements, killing formation 5 elements, confinement formation. Energy consumption bound to spiritual veins, relying on the chi from the spiritual veins to maintain the formation. The current small spiritual vein can only unleash 50 of the formation's power. Full activation requires a medium spiritual vein. One can also add source crystals to activate the large formation with a full activation cost of 1,000 source crystals per minute. Introduction. The small 5 elements mountain protection array is a miniature replica of the innate 5 elements great array, embodying the concept of mutual generation and restriction among the 5 elements. It can attack, defend, and confine, possessing formidable power. Zhou Li was quite satisfied to have drawn this formation. It seemed his luck was quite good. Although it is merely a replica, the significance of the original matters. This is the innate 5 elements great array of formation derived from the combination of the innate 5 elements flags from the primordial era. Just by looking at the energy consumption, one can tell that a small spiritual vein cannot unleash the true power of the large formation. The full activation cost is a staggering 1,000 source crystals per minute. One can only imagine how immense that power is. It is the high consumption brought about by such great power that Zhou Li finds somewhat unbearable. At 1,000 per minute with the hundreds of thousands of source crystals, they would be exhausted in just a few hours. One should know that in novels, when attacking the mountain protection formations, it often involves sieges lasting several days or even years. Even if it is not activated at full power, the consumption is certainly not negligible. For now, this mountain protection formation can only be observed, and one can maintain it at the lowest power. To truly showcase the formidable power of the mountain protection formation, the territory needs to develop further for a while. Of course, if there is never a need to fully activate the mountain protection formation, that would undoubtedly be Zhou Li's greatest hope. Zhou Li looked at the 5 formation flags and a formation disc in his hands, raised his hand, and placed them into his territory. The installation of this mountain protection formation was straightforward. The 5 formation flags fell directly into the 5 outermost positions of the territory. Then the formation disc was positioned at the core of the territory, the Lord's mansion. Following this, a radiance flashed from the formation disc, connecting with the spiritual vein dragon, which emitted a series of dragon roars. Subsequently, the formation disc absorbed the chi from the spiritual vein, manifesting spiritual patterns that spread around the Lord's mansion until they connected with the 5 formation flags. The 5 formation flags also emitted bursts of light, forming a massive protective barrier that enveloped the territory, merging with the protective shield of the entire Lord's space before vanishing from sight. At this point, the mountain protection formation was successfully set up. Zhou Li activated the mountain protection formation, setting it to the lowest consumption mode. While this mode had almost no defensive strength and attack energy, all basic detection functions were still active, along with a basic concealment ability to guard against dangers from the Chaos Sea. Although the territory is unlikely to be discovered in the Chaos Sea, it is not without dangers. Some monsters that have been partially eroded by chaos and have not completely perished, as well as items that have been affected by chaos but have not dissipated, continuously wander in the chaos, posing a certain probability of discovering the Lord's space. There are also powerful evil gods that may randomly emit beacons or similar items into the chaos. These items can easily pass through the protective shield of the Lord's space and enter the territory. Once they enter the territory, the beacons will transmit information about the territory to the evil gods, putting the territory in danger. After all, the initial protective shield of the territory has almost no defensive capabilities and can only block the erosion from chaotic airflows. Though the probability is low, there are many evil gods and countless monsters in the chaos. Combined with the vast number of lords, there will always be some unfortunate souls each year who see their territories shattered for various reasons before they descend. While being away from the territory is not a problem, a shattered territory means one can no longer walk the path of a lord and must take on other professions. Thus, the mountain protection formation is quite important. It not only enhances the concealment of the territory, but also defends against some attacks from the chaos, serving as a vital structure for the territory. Teachers in school have also taught knowledge related to this. Whenever possible, it is best to acquire a mountain protection formation to safeguard the territory's security, which is also why Zhou Li chose it. Finally, there is the scripture repository. Zhou Li chose the scripture repository to take advantage of his innate talent, allowing the citizens and soldiers to learn various skills more quickly. Scripture repository. Quality Golden Legend. Level 101000. Building Durability 100 001 0000. Function Skills, Techniques, and Legacies placed in the scripture repository can be used an unlimited number of times. Skills Sumeru Mustard Seed. The interior of the scripture repository contains a spatial formation with an infinitely large space that can store an unlimited number of books, jade slips, and other knowledge legacy items, extending the preservation time of items by 1-fold. It also allows a large number of territory heroes, soldiers, and citizens to enter the scripture repository to read books with a maximum capacity of 1,000 people. Legacy. When territory heroes, soldiers, and citizens enter the scripture repository to read books, their learning speed is increased by 100, allowing for repeated reading to deepen understanding and gain experience in certain skills, techniques, and legacies. Copying. Skills, techniques, and legacies in the scripture repository can be copied, allowing multiple members to learn simultaneously. Each golden legend skill can be copied twice: orange 4 times, purple 8 times, and blue 16 times. Copied skills cannot be taken out of the scripture repository. Upgrade requirement: 1,000 source crystals, 2,000 energy crystals. Zhou Li was very satisfied with the 3 skills. The first function allows the territory to extend the preservation time of these books and jade slips. After all, books can suffer damage during use. Even system skills will wear out with excessive use. Though level 1 can only double the time, upgrades can increase it further. Given that these books and jade slips can last for a long time, they can easily be used for hundreds of years. Then skills 2 and 1 are interconnected, allowing 1,000 people to learn in the scripture repository, speeding up the learning process. With the enhancement of talent, the learning speed of the territory's soldiers can increase several-fold. Especially for a territory like Zhou Li's, which has many soldiers, if the learning speed is too slow, there may still be many soldiers waiting in line after several months. As for skill 3, it is the core reason Zhou Li chose this scripture repository. Other types of learning buildings may offer faster learning speeds, possibly increase skills, or have various other effects, but for Zhou Li, none can compare to the third function. Zhou Li's luck was also average. Throughout the novice trial, he did not acquire many skill books. Moreover, each skill book can only allow one soldier to learn at a time. No matter how large the first function's space is, it is futile without skill books, as numerous soldiers can only wait in line. However, with the copying function, a single book can serve as multiple books. Currently, the most abundant resource in the territory is skeleton soldiers, who only learn the basic sword techniques and basic bone forging techniques of white ordinary quality. One book can be used as 64, greatly accelerating the soldier's learning speed. Furthermore, it is possible to continue upgrading, which increases the number of copies available. With the combination of these 3 skills, one only needs to invest minimal resources to purchase a batch of various skill books to significantly enhance the strength of all the soldiers in the territory. It can be said that this scripture repository is an accelerator for improving the strength of the territory's soldiers. After handling the treasures acquired from the legendary hall, Zhou Li finally relaxed. I need to head to school to report the results of this trial. Zhou Li took a short break and decided to return to school. The Lord trial concluded, and the return to the main world was around 8 in the morning. Even the lords who failed the trial remained in the Lord space, waiting for the trial to finish before returning together. At this moment in Ping'an City, there were many students on the way, all newcomers who had become lords this year, heading to Ping'an No. 2 High School. In a large auditorium, Teacher Zhang, responsible for the statistics of this novice trial, sat on the podium, observing the incoming new lords and recording their situations one by one. Each new lord who entered the auditorium would report their situation, and based on the trial results, class assignments would be redistributed. Of course, some new lords might attempt to lie, but Teacher Zhang was a top-tier lord below level 99 and had specifically cultivated lie detection abilities specially assigned for this statistical task. Ordinary new lords would find it nearly impossible to deceive this teacher Zhang. If someone truly managed to deceive teacher Zhang, it would only indicate that they were extraordinarily powerful, capable of obtaining item skills or other means to fool a level 99 quasi-immortal, making the outcome of the trial somewhat irrelevant. Some might say that those elite second-generation lords endowed with top-tier treasures from parents and elders could easily deceive him. However, those elites would not care about the meager resources available at school. It wouldn't be worth it to lie just for a title. Below the podium, many students were conversing, creating a lively atmosphere. It's terrifying, but simply not a place for humans. On the third day, I was surrounded by a group of mutated goblins. I didn't even have time to reinforce the core of my territory before the system deemed me eliminated. A tall boy patted his chest, clearly shaken, with what seemed to be cold sweat still lingering on his forehead. I fared a bit better lasting until the 7th day. I thought I could scrape by with a pass, but then I encountered a sudden wave of elite monsters. The onslaught was too fierce, my territory was flattened, leaving nothing behind. Another girl sighed, her tone filled with regret. I was quite lucky. I drew the elite unit harpies at the start, and thanks to my aerial advantage, I barely held on until the 10th day. Unfortunately, I ultimately couldn't defend my final line due to insufficient troops. The entire classroom was buzzing with students exchanging their experiences. Some excitedly spread their palms, showcasing the blueprints of exceptional quality defensive towers they obtained during the trial, having successfully passed. Others boasted about recruiting special heroic units, with formidable combat strength helping their lords achieve ultimate victory. Yet some had terrible luck drawing weak units like goblins and gremlins and were eliminated within days. There were those who initially drew good units and developed well, but ultimately faced a critical counter from a restraining unit, resulting in their elimination. It was truly unfortunate. Zhou Li, having set up numerous buildings, arrived relatively late, and most had already. Zhou Li reported his trial results to teacher Zhang. Zhou Li, White Quality Lord's Heart Novice Trial Pass Territory, Level 7. Well done. Teacher Zhang glanced at Zhou Li in surprise. Level 7 is already among the most powerful in Ping'an No. 2 High School, where other passing lords only ranged from levels 3 to 6. He was already the top student in the entire school. In fact, in nearly a century of Ping'an No. 2 High School's history, he ranked among the best. Facing the most outstanding genius in the school, teacher Zhang couldn't help but smile and nodded, then signaled Zhou Li to sit down for a while until everyone had arrived. Zhou Li calmly turned and found a secluded corner to sit, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding commotion, yet secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Qinquan ding he exchanged was powerful enough, allowing him to successfully deceive teacher Zhang's perception. In truth, he didn't want to lie. However, he was acutely aware of the principle that the wooden tree stands out in the forest and the wind will surely fell it. Without absolute self-protection, exposing his shrank evaluation and terrifying level 10 strength would only attract unnecessary trouble and the covetous eyes of stronger individuals. Level 7 was both impressive enough to break conventions while remaining within a relatively reasonable range for geniuses, thus not drawing the attention of truly powerful figures. His classmates around him cast shocked, jealous, and even a hint of awed admiration at him. In this era where everyone could be a lord, level represented the efficiency of resource acquisition and the absolute dominance in combat power. Especially in the novice trial, the overall difficulty and number of monsters faced increased significantly with each level. To rise to level 7 and pass the trial was no small feat. Once Zhou Li settled into a corner, a few classmates from his second year could no longer restrain themselves and approached him, curious about his experience. Zhou Li, did you really pass the trial? Yes, and my territory level reached 7. Which is quite high. How did you manage that? What unit did you draw at the start? It must have been good, otherwise you wouldn't have passed the trial. Zhou Li, since you passed the trial, what rewards did you receive? They must be great, right? Zhou Li, remember us when you become successful. Yes, my trial didn't go well, I hope you can help me. Several classmates surrounded Zhou Li, some speaking with a hint of envy, others with jealousy, but most were expressions of admiration and flattery. Ping'an City is merely a small town, and Ping'an No. 2 High School is just an ordinary school far inferior to No. 1 High School. Each year, less than 1/10 of the school's lords pass the novice trial. The students here are all ordinary, and the school lacks any particularly precious treasures. It can be said that every lord who can pass the trial in this school is a prodigy destined for greater achievements. The rewards obtained from merely passing the trial are treasures they can only long for over an extended period. Having already created a gap with those students who failed the trial, they received both envy and jealousy from many other students. Thus, Zhou Li could understand his classmates' thoughts. Oh, everyone wanted to cling to the successful. Zhou Li simply smiled and remained silent, occasionally giving brief answers to questions he could. As for the detailed information about his territory and the treasures obtained, he certainly wouldn't casually disclose them to others. Those eager to cling to him would not receive clear answers either. Zhou Li had always been reclusive in school, and these individuals were merely ordinary classmates with no particularly close friends. Moreover, he was still a novice lord himself with insufficient resources, let alone giving them away for free. Amidst the clamor and discussions, time swiftly passed. All the senior students had already arrived at the school. At this moment, Teacher Zhang stood up. "All right, quiet down. Since everyone is here, I will now announce our class final results." He tightly clutched an electronic statistics board that shimmered with a faint blue glow. His brows furrowed behind the lens, and his face was grave, as if it could drip water. As his fingers swiftly glided across the screen, the enormous holographic projection at the front of the hall began to scroll and display the final harsh data from the trial. The difficulty coefficient of this trial, as assessed by the school, is just at the average level. Out of 500 students in the entire school, only 40 managed to endure until the end and pass the trial. Upon hearing this, a wave of gasps and low exclamations erupted in the hall. The previously noisy environment instantly quieted down a bit. An 8 pass rate was even more brutal than anticipated. "Everyone be quiet. You are truly the worst batch we have ever had in this school. Those who did not pass should seriously reflect on why they failed. Did you pay attention during the lessons? Were you cautious enough? Did you earnestly develop your territory? Did you properly consider the issues of troop counters?" The students who did not pass the trial gathered in small groups, patting each other's shoulders, sharing their thrilling experiences from the past few days, their faces still reflecting the excitement and relief of having survived, yet their eyes betrayed an undeniable sense of loss and sadness. Amidst the sounds of lamentation and discussion, the 40 lucky individuals who passed the trial naturally became the focal point of attention. They bore injuries to varying degrees, but their eyes shone brighter than those of others. Each face was aglow with pride and joy, a glory earned through their lives. Teacher Zhang raised his hand to signal for silence, then revealed a look of satisfaction and excitement on his face. "Here, I would like to especially commend student Zhou Li. Student Zhou Li's performance was outstanding. Not only did he pass the novice trial, but he also reached level 7, breaking our school's record that had stood for nearly 10 years. This is truly wonderful." Everyone applauded. As Teacher Zhang's words fell, thunderous applause filled the hall, mixed with complex gazes of envy and loss. Especially among the students in the same class as Zhou Li, their hands were red from clapping, and the emotions in their eyes were the most complex. Of course, all other students who passed the trial are also excellent and serve as examples for everyone. Now I announce that all students who pass the trial will immediately be transferred to the elite class. The school will concentrate its most valuable resources, including unknown guidance from senior mentors, preferential access to exclusive resources, and higher-level cultivation permissions to provide you with focused training. The path ahead depends on how far you can go. With that, Teacher Zhang waved his hand, signaling the students who passed the trial to follow him to the elite class. Zhou Li did not hesitate and strode forward. The others did the same. Under the gaze and discussions of the crowd, Zhou Li, along with 39 other students who passed the trial, followed Teacher Zhang through the long corridor to the exclusive classroom of the elite class located on the top floor of the teaching building. Unlike the crowded and noisy environment of ordinary classes, this place felt spacious and tranquil, with a faint ink fragrance mixed with the refreshing aura emitted by energy crystals. Each desk was crafted from precious silent wood, helping the lords concentrate and accelerate their cultivation. In front of each desk, there was also a light brain screen for instant information queries. The walls were embedded with auxiliary instruments for monitoring mental power, and the luxurious setup caused the newly promoted students to gasp in amazement. "Welcome, new elites." A middle-aged man dressed in a deep blue mentor's outfit had already been waiting here. His voice was steady and powerful, exuding an air of authority from long-standing position. "I am the head teacher of the elite class. You can call me Minor Lin." A middle-aged man dressed in a deep blue mentor's outfit had already been waiting here. His voice was steady and powerful, exuding an air of authority from long-standing position. "I am the head teacher of..." Zhou Li took a deep breath and reached out to touch the ball of white light. As the light dissipated, 2 items appeared in the palm of his hand. These were the All Heavens Trading Hall and All Heavens Forum. Both are territorial buildings that Zhou Li had learned about before. They are not buildings obtained as system rewards, but man-made constructions. It is said that in ancient times, a powerful human realized that various lords were only concerned with their own territories, leading to poor communication and information isolation. Thus, he spent vast resources and time along with his own formidable strength, ultimately creating these 2 buildings, which were recognized by the system. Unlike telephones in the past life that communicated through numerous base stations, transmitting signals, mobile phones relayed through these stations for communication. It is nearly impossible for the government to construct base stations in the Chaos Sea, as it was done in the past life, not to mention the erosion of chaotic currents and the countless number of worlds, along with the randomness of the descending worlds, make it a complex task. Furthermore, the monsters and evil gods that roam in the chaos can easily destroy these base stations. Thus, these two buildings serve as bases themselves. Internally, they are inscribed with powerful spells capable of interworld communication for cross-border exchanges. They also have data processing functions serving as nodes to connect the countless worlds in the Chaos Sea. Initially, this communication capability is quite weak as there are very few base stations. However, with the increasing strength of the human race and the rise of lords as they left their footprints in countless worlds, these base stations were established in myriad realms. It can be said to be a territorial building that grows stronger with the increasing strength of the human race. Naturally, these two buildings are uniformly issued by the state. I can get it for free again, how delightful. Zhou Li nodded secretly as he sat in his seat. Otherwise, just the technology for interworld communication would make the cost of these two buildings exorbitant, far beyond what Zhou Li could afford. This was also the main reason Zhou Li came to school. After all, if there are benefits, not being proactive would indicate a problem with one's mindset. Of course, those top-tier second-generation elites or lords who have joined various major forces generally do not come to the school to collect these. One reason is that they look down upon such trivial benefits. The other reason is that their respective forces have prepared better buildings for them. This is merely the most basic All Heavens Trading Hall and All Heavens Forum. Since those forces are powerful, they can build better structures that allow for faster communication, broader reach, and safer exchanged information. Some major forces even have their internal malls and forums for exchanging more confidential information and trading more precious items. These are circulated solely internally and are never made available to outside lords. Students from every school can basically claim these two buildings. The true reward for the elite class is the opportunity to choose an advanced technique free of charge. Although Ping'an No. 2 Middle School is not particularly strong overall, it is a nationally recognized formal high school. In this extraordinary era, every city and every high school is remarkable. They cannot simply be built at will. Even at Ping'an No. 2, there are elite teachers at the quasi-immortal level, and the principal and others are of immortal caliber, with the school possessing immortal artifacts as its treasured possessions. The school has a vast collection of techniques, and more importantly, it is linked to the National Technique Library. The techniques within cover a wide range, claiming to have everything. After securing the two buildings, Zhou Li began to select a technique. He opened the holographic screen, and seeing the various techniques displayed, he did not linger. Having already contemplated his future path, he directly chose a technique related to cultivation. In an instant, the screen was left with only the broad category of cultivation techniques. Yet the variety was still abundant, with each one emanating a distinct aura of the Tao. The cover of the gold-type technique radiated an unmatched sharpness capable of severing all. The wood-type technique, in contrast, was vibrant and full of life. The fire-type technique was scorching and explosive, along with secret manuals for sword cultivators specifically designed for combat, and the thunder techniques infused with a sense of destruction and overwhelming strength. Each technique had its own characteristics. Some advocated that the realm is king, emphasizing rapid cultivation speed. Others focused on combat abilities, allowing for vast reserves of magical power, and some even boasted unique supernatural powers. Zhou Li was dazzled. His mind raced, yet he found it difficult to make a decision. Faced with the myriad inheritances gathered from countless realms, he experienced an unprecedented dilemma. His fingers swiftly scrolled down, preparing to search for some special techniques. Just then, an ancient and unadorned tome, its cover bearing the marks of time, and seemingly on the verge of crumbling, suddenly caught his eye. Huang Ting Dao Jing. Upon seeing this name, Zhou Li's heart skipped a beat, followed by a violent racing of his pulse. This name held significant weight in his memories from his past life. It was not merely a Tao scripture, but subtly pointed towards that exalted, ineffable pinnacle of the primordial realm, Taishang Laojun. Zhou Li felt a mix of surprise and doubt, his brow furrowed. This was a legendary sage-level existence. Oh, how could his personal technique appear in this ordinary technique library, like a common trinket? Could it be that this was not the technique from his memories? With a heart full of suspicion and a hint of gambler's luck, Zhou Li tremblingly tapped to open the detailed introduction of the technique. It turned out that this was not a complete sage inheritance. The panel clearly marked in glaring red that this was merely a fragment containing only the foundation establishment methods below the immortal realm, with subsequent techniques missing. What was even more daunting was its cultivation threshold entry was extremely difficult, requiring a special constitution and opportunities. Progress was infuriatingly slow, demanding that the cultivator comprehend obscure Taoist terminology and maintain an almost harsh mindset. One must always keep a transcendent and tranquil state of mind. The slightest impatience could lead to demonic deviation or even death. In this early era of the myriad worlds where efficiency and rapid success were paramount, everyone was scrambling to seize opportunities. This technique was practically a chicken rib, hard to chew. However, Zhou Li suppressed his disappointment and patiently continued to look down, noticing the advantages of the technique despite the arduous and challenging cultivation process. Once one entered the Huang Ting Dao Jing, the spiritual power cultivated would be refined to the utmost. Each strand of spiritual energy would weigh as heavy as a mountain, and its magical power would far exceed that of other techniques of the same tier. Even more frightening was its performance in real combat, possessing the characteristics of dominating all techniques. Utilizing any spell would achieve a return to simplicity, allowing it to crush all flashy techniques below the same tier through the quality of its magical power, excelling in offense, defense, and escape. It even possessed unique functions for dispelling disasters and resolving difficulties. Thus, despite its many shortcomings, this technique was still regarded as a top-tier technique and placed in the technique library for students to choose from. One must understand that the techniques displayed in the elite class holographic brain are all premium techniques collected by the state. Each can easily be cultivated to the immortal level, not ordinary techniques that are merely mediocre. The fact that this Huang Ting Dao Jing could appear here, even as a fragmented technique, speaks volumes about its excellence. Zhou Li was now very certain that this technique was indeed the top-tier technique from his memories. Slow cultivation, high threshold, yet invincible at the same tier, with special functions. Zhou Li stroked his chin, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. For him, possessing the talent of Heaven's Path rewards diligence. Slow cultivation speed was hardly a problem, as long as he was willing to put in the effort. Diligence could compensate for any shortcomings. Being fragmented was not an issue either. He believed he would definitely be able to make up for it in the future. However, the powerful effects of the technique could lay the most perfect foundation for him, placing him in a leading position in the future conflicts of the myriad worlds. With this in mind, Zhou Li hesitated no longer and solemnly clicked the exchange button, adding this seemingly unpromising Huang Ting Dao Jing to his collection. Meanwhile, on the podium, Mentor Lin was also closely observing the student's selection of techniques. With the strength of a quasi-immortal, he could clearly see every move made by the students below. Especially Zhou Li, who ranked first in the school, was his primary focus. Initially, seeing Zhou Li directly choose a cultivation technique made him very happy, indicating that Zhou Li had a firm will and had already made his choice without being distracted by other options. However, upon seeing the name of the technique, Zhou Li chose Mentor Lin's previously smiling expression froze, filled with disbelief. His eyes widened in shock, his face a mask of incredulity. Huang Ting Dao Jing. Has this kid gone mad? Instead of choosing the rapidly advancing techniques in the shop, he deliberately picked this infamous discouragement manual. As an experienced Mentor, Lin was well aware of the intricacies of this technique. This technique was not originally from the school, but had been shared from the National Technique Library. Its specific origins are now untraceable, but it is known that when it first appeared in the technique library, it was offered as a top-tier technique accessible only to those above the immortal level. At that time, many immortal-level powerhouses, noticing the powerful effects of the technique, exchanged for it and practiced for a while. However, the cultivation difficulty of this technique was too high and the cultivation speed was slow, while the results were merely adequate for immortal-level powerhouses. Immortal-level powerhouses are quite busy, and gradually they all gave up. The technique's rating then dropped, being adjusted to a top-tier technique accessible to those below the immortal level. At that time, many top lords were excited to exchange for this technique and attempted to cultivate it. Unfortunately for lords below the immortal level, the cultivation difficulty of this technique was even greater. 9 out of 10 could not even get started, and the remaining 1, due to slow progress, watched as other lords rapidly advanced with various techniques, becoming immortals and deities, while he was still progressing at a snail's pace, leading to a gradual breakdown of his mentality. Ultimately, they switched to other techniques. The technique's rating continued to drop, attracting another wave of practitioners who eventually collapsed and gave up. This technique caused quite a stir back then, but ultimately, due to its high cultivation difficulty, its rating was lowered all the way down. It is now placed in the public technique library for students to exchange freely. If not for the fact that this technique is indeed exquisite and powerful, it might have even been placed among the ordinary techniques. Hence, Mentor Lin was very clear about this technique. Mentor Lin's brow furrowed. He considered stopping Zhou Li multiple times. Yet after a moment's thought, he sighed helplessly and withdrew his hand. He understood that students who could enter the elite class inherently possess a stubborn pride. Since Zhou Li dared to choose, he surely believed in his extraordinary talent. If he poured cold water on his enthusiasm, now not only would he not listen, but it might also provoke his rebellious nature. Forget it, young people won't turn back until they hit a wall. Teacher Zhang shook his head. Let him face a setback first. When he experiences difficulties in cultivation and realizes he cannot make progress, and even after entering finds his pace lagging far behind his peers, he will naturally understand what truly suits him. At that time I can step in to give him a truly solid technique, and he will be able to accept it. In Teacher Zhang's view, Zhou Li's choice was merely an impulsive attempt driven by youthful exuberance. Once this initial excitement and pride are tempered by reality, everything will return to the right track. Zhou Li was unaware of Teacher Lin's thoughts. After exchanging for the martial art, he couldn't help but open it up to check the details. As the pages unfolded, a vast and distant aura rushed towards him. Unlike the straightforward diagrams of meridian flow found in ordinary martial arts, this scroll was filled with obscure and difficult ancient glyphs and profound meditative formulas. The old sage casually composed 7-character verses explaining the form and the various deities. Above was the yellow court, below the pass of Yuan, behind was the mysterious gate of fate. To refine this, one must sustain oneself. In the yellow court, people are dressed in crimson. The pass of Yuan is lush and flourishing, while the mysterious gate stands tall and lofty. In the Dantian, the essence is subtle, and the clear waters of the jade pool nourish the spiritual roots. Zhou Li recited softly, feeling as if every word weighed 1,000 pounds. In his mind, countless chaotic lines intertwined, and if he wasn't careful, he would get lost in the complex descriptions of the 3 parts, 8 scenes, 24 truths. For an ordinary person, just seeing the first page would likely leave them dizzy and disheartened. But Zhou Li remained calm. He had already considered the path he wanted to take during his previous studies and had earnestly learned various Taoist terms and knowledge, allowing him to grasp some basic meanings. At this moment, his innate ability, Heavenly Tao Rewards Diligence, quietly activated. The previously obscure Taoist terms seemed to him to be dismantled into their most fundamental codes and principles. What is meant by gazing at heaven and earth as a child, or sitting under the hut watching the child? Here, heaven and earth refer to oneself, while the child signifies being as tranquil and desireless as a child during introspection, also referring to the state of preserving the spirit. As it says, the immortal Taoist is not divine, accumulating essence and qi to become true. Everyone consumes grains and delights in the 5 flavors, yet alone consumes the qi of Tai, He, Yin, and Yang. Absorb the air in the hut to repay oneself, guard the body, and receive fortune, carefully conceal within the heart, and the spirit shall return to youth. This indicates that one must pay attention to breathing and qi absorption during cultivation. One should only inhale to refine the essence. Leisurely controlling the scenery leads to lasting tranquility, preserving my Niwen and the 3 wondrous spirits. Urgently guard the essence chamber and do not leak carelessly. By closing it and valuing it, one may live long. This means that to cultivate immortality, one must sever desires, and there is also the thought of refining essence into qi. Moreover, various professional terms related to cultivation, such as Niwen 9 truths and heart spirit Dan Yuan, transformed from ethereal concepts into clear and visible paths and feedback mechanisms for cultivation. After a long time, Zhou Li finally finished watching the first section of the Yellow Court Tao scripture. Subsequently, he closed his eyes and began to attempt his first meditative introspection according to the methods in the scripture. At first, everything around him was pitch black, and there was no movement within his body. But Zhou Li remained calm and patiently guided his thoughts down into the lower dantian again and again. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps due to the compatibility with this martial art, he finally captured a faint yet extremely pure warmth amidst the chaotic darkness. That stream of qi resembled a newly born dragon. Although weak, it emanated a sense of innate heaviness, slowly spiraling in the dantian. Is this the spiritual power cultivated from the Yellow Court Tao scripture? Zhou Li felt a surge of joy within. Indeed, as the materials described, the quality of this strand of spiritual power was remarkably high, far exceeding the mixed sensations from ordinary martial arts. Immediately after, he began the tedious and lengthy circulatory cycle. While an ordinary martial art might take only half an hour to operate a small circulatory cycle, the Yellow Court Tao scripture was extremely complex in its pathway and had strict requirements for the purification of spiritual power. Zhou Li spent 3 hours just to barely complete one full cycle. As the spiritual power returned to its place, he felt an unprecedented clarity and refreshment, and the fatigue he had experienced from studying the Tao scripture quickly faded away. Once the circulatory cycle was completed, Zhou Li slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and opened it. At this moment, school had long since ended, and the empty classroom was deserted, with only the homeroom teacher Zhang, still by his desk, looking on with concern and worry. Seeing Zhou Li finish his cultivation, Teacher Zhang immediately set down the terminal in his hand, walked over, and patted his shoulder, his tone filled with a gentle understanding. "Zhou Li, how do you feel? Do you find it extremely obscure, completely at a loss?" Zhou Li was about to speak, but Teacher Zhang sighed first and continued earnestly, "I know you're ambitious and want to choose a powerful martial art. However, this Yellow Court Tao scripture is after all a legendary fragment, and the threshold is too high. Oh, it is not something a beginner should touch. You see, after practicing for so long, you probably haven't fully understood the complete meaning of the entire scripture, right? In fact, Zhou Li had already condensed a strand of pure spiritual power within him, but due to the profound complexity of the Yellow Court Tao scripture combined with only having completed one circulatory cycle, this strand of spiritual power was extremely subtle, currently lying obediently in the deepest part of his dantian, its aura reined in to the utmost. With Teacher Zhang's current realm and detection methods, if he were to investigate carefully, he could discover it, but casually probing into other dominators' conditions is not permitted. Every dominator has their own secrets. Thus, a rough observation naturally fails to perceive this faint, yet high-quality energy fluctuation. Moreover, this Yellow Court Tao scripture is inherently difficult to enter. In Teacher Zhang's understanding, even a gifted individual, a potential celestial being, would not be able to conquer the entry challenges of this heavenly text in a single afternoon. Seeing Zhou Li silent, Teacher Zhang assumed he was discouraged and offered a significant concession. How about this? Given your top score in the entrance exam, the school will make an exception for you. You can exchange for another martial art for free without spending any credits. You should know that ordinary students cannot change once they have made a choice. If they want to switch, they can only exchange their hard-earned credits. Take my advice and switch to a solid foundational martial art. Don't waste time on this. Zhou Li felt a warmth in his heart, knowing that Teacher Zhang truly cared for him. But he knew better that he had already obtained the key to unlocking treasures and could not give up at this moment. However, he also didn't want to expose the fact that he had already succeeded in his cultivation, as generally celestial beings did not attain success so quickly. His performance was too astonishing, likely to attract unnecessary trouble and scrutiny. Thus Zhou Li raised his head, feigning a contemplative, yet slightly reluctant expression, nodding and saying, "Thank you for your kindness, teacher. However, I still want to try again. After all, it is the path I chose and I can't give up so easily. If after some time I still see no progress, I will heed your advice and come back to change martial arts." Teacher Zhang looked at his stubborn eyes and shook his head helplessly, ultimately not pushing further. "All right, it's good for young people to be energetic, but don't be too stubborn. If you find it truly difficult to enter, be sure to switch martial arts in time. You are at a critical moment now. Do not waste precious time due to temporary stubbornness." Zhou Li nodded in agreement. He then bid farewell to Teacher Zhang and turned to leave the classroom. Under the sunlight, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted and a hint of imperceptible confidence flashed in his eyes. "Timely damage control. No, teacher, perhaps in a few days you will see a version of me that will astonish you," he silently thought as he walked briskly toward his house. Zhou Li stepped out of the school gate. He had barely taken a few steps when a sleek black hover sports car glided silently to a halt in front of him. The car door opened upwards and a young man dressed in designer casual wear with the latest smart device on his wrist stepped out. Zhou Li recognized him. He was also a student from Ping'an No. 2 middle school who had recently joined the elite class after passing the novice trial today. Zhou Li didn't bother to pay attention to his specific name. "Hey, isn't this our school's newly minted legend brother, Zhou Li?" The other party wore a seemingly enthusiastic smile, yet it carried an undertone of condescension, stepping a few paces closer to Zhou Li and casually offering him a beautifully packaged cigarette. "Come on, have a smoke. This is a drunken fairy herb roll sourced from the Heavenly Trading Hall. It's invigorating and greatly beneficial for our Lord's mental recovery." Zhou Li maintained a calm expression, merely shaking his head slightly, without even stopping his steps. "I don't smoke, thank you. Also, who are you and what do you want?" The other party was unfazed, retracting his hand to light up his own cigarette, inhaling deeply and exhaling a ring of light blue smoke, blocking Zhou Li's path. "My apologies, brother Zhou. I'm Li Xiaoyang. My family runs a mall, and we're doing fairly well." Li Xiaoyang exhaled a puff of smoke and continued, "Brother Zhou, don't be so cold. We are all elites who survived this novice trial and are destined to make our way in the myriad worlds. As the saying goes, a single tree cannot support a forest. Are you interested in joining our talented alliance?" At this point, Li Xiaoyang puffed out his chest, his tone laced with a hint of pride. "In our alliance, besides me, several lords who passed the novice trial have already joined. We share resources and intelligence among us. My family runs a cross-dimensional trading business, providing many resources at discounted prices for everyone. There are also many rare buildings, treasures, and skills that can be made available to all. There's also a lot of valuable information from the chaotic worlds. As long as you nod to join, you can gain access. Are you interested?" Several followers beside him quickly chimed in. "Yes, Zhou Li, brother Yang truly values you. Although your level is high, you are still a lone wolf. If you encounter a large-scale war requiring team cooperation, how can you manage alone? Following brother Yang ensures you'll enjoy the finer things." Zhou Li paused, his gaze sweeping over the faces before him, which were filled with scheming and superiority, finding it amusing internally. This Li Xiaoyang claimed to run a mall, but it was merely an ordinary business in Ping'an City offering. In fact, his family's mall was not even a notable one in Ping'an City, with very limited resources. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up in Ping'an No. 2 middle school, and his results in the Lord trial wouldn't have been so mediocre. The truly top-tier forces would have arranged for their children to attend elite schools in the provincial capital. Those newcomers would have access to many treasures to enhance their trial evaluations far beyond what Li Xiaoyang could compare to. Moreover, if one really wanted to buy something, it would be better to purchase from the Heavenly Trading Hall, where large businesses connect with myriad realms and are far more legitimate. What treasures can't you find there? And as for information, the intelligence network of the Heavenly Forum spans the heavens. Why rely on small groups for information sharing? Moreover, his territorial secrets are significant, and he certainly doesn't want them exposed. Li Xiaoyang Zhou Li looked at him, his tone calm, as if stating a fact. Your offer is indeed decent, but I don't need it. Li Xiaoyang's smile faltered for a moment, and one of his sycophants chimed in, Zhou Li, you really need to think this through. If you reject Brother Yang, many resource channels in the school may be closed off to you in the future. Whether the road is wide or narrow, I will walk my own path. Zhou Li replied dismissively, his eyes radiating an undeniable coldness. I don't like being bound by others, nor do I like leaving my back to someone else. Your alliance is good, but I cannot accompany you. With that, he bypassed Li Xiaoyang and strode out of the school. Li Xiaoyang stood there watching Zhou Li walk away, his expression alternating between green and white. He said nothing, but the cigarette in his hand was crushed tightly. He hadn't anticipated that his olive branch would be so decisively rejected by this usually unassuming guy. One sycophant remarked, Brother Yang, this Zhou Li is so ungrateful. Should we find an opportunity to deal? Li Xiaoyang shot him a fierce glare. Are you out of your mind? He's the top student in the school, and he's bound to be treated with importance. The trial has just ended and government oversight is at its peak right now. How could I possibly deal with him without putting myself at risk? Li Xiaoyang snorted, coldly crushing the broken cigarette, but underfoot. Unappreciative, we'll see. I want to see how long you a lone wolf can last. Saying this, he instructed his subordinates to contact another elite class student to continue recruiting new. In fact, among the 500 new lords in Ping'an No. 2 middle school, whether from the 40 who passed the trials or those who didn't, many small groups had already formed. These individuals were aware of their limited strength, so they sought to band together for warmth in response to the monthly arrival of worlds. Naturally, Zhou Li, being the top student of Ping'an No. 2 middle school, attracted the most attention. Many wanted to invite Zhou Li to join their groups. He had just come out late, and they had already gone after other Only Li Xiaoyang was the quickest, having his sycophants keep a close eye on Zhou Li, ensuring he arrived first. In the following time, on his way home, another 7 or 8 lords came to invite him. There were even newcomers from other schools who wanted to invite him. Zhou Li rejected them all quite decisively. In the Lord world, as long as they formed alliances, they could descend into the same world with their allies. Forming an alliance was also simple, a basic alliance tool sufficed. The price of these alliance tools isn't high. After years of development, many territories specializing in manufacturing and alchemy can produce them, making them easily purchasable. However, due to the lack of oversight after descending, many early alliances fell apart for various reasons. The most significant reason was likely uneven distribution of benefits. After all, there's a finite amount of resources in a world. If one person descends, it's all theirs. With multiple people descending, they have to compete with each other, and everyone wants to do less work while claiming more. Over time, even close relationships such as parent-child or spouses can lead to sordidness and mutual killing. That's why they have just become lords, and their thoughts are still in the learning phase. After a few more descents, few lords will still descend together. Alliances are more about mutual sharing, exchanging information, and trading outputs. Even if Zhou Li were to form an alliance, it would be with top-tier lords. Only they can absorb his treasures and provide equally valuable trades for him. As for these ordinary classmates from school, the gap is too vast. After forming an alliance, it would only mean Zhou Li supporting them. They could at most provide a bit of regular supplies, but those supplies can be freely purchased in the marketplace at transparent prices, rendering their assistance unnecessary. Upon returning home, Zhou Li wasted no time and directly stepped into his own lord's space. With a thought, 2 buildings radiating a mysterious glow instantly appeared within the territory. With a wave of profound spatial fluctuations, a grand and ancient pavilion, as if connecting to endless voids, rose from the ground. It was the Heavenly Trading Hall. Not far from it, a hovering illusionary light screen, flowing with countless streams of data, slowly unfolded. This was the Heavenly Forum. Zhou Li first clicked on the Heavenly Forum. As soon as he entered, a massive wave of information surged in like a tide. This place was simply an encyclopedia and a social sanctuary for lords from countless worlds. The sections were divided extremely meticulously, with countless veteran lords sharing various experiences from battles to farming, while some vented about their experiences after arrival, some fortunate, others unlucky. There were also posts seeking to purchase various treasures, buildings, and even coordinates of worlds. The first thing that caught the eye was the Myriad Realms Encyclopedia section, which was essentially the survival Bible for lords. The section was categorized in great detail into worlds of arrival, territory development unit, compendium, heavenly materials, and treasures, and more. From Newcomer's Guide to Arrival to Territory Development Planning, from Myriad Realms Unit Compendium to identification of rare materials, it had everything. Zhou Li casually clicked on Unit Compendium, which not only detailed the attributes and counter relationships from low-tier skeleton soldiers to high-tier angel legions, but also featured many practical videos and cultivation insights uploaded by seasoned lords. Whether a newcomer just crossing over or a dominant figure in their domain, everyone could find useful knowledge here, greatly bridging the information gap. Next was the most popular discussion zone. This place resembled a super tea house that transcended dimensions, where countless lords posted their quirky crossover experiences or shared hidden world coordinates they had just discovered. Zhou Li noticed that a pinned hot post was discussing how to quickly start in a world with sparse spiritual energy, with replies exceeding 10,000, showcasing a variety of imaginative solutions that were truly astonishing. He casually opened a free hot post titled How Low-Tier Lords Can Avoid Plane Exclusion, authored by a level 9 lord with the ID Starlit Voyager, which thoroughly analyzed 3 death zones that novices easily fell into, complete with specific avoidance techniques. Zhou Li read with great interest, quietly committing this life-saving knowledge to memory. This feeling of standing on the shoulders of giants gave him more confidence for future explorations. Here he could not only observe the wonders of myriad realms, but also avoid many potential pitfalls through others' experiences. Besides the public sections, the forum also featured a highly private and powerful private communication function. Zhou Li immediately entered his homeroom teacher Lin's forum ID in the friend search bar and clicked to add as a friend. Within seconds, the request was accepted. Zhou Li was certain as he opened his friend list, discovering he could not only send text messages, but also conduct voice and even video calls across planes. In the future, when faced with uncertain common knowledge questions, he would no longer have to flounder like a headless fly, though he could directly seek advice from his experienced teacher. The forum also provided an anonymous bounty mechanism. Additionally, it featured an extension section for trading market, where lords could expend energy crystals to post directional requests, such as urgently seeking a fire-type skill book. Sellers meeting the conditions could directly contact them in private, perfectly protecting both parties' privacy and security. Of course, trading here required a keen eye, as the items traded had no credibility guarantee. After a transaction, one might not even be able to find the person again, so one must always be prepared for potential pitfalls. This place was both a treasure trove, gathering the rarest treasures from myriad realms, and a battlefield interwoven with greed and deception. A minor misstep could leave one stripped to the bone by those seasoned hunters. Hence, it was more suitable for scattered resource exchanges or intelligence trading. There was even a team hall for lords needing collaborative strategies for high-difficulty planes to find reliable teammates. Looking at the all-encompassing and powerful heavenly forum before him, Zhou Li deeply realized that he possessed not just a chatting tool, but a key capable of unlocking resources from all across the myriad realms. By making good use of these features, he could stand on the shoulders of countless predecessors, seeing further and walk. After familiarizing himself with the basic operations of the forum, Zhou Li turned his attention to the more practically valuable heavenly trading hall. With a thought, all the spoils accumulated during the novice trial flashed in the territory's warehouse. A chaotic assortment of materials, the pelts of beasts, damaged equipment, dropped supplies, several rare and extraordinary weapons radiating an unusual aura. Hundreds of designated recruitment essences from various races, as well as the most precious few hero recruitment essences, and 3 barracks. Clear the inventory, monetize resources. The territory still lacked many resources for development which needed to be purchased, and how much could be bought would depend on how much he could monetize these spoils. However, before buying and selling materials, he could first check the prices of various materials on the forum to prevent being scammed. First, he focused intently on the 2 core needs that determined the fighting power of the territory: hero recruitment and Barak blueprints. He skillfully brought up the forum's territory development section, his fingers flying over the virtual keyboard, specifically searching for the average transaction prices and reviews for various heroes and barracks. After some comparisons, the data clearly presented itself before him. The market average price for an ordinary quality melee hero ranged between 800,000 to 1 million energy crystals. Among them, heroes with special functions such as scouting, support, and production were priced higher than ordinary combat or command heroes. Mages, on the other hand, remained the most expensive among their peers, costing significantly more than ordinary heroes. The price gap for barracks was even larger. Ordinary melee and ranged barracks were the cheapest, But since they could continuously recruit soldiers, their prices were much higher than those of regular heroes, generally exceeding 2 million energy crystals. Some special barracks, such as healing, assassination, and mage barracks, were priced far above ordinary melee barracks. Moreover, some barracks with huge potential, such as elemental barracks, and those with tree spirit attributes that were significantly over the limit, were also very expensive. Additionally, due to the unclear situation in the world of arrival, some reconnaissance-type barracks, although weaker in combat power, were also quite costly, especially those with special scouting methods that could uncover hidden information. Furthermore, due to the numerous chaotic creatures in the world of arrival, territories and soldiers were easily eroded by chaos, along with various special curses and toxic environments, making purification-type units very expensive. There were also some barracks with unique functions such as mining, planting, forging, and alchemy, which while lacking combat power, could generate tremendous value, making them quite popular among farming lords, and thus very costly. In summary, these types of barracks may have limited appeal for those who dislike them, but for those who love them, they would spend everything to acquire them. The price difference is vast, depending on whether suitable buyers and sellers can be found. Then Zhou Li checked the status of other supplies. First, regarding the defensive towers, their prices are generally fixed. From ordinary to exceptional levels, they are quite affordable, ranging from 100 to 100, while the epic level sees a significant price increase, typically requiring over 100, and legendary levels can go above 1 million, making them extremely expensive. This is still for single buildings. If it involves permanent blueprints, the prices skyrocket to over 100 times, with permanent blueprints for legendary defensive towers not falling below 100 million, and they are often scarcely available. Other functional buildings vary greatly in price, depending on their functions. Ordinary ones like residential houses can be purchased for just 100 spirit stones, but due to the high demand for residential use, the blueprint prices have skyrocketed to over 1 million. Other common functional buildings, such as blacksmith shops and canteens, also range between 100 to 100, with blueprint prices varying around 100 to 100 times. Special buildings, such as libraries and schools, are pricier, generally starting above 100, with high-quality ones costing several times more than defensive towers. For example, the Golden Quality Barracks he chose had someone seeking to buy it on the forum for 500 million spirit stones, yet no one was willing to sell. As for top-tier buildings like the Reincarnation Hall, even hundreds of millions of spirit stones do not guarantee. In contrast to buildings, equipment and skills are much cheaper, primarily because they can be mass-produced. Equipment can be crafted repeatedly as long as there are corresponding blacksmiths and alchemists. Skills, aside from being repeatedly learned in libraries, can also be taught in schools where some intelligent citizens and soldiers can learn from each other. Moreover, those with a deep understanding of skills can transcribe them through copying or scholarly means, and even some special buildings can replicate skills. In conclusion, there are many methods to lower prices. According to the information Zhou Li saw, a complete set of top-tier golden legendary equipment could be purchased for just over 100 spirit stones, while lower-quality equipment would be even cheaper. Skill books are somewhat pricier than equipment, but still relatively affordable. Some top-tier golden skills may require tens of thousands of spirit stones, while lesser-quality ones might only cost a few thousand. Zhou Li also searched for world wonders, but found none for sale. Even the information was scarce, with only snippets that were highly sought after. Zhou Li understood that it wasn't that no one obtained world wonders, but rather their quality was too high, effectively sealed off by the forum. Unless one reached a certain level, the information would not be disclosed. This startled Zhou Li. It seemed the value of world wonders exceeded his imagination, and he would need to be more cautious in the future, ensuring that the information about them remained concealed. Moreover, another precious aspect is the inheritance, also known as class change in the West. Inheritances contain a complete set of related skills. As long as one continues to improve, they can unlock further skills, ultimately leading to immortality and divinity, which is extremely valuable knowledge. Ordinary quality inheritances are not too concerning, as they have a low ceiling and are therefore very cheap. However, epic and legendary inheritances that can lead to immortality, even if they have some flaws such as future blockages or high mortality risks, still require a minimum of 1 million spirit stones. If it's a repeatable inheritance, like an inheritance stone tablet, the price increases with the number of times it can be in. Such inheritances come from top-tier experts who, at the brink of death, consolidate all the skills they have learned, sacrificing their souls and requiring special treasures capable of storing knowledge to condense them. Moreover, they must possess a profound understanding of their profession and skills. Those who lack sufficient depth will only produce incomplete inheritances following the same path as their predecessors. For instance, a necromancer has various branches, such as summoning soul bone poison and death spells. If a necromancer specializing in summoning consolidates an inheritance, it will only contain summoning skills, and any future inheritors can only follow the summoning path, requiring separate learning for other branches. Even if this expert were to resurrect, all memories of the skills associated with that profession would be lost, requiring relearning. The difference between one-time inheritances and inheritance stone tablets lies in the soul strength of the person condensing it. The stronger the power, the more times it can be inherited. Additionally, the prices of various basic materials have also been clarified. After thousands of years of development in the Lord world, many ordinary lords do not dare to explore the chaotic sea and have become full-time farming lords, relying on the output of their territories for survival. Moreover, many lords lack specialties and can only rely on selling basic materials such as food, various building materials, and ores like iron and copper for weapon crafting. Thus, the output of basic materials is abundant and prices have been suppressed to their limits, with the selling prices in various markets being mostly fixed. Additionally, recruiting spirit orbs are also considered a type of basic material. Zhou Li learned that many large forces have dedicated structures for converting spirit orbs. After arriving in the world, one can kill monsters in the world and collect their blood, flesh, and residual souls, converting them into recruiting spirit orbs. It's quite similar to the novice trials, except the novice trials are a benefit provided by the high-ranking humans. Powerful beings use special means to allow novice trials to function without buildings while retaining some related functions. However, this method in novice trials is also limited, akin to exploiting loopholes in the chaos laws, and the longer it lasts, the greater the restrictions become. This is also why the drops of recruiting spirit orbs become scarcer over time. In the world of arrival, such conveniences are non-existent, as most monster corpses and residual souls turn into chaos, making it nearly impossible to obtain recruiting spirit orbs. Only specialized buildings can collect residual souls and condense them into spirit orbs. Moreover, this practice is akin to snatching food from chaos, easily attracting invincible entities. Thus, those who possess such buildings are undoubtedly top-tier lords. Their territories have dedicated barracks, and many regard these recruiting spirit orbs as unworthy, hence they sell them. Therefore, the prices of these ordinary recruiting spirit orbs are not expensive. Random recruiting spirit orbs are priced lower, with ordinary quality soldier recruiting spirit orbs generally around 100, while citizen types only require about 50. Each quality tier increase roughly doubles the price. However, high-quality recruiting spirit orbs are significantly more expensive, with epic quality recruiting spirit orbs being at least 10 times more than exceptional ones and legendary ones another 10 times higher. Moreover, even if they have set prices, many are kept by the lords themselves and rarely traded. Fixed recruiting spirit orbs based on corresponding races and combat power can be several times more expensive than the same level, such as elemental creatures. Cheaper ones may cost less than half the price of the same level, such as demons and undead creatures, as only lords who specifically develop corresponding territories would buy them, leading to limited sales channels and naturally lower prices. After reviewing the prices, Zhou Li prepared to trade his items. He first contacted Teacher Lin, and upon his recommendation, chose a time-honored shop, Wanjia Baibao Pavilion. Out of caution, he did not initiate the trade directly, but first opened the shop's detail page to thoroughly examine the background of this time-honored establishment. As his fingertips made contact, a brilliant golden light curtain slowly unfurled in the void. The background introduction of the shop was quite grand. Wanjia Baibao Pavilion, established since the dawn of chaos, with footprints spanning across 3,000 great worlds. Our store upholds the principle of no cheating, fair trade, with all engaging in the acquisition and consignment of various rare treasures. Whether divine or demonic artifacts or mundane iron spirit materials, all can be exchanged here for their rightful value. Zhou Li scrolled down the light curtain, and what caught his eye was the astonishing comprehensive data of the shop, a credibility score of 9. With a maximum score of 10, the number of transactions exceeded 11 digits daily, and the positive feedback rate reached an astonishing 99. The evaluations of this store in the forums were mostly positive. Afterwards, Zhou Li patiently compared the prices and reputations of dozens of other shops. In the end, he chose to initiate a trade with Wanjia Baibao Pavilion. As the light curtain flowed, a virtual shopkeeper dressed in traditional attire with a kind expression appeared, smiling as he cupped his hands in greeting. Esteemed guest, welcome to Wanjia Baibao Pavilion. How may I assist you today? Zhou Li wasted no time. With a thought, he projected all the spoils he had collected during the trial onto the appraisal platform of the trading interface. Instantly, bundles of monster pelts, various monster gear, goblin mechs, building models, and the core collection of several rare and outstanding quality recruitment essence filled the entire screen. The shopkeeper's gaze swept over the pile of materials, and upon seeing a few high-level weapons, a glint of light clearly flashed in his eyes. He did not rush to quote a price, but instead waved his hand to cast a professional appraisal aura, scanning each item one by one. This batch of monster pelts is somewhat roughly processed, but the quantity is considerable. The goblin mechs are also decent items, the shopkeeper quickly counted while providing a preliminary evaluation. He picked up an exceptional grade Ogre Chieftain's Wolftooth Club and remarked with a mix of disdain and admiration, these weapons are clearly crafted by mindless monsters. The materials are excellent, but the craftsmanship is too poor. It would be embarrassing to take them out. But fortunately they are made of solid materials. Melting them down for material extraction would be the best choice. The system then displayed a detailed quotation list. Zhou Li carefully checked and found that not only did the few high-level weapons receive a much higher than market quotation, but even the low-level materials he thought could only be treated as scrap were offered a reasonable bundled recovery price by the pavilion, showing no signs of underpricing or deductions. The total price amounts to 4.3 million energy crystals. Considering this is your first transaction, our store additionally presents you with a 10 discount shopping card. We hope you like it. The shopkeeper smiled as he announced the final figure and added, "Are you satisfied with this price?" 5,800,000. This was much higher than Zhou Li had anticipated. He felt a surge of joy within, but maintained a calm demeanor. He quickly skimmed through the trading agreement again, confirming that there were no hidden clauses before solemnly clicking confirm transaction. Transaction successful. Thank you for your patronage. Zhou Li instructed his subjects to place all these miscellaneous items into the territory's cosmic trading hall. A golden light flashed, and all materials were teleported away. Almost at the same moment, the energy crystal balance on his personal panel surged wildly, eventually settling on a number that made his heart race. Looking at the substantial amount that had been deposited into his account, Zhou Li let out a long breath. Next, he continued to purchase some ordinary items. These items did not have the high value of barracks and heroes, did not require barter, and could be traded directly with energy crystals. First, he purchased an exceptional quality pill room and an exceptional quality weapon refining workshop. With the enhancement of the Chinkoan cauldron, he was determined to develop these two industries well. Unfortunately, the highest quality available at the pavilion was only exceptional grade buildings. Higher quality buildings only accepted bartering and could not be purchased with energy crystals. He could only buy one exceptional grade building for now. He could not purchase more as each building cost 500 energy crystals, and he would have to wait until he had more money to replace them with better ones. Additionally, he bought some common pill formulas and some common crafting methods from magical tools. The prices were not high, but the quantities were large, costing over 500 energy crystals. These formulas and crafting methods could also be placed in the scripture pavilion for the subjects and soldiers of the territory to study. He then purchased some defensive towers, as the territory's defensive towers were somewhat lacking. This time he directly bought an exceptional quality Golden Light spell blueprint. The Golden Light spell tower was already present in the territory, thus he was well aware of its functions. It could be used singly or in a radius, causing high damage to dark creatures. The Golden Light could even provide defense. Its functions were diverse and particularly suited to the territory. Of course, it was not cheap, requiring 1.5 million energy crystals. After buying this, he did not purchase any other blueprints. Next was production. The territory needed to develop cultivators, and these cultivators would certainly need to consume items infused with spiritual energy to enhance their growth. Direct purchases were too expensive, so Zhou Li planned to cultivate them himself and would only procure a small amount when necessary. Moreover, items infused with spiritual energy could not be compared to ordinary rice and flour. They could not be planted in regular farmland, but required spiritual fields for cultivation. So he purchased a rare quality spiritual field building directly, buying 20 units at the cost of 100 energy crystals. Originally, he also planned to buy the blueprint for the spiritual fields directly, but since spiritual fields were quite rare, the price for a permanent blueprint was 10 million. Zhou Li counted several times before realizing this and immediately gave up. He then bought some rare-grade spiritual rice and spiritual herb seeds. The prices for these basic spiritual rice and herb seeds were not expensive, so they were directly given to Zhou Li. However, advanced spiritual rice and herb seeds were also quite costly, and cultivation required some special conditions. Since the territory had not developed yet, he did not purchase them. He also bought 20 units of Een soil suitable for enhancing undead creatures, as well as some spiritual herb seeds with death and darkness attributes. After all, the undead were the most common creatures in the territory, but due to their low strength, they could only serve as cannon fodder. If they could be cultivated, the strength of the territory would greatly improve, so he also prepared to cultivate them well. Additionally, he purchased an exceptional quality ranch and spiritual lake for breeding edible spirit beasts and spirit fish, as relying solely on grain was not sufficient. Meat was also needed. Lastly, he bought various other buildings for developing the people's livelihood, such as grocery stores, banks, wineries, and restaurants, all of which were of exceptional quality. Compared to military buildings, these were much cheaper, with each building costing between 100 to several tens of thousands, totaling over 300. Lastly, the soldier recruitment essence was necessary primarily to fill in the gaps. With 3 barracks on hand intended for the trade of soldiers armed with blades and shields, archers, and cultivator troops, the need for these 3 types of recruitment essences was eliminated. Instead, it was other types that required supplementation. After the novice trial, the territory reached level 10A, unlocking its characteristics at this point. Territory, unnamed. Owner Zhou Li. Level 10. Quality green, excellent. Area 602400 square meters. Buildings owned level 10, Lord's Manor level 10, Lord's Altar level 10, Reincarnation Hall level 10, Scripture Pavilion. Territory characteristic, inclusivity. Inclusivity. 1. The territory can accommodate more systems of abilities, reducing conflicts arising from incompatible energies. 2. The territory can host more races, increasing the inclusivity and intimacy among different races, thereby diminishing conflicts arising from ideological disagreements. This characteristic arrived at the perfect moment. As previously mentioned, the development of multiple power systems within the territory could enhance its strength, but an increase in power systems might also lead to conflicts, tearing the territory apart. With the effects of characteristic 1A, many conflicts can be mitigated, allowing the territory to develop more power systems. Initially, to prevent conflicts, Zhou Li only planned to develop 2 systems, cultivation and martial arts, temporarily abandoning the magical side. This would have led to the territory's strongest troop type, the Grand Sorcerers, being severely suppressed, unable to fully unleash their strength. Additionally, there were the undead troops within the territory. Previously, the territory needed to establish large isolation zones to separate the undead from the living, yet this still could not prevent conflicts between the two. The deathly aura of the undead continuously expanded outward, rendering areas near the undead barren. Living beings entering these zones would be tainted by the aura of death. Those with strong powers fared better, but weaker citizens would suffer greatly from merely inhaling a breath of the deathly aura, resulting in weakness or severe illness. In severe cases, their lifespans might be shortened, or they could even succumb to weakness and die. Meanwhile, the newly established spiritual vein continued to emit spiritual energy, suppressing the strength of the undead forces, weakening them by at least 20. Even a small number of undead, if they left their burial grounds and entered the realm of the living, would be suppressed by the vitality and vigor of the living, causing their soul flames to weaken until extinguished. This greatly diminished the combat strength of the territory. With the assistance of characteristic 1A, the condition of the territory improved significantly. The deathly aura remained confined to the undead areas, no longer spreading outward, and the citizens were not as easily tainted by the forces of death. The undead could also temporarily enter the human realm without being suppressed. Additionally, the spiritual energy from the cultivation side no longer suppressed the deathly aura. When spiritual energy entered the burial ground, it would be absorbed by the grave, transforming into a form suitable for the undead, not only failing to suppress their strength, but actually promoting their advancement. In the future, the soldiers of the territory could fight together. The undead, tireless and relentless, are suitable for attrition and prolonged battles, while the living, vibrant in blood and energy, are suited for charge and explosive warfare. The combination of the two would create endless tactical possibilities, transforming his territory into a perfect fusion of life and death, no longer a mere dead silence or pure vitality. Moreover, the Grand Sorcerers and other troops could absorb the spiritual energy from the veins, converting it into their own magical power, while the magic within their bodies gradually took on the ethereal essence of cultivators, becoming more natural and elusive. As for characteristic 2, it would allow the territory to recruit soldiers from a wider array of races. For instance, the mermen and orc soldiers obtained during the novice trial had to be abandoned due to incompatible mindsets and ideologies with the humans. He had been forced to focus solely on developing human troops. While the human race was strong, other races also possessed unique traits, not to mention the magical side featuring orcs, elves, and dwarves. Even when focusing on cultivating the cultivation side, it was not exclusive to humans. However, apart from human cultivators, there could also be other races, such as the barbaric tribes focused on body refinement, spirit beasts cultivating spiritual energy, and demon races practicing demonic energy, all of which represent powerful combat forces. With these diverse types of soldiers, his tactical options would be enriched, and the future development of the territory would become even more diversified. Not to mention the existing soldiers within the territory. Thanks to characteristic 2, the soldiers in the territory became much friendlier. The hawks no longer looked down from above, they occasionally accepted offerings from the human heroes and soldiers of the territory. The tree spirits no longer resisted the approach of humans, and the hawks could even rest on the crowns of the tree spirits. The earth element troops no longer disguised themselves as boulders, and now interacted with soldiers from other races. The fear and aversion of humans toward undead soldiers also diminished considerably. Even the absolute hatred of the undead toward the living has lessened significantly, and some intelligent undead are willing to engage in normal conversations with other stronger soldiers and heroes. They can now understand that the weaker living beings are subjects of the Lord and no longer harbor such hostility. The previous situation where Zhou Li the Lord had to issue strict orders to suppress their desire to harm the living is no longer. Of course, the undead still harbor hatred toward the living, but under the influence of the territory's characteristics, they maintain a cold attitude toward the territory's inhabitants while still exhibiting absolute hatred toward those outside the territory. With this characteristic, Zhou Li revised his original plan to focus on developing cultivators and the human. This time, purchasing soldier recruitment essences for non-human troops and non-cultivator troops was also an option, as many types of soldiers have substantial uses. First, for the humans, he purchased 200 elite quality apprentice priests for healing. The apprentice priests had not yet established their faith. They could convert to serve the Lord once they returned to the territory, which is much quicker than formal priests. Then he bought 200 elite quality apprentice mages, as the spells of powerful mages are genuinely formidable. Since there would no longer be conflicts or suppression of combat power, they must continue to be prioritized for training. Next were the cavalry troops, whose charge capabilities are unmatched by any other soldiers in the territory. Previously, their small numbers made their effectiveness less noticeable, so this time, he also supplemented with 200 elite quality light cavalry to serve as the sharp blade of the territory. Additionally, he acquired apprentice alchemists for pill refining and apprentice blacksmiths for artifact crafting, both of rare quality, with a quantity of 100 each. Next were the undead troops. Skeletons where sufficient zombies were unwanted, and there were no plans to increase the number of undead mages. This time, he only supplemented with 100 elite quality specters. The flying troops were also reinforced, purchasing 410 ordinary quality eagles, raising the total to 500. Moreover, he specifically bought over 1,000 giant ancient trees to serve as roosting and nesting places for the eagles. Tree spirits were more expensive, but since they could be revived after cultivation, he still purchased a substantial number, totaling 280 elite quality tree spirit recruitment essences, bringing the total number of tree spirits in the territory to 300. Next were the earth elements, for which he bought 110, or raising the total of earth elements in the territory to 200, which should be sufficient for now. Finally, he acquired a new troop type, the water element, with a quantity of 400, intending to release them in the moat and spiritual lake, also serving as a water combat force. In total, there were 200 rare troops, around 1,500 elite troops, and 410 ordinary troops, all relatively rare types, with prices being somewhat higher, especially for priests and mages, which were nearly double the cost. Additionally, apprentice alchemists and apprentice blacksmiths as production units were significantly more expensive than combat units. All these expenditures totaled approximately 8,000 energy crystal stones. After the soldiers completed their purchases, the next step was to procure the necessary supplies for the territory. This included grains, meats, beverages, as well as various daily necessities such as oils, salt, sauces, vinegar, clothing, and medicines. In particular, the grains and meats amounted to over 100 tons, including many exquisite foods infused with spiritual energy, specifically for the consumption of powerful soldier types and heroes. Other various daily necessities were also purchased by the ton, as the number of soldiers and citizens in the territory was substantial. After satisfying basic living needs, the supplies for entertainment also needed to keep pace to provide better living conditions for the citizens and soldiers, ensuring their loyalty. Although these supplies were inexpensive, the large quantity resulted in a total expenditure of over 5,000 energy crystals. Additionally, many skill books were purchased, including basic techniques for swordsmanship, marksmanship, archery, and other foundational practices such as basic body refinement techniques, basic visualization techniques, and basic chi training techniques. 10 copies of each were acquired and placed in the scripture repository, allowing hundreds of people to study simultaneously, which was essentially sufficient. Next were some advanced techniques specifically for soldiers and heroes who had awakened their energy systems at the outstanding level or above. After all, the soldiers who had awakened only possessed basic cultivation methods, resulting in low training efficiency. The main world had long since developed superior techniques, with epic and legendary ones being rare and unavailable in the marketplace. However, there were still quite a few outstanding ones available, which were procured directly from the treasure pavilion. After selecting, Zhou Li chose cultivation techniques from various systems, including martial arts and cultivation, such as the life seed cultivation method for martial arts life force, the bloodthirsty warrior cultivation method blood chi, the energy heart cultivation method ability projection, and the 9 dragons unify cultivation method battle chi. Techniques suitable for various systems of cultivation, including those for the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as techniques for attributes like wind, thunder, and ice. Some techniques for body cultivation from the cultivation side, as well as demon cultivation techniques targeting falcons, and spirit cultivation techniques aimed at tree spirits, earth elementals, and water elementals. They could choose to continue down the path of magic or shift to cultivation techniques. Additionally, there were specialized techniques, such as the underworld bone tempering method for the undead, and the sound cultivation technique, the Phoenix's Cry in the Nine Heavens, specifically for Cayenne. Currently, the number of outstanding soldiers in the territory was limited, so only one copy of each was needed, which could meet the cultivation needs of the soldiers. Moreover, to enhance their training efficiency, various potions and treasures suitable for humans, as well as soul essences, to enhance the strength of the undead and dark and death attribute, medicinal herbs were also procured in abundance. The territory now also had alchemists and blacksmiths who could learn to refine their own items, so a considerable amount of various medicinal herbs and spirit ores for alchemy and crafting were also purchased. The cost of the techniques was not high, but the quantity of medicinal herbs and ores was substantial, totaling nearly 100 energy crystals. At this point, the procurement of supplies for the territory had come to a close. The over 4 million energy crystals acquired during the beginner phase had all been spent. Zhou Li had also subsidized a considerable amount to acquire all the necessary supplies. Following this, the main event was the transaction for barracks and heroes. These two top-tier treasures were not available for purchase in the treasure pavilion and could only be exchanged for goods. Fortunately, Zhou Li had also brought out the barracks building to facilitate the transaction. Zhou Li presented the insect nest barracks and the technological barracks, intending to exchange them for the corresponding human barracks. Although barracks were precious, the treasure pavilion of all realms was indeed a top-notch marketplace, and they still had some ordinary barracks in stock. The insect nest barracks were valued lower due to their smaller audience, while the technological barracks had a much broader audience and were slightly more expensive than general barracks. Balancing each other out, Zhou Li ultimately exchanged these two barracks for the knife and shield barracks and the archer barracks he needed. Next was the precious Dragon Blood Warrior barracks, for which Zhou Li planned to exchange for outstanding quality human cultivation barracks or tree spirit barracks. There is no need to elaborate on the cultivation barracks, as he intended to develop the territory in the direction of cultivation. The tree spirits were enticing due to their exclusive skill Withered Tree Spring, which was indeed very powerful and made Zhou Li eager to possess them. However, outstanding quality barracks were indeed rare, and even the treasure pavilion had no stock. Or rather, they had barracks, but none were available for trade. Fortunately, although the Dragon Blood Warrior barracks had certain flaws, they were very suitable for lords pursuing dragon-related paths, as dragon warriors were extremely powerful. The shopkeeper consulted in the back, and after a while finally presented 3 outstanding quality cultivation barracks: Wuxing Mountain, Mingyue Palace, and Shuling Gate. Wuxing Mountain can recruit cultivators of the 5 elemental attributes practicing spells of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Metal has strong attack power, which focuses on recovery and healing. Water is primarily supportive. Fire has a wide attack range, and earth offers exceptional defense. However, due to the division of the 5 elements, they are more scattered and thus cannot compare to specialized barracks. Their attacks can't match those of focused sword cultivators, and their defenses can't rival those of specialized earth cultivators, and their fire damage is also inferior to that of specialized fire cultivators. It can be said that they are relatively mediocre in all aspects, but have some involvement in each area. The second Mingyue Palace is a cultivation sect that practices the power of moonlight and primarily recruits female cultivators with skills mainly focused on healing support. Lastly, the Shuling Gate practices blood path power, involving various blood path spells and even corpse cultivation. Strictly speaking, Shuling Gate should be considered a demonic sect known for its cruelty and bloodlust. Shuling Gate was immediately eliminated from consideration. If he were to recruit cultivators from Shuling Gate, the citizens of the territory would likely become a sea of blood, and combined with the undead, the territory would turn into a terrifying hell. He considered himself raised under the red flag, holding relatively upright thoughts, and could not tolerate such cruel methods, thus he would not choose it. Then there was Mingyue Palace. Although the ladies were quite beautiful, the real challenge was about to arrive. He still hoped to enhance the territory's combat capabilities. While support is important, without frontline combat strength, pure assistance without a target is meaningless. He couldn't expect to assist those spear soldiers and skeleton soldiers. Even if their strength increased several times, they would still be easily defeated by expert-level opponents. Currently, the main battle types in the territory were still too few, with only just over 1,000 outstanding level troops. Without battles in this month, relying solely on self-training, their strength improvement was very limited. Although Wuxing Mountain was mediocre, its main battle capability was quite good. With their talents, the skills of these cultivators would quickly improve, and the key was their large numbers. At outstanding level 10, they could recruit 80 cultivators, totaling 320 around, which would significantly enhance the territory's combat power by 1/5. Thus, after some contemplation, Zhou Li ultimately chose the Wuxing Mountain barracks building. Once the barracks were chosen, it was time for the recruitment of hero essence. Zhou Li obtained a total of 8 hero recruitment essences during the trial. The first was a rare quality merman priest, the second was an excellent quality bloodthirsty werewolf chieftain, the third was an excellent quality mid-tier demon, the fourth was an excellent quality dark elf priest, and the fifth was an excellent quality venomous lizard. The first four were the major bosses of the levels, the strongest in power and possessing great command abilities. The fifth was merely a beast lacking any commanding ability, relying solely on its robust physique and venom to qualify as an excellent level hero. Especially the venom. If even a trace leaked, it would be enough to extinguish all life in Zhou Li's territory. Furthermore, the venom had the ability to harm souls, rendering even skeletons incapable of surviving. Truly terrifying. Then on the final day, he obtained another rare quality goblin chieftain and an excellent quality ogre chieftain's hero recruitment essence. Along with the legendary essence of the dragon soul, he had a total of 8 recruitment essences. Except for the dragon soul, which was too precious to use at the moment, he brought out the other 7, intending to exchange them for some treasures at the treasure pavilion. Seeing Zhou Li present the precious hero essences, the shopkeeper opened up trading permissions for some exquisite treasures below the excellent level, allowing Zhou Li to make his selections. The first thing he looked at was also the hero recruitment essences. True to its reputation, the treasure pavilion had a considerable amount of hero essences, with hundreds of those of excellent quality. However, most of them were essences of other races similar to the ones Zhou Li was preparing to sell. The number of human essences was quite scarce, only around 10, and they all had minor flaws such as those belonging to subhuman races like orcs, dwarves, three-eyed tribes, and giants. In reality, Zhou Li's bloodthirsty werewolf essence could also be considered a subspecies of humanity possessing some human traits, but its excessively bloodthirsty and brutal nature made it unsuitable for his territory, hence he put it up for trade. The goblin also bore some similarities to humans, yet it was more suited for technological development, so it was also put up for trade. If a suitable trading target did not appear, he might keep it for recruitment, especially now that the territory's rank had been raised, allowing for more avenues of development, including some technological advancements. The other recruitment essences varied in price. The Dark Elf Priest was the most expensive due to its beauty. The Bloodthirsty Werewolf was considered a subspecies of humanity, making it the second most expensive. The Ogre Mage and the Mid-Tier Demon were quite unfriendly to humans, so they were cheaper, ranking third. The Goblin and the Merman Priest had a lower quality, but the Goblin was humanoid and had technology research bonuses, while the Merman Priest had advantages in water combat, placing them fourth. The cheapest was the Venomous Lizard, which was low in intelligence and entirely toxic. Aside from certain territories that specialized in poison or were immune to toxins, no one liked it, making it the least expensive. Then Zhou Li began to select heroes suitable for his territory. Initially, he planned to choose only human heroes, but since he possessed the talent for inclusive development, he needed to develop other races as well, thus requiring heroes from those races. Upon careful observation, these excellent tier heroes either had major flaws or were overpriced, and none were to his liking. However, this was understandable. After all, truly good items were kept by the lords for their own use. Only things that were not useful to them would be put up for trade. Occasionally, there were lords who developed other races, and any human heroes that were not needed would be sold off immediately, never lasting to this point. The remaining 1 or 2 relatively good heroes were also quite expensive. For instance, Zhou Li saw one excellent quality sword cultivator hero who was very powerful and without flaws. However, it was very costly, requiring 4 essences of the same tier from other races to exchange for it. Though Zhou Li felt tempted, he needed to purchase several heroes, and buying this one would leave him unable to afford others. Not wanting to be taken advantage of, he decisively gave up. Having found no suitable excellent tier heroes, Zhou Li turned his attention to lower tier heroes. With his talent, it was not difficult to cultivate low-quality heroes into high-quality ones. 1 excellent quality hero could be exchanged for 2 rare quality heroes, which suited him better. Of course, this was mainly because his heroes were all of other races, while the ones he wanted to exchange for were human heroes, so he could only do a 1 for 2 exchange. If he were to exchange human heroes for other races, he could get 4 or 5. The disparity between high-quality heroes and low-quality heroes in exchanges was indeed vast. There were many low-tier heroes available with hundreds of rare-quality human hero recruitment essences, and even more of fine and ordinary quality. However, he found the ordinary quality too weak and was somewhat disdainful, preferring to focus on examining the higher quality options. Among the rare quality heroes, there were several with impressive skills. However, none possessed talents. Zhou Li's recruited Kai Yin and Ming Dis could be considered extraordinarily rare to have talents, and if he were to trade them, he could already exchange for an excellent quality hero without talents. Of course, he still could not exchange for an epic quality hero, as the gap between epic and excellent levels was much larger. Both possessed talents, and the effects of those talents were significant, otherwise they could not be classified as epic heroes. Zhou Li began selecting heroes according to his needs. First, he needed a hero to lead the cultivators. Zhou Li's barracks were at the Five Elements Mountain, and there happened to be a hero named Five Elements Wanderer perfect for commanding the cultivators of the 5 elemental attributes. The price for this 5 Elements Wanderer was even higher, although it was only